cataclysmic deluge has engulfed the entire world. In his previous life, Chen Che was led onto a ship by the campus bell, initially believing it to be a form of salvation, only to be treated like a dog and ultimately kicked into the depths of the sea. Reborn 7 days prior to the apocalypse, Chen Che binds himself to the Noah's Ark, acquiring population rewards, a full-body exosuit, a heavy man mech, a biomechanical external armor, and a biological prototype. Lacking funds to stockpile supplies? Directly extort the campus bell for 100,000 tons of resources, not only demanding goods, but also insisting on people. In my past life, you were the human while I was the dog. In this life, let us switch roles. Chapter 1. Coercing the campus bell. Yu Jizi, I curse you and your dog son. Amidst a barrage of curses, Chen Che abruptly awakens from his dormitory bed. Chen Che gasps for air, inhaling the rare fresh scent, his memories lingering on the final moment of being engulfed by seawater. By the end of 2023, a cataclysmic rain obliterated the world. Humanity faced its greatest calamity, resulting in countless casualties. Chen Che, however, was fortunate to be rescued by the illustrious Yu Jizi from his school. Unfortunately, this respite was fleeting. As societal order crumbled, the darker aspects of human nature were magnified. The ethereal campus bell, leveraging her connections, transformed into a heartless white lotus, treating Chen Che and his classmates like dogs and forcing them to dive into the ocean to capture terrifying deep-sea creatures. It was after being kicked off the ship by Yu Jizi that Chen Che met his demise in the jaws of a deep-sea creature. But now, the sun shines brightly outside, and the clothes on the balcony sway gently in the breeze, wafting a faint scent of laundry detergent into the air. Everything before him resembles his former university dormitory. He retrieves his phone from the bedside to check the time. December 24th, 2023. I have been reborn. Reborn 7 days before the impending apocalypse. Chen Che rises from his bed and steps onto the balcony, unable to believe his eyes. The sky is a clear blue, devoid of clouds, and below him are youthful, vibrant classmates, impeccably dressed. In the distance, a basketball bounces rhythmically on the playground, while a nearby grove sees dogs coming and going. Everything outside appears almost surreal in its beauty. Chen Che exhales deeply. The tension that had gripped him begins to ease. What could be more intoxicating than the taste of fresh air after having drowned? Yet, this tranquility lasts only 7 days. Contemplating the torrential rain that looms just a week away, Chen Che feels a weight settle in his heart. The impending rain will be overwhelming and relentless. To survive this cataclysmic storm, he must prepare adequately during these precious 7 days. The first order of business is to acquire a sufficiently large vessel. Without delay, Chen Che pulls out his phone to check his balance. 637 yuan and 50 cents. Chen Che squints. That should be enough to buy a bucket of paint. Damn it. Chen Che hurls his phone in frustration. After enduring the trials of his previous life, he finds himself stymied at the very first step. He considers borrowing money, but as an orphan with no support, he can at most ask classmates for a few buckets of paint money, which would be of little use. Just as he grapples with this dilemma, an electronic voice suddenly resonates in his mind. Noah's Ark operating system binding to captain. At the same time, a 3D model of a ship materializes in Chen Che's mind. What is this? Chen Che is momentarily bewildered, recalling novels he had read in the past. Has he also become a man chosen by a system? Yet, why is this system merely a decrepit ship's operating system? As Chen Che focuses his thoughts, the 3D ship model rotates in his mind, revealing various data about the vessel. The ship's length is 3,000 meters? From Chen Che's understanding, the largest ships currently exist in the world at a length of only 1,371 meters, and yet he possesses one that is over twice that size in his mind. All data of Noah's Ark has been repeatedly calculated by the system. It is real and effective. After an hour of contemplation, Chen Che finally grasps the nature of the Noah's Ark that has suddenly appeared in his mind. In simple terms, the issue of the vessel has been resolved, and not just resolved, but resolved perfectly. The Ark boasts technology far surpassing that of the modern era, capable of providing immense assistance to Chen Che in various respects. Not only does it feature a spacious hold for storing supplies, but the Ark is also armed with numerous weapons to ensure Chen Che's safety. Furthermore, the Ark's system presents various tasks, completion of which yields corresponding rewards. With this vessel, akin to a mobile city upon the seas, Chen Che's chances of survival in the apocalypse surpass those of anyone else. He could even choose to bring tens of thousands aboard if he so desired. The sole limitation is that the Ark can only manifest after the onset of the apocalypse. With the vessel's issue resolved, The next concern is food. Following the cataclysmic deluge, food becomes exceedingly scarce. A single packet of instant noodles could incite a bloodbath. A single sausage could barter for a woman. Of course, before the apocalypse, one could occasionally use a sausage to trade for a woman. Chen Che now possesses the Noah's Ark, and he need not worry about the storage of food. The only issue at hand is the paltry sum of 637 kwai and 5 jiao. This meager amount is hardly sufficient to purchase even instant noodles and rice. Are we to steal now? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, order has disintegrated, and naturally, no one concerns themselves with theft or robbery. Yet, now is not the time for such actions. If Chen Che dares to steal today, he would find himself incarcerated by tomorrow. In that case, a torrential downpour might engulf him, leaving him with no means to escape. Chen Che lay on the balcony, pondering for an extended time, yet failing to devise a viable plan to gather money and supplies. As a student devoid of resources, even with the knowledge that the world is on the brink of ruin, he simply cannot procure funds or materials. Even if he were to resort to high-interest loans, given his circumstances, he might manage to acquire a mere 200,000, a drop in the bucket. Yu Jizi. Chen Che suddenly caught sight of a fleeting figure on the playground. She had long hair, cascading over her shoulders, donned a light blue dress, revealing a delicate, fair calf tucked into white short socks, turning heads wherever she went. Setting aside human nature, Yu Jizi undoubtedly deserved the title of schoolbelle. Her beauty was so striking that even Chen Che, an adversary from his past life, couldn't help but offer a compliment. She truly is stunning. As he gazed, a smile crept onto Chen Che's face. In this new life, not only did he have the opportunity for revenge, but the issue of finances seemed to be resolvable as well. Yu Jizi's family was quite affluent. Her father was a renowned shipping magnate with assets in the billions. This wealth was crucial to Yu Jizi's continued comfortable existence even amidst the apocalypse. Moreover, having spent a considerable amount of time with Yu Jizi during the end times, Chen Che happened to be privy to several of her secrets. Soon, Chen Che reached the base of the dormitory where Yu Jizi resided. It was clear that he could not simply walk in. Glancing around, he fortuitously spotted one of Yu Jizi's roommates. He hastily intercepted her. "Classmate, could you help me call Yu Jizi?" The roommate sized up Chen Che with a playful smile. "You think you can confess to our illustrious Yu without anything in hand?" Chen Che was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. Given Yu Jizi's beauty and background, countless suitors had sought her affection. Thus, any male approaching her would inevitably be presumed to be confessing. "I'm not confessing." Chen Che shook his head. "Just tell her Wang Yin is looking for her." In high school, Yu Jizi was exceedingly domineering and had bullied numerous students, Wang Yin being one of her victims, who was even driven to death by her cruelty. Within minutes, Yu Jizi, who had just ascended the stairs, descended once more. Her elegantly arched brows furrowed, and she approached Chen Che, halting a meter before him. Her lips parted, and her clear voice resonated. "Do you know Wang Yin?" Chen Che was momentarily speechless, his gaze fixated on her beautiful face, emotions welling within him. Who could have imagined that such a lovely girl harbored a heart darker than ink? After the apocalypse struck, he had endured a month of torment at the hands of this woman, never once enjoying a peaceful night's sleep or a proper meal. The most vivid memory was when this cruel woman mimicked an animated scene, compelling him to do arithmetic while using pliers to extract his fingernails. Lost in thought, Chen Che could no longer contain himself. With a sudden, resounding slap, he struck Yu Jizi, rendering her momentarily dazed and silencing the commotion throughout the entire building. Chapter 2. Is it necessary for the goddess to pay for the room? Am I seeing things? Did a boy just slap Yu Ji? The imprint of the slap is clearly visible on her face. How much force did he use? I suspect I am hallucinating. Is this a desperate act? Resorting to violence after a failed confession? Who is this person? Quite audacious. If Yu Ji's admirers were to find out, they would surely tear him apart. After a prolonged silence, murmurs gradually arose, shattering the chaos in the room and awakening Yu Ji from a reverie. She gazed at Chen Che in disbelief, still struggling to comprehend that she had just received her first slap. The boy she had never met before not only failed to apologize for his earlier act, but instead looked at her with a smile, teasingly stating, "Sorry." I couldn't control my emotions. Yu Ji took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the emotions threatening to erupt. Her voice was icy. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation." Chen Che shook his slightly tingling hand and casually remarked, "Wang Yin was killed by you, wasn't she?" A frown tightened on Yu Ji's brow. "Who are you to Wang Yin?" "Who I am to Wang Yin is irrelevant." Chen Che replied calmly, methodically recounting. What matters is that I know, on a certain night 2 years ago, you forced Wang Yin to crawl on a rooftop, leading to her tragic fall. This secret, uttered in the chaos of a crumbling world, might seem insignificant, but in the current context, it could not simply be brushed aside. Upon hearing this, Yu Ji's previously relaxed hands suddenly clenched into fists, the pale skin of her arms revealing faint veins. Observant onlookers quickly sensed the tension between them, while a well-dressed young man approached with a fierce expression. You apologize to Yu Ji, he commanded, pointing at Chen Che with his left hand while clutching a bouquet of flowers in his right, exuding arrogance. Zhao Lei had originally intended to confess his feelings to Yu Ji, but upon witnessing her receive that resounding slap, he instinctively rushed to her defense. Chen Che recognized this well-known wealthy student but remained unfazed, continuing to smile at Yu Ji. Ignored, Zhao Lei's anger flared, and he raised his fist, ready to strike, only to be halted by Yu Ji's sharp command. Stop. Turning back, Zhao Lei urged, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I can handle my own affairs. Leave. Yu Ji's impatient tone finally silenced Zhao Lei, yet he gazed at her in confusion. He merely wished to assist in teaching this brutal lesson. Excuse me. May I interject? Chen Che said at the opportune moment, turning to Yu Ji and commanding in an undeniable tone. Come with me. With that, he turned and walked away, showing no concern for whether Yu Ji would comply. After a brief moment of hesitation, she silently followed him, much to the astonishment of those around them. In the campus, the figures moving in tandem drew countless gazes. With the enchanting Yu Ji in attendance, she became the focal point wherever she went. This left Chen Che, seeking a quiet place for discussions, somewhat troubled. After wandering for a while, Chen Che turned on his heel and entered an inn, leaving his classmates in a state of shock. The goddess of the school, revered and exalted, actually entered a hotel with a man in broad daylight. Impossible, utterly impossible. A few boys, unwilling to relent, feigned nonchalance and slipped inside, eager to discover the true purpose of Chen Che and Yu Ji's rendezvous. What they witnessed next was even more astonishing. Chen Che casually approached the proprietor and requested a room. He then turned to Yu Ji, gesturing for the payment, the room fee. Good heavens, this lad must have drugged the goddess. How outrageous. To bring the goddess to a hotel was one thing, but to demand her to pay for the room was simply preposterous. It defied all reason. Despite my handsome appearance, the goddess has never spared me a glance. Yet this fellow had the audacity to exploit her. Stand aside. Do not hinder me. I shall act in the name of justice today. Amidst the raucous shouts of the boys, Chen Che had already ushered Yu Ji into the room. Chen Che reclined leisurely on the bed, relishing the rare tranquility. While Yu Ji stood at the door, her palms reddened with anxiety, her expression tense, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just a glance made one want to tease her. Yet, Chen Che, well acquainted with Yu Ji, couldn't help but chuckle. Enough with the pretense. You a black belt in Taekwondo, feigning fragility for whom? Attempting to seduce me, only to later accuse me of coercion? Although it was somewhat embarrassing to admit, Chen Che realized he truly could not best Yu Ji in a fight. Once her facade was unveiled, Yu Ji dropped the act and sauntered to the edge of the bed, surveying Chen Che from above. The untimely demise of Wang Yin was an accident, classified 2 years prior. I do not know for where you have heard these rumors, but spreading falsehoods is illegal. Yu Ji's tone, casual yet laced with seriousness, conveyed the gravity of her words. Your father expended a considerable sum to have the school erase the surveillance footage of you and Wang Yin on the rooftop, did he not? Chen Che sat up, chuckling lightly. What if I told you that footage was never actually deleted? His striking fox-like eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Yu Ji's voice grew increasingly frigid, without evidence. You wish to defame me? Rest assured, I do not possess that footage. Chen Che shrugged nonchalantly. However, I do know where that footage is hidden. Lu Daowei, the very individual who assisted in erasing the footage back then. At this revelation, Yu Ji was nearly convinced, yet she remained steadfast. Bring me concrete evidence before you dare to slander me. With that, she turned to leave, leaving Chen Che feeling helpless. He couldn't believe he couldn't sway her. Wait a moment, he continued with another revelation. You have a brother with cerebral palsy, correct? Once a normal child, but regrettably, he was rendered incapacitated when you drugged him at the age of 7. This remark finally caused Yu Ji to lose her composure. Regarding the matter of Wang Yin, there were several individuals privy to the details, and thus the possibility of information leaking was present. However, this particular issue was solely her secret, destined to remain buried within her heart for a lifetime. She would never divulge it to even a single soul. She could not fathom how Chen Che had come to know such a clandestine affair. Moreover, it did not end there. Chen Che continued to unveil more revelations. Your father's company encountered financial difficulties this year. There seems to be some accounting fraud, doesn't there? It appears he has taken a mistress as well. Your mother isn't innocent either. 5 years ago, she was involved in a fatal car accident, though she is quite beautiful. With each bombshell Chen Che dropped, Yu Jizi felt an increasing chill envelop her body. Her sharp, fox-like eyes remained fixed on Chen Che, absorbing every word. Who exactly are you? Chapter 3, Goddess. You and T want your affairs exposed, would you? Chen Che disregarded Yu Jizi's inquiry and instead admired her striking figure, murmuring, "You are remarkably tall. I have to look up at you while sitting here." Standing at 172 centimeters, coupled with her height-enhancing sneakers, Yu Jizi appeared to tower at nearly 175 centimeters, truly exceeding the norm. After a moment, Chen Che leaned forward, politely asking, "Would you mind kneeling down to speak with me? Do not push your luck." Yu Jizi's expression darkened. "Unwilling, are you?" Chen Che's gaze remained calm, unworried. Slowly, he remarked, "Surely you wouldn't want the sordid details of your family affairs to be exposed, would you?" This statement finally shattered Yu Jizi's psychological defenses. Her straight legs began to bend with difficulty. The moment her knees touched the ground, her internal humiliation peaked. Having never knelt even before her own father, she found herself kneeling before a stranger. In stark contrast, Chen Che's elation soared to new heights. Previously, he had been treated like a dog by this woman. Now, their roles had finally reversed. With a hint of satisfaction, Chen Che lifted his hand to ruffle Yu Jizi's hair. "Now that is more like it." Yu Jizi resisted vehemently, her scalp tingling. Stifling her anger, she coldly inquired, "After saying all this, your aim is merely to humiliate me?" Almost forgetting the main agenda, Chen Che retrieved his phone. "Let us exchange contact information first. I need you to leverage your family's resources and connections to procure a few items for me." Even with his wealth, it would be exceedingly challenging for Chen Che to amass a significant quantity of supplies within 7 days on his own. However, with Yu Jizi's family network, the efficiency would undoubtedly increase significantly. Yet, upon seeing the items Chen Che requested, Yu Jizi felt utterly perplexed. Food, fresh water, medicine, daily necessities, soil, seeds? The more she looked, the more bewildered she became. She had assumed Chen Che sought some valuable treasure. Yet what on earth were these? Particularly the soil. Was he truly resorting to threats to obtain something so readily available? Yu Jizi was eager to inquire of Chen Che whether a tumor had formed upon his neck. Yet, cowed by an overwhelming aura, she refrained from voicing her curiosity. "I require a substantial quantity. Within 5 days, how much of these materials can you procure?" With the scale reminiscent of Noah's Ark, Chen Che was only concerned that he might not secure enough. Yu Jizi furrowed her brow. "I am not well versed in commercial matters, but the time is too brief. Our family's cash flow is limited. We may not be able to purchase much." Chen Che replied, "You need not pay the full amount. For everything, you only need to provide a deposit, and I will cover the remainder myself." Yu Jizi was taken aback. Typically, in bulk commodity transactions, a deposit might only be 1/10 of the total price, with the balance being substantial. If Chen Che could afford the balance, why would he resort to extortion? Was the tumor in its late stages? Did he intend not to pay? Yu Jizi felt her conjecture was quite reasonable. The sole contradiction lay in the fact that if one were to perish, what need would there be for such superfluous supplies? To burn for one's own posthumous self? As she pondered, Yu Jizi suddenly sensed an unsettling gaze from Chen Che, causing her heart to tighten. That familiar look was one she had encountered in the eyes of many men before. "You require a great deal, and time is of the essence. I must immediately discuss preparations with my father. Not a moment can be wasted." She emphasized the last statement, fearing Chen Che might act recklessly. "Go," he replied. Under the scrutiny of his enigmatic gaze, Yu Jizi hastily departed. Though Chen Che indeed coveted her, survival was the paramount concern. As for Yu Jizi, escape was not an option. After lingering in the room for a while, Chen Che retrieved his mobile phone and sent Yu Jizi a message. "The trivial matters of your family will be compiled into several emails and automatically dispatched to major news outlets in 7 days. Of course, if I am still alive after 7 days, I shall cancel the dispatch. Additionally, Please transfer me 1 million as pocket money. Given the stakes involved, Chen Che was apprehensive that, before the apocalypse arrived, he might first be eliminated by Yu Jizi's family. No sooner had he sent the message than his phone erupted with notifications. The group chat, humorously labeled 3 Foolish Sons, was abuzz. The eldest exclaimed, "Chen Che, what on earth have you done?" The youngest queried, "I heard you slapped the illustrious Yu and took her to a hotel. Is that true?" The fourth added, "Brother, I beg you, tell me this is a rumor." The eldest pressed, "Speak, Chen Dog." Seeing his 3 roommates chime in once more, Chen Che felt a wave of nostalgia. In his previous life, following the apocalypse, all 3 had perished by his own hand, merely over a morsel of food. The 3 desperate souls had sought to carve open his belly in search of sustenance. The youngest continued, "Latest news, someone saw Yu Jizi leave the hotel. Her knees were red." The eldest retorted, "Chen Dog, you truly are a beast. We agreed to remain single together, yet you drugged the campus beauty." The third lamented, "You fear your brothers will suffer, yet you dread them winning over the goddess. Lao San, your second brother is fortunate to be with you for this lifetime. Lao Chingo, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not return to the dormitory in the coming days. I fear I might succumb to the temptation of letting you experience the lingering allure of the goddess." The group chat remains lively, yet Chen Che refrains from further engagement. Time is of the essence, and he cannot afford to waste moments with his 3 roommates. After descending, Chen Che summoned a taxi to a local security firm, hiring 2 bodyguards for the sum of 300,000 over 7 days. He could not guarantee that Yu Jizi would not resort to madness and hire someone to eliminate him. Thus, precaution was imperative. In the ensuing days, Chen Che embarked on reconnaissance missions at various large supermarkets and storage warehouses throughout the city. He was not inclined to place all his hopes on Yu Jizi. If he could deplete these supermarkets and warehouses, his survival in the impending apocalypse would remain secure. Taking into account the constraints of time and safety, Chen Che resolved to urgently seize supplies from 3 warehouses on the final day, 2 from colossal global chain supermarkets and 1 from a major logistics hub. By the 5th day, as per their agreement, Yu Jizi's family procured 1 million tons of supplies, predominantly soil, with pharmaceuticals being the least abundant. Chen Che was not entirely satisfied with the Yu family's underhanded tactics. However, given the time limitations, he could not procure more supplies. All materials, as per Chen Che's instructions, were stored in a temporarily rented warehouse. The Yu family settled the down payment for all goods, while Chen Che agreed to cover the remaining balance. Yet, he chose not to receive the supplies on the same day and postponed it by an additional 2 days. On the 7th day, at 7 o'clock in the evening, with merely 5 hours remaining before the apocalyptic deluge, Chen Che arrived punctually at a regional warehouse of a global chain supermarket. After patiently waiting for 10 minutes, the brightly lit warehouse was suddenly plunged into darkness. 2 days prior, Chen Che had bribed the warehouse security for 100,000, orchestrating a power outage for 3 minutes. At that moment, in the warehouse's electrical room, a young security guard, having taken a shortcut to his position, was gleefully swinging a power cable. He could not comprehend the extent of loss a 3-minute outage could incur, but with the offer of 2 years' wages, he could hardly refuse. He must have been a fool. After 3 minutes, the guard, with a smug grin, hummed a tune as he restored the power. Yet, upon witnessing the empty expanse of the warehouse, he was struck dumb. Where are the goods? Chapter 4. You are still quite fortunate. The hold of Noah's Ark possesses immense storage capacity, capable of accommodating thousands of tons of cargo, while boasting formidable preservation capabilities. Food stored within the hold for a year equates to merely a minute in the outside world. Although summoning the Ark is currently impossible, the supplies can indeed be placed within the hold. After salvaging the first warehouse's materials using the hold, Chen Che employed the same strategy to rescue supplies from the other 2 targets. A tragedy was averted, preventing a substantial amount of supplies from being ruined by rainwater. Aspiring to be an unsung hero, one who does good deeds without questioning the future. Yet, those who fail to understand him are now frantically searching for him across the globe, dubbing Chen Che as a demon thief. At 10 o'clock in the evening, only 2 hours remained until doomsday. The demon thief Che had already washed his hands of past deeds and quietly approached the warehouse he had rented. The father and daughter, Yu Jizi, along with dozens of suppliers, eagerly awaited his arrival, extending a warm welcome. "So, you must be Mr. Chen?" "Indeed, a young and accomplished individual." "Mr. Chen's countenance clearly suggests a person of considerable business acumen, with extraordinary capabilities. Indeed, It is a blessing for us to have the opportunity to collaborate with someone whom Mr. Yu himself endorses. Mr. Chen's generous commitment to purchase my entire inventory in one go is akin to being my benefactor. As Chen Che arrived, he found himself surrounded by the flattering remarks of the suppliers. They did not know him personally, but were willing to provide supplies solely based on Yu Han's reputation. Chen Che, lacking patience for idle chatter, waved his hand dismissively. Where's the contract? The primary purpose of the supplier's visit was to finalize the contract for the outstanding payment. Taken aback by Chen Che's directness, the group quickly plastered smiles on their faces. Mr. Chen is indeed forthright, a person of grand endeavors. Successful individuals like Mr. Chen undoubtedly prioritize efficiency. We must learn from him in this regard. Since Mr. Chen has spoken, we shall not dilly-dally. We have prepared the contract. Please let your lawyer review it, and if all is in order, we can sign immediately. The two bodyguards trailing Chen Che were instinctively mistaken for lawyers, as such a substantial deal would typically require legal oversight. However, Chen Che's actions astonished them. He took the contract, but did not pass it to anyone else. In fact, he did not glance at it himself. With a swift motion, he inscribed two bold characters, Chen Che. Mr. Chen, won't you review the contract? Faced with the doubts of dozens, Chen Che casually fabricated an explanation. Since you are all friends of Mr. Yu, we are like family. What is there to distrust? Mr. Chen's magnanimity reveals our own narrow-mindedness. The crowd was suddenly enlightened, their expressions brightening with joy. With the esteemed Yu Han vouching for him, they thought little of it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they were quickly dismissed by Chen Che. At that moment, a middle-aged man, who had remained quietly at the side, finally stepped forward. Young man, you possess quite the audacity. His tone was laden with tension. Yet, Chen Che could understand his sentiment. With such significant stakes, could one blame the man for being irate? I am unsure of your intentions with such a large quantity of supplies, but since I have met your demands, shouldn't there be a guarantee in return? Unbeknownst to anyone, a pitch-black handgun had materialized in Yu Han's palm. This firearm was desired by Chen Che, yet now dictated the course of his life. Chen Che possessed an abundance of secrets that could render his decades of toil futile. Mere verbal assurances could not provide him with the solace he sought. Should Chen Che fail to deliver the guarantees desired today, he would not hesitate to pay a hefty price, perhaps even resorting to murder in the streets. Sansing Uzaya, fans Razulva. Chen Che contemplated. 3 days, he decided. With sincerity etched on his face, Chen Che promised, in 3 days, I shall provide you with the assurances you seek. Tonight, the cataclysmic downpour will commence. The deluge 3 days hence will be sufficient to unravel the very fabric of order in this city. EU han skvinted, seemingly in deliberation. After a moment, he nodded. Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. His words dripped with a potent warning, and with that, he cast the gun to the ground and turned to depart. Yuji stood at a distance, her slender, beautiful eyes lingering on Chen Che before she too followed suit. Accompanying them were several imposing bodyguards clad in suits, each exuding an air of menace. Among them, a particularly slender bodyguard emanated a palpable aura of lethal intent, instilling in Chen Che a profound sense of pressure. Only after the figures of this entourage had completely vanished did Chen Che release a sigh of relief. Having shared moments with Yu Han in the aftermath of the apocalypse, Chen Che was acutely aware of the ruthlessness of this middle-aged man. Under the current circumstances, even 10 Chinchis would stand no chance against Yu Han. However, after tonight, everything would undergo a transformation. As the torrential rains descended, the ark would set sail. Chen Che would emerge as the sole sovereign of a new era. At 11:50 p.m., merely 10 minutes remained until the dawn of destruction. Chen Che returned to the familiar confines of his school. Within the ark's hold, a vast array of supplies filled one corner, salvaged from 3 warehouses, amounting to a staggering 100,000 tons. Additionally, the resources extorted from Yuji also totaled 100,000 tons. 200,000 tons of provisions. Chen Che pondered the effort required to squander such a bounty within the span of a lifetime. A daunting journey lay ahead. Climbing over the school's iron fence, Chen Che hummed a merry tune as he approached the dormitory. Endgame. As anticipated, the main entrance of the dormitory was locked. Prompting Chen Che tu instinctively knock. I lost track of time studying in the library. Could you let me in, please? Auntie? A tried-and-true excuse, imparted by a senior in his 4th year. However, instead of the expected Aunt Zhang, a petite girl emerged. Aunt Zhang is resting. Please relay any matters to the senior. Upon seeing the girl's freckled face, Chen Che momentarily froze. In his previous life, when hunger gnawed at him, this girl had offered him a small bread roll. Not only he, but many others had benefited from her kindness. The large bag of snacks she kept in the dormitory was nearly entirely distributed to others. Her benevolence could easily earn her the title of saint. Regrettably, the young woman ultimately met her demise, though not by foul play. "Hey, why are you daydreaming?" she exclaimed. "Senior, I'm asking you a question. Why are you returning so late? Were you off in the grove, causing mischief with the freshmen?" Chen Che snapped back to reality, a bemused smile spreading across his face. How had he never noticed before that this petite girl spoke with such bravado? "If memory serves, you were just a freshman this year, so you ought to be calling me senior." The girl's cheeks flushed as she crossed her arms defiantly. "If you don't call me senior, I want to open the door. Here's an idea. Chen Che proposed. I'll give you a box of instant noodles if you let me in." He produced a box of noodles from behind his back, as if performing a magic trick. "Well, I suppose I can reluctantly accept that," she replied with feigned reluctance, though the glimmer of amusement in her eyes betrayed her. Suddenly, a crimson flash of lightning illuminated the sky, momentarily brightening the world before it fell silent once more. Then, torrential rain began to pour, drenching the entrance in a curtain of water. The girl, wiping the smile from her face, exclaimed hurriedly, "Oh no, it's raining. I need to get back to the dorm." "Wait," Chen Che interrupted the girl, who was still clutching her box of noodles. His mouth opening to speak, yet no words emerged. He had much to convey, concerns for her safety, urging her not to be so kind and to save the delicious treats for himself. Ultimately, however, Chen Che merely offered a gentle smile. "Let me give you another box of noodles." "Really?" The girl's eyes sparkled. "You're quite a nice person." Chapter 5, The Coming Apocalypse. Expert commentary as he watched her brave the rain. Chen Che turned and ascended the stairs in silence. Previously influenced by the internet, he held a deep disdain for those self-righteous individuals. Yet after experiencing redemption at the hands of one such person, he could only feel admiration. At the very least, he recognized he could never attain the heights of selfless devotion. Upon returning to the dorm, his 3 roommates were still awake. Seeing Chen Che enter, they abandoned their game and surrounded him, each wearing a grim expression. "Chen Dog, tell us, what did you give UGZ?" The dorm leader, Jiang Jingtian, initiated the interrogation. "Did you use some underhanded method to coerce the goddess?" Followed Lu Jidi, the 3rd roommate. "Please, second brother, just tell me the swelling on your knee is from a stumble. Say it isn't so." The trio shook him fervently, leaving Chen Che furrowing his brow. Before the apocalypse, the 4 of them shared a close bond, free from trivialities. However, ever since the catastrophe, Chen Che's feelings towards them had become less sincere. Their fervent inquiries, rather than offering warmth, sparked a sense of resistance within him. "I'm a bit tired. I'm going to wash up and sleep," he said, brushing their hands away and heading straight for the bathroom. The 3 were left bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. What is up with him? Is he on his period? So cold and distant. Had he just won the affection of the campus belle, only to be cast aside? Such a possibility would surely shatter anyone's composure after experiencing such extreme highs and lows. The 3 friends believed they had deciphered Chen Che's sorrow and cast sympathetic glances towards the restroom. Jiang Jingtian took the opportunity to remind them. "Zhao Lei has been searching for you these past few days. It seems to be related to Yu Jizi, so do be cautious." Chen Che did not respond, and after exchanging glances, the trio fell into an uneasy silence and eventually succumbed to sleep. In the early hours of the morning, the tumultuous clamor from downstairs roused Jiang Jingtian and his friends. What could have transpired? It appeared that the incessant rain had flooded the 1st floor. "No way. Is this for real? Let's go take a look," one exclaimed. "Old Chen, aren't you coming down to see?" "No, I'm not," Chen Che replied, turning over to continue his slumber. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingtian and the others eagerly hurried downstairs to witness the spectacle. They were not alone. The entire building had been stirred from its slumber. Students residing on the higher floors descended, motivated mostly by curiosity and a desire for entertainment, while those on the 1st floor were less than pleased. Having been rudely awakened by the deluge, they found themselves in a predicament. Fortunately, evacuation was timely, and no one met a dire fate. After 2 hours of reveling in the chaos, Jiang Jingtian and his friends returned to their dormitory, still animatedly discussing the events. "This rain is unbelievable. In my entire life, I've never witnessed such a downpour. In just a short while, the 1st floor is half submerged. Those on the 1st floor are truly unfortunate. They had everything and now it's gone. At this rate, the second floor is likely next. But who cares? No matter how hard it rains, it won't reach us. If the ground collapses, those below will bear the brunt. Old Chun, are you really not going to see? The sight downstairs is quite a spectacle. Perhaps they had not anticipated the rain's unrelenting nature, for Jiang Jingtian and his companions were astonishingly relaxed, even tinged with excitement. After all, having lived for a significant portion of their lives, they had never encountered such torrential rain nor witnessed their school submerged. Yet, Chen Che was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, and thus had no inclination to join in the revelry. He simply lay quietly in bed, catching up on sleep. As the three friends struggled to find rest, their murmurs mingled with the sound of rain outside, persisting until dawn. At 6 a.m, as the sky began to brighten, Chen Che rose, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and proceeded with his morning routine. The water level was still manageable, and electricity was functioning. Upon stepping onto the balcony, he gazed out, only to be met with a curtain of rain. The lower level had already succumbed to the flood, with water levels seemingly surpassing 2 meters. At this rate, it would not take long for Chen Che's floor to be inundated as well. In the hallway, a multitude of students gathered, marveling at the tempest outside. After observing for a while, Chen Che felt a surge of emotion and inwardly summoned Noah's Arkansas. He had contemplated invoking the Ark after midnight the previous night, but hesitated, fearing repercussions from the authorities. Now, amidst the chaos, with everyone preoccupied with their own concerns, he felt at ease to summon Noah's Ark without trepidation. However, as Chen Che issued instructions in his mind, the system's response illuminated the screen. The water level in the area is too low, failing to meet the minimum draft of 60 meters required for the Arkansas. Please seek a water depth of 60 meters. What the hell? Chen Che felt a surge of frustration. How could the Grand Ark not be utilized on land? Alas, this was indeed a miscalculation on his part. Had he known that a depth of 60 meters was necessary, he would have hurriedly transported a train to the seaside the previous night. As for the present situation, he glanced down at the water, which was just over 2 meters deep, and sighed. He might as well wait for the water to rise. At the current rate, it would likely take about 8 days to reach the 16th floor, which equated to the required 60 meters. He only needed to endure these 8 days safely. Sigh. Foolish system. With another long exhale, Chen Che turned back to his dormitory. He retrieved a loaf of bread and a carton of milk from his locker. As he ate, he checked the news on his phone. At midnight last night, a sudden downpour swept across the globe, causing extensive damage to buildings. Relevant authorities immediately organized flood relief efforts, which, as of now, have yielded significant results. According to reports from the Eagle Nation's journalists, numerous victims are suffering from the torrential rains, left homeless, while the Eagle Nation's officials remain indifferent and inactive, to which we express our strong condemnation. Meteorological experts predict that this heavy rain will persist for approximately 3 days. Let's connect with an expert. Well, since everyone has asked me to say a few words, I shall. Regarding this heavy downpour, let me share these 2 points, which are undoubtedly more substantial than the previous 2. If anyone finds my commentary insufficiently comprehensive, I shall elaborate further in the next program. That was well said. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking next time. Chen Che regretted wasting 2 minutes and quietly turned off the news, opting to play a game instead. Once the power went out tomorrow, engaging in such real-time online competitive games would become challenging. Lao Si, Lu Run, watched in awe beside him, exclaiming, "No wonder he managed to win over the illustrious Yu Daxua. His mindset is impressive. He can remain calm and play games even amid such heavy rain. I should learn from my second brother's attitude. Perhaps I could also win over a class beauty." After saying this, Lu Ren also took out his phone and began to play nearby. The 3 of them typically had a habit of purchasing snacks, so hunger was not an immediate concern. However, the mention of Yu Jizi caused Chen Che's gaming actions to momentarily falter. I wonder how that coin has been faring. A hint of worry crept in for Yu Jizi, fearing for her survival. Otherwise, where could he vent the suffering endured in his past life? Lost in thought, a message from Yu Jizi arrived. "This rain is abnormal. Do you know something?" Indeed, as the daughter of a wealthy family, her awareness and channels of information surpassed those of ordinary individuals. To an average person, this might seem like a once-in-a-century flood. Although serious, it was not perceived as catastrophic enough to threaten existence itself. However, the affluent may have sensed the unusual nature of this deluge. Coupled with Chen Che's inexplicable collection of supplies, Yu Jizi naturally harbored some suspicions. Sent a cooler photo. After this message was dispatched, there was no further response. Chen Che bore no resentment. In fact, he silently prayed for Yu Jizi's safety until he could find her. At noon, the torrential rain continued to pour, casting a gloomy veil over the sky, obscuring any trace of sunlight. The sea below had completely submerged the first floor, encroaching upon the second. Prepared students on the second floor, under the guidance of the dormitory supervisor, were migrating to higher floors. The school's broadcast system, having been silent for some time, finally sprang into action. Chapter 6. Do the young couple have a special hobby? Students, the water is surging. Those in the dormitory should remain calm. Those residing on the first to third floors should promptly move to higher levels under the dormitory supervisor's arrangement, awaiting rescue personnel. Those on the upper floors should assist their fellow students whose dormitories have been flooded. This deluge, expected to persist for approximately 3 days, is an unprecedented global flood of a century. We must unite, help one another, and collectively weather this crisis. The words echoed those from the previous life. Chen Che, unable to endure any longer, switched back to playing games. In stark contrast to Chen Che's composure, others were in disarray. The entire dormitory building remained chaotic. Students on the lower 3 floors were desperately searching for shelter. Some sought to crowd into spaces with acquaintances, while many others found themselves without options, resulting in the dormitory supervisor arranging for an additional person in each room. Before long, someone stood at the entrance of Chen Che's dormitory. The dormitory supervisor was beside them, initially inquiring of the dorm leader, before explaining, "This is Zhao Lei. His dormitory has been flooded. He may need to stay with you for the next few days. So please see if you can accommodate him." Upon hearing the name, Chen Che, engrossed in his game, lifted his head and caught Zhao Lei's malevolent gaze. Jiang Jingtian also perceived the ill intent behind Zhao Lei's presence and frowned as he stepped forward. "I'm sorry, but this person bears animosity towards us and cannot stay in our dormitory," he asserted. The imposing figure of the nearly 2-meter-tall northern giant nearly blocked the entire doorway. Behind him, the relatively slender Lu Ji and Lu Run filled the gap, united in their opposition. Between a roommate and a stranger with whom they had little contact, they would undoubtedly stand unwaveringly by Chen Che. The dormitory supervisor, unfazed, chuckled. At such a young age, what could possibly foster such deep-seated animosity? Indeed, Aunt Zhang is correct. I have had no prior interaction with you, so where could such enmity arise? Zhao Lei concurred, his eyes fixated on Chen Che, a smile gradually unfurling. The entire school was aware of his affection for Yu Jizi, and those daring to challenge him were not without presence. However, they're all backed by affluent families. Chen Che, an orphan with no support, has no grounds to compete with them. What is even more intolerable for him is that Chen Che has taken Yu Jizi to a hotel. If it weren't for Chen Che's absence from school these past few days, he would have confronted him much earlier. Fortunately, he finally caught up with him today. "It's settled then. Zhao Lei, my dear classmate, I trust you'll handle this matter. After all, we are classmates and should look out for one another." The dormitory matron, eager to arrange the remaining students, quickly reached a decision and ushered the others away. Zhao Lei remained at the door, a radiant smile adorning his face. Behind him, several figures emerged gradually, casting shadows over the entrance. As for Chen Che, what audacity! How dare he even think of approaching the school beauty? To dare compete with Zhao Lei for a woman, he should take a long, hard look in the mirror. "Step out." Several lackeys began to block the door, clamoring for attention and attracting a throng of onlookers. Many began to revel in the misfortune, whispering among themselves, "Huh, do you really think you can win over the esteemed Yu Jizi? You're in for a world of trouble now." Zhao Lei, although typically arrogant and a bit of a scoundrel, appeared remarkably handsome when he took a stand against Chen Che. He ought to teach Chen Che a severe lesson. How dare he lay hands on the goddess? Such boldness is unacceptable. This moment can be seen as a righteous act against evil, perhaps due to Yu Jizi's influence. Those who previously held no opinion of Chen Che now found themselves delighting in his predicament and joined in the mockery. Only Jiang Jingtian and 2 others stood resolutely in front of Chen Che, their expressions grim. "Zhao Lei, this is a school, not a place for your reckless behavior." Aunt Zhang has not yet departed. Zhao Lei, with a smug grin, replied, "Rest assured, Aunt Zhang will not be returning anytime soon." Before coming here, he had spent 10,000 yuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forcefully assigned to Chen Che's dormitory by the matron. Chen Che. One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand tall when facing punishment. Yu Jizi is not someone you can lay claim to. What have I done wrong? Lu Ji suddenly stepped forward. What era are we living in? Do you not understand the concept of free love? Yu Jizi has taken a liking to Chen Che. What's wrong with that? Is it a crime? Besides, who are you to interfere? You are just here posing as a righteous guardian. Zhao Lei's eyes twitched, and he coldly replied, that does not permit one to slap a fellow student in public. Lu Ji retorted, weren't you present that day? Did you not hear Yu Jizi herself say she was willing? Is it wrong for a couple to have their peculiar preferences? Zhao Lei took a deep breath, suddenly realizing his animosity towards Chen Che wasn't as intense as he thought. You're quite the eloquent one, aren't you? Zhao Lei turned to Lu Ji, beckoning him forward. Come, speak up. Lu Ji instantly wilted, silently taking 2 steps back. Enough. At this critical moment, Jiang Jingtian interjected. Zhao Lei. To say it plainly, what will it take for you to leave? Zhao Lei. Have Chen Che kneel and apologize publicly, vow never to pursue Yu Jizi again, and hand over all the food from your dormitory. Of course, you may disagree. It is perfectly acceptable to kneel after receiving a beating from us. For a hot-blooded young man, kneeling publicly is undoubtedly a profound insult. Any individual with a modicum of self-respect would refuse to accept such a condition. However, from Zhao Lei's perspective, even if the offer is declined, the inevitable outcome remains the same. One will be forced to kneel after a beating. There would be no change in the result. In that moment, everyone outside the door watched with bated breath, eagerly anticipating Chen Che's decision. Jiang Jingtian and his companions, upon realizing the stark disparity in numbers, exchanged glances filled with trepidation, seemingly hesitant to speak. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Che, who had remained silent, finally rose from his seat. He walked slowly toward Zhao Lei. This was indeed the right choice. By kneeling, he could spare himself a beating. Zhao Lei wore a mocking smile, as if he had already foreseen Chen Che's decision. Yet, Chen Che did not halt at the expected distance to kneel. Instead, he advanced to within 10 centimeters of Zhao Lei, standing resolutely before him. The proximity and the emotionless gaze in Chen Che's eyes instinctively unsettled Zhao Lei. He felt an urge to step back, but was reluctant to lose face. Thus he maintained an unwavering stare with Chen Che. However, in the next moment, Zhao Lei felt a sudden chill in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a gleaming dagger had been plunged into his heart. Chen Che's hand gripped the hilt firmly. Calm and composed. Promise me, do not be a sycophant in your next life. He finally offered his sole piece of advice after their encounter. With a swift motion, he withdrew the dagger, and Zhao Lei collapsed, his eyes forever closed. The previously bustling atmosphere fell into a peculiar silence, as all gazes turned toward the pool of blood surrounding Zhao Lei, leaving them speechless. Just like that, a life was extinguished. Chapter 7. A sudden stabbing the silence at the dormitory entrance lingered for an extended period. For these students, death was an exceedingly distant concept, especially witnessing a murder firsthand, something they had never dared to contemplate. Yet now, they had witnessed the entire sequence of events as Chen Che fatally stabbed Zhao Lei. You lot. Chen Che turned his attention to a few of his subordinates, instructing, dispose of the body. Under the steady gaze of Chen Che's calm eyes, they instinctively shuddered. His act of murder was a significant challenge to their understanding of reality. More alarmingly, he displayed an unsettling tranquility after committing the act, akin to a butcher who had taken countless lives. With this thought in mind, they could no longer hesitate. They suppressed their fear and hurriedly discarded Zhao Lei's corpse from the building. They then lined up before Chen Che, respectfully inquiring, Brother Chen, do you have any further instructions? Get lost. Though it was a word of insult to them, it sounded like a divine reprieve. They fled as if granted amnesty. The surrounding crowd gradually regained their senses, a chill running down their spines as discussions erupted. Chen Che frowned upon hearing the commotion. Silence. A mere 2 words extinguished the surrounding clamor, silencing all voices in fear of incurring Chen Che's wrath. After all, there were those who would not shy away from violence. The crowd dispersed instantly upon his command, scattering like startled birds. Chen Che returned to his seat, resuming his journey through the game. Had this occurred before the apocalypse, he might have stoically endured the humiliation. But now, in this dire era, patience was no longer an option. In the dormitory, Chen Che remained engrossed in his game, while Jiang Jingtian and the others stood nearby. Their brows furrowed, the atmosphere weighed down by tension. Since their reunion the previous night, they had observed a profound transformation in Chen Che. The once humble and courteous individual tinged with a hint of insecurity, now appeared as a stranger before them. Chen Che, why did you kill Zhao Lei? Jiang Jingtian inquired first, his expression grave. Lu Zhidi echoed, although Zhao Lei was insidious, malicious, arrogant, petty, and even less than a beast, he did not deserve death. Lu Rei insight, to resort to murder over a disagreement. Chen Che, are you still the same second brother I once knew? Chen Che offered no reply, fully absorbed in his game, as if the virtual world held greater significance than Zhao Lei's life. This reaction caused disappointment to manifest in Jiang Jingtian's eyes, prompting a heavy sigh. Chen Che, I cannot fathom what you endured during your absence, but the person before me now feels utterly unfamiliar. Chen Che, you wouldn't one day decide to eliminate us as well, would you? Lu Zhidi suddenly expressed concern. The typically aloof Chen Che lifted his head at this remark, gazing earnestly at the three, as if contemplating something profound. A chill ran down their spines. Goodness, he wouldn't truly consider us expendable, would he? Chen Che, take care of yourself. I'm moving to the adjacent dormitory. I shall move as well. Count me in. Without hesitation, the trio hastily packed their belongings, unable to endure another moment in that dismal dormitory. Yet, their collective departure offered Chen Che a sigh of relief. He indeed harbored the desire to eliminate them, to prevent a repetition of past events. However, even facing the imposing Jiang Jingtian, he knew he could not prevail. It was wiser to wait until he was in a more secure position before taking any action. The news of Chen Che's readiness to resort to violence quickly spread throughout the dormitory. The dormitory supervisor, preoccupied with managing the students, eventually realized the chaos and stormed over in a fit of anger, only to be met with Chen Che's cold dismissal at the door. She could only stand outside, hurling insults while attempting to call the authorities. Unfortunately, the flood of emergencies had overwhelmed the lines, leaving her unable to connect after repeated attempts. Meanwhile, Chen Che remained undisturbed in his dormitory, absorbed in his game, indifferent to the supervisor's outcries. On this day, as the apocalypse began to unfold, the deeply ingrained sense of law and order still lingered in the hearts of the people. Yet, within 3 days, as the issue of food begins to surface, the remaining semblance of order will gradually disintegrate. That will mark the true descent into a hellish existence. On the second day of the apocalypse, the water has risen to the 3rd floor. Power has been entirely cut off, rendering all mobile phones and radio broadcasts ineffective, while the water pipes can only hold out temporarily. Outside, the rain continues to pour relentlessly. Students residing on the 4th and 5th floors have already evacuated in haste. The higher dormitories have become increasingly crowded. The only exception to this influx is perhaps Chen Che's room, which has become a sanctuary, with the entire dormitory avoiding him. Even the 16th floor has grown noticeably quieter. Some have even chosen to abandon their rooms on the 16th floor to seek refuge in lower dormitories, clearly keeping their distance. Of course, should they unfortunately encounter Chen Che, they would still wear forced smiles and respectfully address him as Brother Chen. Meanwhile, the issue of food within the building has also begun to reveal itself. University students typically lack the means to cook, relying solely on takeout and the cafeteria for sustenance. With both these avenues now closed off, many students find themselves enduring hunger. Even though there are 2 dormitories selling a few snacks, the supply is wholly inadequate for the multitude. The majority of students have gone an entire day without food, lamenting their plight. Their only glimmer of hope lies in the rescue plans mentioned on the broadcasts and the prospect of the rain ceasing in 3 days. Yet, when 3 days pass and they witness no signs of rescue or a reprieve from the rain, it would likely herald the onset of chaos. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chen Che stood on the balcony, gazing pensively at the floodwaters below. According to his experiences from the previous life, the lifeboats from Yu Ji's family should have arrived by now. The affluent Yuhan, eager to secure a good reputation, had dispatched dozens of lifeboats to rescue hundreds of students. Chen Che had been among those taken away in his past life. Yet now on the 3rd day, the Yu family's lifeboats have yet to make an appearance. Has my presence altered the course of the future? Chen Che pondered, feeling a twinge of sadness over the lost opportunity to meet Yu Ji. Brother Chen, he heard, as Lu Ji and Lu Run approached with eager smiles. Chapter 8. The female dormitory is flooded. Everyone relocates in these past few days. Jiang Jingtian and his companions have been subsisting on snacks. While they are not in danger of starvation, they are far from satiated. By noon yesterday, their meager provisions had been exhausted. Naturally, after a day of hunger, they began to covet the food in Chen Che's locker. However, Jiang Jingtian, concerned about appearances, hesitated to approach him, leaving only Lu Ji and Lu Run to seize the opportunity and approach with sheepish grins. Yet, standing before Chen Che, the two faltered, unsure of how to begin, leaving him utterly bewildered. It was not until one of them's stomach growled twice that Chen Che suddenly understood. "Are you begging?" Two individuals expressed their discomfort despite the bluntness of the statement. Lu Ji chuckled awkwardly and explained, "Brother Chen, as you can see, we've finished our food and the torrential rain is expected to last another day. Would you be so kind as to lend us some provisions? Rest assured, we are not the type of people who would take advantage of a situation. Once the flood subsides, we will certainly repay you tenfold." Lu Wei nodded eagerly, their eyes glancing at the ample supplies in Chen Che's cabinet, which would easily suffice for their needs. However, to their astonishment, Chen Che shook his head. "No, I cannot lend you anything, Brother Chen. Borrowing implies returning, and I fear you may not be able to repay." Lu Ji and Lu Run returned to their dormitory, somewhat incensed. Upon seeing the two empty-handed, Jiang Jingtian and the 5 others in the room furrowed their brows. "Chen Che didn't he lend?" "No, he fears we won't repay." One member of the group erupted. "Damn it, it's just a few packets of instant noodles. What does he think they are? Precious treasures? That scoundrel. If pushed to the brink, I might just take everything from him." The others urged him on. "Then hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for? Robbery is illegal. I shall not partake in unlawful activities. He's a murderer. No one would care if you took from him." But Jiang Jingtian countered. "Didn't you say Chen Che is just a dog? Would he really be stingy with a few packets of noodles? We've all been hungry for a day. What should we do now? What can we do? Lie in bed, speak less, conserve energy, and wait for the rain to stop. Food will come eventually." Jiang Jingtian lay back on his bed, his resentment towards Chen Che growing deeper. As night fell, the entire dormitory was shrouded in darkness, except for Chen Che's room, which stood out conspicuously. 2 emergency lights illuminated the space brilliantly. On the table, a bottle of wine worth thousands and a steak costing over 1,000 comprised Chen Che's dinner. It was his first experience with wine, and he found it somewhat unaccustomed. Yet the steak was undeniably delicious, its faint aroma wafting through the window and enticing the neighboring dormitory, eliciting sounds of salivation. Sighing, Chen Che quietly closed the window, unable to bear the thought of others savoring the scent without the taste of meat. Having satisfied his hunger, Chen Che found himself with little to do and began unboxing his deliveries. The day before the apocalypse, he had emptied a logistics warehouse, leaving him with an overwhelming number of packages to open. Among the items were a PS5 gaming console, a wig, an inflatable doll, a basketball, a jumping egg, suspenders, mountaineering gear, and a compound bow. When he unboxed the compound bow, he was mildly surprised. "Isn't this contraband? Can it really be sent through the mail?" Chen Che tested the bow, feeling its immense power. Should one equip themselves with sharp arrows, it would be effortlessly feasible to strike a target from 100 meters away, thus endowing Chen Che with an additional weapon. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the atmosphere within the dormitory building was particularly oppressive, devoid of the usual clamor. A multitude of students stood before the railing, fixated on the relentless downpour, their lips sealed in silence. Was it not promised that the rain would cease after 3 days? Yet here we are on the 4th day, with no indication of a reprieve. Cursed be the so-called experts. I curse their ancestors. Despite the passage of time, not only has the rain persisted, but rescue efforts have been woefully absent, leaving us bereft of any news from the outside world. I have gone 3 days without sustenance. Should this continue, I shall perish from hunger before the floodwaters claim me. Are we all destined to meet our demise here? After a cacophony of murmurs, an eerie silence enveloped the dormitory as the specter of death began to loom over everyone. The rising waters and the dire scarcity of food hung like a scythe above our heads. Just as the atmosphere dipped into despair, a distant call resonated, capturing the attention of all. It was the male students from the adjacent dormitory. On the rooftop of a girls' dormitory, a beleaguered dorm supervisor was vociferously imploring for assistance. "Come, some of you students, lend a hand and retrieve the rope from the water." Chen Che followed the gazes of the crowd, taking note of the situation across the way. The girls' dormitory, an edifice constructed 2 decades prior, stood at a mere 7 stories. After several days of rising waters, all 7 floors were now submerged. The entire female population within the dormitory had congregated atop the roof, their wails surpassing even the sound of the rain. The only composed figure, the dorm supervisor, was attempting to throw a rope towards the boys' dormitory, seemingly hoping to facilitate a transfer of all individuals to safety. However, the torrential rain thwarted his efforts, as he failed repeatedly to cast the rope across. Thus, he turned to the boys for assistance in retrieving the lifeline from the flood. Yet, upon hearing this, most of the boys chose silence. With such a deluge, even the strongest swimmers would struggle to endure long in the water. The floating corpses that occasionally drifted by served as grim testament to this reality. Observing the inaction, the dorm supervisor grew frantic, his voice rising in desperation. "Is there not a single man among you with courage?" A chorus of pleas erupted from the girls. "We beg of you, save us. Whoever rescues me, I shall marry him at once. I have plenty of snacks. Whoever brings me to safety shall have them all. Brothers, please save us. I am but 18, and I do not wish to die." Under the provocation of the dorm supervisor and the heartfelt entreaties of the girls, discussions began to stir within the boys' dormitory. Shall we not devise a means to retrieve the rope? How shall we do so? With these waters so fierce, who among us dares to venture? There are hundreds of lives at stake. Can we truly stand by and allow them to perish? But one must possess the ability to save. With such a torrent, anyone who attempts to rescue would be swept away for meters. And with so much debris in the water, attempting to retrieve the rope is nothing but a fool's errand. Yet my girlfriend remains over there. I must venture forth on my own. I shall not gamble with my life. As the discussions among the boys dwindled into silence, the cries from the girls grew ever louder. It is only when one confronts death that the strength of the will to survive becomes evident. However, faced with the surging waters, they were left with no choice but to stand still and await their fate. The expression on the dormitory supervisor's face darkened further as he gazed silently at the tumultuous currents for an extended moment. Then, gritting his teeth, resolved, "Relying on others is futile. I shall take matters into my own hands." Swimming across with a rope from this side is far more challenging than retrieving it from the boys' dormitory. The risk multiplies exponentially. Yet, he cannot simply watch as hundreds of lives hung in the balance. Something must be done, even if it cost him his life. At least he would have made an effort. Just as the old man stepped forward, preparing to leap into the water, an arrow suddenly zipped past, narrowly missing his scalp. Chapter 9. Allocate the dormitory to the girls. Grant you academic credits, boys' dormitory, 16th floor. Chen Che set down his compound bow, surveying his handiwork with a satisfied smile. Though it was his first attempt at archery, his talent was unmistakably evident. He had nearly hit the bullseye, almost striking the old man. The group of boys standing beside Chen Che, having witnessed his arrow deliver hope, could not help but give him a thumbs up. "Chen is amazing." Chen Che casually handed the climbing rope tied to the arrow to one of the boys, instructing, "Take the rope to the 8th floor and secure it." The boy grasped the rope as if he held the fates of hundreds of girls in his hands, his face flushed with excitement as he dashed down. This opportunity to be a hero was one he eagerly embraced. Meanwhile, the hundreds of girls in the adjacent dormitory, buoyed by this arrow, regained a glimmer of hope for survival. Hundreds of eyes were fixed upon the figure on the 16th floor, their youthful hearts fluttering with renewed vigor. Even the supervisor's face flushed with warmth as he gazed intently at Chen Che for a prolonged moment. However, it was clearly not the time for admiration. The water level continued to rise, and time was running short for them. Quickly secure the rope. One by one, make your way across. Under the supervisor's guidance, the rope was swiftly secured. Yet, regarding who would go first, a fierce dispute erupted among the hundreds present. Everyone understood that remaining here meant certain death, and faced with the only path to survival, each desired to be the first across. With only one rope available and so many of them, those who fell behind would inevitably drown before their turn arrived. Despite the supervisor's earnest attempts to arrange the order, chaos ensued, leading to physical altercations. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Chen Che's arrows flew again, sending the remaining 4 climbing ropes across. The arrows whizzed perilously close to the supervisor's head, causing him to exclaim in shock. With 5 ropes now available, the contention among the crowd was temporarily alleviated. However, the relentless currents and the myriad of debris in the water introduced significant obstacles to the climbing process. The first few girls who eagerly attempted to climb were swept away by the surging waters, leaving only their desperate cries echoing in the sky, a futile sound. This immensely arduous self-rescue process persisted from morning until dusk, yet ultimately, only a scant handful of individuals succeeded in surviving. The brutal toll of casualties forced everyone to confront the harsh reality. The atmosphere on-site sank to a disheartening low. "Come on, everyone, let's rally," urged the elderly dormitory supervisor, the last to make it over, as he clapped his hands to inspire hope. "The rain cannot fall endlessly if we endure a few more days. Rescue personnel, oui sur y arrive." Some murmured in response, "That sounds easy enough. We don't even know if the rescuers are still out there." Indeed, experts had previously claimed the rain would cease after 3 days, yet as the 4th day approached, there was no sign of reprieve. The elder furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to offer comfort. Given the current situation, he too was not optimistic. However, within the building, he and Aunt Zhang were the only elders present, and regardless of the circumstances, they needed to take the initiative. "How about this?" Aunt Zhang stepped forward to redirect the conversation. "It's quite late. Let us allow the girls some dormitories to rest and recuperate. We can address other matters tomorrow." What was initially perceived as a minor issue quickly met with opposition. "Why should we?" exclaimed one. "Our boys' dormitory is already overcrowded. Why should we relinquish space for the girls? It's a miracle we're managing to save ourselves." Although the boys' dormitory boasted 16 floors, flooding had claimed all but the 9th to 16th floors, leaving each dormitory crammed with at least 8 occupants. Moreover, the 9th floor was also expected to be inundated tonight, further constricting their living space. If they were to vacate several dormitories for dozens of girls, it seemed they might indeed be forced to sleep on the bathroom floors. Aunt Zhang frowned, reproaching them. "You boys lack any semblance of chivalry. Can you truly bear to see so many girls accommodated in the hallways? One must be magnanimous." With a heavy sigh, she shifted her tone. "If any of you are willing to voluntarily offer a few dormitories for the girls, I will advocate for extra credits from the school and award certificates after the flood." At this, laughter erupted around her. Someone scoffed, "What does that matter now? We're in a dire situation, and you're talking about credits? You might as well suggest something practical, like sharing a bed or offering food." Another chimed in, "Right, if we're all to perish, we might as well indulge before the end." Seeing the boys' unsettling expressions, Aunt Zhang felt a pang of alarm. She raised her voice. "What nonsense are you uttering? Have you all gone mad? This behavior is illegal, and you will be imprisoned once the flood recedes." Her warnings fell on deaf ears as a swarm of boys began to converge towards the girls. Confronted by the suffocating grip of death, the so-called rules had long been cast aside. A young man, starved for 4 days, could no longer contain his emotions as he fixated on a girl with a backpack and charged at her. In the midst of the struggle for the bag, he bellowed, "Is there food in your bag? Hand it over, I command you. Let go, you are committing robbery." The girl's resistance appeared feeble in the face of the ravenous young man. With a piercing scream, the girl's backpack tore apart, revealing a treasure trove of snacks for all to see. In that instant, the eyes of every young man glistened with hunger. No one paid heed to the youthful beauty beside them. Their gaze was solely fixed on the scattered snacks. After a brief moment of astonishment, over 100 young men sprang into action. They pounced upon the ground like ravenous wolves, swiftly devouring the snacks. Those who secured the treats gorged themselves, nearly consuming the packaging whole, while those who were left empty-handed glared fiercely, their eyes roaming over the remaining girls. Among them was another girl with a backpack, who naturally fell under the scrutiny of the crowd. "What do you have in your bag?" As they spoke, several young men rapidly approached her. They sought no answer from her. They trusted only their own eyes. The girl's mind was a swirling haze. Clutching her backpack helplessly, fear clouded her vision. She was at a loss, unable to decide what to do, only able to watch nervously as the young men closed in. Just as one of them was about to grasp her backpack, a chorus of greetings from outside the crowd shattered the tense atmosphere. Chapter 10, Young Man. "Your aim is quite precise," came a chorus of voices from the stairwell. "Tianyi, Tianyi." The continuous salutations echoed, slicing through the previously congested hallway like a sharp knife, gradually penetrating deeper. The young men, upon hearing the name, deduced who was approaching. The girls, however, were left puzzled, curious about who commanded such respect. Everyone turned to see where Chen Che was. The girl, cornered against the wall, crouched down, hoping to sneak away unnoticed as attention shifted. Yet, Chen Che would not grant her that wish. That girl, he pointed, redirecting everyone's gaze to the crouching figure. The girl felt tears welling up, resignedly staring ahead. However, her misty eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. A good Samaritan, since that fateful night when Chen Che had gifted her 2 boxes of instant noodles. He had become her unsung hero. "Come here," he beckoned, and she hurriedly bounded toward him, not forgetting to bring along her 2 roommates. "Let us go," Chen Che said. Turning to leave, while the crowd parted to make way. His audacious display of defiance on the first day had left an indelible impression on everyone, ensuring that even to this day, no one dared to confront Chen Che. Though the three young women did not fully comprehend Chen Che's prestige, their ability to depart safely filled them with immense joy. They closely followed in his wake, fearful of straying too far and being consumed by the predatory crowd surrounding them. However, after only a few steps, a voice rang out, "Chen Che, you may take the people with you, but the backpack must remain." Chen Che bowed, and the three girls collided against his back, their anxiety surging once more. Fixating on the young man who had spoken, Chen Che's gaze turned icy. He offered no words in reply, instead advancing step by step towards the boy. "Chen Che, do not presume yourself to be so formidable. With so many of us here, a mere broken knife may not suffice to vanquish us all," the boy continued to shout. Yet Chen Che maintained his silence, closing the distance to within 10 centimeters of him. In that moment, the boy finally panicked, the memory of Zhao Lei's demise flashing involuntarily before his eyes. The present circumstance mirrored that haunting recollection. "Brother Chen," the boy retreated a step, his serious demeanor instantly replaced by a broad grin. "I was mistaken. Just joking. Do not take it to heart." "Is that so?" Chen Che replied, his expression impassive. "It seems you lack a talent for humor. Refrain from such attempts in the future." "Brother Chen, your words are wise. I shall take my leave." The boy bent at the waist, straining to maintain a smile that could scarcely mask the frustration brewing beneath the surface. As they ascended the staircase, Chen Che led the three girls upward. Once he had passed, uproarious laughter erupted from below, seemingly mocking the boy's audacity. "A great benefactor, we owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, we three would have been in dire straits. I am Chen Che." He introduced himself, feeling somewhat discontented with the title Great Benefactor, as it struck him as an insult. "I am Yang Xiaohua." The kind-hearted girl smiled brightly, introducing her two roommates. "This one, with legs measuring 1.80 m, is Wu Yafu. The other is Kalan. You must have heard of her, the belle of our foreign language department." Upon completing the introductions, the two girls chimed in unison, "Brother Chen," their voices melodious and delightful. "Hey, wait a moment." As they reached the 12th floor, the dormitory manager suddenly caught up with them, panting heavily. "Were you the one shooting arrows on the rooftop just now?" Chen Che hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes." He was slightly concerned that the old man had come to reprimand him. "I haven't had the chance to thank you yet." The old man grinned broadly, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. "If it weren't for you, all of us would have been in peril. Your arrows were truly remarkable." He raised his thumb in genuine admiration, exclaiming, "That arrow whizzed past my forehead with a whoosh. However, I must advise you, do not engage in such dangerous displays for mere show. Had it deviated even slightly, I might have transformed into a wandering spirit seeking you out tonight. Ha ha." The old man imparted this light-hearted admonition, slightly chastising Chen Che. Yet, Chen Che spoke oddly. "My dear sir, you might be mistaken. I was not showing off my skills. I was aiming directly for your head, but I missed." The old man, with his yellowing teeth, was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing to recall when he had ever offended this young man before. Chen Che hastily clarified, "As a novice, targeting your head seemed the safest option." The old man, perplexed, rubbed the back of his head and grinned. "Well, you do have a point. What if your talent is exceptional and you do not miss? Then I would be the one apologizing." Silently, the old man departed, and with him, the gratitude he once felt extinguished. "Brother Chen." Wu Yafu quickened her pace to match Chen Che's stride, linking her arm with his and inquiring, "Why were those boys so afraid of you?" "Perhaps it is because my punches pack quite a wallop," he replied casually. "So, you are quite the fighter then?" Wu Yafu scrutinized Chen Che from head to toe, harboring some skepticism. Given his physique, he hardly seemed imposing. At most, he appeared well-proportioned and not particularly formidable. Nevertheless, the fear those boys exhibited towards Chen Che did not seem feigned. "Brother Chen, which floor do you live on? Is your dormitory crowded?" Wu Yafu leaned in closer, her face nearly resting on Chen Che's shoulder. In these times, Wu Yafu understood well that it was challenging for just the three of them to feel secure. Having a strong protector was paramount for their safety, and Chen Che, who commanded respect upon his arrival, was undoubtedly the ideal guardian. Chen Che, however, remained indifferent to her subtle intentions. He was neither proactive nor dismissive. On the contrary, Kalan and Yang Xiaohua frowned slightly, feeling some resistance to the situation. "Here we are." Chen Che announced as they halted before his dormitory. Brother Chen, what about your roommates? They moved out. I live alone, he replied, causing the three girls to pause momentarily. Throughout their walk, they had observed the other male dormitories, many of which were cramped with 8 or even more than 10 occupants. Given the severe housing shortage, how is it that Chen Che resided in a single room alone? Yang Xiaohua queried, Brother Chen, why did your roommates leave? Why would they forsake a perfectly good single room to crowd with others? Chen Che mused. Perhaps they wished to isolate me? The three girls exchanged glances. Isolate you? Shouldn't they just put you in the hallway? Why vacate the entire dormitory to isolate you? They sensed there was more to the story, yet Chen Che remained reticent, making it difficult for them to inquire further. Moreover, Wu Yafu suddenly felt that living alone might be preferable for Chen Che. Brother Chen, we three have nowhere to stay tonight. Would you mind letting us stay with you? Wu Yafu tightened her grip on Chen Che's arm, employing a playful tone. Please? At this, Yang Xiaohua furrowed her brow, hesitating to speak. However, Kalan firmly rejected the suggestion. Yafu, what are you saying? How could three girls possibly live with a boy? Wu Yafu expressed her disbelief, asking, where else would we stay in the hallway? After a moment of hesitation, Kalan suggested, Brother Chen, could you perhaps squeeze into another dormitory? Chapter 11. Chen Che is a murderer. Chen Che was taken aback. What a brazen accusation. Asking me to move out? Is this how one treats a life-saving benefactor? Should I just end my own life to amuse you? Kalan detected the sarcasm in his words and frowned. I am merely proposing a viable solution. If you agree, I can offer you monetary compensation. If you decline, I would understand. There's no need for such sarcasm. Chen Che shook his head, sighing. Where did this princess come from? Even in the apocalypse, she speaks of money. Has her mind gone awry? If Chen Che had entertained some fanciful thoughts about sharing a room with the three girls earlier, he now found himself entirely devoid of such notions. Yang Xiaohua can stay with me. As for the two of you, figure it out yourselves, Chen Che decided. He owed a debt of gratitude to Yang Xiaohua, and he could not turn his back on her. Moreover, someone with a nurturing disposition like her would not engage in harmful actions, allowing Chen Che to feel at ease in her presence. However, he was unfamiliar with Kalan and Wu Yafu, and he held no fondness for them. Thus he could not permit them to enter. Brother Chen, please. Wu Yafu attempted to plead, but the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Brother Chen, don't be angry. Kalan has always been a bit dim-witted. I'll make her apologize to you. Wu Yafu pressed her forehead against the door, shooting a fierce glare at Kalan. Seeing that Kalan remained unrepentant, Wu Yafu pinched her arm, threatening. Do you wish to sleep in the hallway? The world has changed. Sleeping outside is far more perilous than within. At that moment, they stood in the corridor, clearly visible to the surrounding boys who were eyeing them. After all, one was the belle of the department, while the other stood at an impressive height of 6 feet. They had drawn attention even before the apocalypse, and with societal order gradually disintegrating, their presence incited even more fanciful thoughts. The reason the onlookers were still hesitating was merely due to their fear of Chen Che's blade. Kalan glanced around, feeling a twinge of fear. Reluctantly, she apologized. Is it not enough for me to admit my mistake? Wu Yafu covered her face, too preoccupied to criticize the insincerity of the apology, and knocked on the door again. Brother Chen, she realizes her mistake. Please let us in. We can properly apologize to you tonight. Her words carried a hint of insinuation. Yet, the door remained unresponsive, as if Chen Che were entirely indifferent to their plight. Only Yang Xiaohua's voice could be heard from within. Brother Chen, please let them in. It's so chaotic outside. It's dangerous to leave 2 girls out there. Besides, if you allow them in, they could help tidy up the room, wash some clothes, and even give you a shoulder massage. How wonderful that would be. No. Chen Che remained unmoved. A gentleman may appreciate beauty, but he knows where to draw the line. Although he harbored some ignoble thoughts, his safety was evidently paramount. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a cacophony of vigorous knocking reverberated from outside the door. An Zhang's resounding voice pierced the air. Chen Che, open the door. What are your intentions in abducting Xiaohua? Floods are but temporary. Do not act with reckless abandon. It was Aunt Zhang. Yang Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with recognition as she swiftly opened the door and embraced Aunt Zhang with heartfelt affection. Xiaohua, that rogue hasn't harmed you, has he? Aunt Zhang scrutinized Yang Xiaohua with concern etched across her face. Behind her, the dormitory supervisor wielded an iron rod, casting an unusual gaze at Chen Che, devoid of the previous gratitude. Aunt Zhang, do not worry. Brother Chen is quite kind. He even gifted me 2 boxes of instant noodles. Yang Xiaohua reassured. 2 boxes of instant noodles have won you over? One must know a person's heart, for some could be quite treacherous. Gather your belongings and come with Aunt Zhang. She insisted, grasping Yang Xiaohua's arm and leading her away. Although somewhat bewildered, Yang Xiaohua obediently followed Aunt Zhang, not forgetting to comfort Chen Che. Brother Chen, do not fret for me. Aunt Zhang regards me as her goddaughter and treats me well. Chen Che remained silent, watching the two depart. He harbored a sense of gratitude. Yet there was no need to desperately implore them to stay. The dormitory supervisor lingered behind, cautioning Chen Che, "Young man, do not act recklessly." It seemed that Aunt Zhang had likely relayed the incident of Chen Che's violent actions to him, perhaps embellishing the tale. Yet, Chen Che felt no inclination to offer an explanation. In this world, strength is paramount. Any explanation pales in comparison to power. Are you two not leaving? Chen Che turned to Kellen and Wu Yafu, who had yet to depart, prompting them to leave. Yafu, let us go, Kellen urged, pulling Wu Yafu along, eager to distance themselves from the situation. To her, following the dormitory supervisor seemed far safer than remaining with Chen Che. However, Wu Yafu held a different perspective. Brother Chen, I still wish to stay with you. Let me serve as your warm bedmate, if you will. I will do as you ask, never acting contrary to your wishes. Chen Che was genuinely perplexed. Why? Wouldn't it be better to stay with Yang Xiaohua and Aunt Zhang? You are all girls. It will be far more convenient together. Aunt Zhang is not a good person, Wu Yafu explained. Earlier, when Xiaohua was in trouble, Aunt Zhang stood by silently, not daring to speak up. Now, she comes to take Xiaohua away. Perhaps she is merely after the instant noodles in her bag. Chen Che was taken aback. The seemingly foolish Kellen was surprisingly insightful, recognizing Wu Yafu's cleverness. How can you be certain I am more benevolent than Aunt Zhang? At least you dared to risk yourself to save Xiaohua. By that measure, you surpass Aunt Zhang, Wu Yafu asserted. Chen Che nodded, acknowledging her reasoning with a hint of approval. Your analysis is commendable, but regrettably, I do not trust you. The door closed once more, as Chen Che once again declined Wu Yafu's request to serve as a maid. Wu Yafu articulated her analysis with great clarity. Yet Chen Che could not easily relinquish his wariness of her based on mere words. After Aunt Zhang took Yang Xiaohua away, they walked to the stairwell. Each floor had a storage room at the stairwell, and the one downstairs was already occupied by numerous residents. The storage room on the 16th floor had long been claimed by Aunt Zhang, leveraging her authority as a dormitory supervisor. Xiaohua, it is such a relief that you are unharmed, Aunt Zhang said, embracing Yang Xiaohua once more. This is where I reside, from now on. You shall stay here and refrain from associating with unsavory characters. Just as she finished her instructions, Kolan and Wu Yafu entered the room. Yang Xiaohua weekly bleaded. These two are my roommates. May they stay with us? Aunt Zhang glanced at the pair, hesitated, and managed a strained smile. All right, since they are Xiaohua's roommates. It is certainly acceptable. After a pause, she added a warning. However, I must advise you all to avoid any contact with that Chen Che. That fellow is a murderer. This revelation shocked all 3 women simultaneously. In their eyes, Chen Che had appeared to be a decent person, yet he was branded a killer? I inquired earlier, and indeed, that young man has committed murder. The dormitory supervisor chimed in gravely. He resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. It is astonishing that he is still a university student. He is utterly lawless. Once the floods recede, I shall be the first to ensure he is imprisoned. Chapter 12. Only Chen Che can protect us. The sudden revelation of Chen Che's new identity left the 3 women in a state of shock. Throughout their lives, they had regarded murder as an abstract concept, one that seemed distant even in such chaotic times. Now, learning that they had recently interacted with a murderer, they felt a palpable sense of fear, particularly Kolan, who continually patted her chest in relief, thankful that she had not spent the night with Chen Che. Otherwise, she mused, she might not have known how she would meet her demise. Hey, Kolan nudged Wu Yafu's shoulder, smugly asserting, your analysis was flawed. That guy is undoubtedly a villain. I am fortunate to have pulled you away. Otherwise, you would have been a lamb led to slaughter. Wu Yafu retorted. Even if he has taken a life, I trust my own judgment. Kolan replied quizzically, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for a murderer, would you? Absolute nonsense. Wu Yafu said, pinching Kolan's mouth shut. He is interested in Xiaohua. All right. The playful banter between the two left Yang Xiaohua puzzled. What are you two whispering about? Kolan replied. Yafu claims that the murderer has feelings for you. Yang Xiaohua exclaimed, impossible. Wu Yafu insisted. Why is it impossible? Look at how well he treats you. He allowed you to stay in his dormitory, and even brought you 2 boxes of instant noodles. What else could it be if not affection? Yang Xiaohua Goentret. What man pursues a woman by gifting her instant noodles? Wu Yafu responded, apparently there are some. Wu Yafu, I will tear your mouth apart. Observing the 3 girls in their playful scuffle, the dormitory supervisor could not help but smile with satisfaction. Since the torrential rain, he had not witnessed such a relaxed atmosphere for several days. You all take a break. I shall go down. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call for me. With so many young women present, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided to greet them briefly before heading to another dormitory. Observing 3 girls in playful commotion, Aunt Zhang seized the moment to interject, enough of the revelry. Please tidy up your beds. It is getting late, and rest is in order. Suddenly, Aunt Zhang's stomach grumbled, breaking the momentary silence. Aunt Zhang, are you hungry? Yang Xiaohua inquired with genuine concern. I am not hungry. It is nothing, Aunt Zhang replied. I have instant noodles here. Do you have water? Yang Xiaohua offered, eager to share her provisions. She rummaged through her backpack, revealing only 2 cups of noodles that had absorbed water. A flicker of disappointment crossed Aunt Zhang's eyes upon seeing the meager supply. You young folks should eat. I only had a small bread the day before yesterday, she insisted. Aunt Zhang, have you really not eaten for 2 days? Yang Xiaohua exclaimed, her concern mounting. That simply will not do. With unwavering determination, she fetched some warm water from a thermos and prepared the noodles. However, Aunt Zhang stubbornly refused to eat. After a prolonged standoff, she reluctantly took a few bites. Wu Yafu, observing Aunt Zhang's lackluster performance, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Yet this tactic proved effective with Yang Xiaohua. The first cup of noodles was consumed swiftly, leaving Aunt Zhang eyeing the second cup with lingering desire. Noticing this, Wu Yafu feigned distress. Xiaohua, I'm also hungry. I wish to eat noodles too. Yang Xiaohua rubbed her belly and handed over the remaining cup. Here, you and Kellen can share, Kellen suggested. Let us all 3 enjoy it together. They had not eaten all day, and while not overwhelmingly hungry, they felt quite uncomfortable. Soon, the single cup of noodles was thoroughly consumed. Even the broth savored to the last drop. The room was filled with the delightful aroma of noodles. Yet they all felt a yearning for more. Once dismissed as unworthy, instant noodles had transformed into a coveted delicacy. Craving more, yet unable to obtain it, they resigned themselves to sleep, believing dreams would provide what they lacked. The 4 of them crowded onto 2 beds, enduring their hunger as they forced themselves to sleep. However, the cacophony of the outside world soon roused them. In the absence of hope, the entire dormitory descended into chaos. Sounds of smashing echoed, along with shouts and cries filling the air. Shadows flitted through the dormitories, scavenging for any morsel of food. Yang Xiaohua's group was not spared from the turmoil. The door was pounded relentlessly, causing their hearts to race, nearly leaping into their throats. You little rascals, what are you doing? This is robbery, an unlawful act. Cease at once. Fortunately, the voice of the dormitory supervisor rose above the clamor just in time. But mere moments later, the old man's voice faded entirely, and the sound of the door being pounded ceased as well. Yang Xiaohua and Kulan wished to venture outside to discern the situation, yet they were firmly restrained by Aunt Zhang. They endured until dawn, and when tranquility finally returned outside, the 4 of them mustered their courage to open the door. Before them lay a single corpse, the body of the dormitory supervisor. Chaos ensued, complete and utter chaos. Aunt Zhang murmured to herself, a chill creeping down her spine. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, the remnants of order had finally disintegrated. The sanctity of life for all was no longer assured. Only strength remained as the sole reliance. In such dire circumstances, Wu Yafu's mind instinctively turned to Chen Che. Let's seek out Chen Che, Wu Yafu proposed. The boys have gone mad, and with just the 4 of us, we cannot survive the night. No, Aunt Zhang was the first to oppose, her voice sharp and firm. He is a murderer, more dangerous than the others. Wu Yafu insisted, but we have Xiaohua. I am unsure if Chen Che harbors feelings for her. Yet he treats her with kindness. As long as she is present, he will not harm us. Aunt Zhang's brow furrowed in concern. That is still out of the question. You know Chen Che's attitude towards me. Seeking him out would only invite trouble. I shall not heed your warnings. I'm going to find Chen Che, Wu Yafu declared. Running off on her own, Kulan hesitated for a moment before following suit. Even she, not the sharpest, understood that in their current predicament, relying solely on oneself meant awaiting death. Yang Xiaohua urged, Aunt Zhang, let us first check on Chen Che, and then we could deliberate on our next steps. The four hastened towards Chen Che's dormitory, wary of encountering lunatics along the way. However, just as they rounded the corner, they beheld a throng of people gathered outside Chen Che's dorm. Ha! I doubt he can save himself now, Aunt Zhang chuckled, as though she could already envision the unfolding scenario. Yang Xiaohua, her face etched with concern, remarked, "What do they intend to do to Chen Che?" "We must assist Brother Chen." "Assist him?" Aunt Zhang interjected. "With so many people, what could you possibly contribute?" Wu Yafu and Kulan fell silent. Meanwhile, the crowd nearby had begun to shout, "Chen Che, come out. We know you're in there. Stop hiding. You've been pretending for days, thinking you're so important. Today, I shall avenge Zhao Ge. Open the door. If you don't, I'll break it down." After the harrowing events of the previous night, the fear that once gripped them in relation to Chen Che had vanished. A young underling of Zhao Lei raised his hand, ready to smash the door, but just then, the tightly shut door finally creaked open. "You're lucky," he muttered. Upon catching sight of Chen Che's imposing figure, the young man's bravado was swiftly extinguished. Chapter 13. What are you barking at? What are you barking at? Chen Che emerged, a gun held aloft in one hand, aimed squarely at the young man's forehead. The icy touch of the gun's muzzle sent chills down Huang Mao's spine. After a fleeting moment of terror, he relaxed, contemplating how Chen Che could possibly possess a firearm, and scoffed. "You think a toy gun can intimidate me?" Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Huang Mao collapsed to the ground. "Who's next?" Chen Che swung the gun towards another one of Zhao Lei's lackeys. "You?" The subordinate instantly knelt down. "Brother Chen, I was wrong." The gun shifted again. "And you?" A different individual also fell to his knees, cold sweat pouring down. "Brother Chen, I swear I won't do it again. Spare my life." Chen Che's gun swept in an arc, and the crowd mirrored the curve, bowing in submission. Where the gun passed, no one dared to stand. "Get lost." With Chen Che's command, the throng scattered in a frenzied panic. They had overcome their fear of Chen Che, but that was the Chen Che of yesterday. Armed with a knife, not today's gun-wielding version. As he watched the crowd flee, Chen Che cast a glance at the neighboring dormitory. Jiang Jingtian and his companions stood at the door, offering a dry laugh before silently closing the dormitory door. Shifting his gaze, he noticed Yang Xiaohua and her group standing not far away and asked, "Do you need something?" The four, still somewhat dazed, remained unresponsive, as if they hadn't heard him. The sudden turn of events had overwhelmed their minds and emotions. Initially, witnessing the crowd assaulting Chen Che, everyone presumed he was doomed. Yet, absurdly, he emerged wielding a gun, dispatching Huang Mao with a single shot and commanding obedience with a mere wave. It was utterly preposterous, a farce beyond comprehension. While the four were still in shock, they suddenly realized Chen Che had turned to re-enter the dormitory. Wu Yafu snapped back to reality and hurriedly called out, "Brother Chen, wait." She sprinted towards him, fearing he would shut her out again. "Brother Chen, please accept me. I can do anything." This time, Wu Yafu had learned her lesson. She didn't bring anyone else along, solely seeking Chen Che's acceptance for herself, anxious not to be dragged down by inept companions. Ikalan opened her mouth, hoping to emulate Wu Yafu and humbly plead for survival, but the words failed to escape her lips. "Brother Chen, please be a good person and let us stay with you. We will be obedient and promise not to cause any trouble." Yang Xiaohua raised 3 fingers, swearing earnestly. Even Aunt Zhang awkwardly smiled at Chen Che from behind, trying to ingratiate herself. She had already witnessed the chaos within the dormitory building. Without strong protection, who knew if they would meet their demise in the next moment? In response to the 4's obsequiousness, Chen Che reiterated his stance. Yang Xiaohua was acceptable, but the others were not, particularly this old dame. Pointed at by Chen Che, Aunt Zhang was taken aback. At only in her 50s, how could Chen Che dare to call her old dame? "Haven't your parents taught you manners?" The bewildered Aunt Zhang opened her mouth to scold, but was swiftly silenced by the quick-witted Wu Yafu. As Chen Che's eyes darkened gradually, Wu Yafu felt an overwhelming urge to weep without tears. She had exercised utmost caution, striving to distance herself from her teammates in her speech. Yet what was the outcome? She still fell victim to the incompetence of a foolish ally. With such an attitude, how could one possibly solicit assistance? Lao Deng, you ought to count your blessings for knowing Yang Xiaohua. Chen Che adjusted his grip on the gun's handle and turned to close the door behind him. Having grown up as an orphan, he was particularly sensitive when it came to discussions about parents. Were it not for Yang Xiaohua's presence, Chen Che would not have hesitated to waste another bullet. With a resounding click, as he beheld the firmly shut door, Wu Yafu's pin-up emotions erupted. "Aunt Zhang, Could you possibly think before you speak? We are the ones beseeching Chen Che for help. You are on the brink of death, and you cannot even tolerate being insulted as Lao Deng? Aunt Zhang shot her a glare, unwilling to back down. How dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? Has your mother not taught you any manners? Xiaohua, look at the kind of friends you have chosen, utterly lacking in decorum. Yang Xiaohua appeared innocent, unsure of how to respond. Wu Yafu rolled her eyes and plopped down onto the ground. Just leave, return home. If they refuse to shelter you, what are you still doing here? Aunt Zhang urged the group to head back to the storage room. But upon turning her head, she discovered several boys lurking at the end of the corridor. Their gazes predatory. What do you intend to do? The flood will recede. You are breaking the law now, and you will regret it later. Aunt Zhang endeavored to adopt a stern demeanor, yet her voice trembled slightly. The boys, however, remained silent, merely smirking disdainfully. They no longer cared whether the flood would subside. They were acutely aware that if they did not devise a plan to secure food soon, they would face starvation in a matter of days. Seeing that her words had fallen on deaf ears, Aunt Zhang continued, "We do not possess any food at all." After a pause, her eyes darted, and she pointed towards Chen Che's dormitory door. "He has food. There must be provisions in his room." The boys exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. They had already received word from Jiang Jingtian and his companions that Chen Che's storage locker was still stocked with food. But who would dare to seize it? Did they not value their lives? They were hesitant to even approach Chen Che's door, fearing that an upset Chen Che might answer with gunfire. Unmoved by Aunt Zhang's entreaties, she frowned, contemplating how to persuade them further, when Yang Xiaohua interrupted. "Aunt Zhang, what are you doing? Isn't this just causing trouble for Brother Chen?" "Xiaohua, you do not understand. Auntie is doing this for our sake." Aunt Zhang spoke earnestly. "In times like these, we must divert the conflict, forcing them to confront Chen Che head-on, allowing us to escape amidst the chaos." Wu Yafu rolled her eyes once more, exasperated. "At your age, you still lack common sense. The only reason you can remain safe here is due to Brother Chen's lingering influence. If he were to fall, just watch how quickly those people would devour you." Aunt Zhang protested. "What am I afraid of at my age? What do they possibly want from me? My age? My health insurance? Or perhaps my pension?" Wu Yafu chuckled coldly. "Why don't you reflect on whether you've offended anyone in recent years?" This remark instantly doused Aunt Zhang with a chill of realization. Having served as a dormitory supervisor for many years, she had undoubtedly encountered friction with the students in the building from time to time. While these grievances may not have been severe, they certainly had created animosities. In the past, order had been maintained, and no one dared to confront her. But now, the situation was different. With this thought, Aunt Zhang's demeanor wilted, and she silently sat down, refraining from voicing her frustrations. Though she had her grievances against Chen Che, she found herself relying on his residual authority to ensure her safety. The four of them remained seated before Chen Che's dormitory door from dawn until dusk, too afraid to leave. Occasionally, male students would pass by, casting furtive glances at them, their eyes brimming with ill intentions. Yet, out of respect for Chen Che's lingering influence, no one dared to approach. As the night deepened, Kalon suddenly shyly remarked, I need to use the restroom." Chapter 14. Who Understands Family? Since this morning, they had been stationed at Chen Che's dormitory door, too apprehensive to budge. Not only Kalon, but the others were equally desperate. They could no longer hold it, and the necessity to relieve themselves grew pressing. What else could they do? Could they possibly intrude upon Chunji's sanctuary for such a need? Prompted by Wu Yafu's subtle hint, Yang Xiaohua rapped softly on the door, lowering her voice to inquire. "Good Samaritan, what are you up to? Are you asleep?" Silence echoed from within. Yang Xiaohua leaned closer to the door crack and called out, "Good Samaritan, why are you lying in bed? Do I seem like I'm sleeping?" Came a sardonic reply. "Good Samaritan, could we possibly use the restroom? You wouldn't want the entrance to reek of urine, would you?" Chen Che silently rose, his expression somber. Yang Xiaohua understood the implications of a threat. He stood up and opened the door. The three girls expressed their gratitude profusely as they eagerly entered. Upon crossing the threshold, they were immediately drawn to the bountiful array of food on the table. The modest-sized desk was laden with fruits, desserts, meats, and beverages, a veritable feast. The three girls swallowed hard, their mouths watering. They had been subsisting on a meager bowl of instant noodles, sharing it among three. And now, they couldn't even manage a sip of broth. Others had fought tooth and nail just for a morsel to eat, even endangering lives. Yet here was Chen Che, enjoying a balanced diet that surpassed their meager provisions. Anyone would find their salivary glands working overtime at such a sight. Are you still planning on using the restroom? Chen Che urged. Huh? Of course, but first, I'll eat. Kalan blushed and was the first to step inside. Yang Xiaohua and Wu Yafu stood by the table, their eyes fixated on the spread before them. After staring for a while, Yang Xiaohua's thoughts were consumed by the thought of succulent pork knuckles, and her hand instinctively reached out. Observing this, Chen Che made no effort to stop her. In contrast to Yang Xiaohua's previous life, where she selflessly offered him her only small bun, now with an abundance of food at her disposal, it seems harmless to allow her a taste. However, when Wu Yafu mimicked her, reaching for a piece of beef, Chen Che swiftly swatted her hand away. Chingu! Wu Yafu pouted, her expression one of utmost grievance. It was evident that Yang Xiaohua had been permitted to eat, so why was it unacceptable for her? Chen Che merely scoffed, too weary to provide an explanation. Wu Yafu glanced at the gluttonous Yang Xiaohua, swallowing hard, and pondered, why are you so kind to Xiaohua? You didn't even know her before. Chen Che cast a profound look at Yang Xiaohua and replied, because she is a good person. Yang Xiaohua's chewing on the pig's trotter momentarily paused. This statement felt strangely like an insult directed at her. Yet, disregarding it, she continued to relish her pig's trotter while attempting to plead Wu Yafu's case. Regardless, Chen Che remained unresponsive, expecting to feast without effort. Dream on. Such generosity was unheard of before the apocalypse, let alone in the aftermath. Merely allowing someone to use the restroom was already a significant act of kindness. Suddenly, Chen Che noticed Aunt Zhang lurking nearby, seemingly attempting to sneak into the restroom. Initially, she had hesitated to enter, but upon seeing Chen Che's diverted attention, she thought it a good opportunity to slip in. After all, at her age, it was quite undignified to relieve oneself in public. However, Chen Che blocked her path. I just need to use the restroom, Aunt Zhang stammered. You cannot go in. Why not? Aunt Zhang retorted, her frustration bubbling over. Why can they go in but I cannot? Because your face is thicker than the door, Chen Che shot back. You. Aunt Zhang was ready to unleash her wrath, but the dark muzzle of a gun pressed against her forehead silenced her. The image of Chen Che dispatching a yellow-haired ruffian earlier that day flashed in her mind, calming her agitation instantly. If I can't go in, then so be it. Who do you think you are, controlling a mere restroom? Aunt Zhang muttered as she sulked outside. Before departing, she shot a pleading glance at Yang Xiaohua, hoping she might intercede on her behalf. Yet, before Yang Xiaohua could even speak, Chen Che smacked her on the head. Focus on your pig's trotter. It's really delicious, Yang Xiaohua replied, cowed into silence. She quietly savored her food, while Aunt Zhang watched, her mouth watering. Soon, Kalan emerged. Upon seeing Yang Xiaohua devouring the pig's trotter and sipping cola, her hunger became unbearable. I want to eat too, Kalan whimpered, standing by the table with a pitiful expression. After 2 days of merely tasting instant noodles, she was famished. Previously, her hunger hadn't felt so acute, but witnessing Yang Xiaohua's indulgence intensified her cravings. Unfortunately, Chen Che maintained his stoic demeanor, embodying the spirit of a Sigma male, and urged her, if there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. Kalan wore a face of indignation, hesitating to voice her thoughts as she turned back multiple times before finally leaving. After Wu Yafu emerged, she lingered, pleading to savor the aroma and requesting to wait for Yang Xiaohua to finish her meal before departing together. Such a humble request softened Chen Che's heart, and he did not refuse her. Half an hour later, Yang Xiaohua had eaten to her heart's content. However, seeing Wu Yafu and the others still hungry stirred his compassion. Chun, is it truly impossible to offer them a morsel? Just a little, there is still plenty on the table. No, he replied. I'm not a philanthropist. I cannot feed everyone who is hungry. I cannot afford to waste food this way. All right, thank you. Yang Xiaohua expressed her gratitude politely. Although Chen Che did not allow the others to partake, she at least had her fill. Suddenly, Wu Yafu spoke up, her expression pained. Chen Che's countenance mirrored her discomfort. What trouble are you concocting now? He inquired, puzzled. Wu Yafu clutched her stomach, explaining, I have a stomach ache. I need to go back inside for a while. Without waiting for Chen Che's response, she dashed to the restroom and locked the door. She remained inside for a full half hour, leaving Chen Che at a loss for words. Does anyone understand? A woman enters and monopolizes the restroom. It's utterly ridiculous. Wu Yafu, are you planning to stay in there indefinitely? Chen Che banged on the door, seriously suspecting that she intended to hide from the world. Yang Xiaohua's eyes lit up with admiration. Yafu is so clever. She can even hide in the restroom. Kalan sighed, had I known, I would have hidden in there too. With such torrential rain outside, The hallway is flooded, and the evening chill is unbearable, especially with so many untrustworthy boys lurking about, making it impossible to sleep. If I could just hide in Chen Che's restroom, that would be much better. Yang Xiaohua, however, had fewer concerns. She could have stayed in the dormitory, but chose not to for the sake of her roommate and Aunt Zhang's feelings. Thus, she genuinely rejoiced in Wu Yafu's cleverness. Yet, Chen Che could not allow Wu Yafu to remain hidden. He kicked the door open. "You can hide in there and eat," before he could complete his sentence. Upon seeing Wu Yafu's appearance inside, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, a beauty trap? Chapter 15. Aunt Zhang has disappeared thus. Chen Che fell into Wu Yafu's scheme. Ensnared by her cunning ploy, there was no way out. "You may eat what is on the table." He immediately promised her benefits, while also establishing a boundary. "Once you finish, you can leave." He still could not trust Wu Yafu. She was not to stay overnight. The current circumstances were delicate, and an additional person in the room could bring about unforeseen complications. Wu Yafu felt a pang of grievance. Despite her humble approach, she still could not secure a place to rest. However, as Wu Yafu gazed upon the abundant delicacies laid out before her, her attention was swiftly diverted, and she began to eat heartily. Yang Xiaohua was the first to joyfully exclaim, "Chunga, you finally allow Yafu to eat. You are truly wonderful." Yet, Kulan remained silent, her gaze fixated on the feast. Among the three young ladies, while Yang Xiaohua and Wu Yafu indulged, she was left with an empty stomach. Wu Yafu, feeling a pang of sympathy, implored, "Chunga, could you allow Kulan a morsel as well? I can manage with less." "Absolutely not," Chen Che replied firmly. Adhering to his principles, Yang Xiaohua had assisted him, and it was only fitting to repay her kindness. Wu Yafu's efforts were well earned. But why did Kulan have to seek a free meal? Repeatedly denied, Kulan felt not only aggrieved, but also a flicker of anger. Throughout her life, she had always been the one in demand. Never had she faced such rejection from the same man over trivial matters. "If I cannot eat, then so be it. I do not covet it," she declared, retreating to a corner, hugging her knees in a silent huff. Wu Yafu felt helpless and resolved to gently enlighten her friend that evening, hoping she would soon come to terms with reality. After dawdling for an hour, Wu Yafu finally finished her meal under Chen Che's urging. Before they were ushered out, she gazed at Chen Che with doe-like eyes, as if her bright orbs could shed tears. Regrettably, Chen Che remained unervingly composed, entirely disregarding her. Nevertheless, considering the cold night ahead, he fetched a tent and blankets from the ark's cabin and brought them to the ladies. However, as he opened the door, Yang Xiaohua's face suddenly appeared, filled with concern. "Chingu, have you seen Aunt Zhang? She has gone missing." They had been oblivious until Wu Yafu emerged and noticed Aunt Zhang's absence. Chen Che surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of her. Strangely, the boys lurking in the corridors were also nowhere to be seen. The silence was unnerving, and Chen Che surmised that Aunt Zhang had likely been taken away. Wu Yafu seemed to sense this possibility too, and reassured Yang Xiaohua, "Do not worry. Aunt Zhang must have gone to find a restroom." "Is that truly the case?" Yang Xiaohua pondered. "Aunt Zhang is quite elderly. It must be embarrassing for her to seek relief in front of so many. She is probably in another dormitory." Yang Xiaohua fell silent, consumed by worry. Wu Yafu, gazing into the pitch-black corridor, felt a wave of fear wash over her. "Chingu, is there truly no way for us to enter? We will behave ourselves." Before Chen Che could respond, Yang Xiaohua interjected, "Let us just stay outside. If Aunt Zhang returns and cannot find us, she will be anxious." Wu Yafu opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. If Yang Xiaohua chose not to enter, how could Chen Che possibly allow her in? "Xiaohua, forget about Aunt Zhang. She is merely taking advantage of you." Wu Yafu could only urge Yang Xiaohua. "I am indifferent. All I know is that Aunt Zhang once remarked that I resemble her deceased daughter. Since I entered university, she has brought me little snacks daily, delivered fruits, and occasionally gifted me beautiful dresses." Yang Xiaohua turned her back, unwilling to continue this discussion. Wu Yafu felt utterly helpless. Chen Che was at a loss for words and gently patted Wu Yafu's shoulder, offering his condolences. He then handed over the tent and bedding, along with an emergency light and 3 daggers for protection. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Chen Che was roused by the sound of knocking. "What is the matter?" he inquired, opening the door with a hint of irritation for being disturbed. "Xiaohua," Kalan exclaimed urgently. "Xiaohua has vanished." Wu Yafu's brow furrowed as she glanced at Chen Che's expression before elaborating. "Last night, the 3 of us agreed to take turns keeping watch. I kept the first 2 hours, Kalan took the middle 2, and Xiaohua was to guard the last two. However, upon awakening, we discovered Xiaohua was missing. Having vanished without a trace, not a sound to alert us. If Xiaohua had been abducted, it would have certainly stirred us. So, I suspect she left of her own accord. Wu Yafu's reasoning was quite sound, and Chen Che found himself increasingly admiring her intellect. The key was not only her cleverness, but also her long legs. Huh? Why would Xiaohua leave on her own? Kalan, lacking insight, immediately questioned. Chen Che explained. She may have been coerced by Aunt Zhang, or perhaps Aunt Zhang herself summoned her away. Kalan, what should we do now? We wait. Chen Che replied solemnly, waiting for them to come looking for me. That group, having abducted Aunt Zhang and taken young Xiaohua, clearly aimed for him. Yet, whether they sought his life or food remained uncertain. If it were merely for food, he would not mind trading young Xiaohua's life for it. However, if they desired something else, the oppressive silence in the room did not linger long. Before long, young Xiaohua returned. Seeing her enter alone, bearing dark circles under her eyes, yet unscathed, shocked the three within. Xiaohua! Kalan embraced young Xiaohua tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. I thought you were dead. Kalan. Wu Yafu chastised, suggesting she should speak less if she had nothing meaningful to say. She turned to young Xiaohua. Xiaohua, are you all right? What happened last night? Where is Aunt Zhang? Xiaohua seemed lost in contemplation, calling out several times before finally coming to her senses. Ian Mifine. Where did you go last night? I couldn't stop worrying about Aunt Zhang, so I want to find her. Did you find her? Young Xiaohua did not respond, but stood still, lost in thought for a considerable time. Chen Che and the others silently refrained from interrupting her. When young Xiaohua finally raised her head, she suddenly looked at Chen Che. Brother Chen, could you hold me? Something feels amiss. This reaction is exceedingly peculiar. Chen Che remained silent, his mind racing. After a considerable pause, he half-jokingly remarked, Xiaohua, you wouldn't be harboring any ill intentions towards your brother Chen, would you? Chapter 16. Desperation, how could that be? Young Xiaohua exclaimed, Her urgenji palpable. Brother Chen, you have been so kind to me. How could I ever wish you harm? Young Xiaohua. Swear to the heavens that I would never do anything to hurt you. Chen Che scrutinized young Xiaohua's eyes for a while. Her gaze was sincere, devoid of deceit, which left him feeling somewhat ashamed. Since the apocalypse, he had lost faith in humanity, becoming overly rational and suspecting that young Xiaohua's odd behavior may be a ploy against him to rescue Aunt Zhang. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps young Xiaohua was merely frightened and seeking comfort. It was he who had been narrow-minded. Chen Che opened his arms and bestowed upon young Xiaohua a remarkably gentlemanly embrace. Thank you for your care these past few days, Brother Chen. You are truly wonderful, she replied, returning the embrace, greedily inhaling the essence of Chen Che. Xiaohua, keep your hands to yourself, Chen Che suddenly reminded her softly. His demeanor towards young Xiaohua had always been innocent, devoid of any hint of desire. How had he ended up feeling taken advantage of? Upon hearing his words, they parted ways. Young Xiaohua lowered her head, appearing somewhat embarrassed as if caught in a moment of vulnerability. Brother Chen, Aunt Zhang is still downstairs. I'll go check on her. Without awaiting Chen Che's response, she turned and dashed away. Xiaohua is acting strangely. She must be concealing something from us, Wu Yafu said, her brow furrowed. Having spent considerable time with young Xiaohua, she understood her friend all too well. Her earlier behavior was decidedly abnormal. Chen Che sensed this as well, stroking his chin in contemplation. Could it be that Xiaohua is bidding us farewell? Wu Yafu's voice carried a hint of doubt, yet prompted Chen Che to look up suddenly. Young Xiaohua's previous reaction mirrored the farewells often portrayed in dramas. It felt as if she was saying her final goodbyes. This foolish girl, Panik Surj Duidin Chen Che. And his instinctive response was to rescue her. Simultaneously, he reached behind him, preparing to grasp his firearm. That gun was his lifeline, always kept close at hand. To his dismay, however, he found nothing. Chen Che stood stunned for a moment before slamming his fist on the table. Damn it, this fool. It was not young Xiaohua who had taken advantage of him. She had stolen his gun. In an instant, clarity washed over Chen Che. The others in the building were likely using Aunt Zhang's life to coerce young Xiaohua into stealing his weapon. No wonder she had hesitated at the door for so long. No wonder she had sworn with such fervor that she would never harm him, her eyes so sincere. It was nothing more than a montage of deceit. Perhaps in young Xiaohua's eyes, taking the gun did not constitute harm against Chen Che. Yet for him, it was no different than threatening his very life. The apocalypse first kills the virtuous. The ancients were not mistaken. Chen Che was overwhelmed with anger, utterly perplexed by the workings of Yang Xiaohua's mind. With firearms at their disposal, they possessed leverage for negotiation. Now that the guns were gone, were they not rendered mere prey in a predator's grasp? At that moment, Chen Che's disdain for foolishness and his desire to vanquish the self-righteous had reached their zenith. What shall we do now? Wu Yafu inquired anxiously. Those people will likely be here soon. Chen Che remained silent, closing his eyes in yet another attempt to summon the Ark of Noah. Current water depth is 45 meters, which does not meet the minimum draft requirement for the Arkansas. Captain, please seek a suitable water area. As anticipated, the Ark remained elusive. Chen Che's heart sank, and he stood by the window in contemplative silence. Observing this, Wu Yafu realized Chen Che was at a loss, her gaze turning despondent. She could scarcely fathom the inhumane torment that awaited her and Kolan should they fall into the hands of the almost frenzied men outside. Gelang, belatedly aware of the gravity of their situation, looked at the two with trepidation and asked each word carefully. Are we going to die? Wu Yafu forced a bitter smile. Perhaps something more terrifying than death awaits us. Over the past few days, Chen Che's hatred had reached its peak. If they fell into their captor's clutches, he would undoubtedly not be allowed to die easily. As for the two girls, their fates were even more dire. For the three of them, death had become a form of mercy. Meanwhile, the sound of countless footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by boisterous shouts. Chen Che, hurry and hide. Yes, lock the door tight. Don't let them catch us. If they do, we'll be in for a world of trouble. The cacophony of laughter from the hundreds outside was deafening. Since their encounters with Chen Che, they had never felt such exhilaration. Previously, they had been reduced to a state of fear and humiliation, either terrified by Chen Che or forced to kneel, losing all dignity. Thanks to Chen Che, the once fractured group of marauders had united, sharing a common goal. Now, after nearly a week of humiliation, they were finally poised to reclaim their pride. Bang, bang, bang. The iron door trembled under the relentless assault. Jiang Jingtian's voice rang out from outside. Chen Dog, you're truly despicable. My brothers came to borrow some food, but you refuse. Yet, you're generous with the women. Lu Ji sighed in agreement. Chen Che, I warned you that you can't be so contemptible. You've stirred the people's anger. Lu Ren urged, open the door quickly. Apologize to everyone. Perhaps they let you off lightly. A mocking voice joined in. Brothers, are we still playing with the dog? Even if he kneels and calls us father today, it won't matter. Amidst the uproarious laughter, Yang Xiaohua's voice emerged. Didn't you agree that you only wanted food? I have already helped you steal the guns. You cannot go back on your word. Indeed, we are individuals of our word. Having agreed to take only food, we shall take nothing but food. As long as you allow Chen Che to open the door for us, we will collect our provisions and depart. Yang Xiaohua seemed to hesitate for a moment before genuinely knocking on the door, exclaiming, Chengge, they promise me. They will only take food. Please open the door. They mean you no harm. Alas, how foolish. Chen Che clenched his fists, overwhelmed with frustration. How could one be so dim-witted? In that instant, his disdain for ignorance transformed into a fierce will to survive. His resentment towards others paled in comparison to the urge to strangle Yang Xiaohua, truly, to end her life. Chen Che, where is the confidence you displayed when you claimed you could kill just days ago? Are you now too cowardly to show your face? Continue your charade. Why the silence now? For the first time you wielded a knife, the second a gun, and what do you intend to draw this time? What more could you possibly reveal? Clutching that useless firearm, do you presume yourself a lord, daring to demand that I kneel? If I don't make you wet yourself shortly, consider it a testament to your restraint. Chen Che, conceal yourself quickly. I am about to break down the door. The voices of the crowd outside sounded almost casual, as if they were merely walking a dog. Even the act of battering the door was executed leisurely, seemingly aimed at intensifying Chen Che's psychological distress, relishing the prospect of witnessing his breakdown. Yet, in the face of such a dire struggle for survival, a sudden spark ignited in Chen Che's mind. Chapter 17. Desperate Measures for Survival. Chengge, what are you doing? Wu Yafu stared in astonishment as Chen Che retrieved 3 diving suits from the storage cabinet. Appearing somewhat disheveled, it was one thing to have so much gear in his dormitory. Climbing equipment, camping supplies, knives, and firearms were already beyond comprehension. But now he was producing 3 diving suits? As if that were not enough, Chen Che continued rummaging and emerged with 3 oxygen tanks. It was simply astounding. Tianyi, Although I realize this is not the time for inquiries, I must ask, is your storage cabinet a treasure chest? How can it contain so much? To survive, put on the diving suits and grab the oxygen tanks, Chen Che retorted, too preoccupied to entertain her questions. Did she expect him to explain that his cabin contained millions of tons of supplies? What were we doing with this gear? Kailang still did not grasp the situation. Diving. Chen Che clarified. 500 meters from here lies building number 12, which is identical to this one with 16 floors. If we swim there, we'll be safe. Kailang's eyes sparkled with realization. You're brilliant. What an excellent escape plan. I can't believe I hadn't thought of it. Wu Yafu was equally impressed by Chen Che's ingenuity. Having been trapped within the confines of the building, they had overlooked the possibility of descending into the water. However, upon glancing at the turbulent currents below, Wu Yafu's expression shifted to one of concern. The water flow is too strong, even with diving suits and oxygen tanks. Maintaining our strength for 500 meters may prove exceedingly difficult. Is that so? Chen Che frowned. His swimming experience was essentially non-existent, leaving him quite uncertain. However, since Wu Yafu had spoken, for the sake of safety, they certainly needed to devise a plan. I still possess 3 underwater thrusters. As Chen Che retrieved 3 thrusters from the cabinet, Wu Yafu, in disbelief, rushed over to inspect the cabinet, wondering what sort of peculiarities it contained, as it seemed to hold everything. Stop looking. It's empty now. There's nothing left. While speaking, Chen Che swiftly donned his equipment, his movements remarkably quick. There was no choice. The pounding on the door outside grew increasingly frantic, and their time was running out. Wu Yafu and Kulon no longer hesitated, rapidly putting on their gear and standing in a line by the window. What about Xiaohua? Kulon climbed onto the windowsill, asking one last question. Chen Che's expression darkened. I've already shown enough benevolence. The kindness owed from a small favor in the past few days had been repaid sufficiently. To repay further would be impolite. Very well. Kulon said no more, silently climbing onto the windowsill, yet hesitating to jump down. I'm a bit scared. They were currently on the 16th floor, while the water level had only reached the 12th, a height of 4 stories. A daunting prospect for anyone. Moreover, the current was so turbulent that even a slight misstep could result in a fracture upon landing. Empathizing with Kulon's feelings, Chen Che calmly sought her opinion. Would you prefer to be caught by those outside, or leap into the water to escape? Without hesitation, Kulon replied, Of course, I do choose to jump. Then I shall assist you. With that, he gave her a gentle shove. Just remember not to dive head first. The sound of rain mingled with thunder, muffling Kulon's scream, while Chen Che's admonition faded into the background. After pushing Kulon, Chen Che turned kindly to Wu Yafu. Do you require assistance? Wu Yafu immediately shook her head vigorously, summoning her courage to leap down on her own. Chen Che was the last to follow. Once on the windowsill, he cast a long, contemplative glance at the door. Outside, the crowd continued to shout. Chen Che, are you hiding well? The door is about to open. Let me guess. Are you cowering in the bathroom, trembling? Bang! Another muffled sound echoed as the door lock shattered. Chen Che, we are coming in. The crowd outside surged forward like wolves poised to tear apart a lamb, their hoarse voices rising in a frenzied chorus as they burst through the door. In the final moment before the door swung open, Chen Che leaned back and dove. During his descent, his eyes remained fixed on the window, tinged with a hint of reluctance. 2 days, just 2 days, and I shall return for you. Wait for me. Plop. Chen Che entered the water successfully. The sound of his entry barely audible beneath the torrential rain, creating no ripples. Hundreds who had surged into the dormitory had already filled the entire room. Yet Chen Che was nowhere to be seen. How strange. Where is he? Everyone was bewildered. Before they entered, they heard commotion inside the house. Yet upon entering, not a single shadow remained. The window was ajar, with footprints on the sill, leading them to surmise that someone had jumped into the water. Jumped? Surely they jest. From such a height, one would be courting death. Goodness, if death came so easily, it would be too lenient. To perish oneself is one thing, but to take 2 beautiful women along is utterly infuriating. If you possess such prowess, why not take that hideous young Xiaohua with you as well? Damn it, the cupboard is empty. Jiang Jingtian, did you not proclaim that the cupboard was filled with provisions? A throng burst through the door, yet ultimately left empty-handed, resorting to licking the remnants of Chen Che's meal clean. Meanwhile, Chen Che and his 2 companions, having plunged into the water, cautiously advanced towards dormitory building 12. The underwater landscape was chaotic. Various debris was swept away by the current, and one misstep could result in injury. Occasionally, they glimpsed marine creatures frolicking, seemingly unperturbed. This torrential rain had wrought catastrophic disaster upon humanity, yet for marine life, it was undoubtedly a grand celebration. With all land submerged, the entire world had transformed into their playground. Moreover, the rising water levels had caused 2 layers of ice to melt, unleashing an ancient virus that spread throughout the global oceans, coexisting with myriad marine organisms, enhancing their survival capabilities and rendering their underwater existence all the more joyous. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Che focused his mind, relying on the terrain below to navigate, and continued toward dormitory building 12. Now, with various skyscrapers inundated, they swam above as if floating in a once vibrant sky, the experience exceptionally novel. Soon enough, the trio safely reached dormitory building 12, which was now half submerged. The residents of that floor had all relocated to higher levels. When Chen Che and his companions arrived, the entire floor was deserted. As they set foot on the staircase leading to the 13th floor, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. This time, they had indeed escaped with their lives. Next, they only needed to wait patiently here for 2 days. Then, Chen Che could pilot the Ark of Noah and reunite with Jiang Jingtian and the others. Merely thinking of it stirred an overwhelming sense of anticipation. I have a dear friend residing on the 14th floor. Let us go find her, suggested Kalan, seemingly eager for recognition. Chen Che nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline. Although this area was predominantly occupied by women, it was likely still fraught with peril. Having an acquaintance would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, just as Chen Che raised his foot and took 2 steps up the stairs, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. Wu Yafu, ahead, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Did you hear a crackling sound, akin to electrical currents?" In the next moment, a blinding flash erupted behind Chen Che, illuminating the darkened sky as if struck by lightning. His consciousness faded in an instant. Chapter 18, A Blessing in Disguise. The ancient virus in the final moment before consciousness faded. Chen Che beheld the terrified eyes of Wu Yafu and Kellen. Then came Kellen's frantic screams and Wu Yafu's desperate cries for help. Upon regaining awareness, Chen Che felt himself resting upon a comfortable bed. He attempted to open his eyes, yet found himself devoid of strength, only able to perceive indistinct sounds nearby. What was happening to him? Why did he feel as if his body were charged with electricity? Surely, it was the shock from that grotesque fish still lingering within him. That fish was truly enormous, easily 4 meters in length. He had never encountered such a formidable creature in his life, let alone one so hideous. It was an electric fish capable of discharging a staggering 1,000 volts of high-voltage electricity, more potent than an electric eel. Hadn't Chen Che already been electrocuted? In his haze, consciousness once more slipped away. At this moment, due to the overwhelming current, he had completely lost control of his body. The signals from his brain could not command his muscle tissues. Yet, simultaneously, a torrent of heat surged through his veins, searing his flesh and causing him great discomfort. Each time he regained consciousness, the burning sensation would pierce through, plunging him back into confusion. Countless awakenings and bouts of delirium dulled Chen Che's perception of the world outside. Only the occasional murmurs of Wu Yafu and several other girls would penetrate his mind. "I'm so hungry. It has been days since I last ate. Had I known to catch that ugly fish for a barbecue, I would have. It's all that scoundrel's fault, stingy, with so much delectable food. He wouldn't even spare a mouthful for me. May he be electrocuted." Chen Che felt a kick against his bed. There had been some food in our dormitory, but alas, it was snatched by Jiang Meiyu from upstairs. How dare they steal our food, especially in times like these? It is as if they seek our demise. I shall help you reclaim it, but they number over 100. Enduring hunger for 2 days is not insurmountable. Jiang Meiyu, relying on her position as student council president, had rallied 100 people, looting the entire dormitory and even taking over the top 2 floors, the 15th and 16th. If the water level continues to rise, it would become increasingly difficult for us to seek refuge above. We can't linger. The water is rising. We must leave at once. Let us quickly carry Chen Che up. But there's so many people outside, and this boy is electrified all over. How can we lift him? Let us abandon the idea. What? But Kellen, it's no use. Carrying him up holds little significance. In another day, the 15th and 16th floors will likely be submerged as well. Wu Yafu's voice faded into silence, and amidst the ensuing chaos, the world gradually quieted. The searing sensation that had tormented Chen Che began to dissipate as the rising water made contact with his body. The icy seawater replaced the previous heat. Chen Che's consciousness sharpened, and panic began to engulf all his emotions. For it dawned upon him that even now, he remained utterly powerless over his own body. One could only perceive the water level rising through the skin until even the mouth and nose were submerged. Chen Che began to feel a sense of despair. What a stroke of misfortune. Having narrowly escaped from the dormitory, he was still destined to perish. Alas, I haven't even summoned my Ark of Noah, and yet, I'm to meet my end. Sigh. It is regrettable that I have not returned to meet with Jiang Jingtian and the others, nor have I had the chance to bid farewell to Yang Xiaohua. Most importantly, I shall never see Yu Jizi again. The thought of Yu Jizi brought forth painful memories of torment from a past life. He could accept the missed encounters with Jiang Jingtian and the others. He could relinquish his research into Yang Xiaohua's neural pathways, but he could not bear the thought of never seeing Yu Jizi again. Yu Jizi, a fierce desire to survive, ignited a pent-up energy within Chen Che's chest. A flurry of neural impulses surged through his mind, commanding his body. The currents coursing across his skin transformed from mere wisps of electricity into a thunderous dragon, illuminating the entirety of the dormitory. Suddenly, he sat up from the bed, letting out a cathartic cry as he gasped for air. After several minutes, Chen Che finally regained his composure. Surveying the surroundings, he found the room shrouded in darkness. All belongings submerged beneath the water. The sole source of light was the flickering electricity dancing upon the surface. Raising his hand, he noticed tendrils of electricity still swirling around his fingers. With a mere thought, he could even orchestrate these electric serpents into a dance. Have I been infected by an ancient virus? In his previous life, Chen Che had witnessed a man aboard Yu Jizi's vessel who, after being attacked by marine creatures, underwent a genetic mutation. That man, assaulted by an octopus, could exude ink-like fluid, his body pliable and boneless, capable of contorting into any shape. More exaggerated than the finest contortionist. A medical expert on board speculated that the rising sea levels had led to the melting of polar glaciers, releasing a plethora of ancient viruses. Once these viruses infiltrated marine organisms, they would carry the genetic code of the creature. When humans were attacked by such beings, the virus would enter their bodies, inducing genetic mutations, thereby granting them unique abilities akin to those of the marine creature. Chen Che's newfound ability to generate electricity was indeed a result of being struck by an electric fish. In essence, this calamity had brought unexpected fortune. However, now was not the time for celebration. The water level had risen to his neck. If he did not escape, he would surely drown. With great effort, Chen Che began to maneuver his body, slowly wading into the water. Having endured a day of torment from electricity and viruses while on the bed, he was now utterly weakened. Even the journey from the dormitory to the staircase nearly left him exhausted. Fortunately, he was still clad in a wetsuit, and the flippers on his feet provided significant assistance. On the 15th floor, in the corridor, Wu Yafu and Kolan stood by the railing, their expressions somber as they gazed at the water surface. Yafu, the water has completely submerged the 14th floor. I am aware. Chen Che must have drowned by now, right? Probably. Sigh. Although Chen Che was cold, petty, and selfish, his death leave an uncomfortable feeling within me, as if I were somehow responsible for his demise. Still thinking of your little admirer? A girl with short hair teased. Focus on how to spend your evening instead. Shenming Xiang. I have already stated he is not my admirer. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart. All right, not an admirer. Let us instead contemplate how to make the most of tonight. Shen Mengxiang lamented. The rooms on the 15th and 16th floors have all been occupied by Jiang Meiyu and her gang, and the stairs are packed with people. The only remaining space is in the corridor, but it is hardly a place to linger. Although the corridor remains dry, the rain outside is far too heavy, causing droplets to drift inside. The entire corridor is damp, and rain continues to fall from above. Spending a night in such a place would undoubtedly lead to illness. Yet, Kellen stated helplessly, I do not wish to be drenched, but we have nowhere else to go. Shen Mengxiang cuddled Kellen and whimpered, I long to sit on clean stairs. To sleep on a soft, comfortable bed. Wu Yafu suggested. How about we confront Jiang Meiyu and seize a dormitory room? Kellen immediately shook her head vigorously. Shen Mengxiang, retreating with trepidation, replied, I dare not. They are wicked. Previously, a girl who refused to provide them with food was beaten to death. Wu Yafu scoffed, regardless. We are destined to die, so what is there to fear? Is there a difference between being beaten to death and drowning? There's a difference. Shen Mengxiang stretched her neck. Being beaten to death is excruciating, and with so many of them, we stand no chance of winning. Wouldn't we merely be offering ourselves as punching bags? Isn't it better to survive another day? Wu Yafu, taken aback by the retort, fell silent. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the stairway. Chapter 19. The Thunder King, Chen Che. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see there are people here? Why are you barging in? Isn't that the boy from Shen Mengxiang's dormitory? Is he glowing? No, it's not light. It's electricity. He has electricity coursing through him. My goodness, he can emit electricity. A monster. There's a monster here. Amidst the chaotic shouts, all the girls at the stairway rushed in frantically. The sanctuary they had longed for from the rain instantly became deserted. Chen Che. A series of thoughts led Wu Yafu to immediately recall this name. Her eyes filled with both shock and delight. She instinctively ran against the tide of people towards the stairway, with Kellen and Shen Mengxiang closely following behind. Chen Che. At Wu Yafu's call, Chen Che halted, gazing at the three who had finally squeezed their way to the front. The four stood in silence for a moment, and Chen Che weakly uttered, "Thank you." Although abandoned at the final moment, it must be acknowledged that few extended the courtesy to pull him from the water. Chen Che had perished long before. Grateful for Chen Che's acknowledgement, Wu Yafu and Kulan sighed in relief, yet a sense of guilt lingered. We did not intend to leave you behind. It was merely... No need for explanations. I understand, Chen Che interjected, interrupting their justifications. No one bears the obligation to safeguard another, and under such circumstances, he too might not have intervened. Merely caring for him for a day was already an act of profound kindness. With that, Chen Che turned and ascended the stairs once more. Wu Yafu and the others stood at the stairwell, hesitating to speak, their eyes gradually filling with disappointment. It was only when Chen Che reached the corner and noticed them still standing there that he offered a gentle reminder. Come up. A smile instantly blossomed on Wu Yafu's face. Coming, she exclaimed, hastening to follow Chen Che. Kulan also followed suit without a second thought. Their days spent together had led them to regard Chen Che as their pillar of support. Only Shen Mengxiang remained rooted in place, bewildered. Where are you all going? Wouldn't it be better to stay at the stairwell? Why venture into the corridor in the rain? Shen Mengxiang was perplexed, but seeing the others ascend, she could only stomp her feet in frustration and follow along. Just like the crowd below, those on the 16th floor recoiled at the sight of Chen Che, who was surrounded by crackling electricity. Wherever Chen Che passed, the space remained desolate. Upon her arrival, Shen Mengxiang spotted Chen Che standing before the nearest dormitory door, politely knocking. This simple act startled her immensely. What are you doing? That senior Mei Yu's dormitory, Shen Mengxiang exclaimed, her fear palpable. The day Mei Yu had brutally dispatched someone was still fresh in her memory, and she certainly did not wish to find herself in such a harrowing scenario. Rushing forward, she attempted to pull Chen Che away, but the dormitory door swung open. There stood the slightly plump Mei Yu, clad in a suit, with her hands in her pockets. This is the end, Shen Mengxiang thought, turning to flee, but suddenly a fierce crackle of electricity erupted behind her. Then came the blinding light and an eerie silence. This dormitory is now mine. Everyone inside, leave, Chen Che's frail voice echoed. Though soft, it resonated profoundly in the strange stillness. Shen Mengxiang hesitated and turned around, her gaze landing first on the lifeless form of Mei Yu sprawled on the ground. Shen Mengxiang felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Is she asleep? Or dead? The fierce senior, Mei Yu, has vanished upon meeting him? Watching the other girls from the dormitory flee, Shen Mengxiang struggled to comprehend the situation. Had they truly secured a dormitory so effortlessly? And of all places, was it not the dormitory of the student council president, Mei Yu? Chen Che was the first to step over Mei Yu and enter the dormitory, his intentions clear. Bathing, resting, and sleeping were his only desires. Wu Yafu and Kulan follow behind, joyfully entering alongside him. Youth possesses a remarkable quality, for they can effortlessly drift into slumber. However, Kulan, seated beside Jia Mei Yu, expressed her musings. Previously influenced by Shen Mengxiang, she harbored a certain apprehension towards the senior, Mei Yu. Yet, upon closer inspection, she seemed rather unremarkable. Shen Mengxiang leaned in to gauge the breath of the still figure, swallowing hard. Is she dead? Electrocuted? Could it be that she perished so swiftly? Kai Lan exclaimed in astonishment, assuming Yia Mei Yu was merely rendered unconscious. Turning her gaze towards Chen Che, who lay upon the bed, Kalan felt a twinge of anxiety. Brother Chun, you wouldn't cast us out into the corridor again, would you? The mere thought caused Wu Yifu to grow anxious as well, having previously experienced Chen Che's meticulousness. In this situation, he once again held the reins of authority, reminiscent of past occurrences. Fortunately, their concerns proved unfounded as Chen Che did not demand their departure. Hooray! Brother Chun is truly wonderful. Long live Brother Chun! Wu Yifu exclaimed joyfully, climbing onto the bed in an attempt to bestow a kiss upon Chen Che. However, upon noticing the electric serpents coursing across his body, she hesitated. Brother Chun, have you undergone mutation? Will you forever be electrified? I've been infected with an ancient virus, but a brief rest will suffice. I am still struggling to manage the electricity surging through me, so please keep your distance for the time being. Although Chen Che was now capable of generating electricity, he had yet to master precise control, necessitating further training. The unfortunate demise of Jia Mei was merely a consequence of his inability to regulate the voltage effectively. Brother Chun, may I indulge in this little bear-shaped biscuit? Kulan inquired, rummaging through the cabinet and presenting a bag of biscuits for Chen Che's approval. His stringent oversight of their food consumption had led her to seek his consent for every morsel. This left Chen Che rather speechless. Within the room, Chen Che had already succumbed to slumber. Wu Yifu and Shun Mengxiang occupied chairs, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Kalan, hidden away on the balcony, nibbled delicately on her snacks, careful not to disturb Chen Che, who had forbidden her from eating. After a prolonged silence, Shun Mengxiang summoned her courage and gently tapped the edge of Chen Che's bed. Brother Chun, are you asleep? No response came. Brother Chun, my roommates are still outside. May I invite them in? I assure you they will not disrupt your rest. Shin Mengxiang had come to realize that Chen Che was an invaluable ally. As long as she clung tightly to his coattails, her needs would be met. Naturally, she wished to share this fortune with her close friends. Yet, after waiting in vain for a reply, she turned to glance at Kalan, who had also begun eating without a response from Chen Che. Suddenly enlightened, Shin Mengxiang declared, Brother Chun, in your silence, I shall take it as your consent. With that, she stealthily opened the door, beckoning the three girls who had been waiting outside for an eternity to enter. Upon their entrance, the trio erupted in excitement. Wow, Mengxiang, you're incredible. You even managed to secure a room from Senior Meiyu. When the three of us first heard the news, we could hardly believe it. After standing outside for half a day, we were finally allowed to enter the dormitory and warm ourselves. Wow, there are so many delicious foods. Mengxiang, may I have a taste? I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. Mengxiang, you are my savior. The animated chatter of the three girls nearly overwhelmed Shun Mengxiang. If we disturb the big shot and irritate them, you might end up getting shocked like Jia Meiyu, and that would be disastrous. In the dormitory, 6 girls gathered together, whispering softly. Jia Meiyu and her gang are truly despicable. They snatched away all our snacks and hid them in their own dormitory. Meixiang, try this fish snack. It's so delicious. Thankfully, Brother Chin zapped her. Good job. This fish snack is delightful. It seems Jia Meiyu's followers are outside. Are they planning to take revenge on her? With so many of them, what if they burst in? What is there to fear? Brother Chun is here. If they dare to come in, he'll zap them. Let us not worry and just eat. With all this food, will Brother Chun be angry when he wakes up? Should we save some for him? He probably won't be upset. If he is, so be it. The water is rising rapidly, and it won't be long before we're also submerged. At that point, we will be liberated. Sigh, when will this rain ever stop? On the bed, Chen Che was in a state of hazy slumber, tormented by a recurring dream. In his dream, he was surrounded by countless clucking hens, incessantly making a racket. Until a certain moment, Chen Che finally awoke. Opening his eyes, he saw 6 girls gathered around his bedside, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing that Chen Che was awake, they instantly fell silent, and the room was enveloped in stillness. Brother Chun, they greeted in unison. Except for Wu Yafu and Karen, the other 4 appeared somewhat anxious. Shin Mingxiang took the opportunity to introduce her 3 roommates, but Chen Che looked at them in confusion. Brother Chun, I only let them in with your permission. You're not angry, are you? Seeing the perplexed expression on Chen Che's face, Shin Mingxiang cautiously explained. However, Chen Che was even more bewildered. When did I give my consent? Did I mumble in my sleep? Chen Che, now indifferent to such trivial matters, glanced outside at the heavy rain and inquired, How high has the water risen? Wu Yafu replied with a wry smile. It has already reached the 16th floor. Then, I can summon Noah's Ark. Chen Che's spirits soared with anticipation. He got up to go to the restroom, retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the cabin, and washed his face thoroughly. Brother Chen, are you out of electricity? Wu Yafu greeted as she walked over from outside. With his mental and physical state improving, the erratic currents within Chen Che subsided. As he entered the restroom, Wu Yafu lowered her voice and asked, Brother Chen, should we dive and find a higher place to take refuge? Upon their arrival, the trio was equipped with a complete set of diving gear. If they could ascend once more and find a higher level, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. However, with only 3 sets of equipment available and 7 individuals present, a dilemma surfaced. No need, I have a better place to go, Chen Che remarked with a faint smile as he exited the restroom. You all come with me. Where to? Came the puzzled response. The water hasn't risen yet. We can stay here a little longer. Chen Che offered no explanation, instead opening the door to reveal a corridor teeming with female residents from the entire building. Packed so closely that finding footing was a challenge. Even the rooftop was crowded at this moment, in stark contrast to the exceedingly high mortality rate of the male dormitory. The female dormitory exhibited a significantly lower fatality rate. They often kept snacks on hand, leading to very few succumbing to starvation even after 8 days. In this dormitory housing hundreds, the death rate had yet to reach even 1/10, resulting in a natural congestion of the remaining space. Fortunately, Chen Che's intrinsic electrical attribute caused a swift retreat among the crowd, granting him ample room to maneuver. The memory of Chen Che's earlier act of electrocuting Jiao Meiyu had instilled sufficient fear among the residents. Yet, there were always a few who, having not witnessed the incident firsthand, dismissed the tales as absurd, emboldened by their audacity to block his path. Are you the one they call the Lightning King? Didn't they say you could generate electricity? Show us. The leader's taunts were cut short as Chen Che unleashed his power. A scent of charred flesh enveloped the air as 4 individuals fell lifelessly to the ground. Chen Che shook his head in dismay. He still needed practice. This time, he had mismanaged the voltage, intending merely to instill a minor electric shock, but instead, he had overcooked them. After a brief moment of silent tribute for the 4, Chen Che strode forward, heading straight for the rooftop. He was eager to summon his Noah's Ark, having waited for a full half-month and growing increasingly impatient. Although Wu Yafu and Kulan were unaware of Chen Che's intentions, they had grown accustomed to following his lead without hesitation and promptly kept pace behind him. Shen Mingxiang, having learned from her previous experience, did not hesitate this time either. However, her 3 roommates remained stationary in their dormitory. What's wrong with you? Let's go, Shen Mingxiang urged. You all go ahead. We won't stay here a bit longer. This place is great, sheltered from the wind and rain, plus there's a bed. Why go out? One roommate replied, that Chun Gu seems to want to go to the rooftop, going up now to get rained on his madness. Shen Mengxiang pressed anxiously. Who says Chun Gu is going up to get wet? What if it's something else? What else could he possibly do? Can he fly us up? Another retorted. We'll just stay here and wait for the water to rise before coming to find you. Seeing her friends were resolute, Shen Mengxiang sighed in resignation. All right then, let up first. Remember to come find us when you decide to join. Ah, Mengxiang, you may go ahead. We shall join you shortly. On the rooftop, hundreds of girls stood together, holding umbrellas, silently awaiting the rise of the water level, having failed to secure a place below to escape the rain. The rooftop was their only refuge. An atmosphere of anxiety and dread permeated the hearts of all present. No one spoke. Heads were bowed as they patiently awaited the flood that threatened to engulf them. After enduring a prolonged wait, hope for survival had long since faded. The arrival of Chen Che brought an unexpected splash of color to the rooftop scene. Yet, the onlookers merely cast a fleeting glance before averting their gaze, silently parting to allow him passage. As Chen Che stepped forward, Wu Yafu thoughtfully opened an umbrella, shielding him from the rain. She was curious about the better place he had mentioned. With the surrounding area submerged, there was nowhere left to stand. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, Chen Che gazed out at the vast expanse of water, his spirits lifted. This is it. What is it? Wu Yafu pondered, when suddenly a shadow loomed overhead, obscuring the entire world. Chapter 21. Greetings to the boys' dormitory. The 3,000-meter-long Ark of Noah descended from the heavens like a celestial gift, rapidly plummeting from the sky. The ever-expanding shadow blotted out the firmament, even blocking the rain and instilling a sense of oppressive foreboding. Initially, the crowd remained oblivious to the nature of the shadow, merely staring in bewilderment. However, as the shadow grew larger, drawing closer to their heads, panic ensued. What is that? Is it coming straight for us? Could it be a meteor? Will we be crushed? The group, once resigned to their fate, now confronted death directly, awakening their primal instinct for survival. Panic spread like wildfire through the crowd, and Wu Yafu and her companions were not exempt from this turmoil. They too were unaware of the colossal shadow's identity and shared a profound fear of mortality. Yet, amidst the brief chaos, Wu Yafu suddenly noticed Chen Che's excited expression. The thought of the better place resurfaced in her mind. So, is this what Chen Che meant by a better place? This shift in perspective allowed Wu Yafu to scrutinize the shadow more closely, though it remained too distant for her to discern clearly. It was not until the Ark of Noah broke through the last veil of dark clouds, revealing a glimmer of sunlight, that it became apparent. It's a ship falling from the sky. The enormity of this spectacle left everyone in attendance awestruck. The girls below leaned over the railing, craning their necks to gaze at the Ark of Noah. In their moment of distraction, the Ark had already descended. As it approached the water's surface, it came to a sudden halt, preventing a cataclysmic wave from arising. It then gently settled into the water, quietly resting before the astonished crowd. The Ark of Noah. Chen Che raised his hand, feeling the cold metallic surface of the vessel, his heart racing with exhilaration. In the recesses of his mind, Chen Che summoned the operating system of the Ark, as a maglev platform descended from the deck and came to a halt before him. The distance from his current position to the deck spanned over 100 meters, rendering the prospect of climbing it on his own nearly impossible. The moment he stepped onto the maglev platform, Chen Che forcibly calmed his emotions. From this instant onward, he would truly be the sovereign of these waters. Tian Yi. A cautious voice called from behind, belonging to Wu Yafu. Turning around, he observed the complex expressions on the faces of the three women: astonishment, excitement, anticipation, anxiety, and fear. They could no longer fathom the man before them, who could conjure vessels out of thin air and wield extraordinary powers that transcended their understanding of ordinary humanity. Yet, simultaneously, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival in Chen Che. More than mere survival. The prospect of boarding such an immense ark promised to transform their apocalyptic existence into something magnificent. The only source of their unease, even fear, was the possibility that Chen Che might choose not to include them in this venture. Fortunately, a melodious voice soon echoed in their ears. Come aboard. Yay! Chen Ge is indeed a wonderful person. Thank you, Chen Ge, you are truly kind. The three girls, overjoyed, hopped onto the maglev platform. Meanwhile, others remained stationary, gazing eagerly at Chen Che, the sole beacon of hope for their survival. Yet, Chen Che merely glanced at them before turning away to board the ship. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Jingtian and the others were waiting in the adjacent male dormitory. Should he arrive late, and they succumb to drowning, Chen Che would carry that regret for a lifetime. Chen Ge, my three roommates haven't tea come yet. Could you please call them up? During the ascent of the platform, Shen Mingxiang suddenly recalled her roommates still in the dormitory. Chen Che frowned. Didn't you tell them to come? Shen Mingxiang looked down. Hesitating, they wanted to stay in the dormitory a little longer, so they didn't come. Giving them a chance is futile, Chen Che replied dismissively. If it didn't come, then let it be. With Chen Che's words, Shen Mingxiang naturally dared not protest further. She sighed, gazing at the throngs of people below, filled with myriad emotions. Such a splendid opportunity for survival, forsaken by her own choice. Once her roommates learned of this, they would surely be infuriated. Upon the maglev platform reaching the deck, the sight of the expansive area and various equipment instantly stirred excitement among Wu Yafu and the other two women. They had not anticipated that this ship would be equipped not only with basic facilities, but also an array of military weaponry, fighter jets, artillery, everything conceivable. With these weapons at their disposal, their safety would be maximally assured. In contrast to the girls' fervor, Chen Che remained remarkably composed. He had long been aware of the Ark's staggering firepower. Beyond what was visible before him, even nuclear weapons were aboard. Congratulations to the captain on the addition of 3 new crew members, unlocking 3 AI war machines. Upon boarding, the system provided another notification. Unlock Ark population objective, acquired 10 crew members. The reward for achieving this goal included foundational life skills, training, and practical application. A new feature displaying crew loyalty was also introduced, along with a mission related to loyalty. Possessed 10 crew members with loyalty exceeding 50. The reward for this task was a full-body combat exosuit. Thus, It appeared that the array of robots at the ship's base could only be activated by increasing the crew count. Chen Che mater da complaint. Casting a glance at the loyalty levels of the three young women beside him, Wu Yafu and Kolan had both surpassed the 50 mark in loyalty, with scores of 58 and 51 respectively. Through their interactions over the past few days, they had developed a strong sense of trust in Chen Che, bolstered by the security he provided, which naturally elevated their loyalty beyond the threshold. As for Shen Mingxiang, their acquaintance was still fresh, resulting in a loyalty score of only 32. Chen Che held a degree of anticipation for the rewards offered by the system. The full-body combat exosuit, if his understanding was correct, resembled the armor of Iron Man, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. The foundational life skills were equally advantageous, encompassing numerous essential abilities for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. However, he needed to attend to more pressing matters. Moments later, three imposing robots, glistening with a black metallic sheen, emerged from the ship's exit. These three vividly sci-fi robots appeared not only striking, but also exuded an overwhelming presence. Each robot bore a distinct identification number on its chest: 01, 02, and 03. This visit to the male dormitory served as an opportunity to test the capabilities of these robots. The three young women huddled closer to Chen Che, radiating a sense of trepidation. "Brother Chen, what are these?" "AI war machines," he replied. With that, the magnetic levitation platform reactivated, smoothly gliding forward along the edge of the deck. The arc measured an impressive 3,000 meters in length, positioned adjacent to the female dormitory while also aligning with the male dormitory, situated 500 meters away. Thus, it was impossible to launch the arc. Merely moving on the deck sufficed to reach the male dormitory. At that moment, the male dormitory had already taken note of the colossal structure descending from the sky. A chaotic throng gathered on the rooftop, gazing in awe at the towering deck. "Goodness, I've never seen such a large ship. It stretches beyond sight. I told you, it's aliens. This ship must have come from them. Could this vessel be sent by extraterrestrials to rescue us? Or perhaps to abduct us for experiments? Have you lost your mind? There are no aliens. It's undoubtedly a rescue team sent by the authorities. The water has risen to the 16th floor. People are dying. Who cares whether they are aliens or not? The priority is to board the ship. No matter what is aboard, as long as it allows me to enter. I will do anything. Help! Hey, those on the ship, there are people here. Please save us." Chapter 22 in my lifetime. I have come to loathe the little black boy the most. The cacophony of desperate cries was barely audible over the torrential downpour. Yet, all were fervently shouting, hoping against hope that those aboard the vessel would hear their pleas. Perhaps their sincerity moved the souls on the ship. Moments later, a rectangular platform descended from the vessel, and I could faintly discern several figures atop it. It was the rescuers. I see them. At long last, salvation has arrived. "Mother, I need no longer fear drowning." How wonderful! Amidst the collective anticipation, the platform finally reached a height where we could clearly see it. Yet, a peculiar silence enveloped the scene. How could that person resemble him so closely? Chen Che, impossible, utterly inconcevable. Did he not perish in a diving accident? How could he be on that ship? It truly appeared to be him, flanked by Wu Yafu and Kolan. Upon recognizing the figures on the platform, all the boys above fell into a profound silence. An eerie quietude descended upon the crowd. They had contemplated that the ship might harbor anyone, even beings not of this world. Yet, they had never imagined that it would be Chen Che who descended from the vessel. What? Is my presence unwelcome? Chen Che seated himself at the edge of the platform, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed the crowd. In the forefront, he spotted his good friends Jiang Jingtian, Lu Zid, and Lu Run. "We demand to see the captain," Jiang Jingtian proclaimed, tilting his head to reveal his displeasure. "I'm a captain. What business do you have with me?" Chen Che responded. At that moment, Wu Yafu unexpectedly knelt behind and began to massage Chen Che's shoulders, seemingly affirming his captaincy. The throng below fell silent once more. The scene from 2 days prior, where they had encircled Chen Che, was still vivid in their minds. Now, how could they plead for help from him? "Where is Yang Xiaohua?" Chen Che inquired, scanning the crowd, yet failing to find her familiar figure. Among all, it was Yang Xiaohua he most wished to see on this journey. He was compelled to pry open her skull to understand how such a foolish mind could exist. However, the crowd swiftly delivered him grave news. Yang Xiaohua has died. Dead. Chen Che's voice escalated an octave. How did she die? We do not know. She suddenly passed away this morning. You don't know? Chen Che's expression darkened. The news of Yang Xiaohua's death struck him profoundly. I had yet to examine your cranial structure. How could you have departed this world ahead of time? The emotional turmoil coursing through him even manifested as arcs of electricity, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The crowd below recoiled in fear. We truly do not know. She was in the corridor last night, and this morning, she was found dead at sea. The dormitory's supervisor. Perhaps Aunt Zhang knows. She was always with Yang Xiaohua. Chen Che looked down, unable to find Aunt Zhang's figure, and declared, "Whoever finds that old dang first shall receive a boarding pass." Instantly, the eyes of the crowd brightened, and an exuberant smile spread like wildfire among them. For a moment, everyone frantically searched for Aunt Zhang, seeking their second chance at life. Chen Che sat calmly on the platform, observing their frantic quest in silence. Behind him, Wu Yafu and Kolan exchanged glances, letting out a sigh. They had initially thought that Chen Che had come to settle accounts with Yang Xiaohua. After all, it was not Yang Xiaohua who would take risks, nor would she have nearly perished twice. Having witnessed Yang Xiaohua's enigmatic maneuvers, even Wu Yafu felt a murderous intent. However, upon seeing Chen Che's grand display of grief for Yang Xiaohua's demise, they realized that beneath his indifferent exterior lay a heart deeply anchored in loyalty and affection. "Brother Chen, she has passed. Do not be too sorrowful." Kalan crouched down to offer a few comforting words. Her perception of Chen Che had significantly improved. Yet, Chen Che was somewhat bewildered by the comfort. "What am I sad about? What are you thinking?" He retorted. "I am angry at not having had the opportunity to deal with the self-proclaimed saint myself." Nevertheless, noticing that Kolan and Wu Yafu's loyalty had inexplicably increased, Chen Che chose not to elaborate further. The efficiency of the hundreds searching was remarkable. Within just 2 minutes, someone had located Aunt Zhang, who had just jumped into the water. That individual grasped Aunt Zhang by the collar, flushed with excitement as he approached Chen Che. "Chen Che, I found her. Quickly, let me board." Chen Che remained silent, instructing War Machine 01 to retrieve Aunt Zhang. Only then did he inquire of the young man. "Well done. What is your name?" "AI Cohen. My name is AI Cohen." Chen Che esse ais widened. Xiao Haitzi, D. As he spoke, 01 raised its hand, and a faint beam of light flickered, leaving a hole in AI Cohen's head. He was dead. In my lifetime, nothing irks me more than Xiao Haizi. It was not merely because he wished to prevent AI Cohen from boarding that he ended his life. The crowd fell silent, standing still with strange expressions. If you don't want someone aboard, just let them be. What a flimsy excuse to fool the foolish. "Chen Che," Jiang Jingtian suddenly called out, raising his voice. "Be magnanimous. It will not lead to loss. I admit, we may have been excessive before, but in all fairness, have you made no mistakes?" Lu Ji added, "Yes. Brother Chen, if you hadn't been so unwilling to share food, we wouldn't have had such an unpleasant quarrel." Lu Rin chimed in, "Brother Chen, we merely intended to teach you a small lesson. We never meant you any real harm. We even assured Yang Xiaohua that we would only take food and would not harm you. Brother Chen, regardless of the situation, we are good brothers from the same dormitory. A little discord between brothers is nothing significant. Wouldn't you agree?" Others echoed in unison, placing their hopes on Chen Che to grant them a chance at survival. Under the pitiable gazes of all present, Chen Che propped his chin up with one hand while pointing at Jiang Jingtian and his companions with the other. With a hint of amusement, he declared, "If any of you can eliminate those three, I shall ensure your survival." The crowd turned their attention to Jiang Jingtian and his companions, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. "What if you deceive us again, just as before?" One questioned, "Are you negotiating with me?" Chen Che replied, his face expressionless as he stood and looked down upon Jiang Jingtian and his companions. "I will allow you a 1-minute head start." With that, the magnetic levitation platform began to ascend slowly. He intended to retire to the Ark's cockpit to relish this rare game. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Jiang Jingtian and his companions felt the weight of countless gazes converging upon them in an instant. The madness and bloodlust in those eyes seemed ready to devour their very flesh. Fear swiftly enveloped the trio, for Chen Che's words had sealed their fate, unless... "Chin-dog!" A roar erupted, accompanied by the crack of a gunshot. Jiang Jingtian's pistol emitted a wisp of smoke. Chapter 23. The game of death. Chen Che had never forgotten that his stolen handgun remained in Jiang Jingtian's possession. Thus, Wei decided to descend from the deck. He had preemptively commanded War Machines 0203 to protect him. As the gunshot rang out, Chen Che's expression remained unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. It was not a matter of composure or bravado. Rather, the bullet had veered wildly off course, missing its mark by a staggering 2 meters. Jiang Jingtian had managed to achieve such a lack of accuracy. Even more absurdly, the bullet was caught barehanded by 02. After receiving the bullet from 02, Chen Che glanced at it with disdain, then discarded it. The bullet clattered upon the ground before Jiang Jingtian, producing a sound that seemed to signal the crowd to descend into madness. The minute had elapsed. Jiang Jingtian and his companion's eyes blazed a furious crimson. No longer able to heed Chen Che, they sprinted and leapt into the water. Within the dormitory building, the rooftop and the 16th floor were their only escape routes. Faced with the encroachment of hundreds, survival seemed impossible. Only by plunging into the depths could they grasp a thread of hope. The others wasted no time, following suit and jumping into the water. Even those unskilled in swimming hesitated only briefly before diving in, driven by the instinct to survive. Chen Che stood atop the ascending platform, coldly observing the unfolding spectacle, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Reminiscent of the torment he had endured at their hands 2 days prior. Upon entering the control room, Chen Che promptly deployed hundreds of underwater electronic eyes to monitor the unfolding game of cat and mouse in real time. Aunt Zhang was held aside by 01, her hair disheveled, her eyes filled with terror and madness. Chen Che, from where did you pilfer such a grand vessel? Have you assaulted the rescuers? Chen Che nodded, quietly savoring the cat and mouse game displayed on the screen. Just 3 minutes into the game, the least skilled swimmer, Lu Ji, had already perished, choked to death by several individuals. His body now resting at the bottom. Chen Che, not only do you commit murder, but you also dare to attack official personnel. These are grave offenses that will warrant the death penalty once the flood recedes. Jiang Jingtian and Lu Run, both proficient swimmers, had managed to distance themselves from their pursuers by several dozen meters, seemingly making their way towards the girls' dormitory number 12. Chen Che, implore you, spárame. Jiang Jingtian and his companion had swum 200 meters, yet behind them, over 30 individuals relentlessly pursued them. The chaotic underwater environment made progress exceedingly difficult for everyone. Debris was often swept along by the current, and a moment's carelessness could lead to injury. In just 10 short minutes, many of the pursuers had already sustained casualties. Jiang Jingtian and his companion were struck by some debris, blood arcing beautifully through the water. Yet the two dared not pause. Aside from surfacing for air, they pressed on towards the girls' dormitory without respite. Chen Che, I assure you I have never wronged you. Just grant me a chance to survive. If given the opportunity, I will surely repay your kindness. Aunt Zhang continued her desperate pleas. This time, Chen Che finally responded. How did Yang Xiaohua meet her end? She drowned. Aunt Zhang stammered. Chen Che turned to face her, remaining silent. The prolonged silence left Aunt Zhang feeling uneasy, and she forced herself to continue. She truly drowned. She claimed she could swim and wanted to find some food in the submerged dormitory. Who would have known that when she entered one of the rooms, an accident occurred? The door somehow closed behind her, and she could not escape, ultimately drowning. Wu Yafu immediately seized upon a flaw in her story, questioning, how do you know this so well? Aunt Zhang trembled, stuttering, because I was with her. I was outside while she was inside. I wanted to save her, but the dormitory door wouldn't budge. Then I saw a creature in the water, and I was terrified and ran away. Pausing, seeing Chen Che and the others remain unresponsive, Aunt Zhang hastily added, I swear, every word I speak is the truth. I admit I was selfish in fleeing, but I had no choice. That creature was far too terrifying. If I hadn't left, we both would have perished in the water. You can understand me, right? You will understand me, won't you? Wu Yafu and Kellen exchanged glances, recalling the electric fish that had attacked Chen Che, and began to believe Aunt Zhang's words to some extent. Aunt Zhang continued, Chen Che, you were so kind to Xiaohua, even for her sake. Grant me a chance at life, and I shall thank you on her behalf. Chen Che replied with a hint of amusement. If I were to consider Xiaohua's face, I would be even less inclined to spare you. Aunt Zhang was momentarily taken aback, clearly struggling to comprehend. Why? Chen Che's grand display for Yang Xiaohua clearly indicates his deep concern for her demise. Yet why would he be inclined to take her life? The reason I came here was to personally exact vengeance upon Yang Xiaohua. Had it not been for her, I would not have lost my firearm, and I narrowly escaped with my life. Chen Che's expression darkened. Now that Yang Xiaohua is dead, you, who regarded her as a goddaughter, remain. Tell me, Should I slay you to vent my frustration? This certainly left Aunt Zhang utterly bewildered, observing Chen Che's intense emotional reaction earlier. One could have assumed he was enraged by Yang Xiaohua's death. Instead, it turns out he was merely upset about not achieving personal retribution. Aunt Zhang's heart raced as she contemplated this. I was not well acquainted with Yang Xiaohua. Oh, did you not consider her a goddaughter? Chen Che chuckled. I distinctly recall Yang Xiaohua mentioning how kind you were to her in the past, frequently bringing her snacks, buying her fruits, and occasionally taking her shopping for dresses. You two were practically like a mother and daughter. Aunt Zhang, in a flustered tone, insisted. I truly was not close to her. I even killed her myself. Chen Che frowned. Did you not claim she died by accident? It was no accident. I closed the dormitory door. Why? She found a single can of food in the dormitory, and I wished to eat it myself. So, I locked her inside and let her drown. Inside the operating room, a heavy silence enveloped the space. Wu Yafu and the others gaped at her in disbelief. They never anticipated that Aunt Zhang would personally end Yang Xiaohua's life, a person who had risked everything, including her own life and that of her friends, to save her. And all for the sake of a mere can of food. Chen Che narrowed his eyes, darkly questioning. How can I possibly believe you? You treated her so kindly. Would you truly kill her over a can? It's not fabricated, Aunt Zhang pleaded. I was kind to her solely because in my youth I sold my own daughter. She bore a slight resemblance to my daughter, and I sought to atone for my past. This revelation stunned even Chen Che. Selling one's daughter and killing a goddaughter. What a true monstrosity. Chapter 24. Using life to repulse others. Incensed, trembled all over and slapped her across the face. You are utterly inhuman. Yes, I am inhuman. I am but a nuisance. Chen Che, please show mercy and let me go. Aunt Zhang responded, unperturbed by the slap. As long as she could survive, she would gladly thank anyone who bruised her face. Such a person must not be spared. Kalan, who was typically timid, was genuinely enraged this time, even daring to demand that Chen Che kill Aunt Zhang. Wu Yafu and Shen Mingxiang echoed her sentiments, expressing their profound disdain for Aunt Zhang. Alas, Aunt Zhang, you have heard them. None wish to spare you, and I find myself in a difficult position. Chen Che contemplated for a moment before proposing. How about this? You should take your own life at sea. Do not tarnish my ship. Aunt Zhang was taken aback. Chen Che, are you toying with me? Aunt Zhang, one must not speak carelessly. At your age, what are you thinking? Chen Che, you wretched bastard, may you meet a most untimely demise. As hope faded, Aunt Zhang descended into hysteria. Chen Che, it is your actions that led to Yang Xiaohua's demise. Had you not denied me sustenance, I would not have been so starved, nor would I have locked the door for a mere can. It is all your fault. If I perish, I shall return alongside Yang Xiaohua to seek vengeance upon you. Chen Che waved his hand dismissively, and the war machine promptly seized Aunt Zhang by the head, lifting her like a chick and dragging her toward the door. Chen Che, even in death, I shall splatter you with my blood. With a ferocious scream, Aunt Zhang suddenly produced a pair of scissors from behind, aiming for her own neck. She held no illusions of turning the tide with this blade. Yet, even in death, she wished to taint Chen Che with her blood. Alas, Chen Che's electric shock was swifter than her action. Before the scissors could reach her neck, a jolt of electricity seared her. Poor Xiaohua, meeting such a venomous woman. Sigh. I had previously found Xiaohua quite infuriating, yet now I felt a pang of pity for her. Thankfully, retribution had been served, and that wicked woman would not escape unscathed. Brother Chen, thank goodness you deceived her. Otherwise, we would have remained in the dark. Deceit? When have I ever lied? Chen Che was perplexed. However, considering the rising loyalty, he did not delve deeper. Turning to the monitor, he happened to witness Jiang Jingtian and his companion being struck by a box. They had initially maintained a distance of several dozen meters, but suddenly the pursuers closed in. As the ferocious crowd loomed perilously close, panic engulfed the two. A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Jingtian's eyes as he abruptly seized Lu Run and hurled him backward. Still in a daze, Lu Run was immediately captured by the crowd behind him. Hands gripped his throat, and numerous daggers pierced his flesh. Blood stained the surrounding waters and clouded Lu Ren's vision. He could not fathom that, at such a critical moment, Jiang Jingtian would sacrifice him. He opened his mouth to utter something, but no sound emerged. Only a multitude of bubbles escaped. Jiang Jingtian, without casting Lu Run a second glance, had already seized the fleeting moment to swim toward dormitory number 12. These individuals are truly terrifying. Yet, Aslan gazed at the frenzied crowd beneath the sea. Her small face turned pale with fear. Having lived in an era of peace, she could not comprehend the madness unfolding before her. A person, driven by the instinct to survive, could so readily throw a dear friend to the wolves. Another group, in their fight for survival, wielded their blades without hesitation. It seemed that they craved more. In the chaotic depths of the ocean, these desperate souls had lost all semblance of reason, resembling rabid dogs, their eyes fixated solely on the distant figure of Jiang Jingtian. 70 meters, 60 meters, finally 50 meters. Jiang Jingtian incessantly murmured the distance to Building 12 within his mind, as he beheld the increasingly proximate dormitory. It seemed as though he had already glimpsed the flicker of hope for life. If only he could ascend the stairs. He could navigate the tumultuous environment and evade his remaining pursuers. Behind him, the dozen or so assailants had become relentless, moving with an unyielding vigor that belied any fatigue. However, the time Lu Run had managed to secure had widened the gap between them to over 50 meters, making it nearly impossible to intercept Jiang Jingtian before he reached Building 12. 10 meters. In Jiang Jingtian's eyes, a brilliant light erupted. This distance, it seemed, was insurmountable. What was that sound? The buzzing of electricity nearby caused Jiang Jingtian to furrow his brow. Turning, he found an exceedingly grotesque electric fish hovering directly before him. Zing! A powerful current surged through Jiang Jingtian's body. His consciousness vanished in an instant, and he began to sink slowly. The group behind him, upon witnessing such a hideous creature capable of generating electricity, instantly regained their senses and attempted to flee. However, a war machine had long been waiting behind them. The ensuing slaughter was of no interest to Chen Che, who had already dispatched 3 war machines. One was tasked with dealing with the remaining boys, another with capturing the electric fish, and the last with ensuring Jiang Jingtian's demise. He was determined to eradicate Jiang Jingtian entirely, for he would not allow the possibility of leaving him alive to set a trap. As for the electric fish, Chen Che harbored doubts about whether the war machine could contend with it. The voltage exceeding 1,000 volts appeared quite formidable. Yet, when the electric fish discharged its electricity, Chen Che was taken aback. A current struck the war machine number 03, which not only remained unscathed but seemed to shine even brighter. Was this not a mere mobile charger? Clearly lacking in intelligence, the electric fish continued to generate electricity, seeing its foe still standing. However, its efforts proved entirely ineffectual beyond recharging war machine number 03. After a time, under Chen Che's command, War Machine No. 03 delivered a powerful blow to the electric fish, rendering it unconscious and allowing it to be dragged back to the ark like a fish on a line. Meanwhile, War Machine number 02 had completed its grim task with Jiang Jingtian. These 2 war machines then joined the hunt against the remaining boys. With the aid of underwater electronic eyes providing their locations, blood mist soon rose from the depths. Chen Che did not spare those who remained in the boys' dormitory. In a mere 10 minutes, the entire aquatic expanse had transformed in hue. Observing this scene, Kalan and Shen Mingxiang turned pale, while Wu Yafu, though was somewhat better off, had her lips tinged with a faint purple from biting down in distress. Kalan parted her lips, wishing to say something, but recalling the madness of those earlier moments. She silently closed her mouth. Throughout this day, she had profoundly felt the darkness of human nature. In such a post-apocalyptic world, survival necessitates a transformation into cold-bloodedness. Having completed the task, he was finally ready to embark on the journey to find her. The thought of that beautiful figure stirred an uncontainable anticipation within Chen Che. After waiting for half a month, he could at last seek out Yu Jizi. "Brother Chen, have you forgotten something?" Shen Mingxiang suddenly reminded him in a hushed tone. Chapter 25. Loyalty in the negative. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory building number 12, hundreds of girls crowded atop the roof, gazing skyward with longing eyes at the ark. The water level had risen to the rooftop. If they did not board soon, their lives would dwindle to a mere few hours. However, after waiting all day, the only thing they heard was the thunderous roar of the ark's engine starting. The already anxious crowd was thrown into utter panic. "The boat is leaving. What should we do? That boy has no intention of taking us with him. Who can think of a solution? I don't want to die. Shen Mingxiang. I remember she went up earlier. Let her plead for us. Perhaps that boy's heart will soften. What about Mengxiang's roommates? They should go plead with her." At that moment, Shen Mingxiang's 3 roommates were squeezed at the stairway's entrance, half submerged in water. They had lingered in their room too long, and by the time they ascended, There's no space left for them to stand. Upon realizing their predicament, the crowd reluctantly made way, allowing the three to reach the forefront. Yet, they had no means to communicate with those above, only able to cry out hoarsely. The deck is too high. The sound of the rain is too loud. They can't hear us at all. Meng Xiang, why didn't you call us when you went up? That boy didn't even inform us about the boat. Had we known there was a vessel, we wouldn't have stayed in the dormitory. Meng Xiang, we're severing ties with you. As they witnessed the vessel truly shifting forward, the three roommates grew frantic, crying and wailing about breaking ties with Shen Mengxiang. Fortunately, the boat only moved slightly before coming to a halt. A magnetic levitation platform slowly descended, with Chen Che standing alone upon it. Had it not been for Shen Mengxiang's reminder, he might have entirely forgotten about this group of girls. The boy is coming down. Help! Save us! Just let me aboard. I will do anything. Seeing hope rekindled, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Yet, Chen Che furrowed his brow and commanded silence. His voice, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, brought hundreds of girls to a hush. With their lives in Chen Che's hands, none dared to defy him. If you wish to board my vessel, there is but one condition: absolute obedience. Unconditional compliance with my commands. Those who can comply kneel. Before summoning the Ark, Chen Che had envisioned a life of solitary indulgence. Having witnessed the formidable might of the war machines, Chen Che felt it imperative to unlock a greater number of them, while simultaneously fulfilling his population objective. Naturally, this was contingent upon not causing himself undue distress. If he were to invite some highborn ladies aboard, he would rather forego the war machines altogether. Upon articulating his conditions, over half the girls on the rooftop immediately knelt. They had long been shrouded in the terror of death, resolute in their determination to board the vessel at any cost. They would not only kneel to express their loyalty, but would also comply with any more enticing conditions presented to them. After a moment of hesitation, others gradually followed suit, and soon only a handful remained standing. Among them were three roommates of Shen Mengxiang, who felt somewhat special due to their association with her. Should we kneel as well? They pondered. However, Chen Che paid them no heed, which brought them to the stark realization of their predicament. Reluctantly, two of them knelt, while the last one succumbed to their urging. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and amid their final hesitations, they too knelt. At last, Chen Che successfully commanded multiple magnetic levitation platforms to descend, bringing all the girls aboard the ship. Congratulations, Captain, for adding 516 crew members and unlocking 511 AI war machines. Congratulations, Captain, for achieving the population goal of having 10 crew members. Reward for achieving the goal: basic life skills training and practical application. Congratulations, Captain, for achieving the population goal of having 100 crew members. Reward for achieving the goal: global knowledge database. Unlocking population goal: having 1,000 crew members. Reward for achieving the goal: global communication, capable of establishing communication with any global communication device. 511. Chen Che raised an eyebrow. Did you pocket 5 of them? Among them, 5 crew members have insufficient loyalty and cannot unlock AI war machines. Chen Che immediately furrowed his brow and reviewed everyone's loyalty levels. Most, having just been rescued by him, had loyalty scores around 20. A few had loyalty scores in single digits, or even 0. Chen Che could understand this. A loyalty score of 0 merely indicated they viewed him as a stranger, which he could accept. But what was the deal with the 5 negative scores? One of them was nearly 100 in the negative. Disregarding the other rewards provided by the system, Chen Che scanned the crowd and pointed to 5 individuals. You, and you too come forward. 4 of them were unfamiliar to him, but one girl with blonde hair caused him to frown. This was Shen Mengxiang's roommate, the very girl who had been dragged down to kneel. The 5, perplexed, stepped forward, drawing the attention of the others. You 5 seem to have an issue with me? Upon hearing this, the 5 felt a simultaneous tightening in their chests. The most loyal among the 5 let out a hollow laugh. Not at all. You saved us. How could we possibly hold anything against you? Is that truly the case? Chen Che's gaze swept across the faces of the 5, before finally resting on the girl who kept her head bowed, her loyalty plummeting to a staggering -100. Lift your head, Chen Che commanded coldly. The girl raised her head with excruciating slowness, and Chen Che finally beheld her eyes, bloodshot and trembling subtly. Goodness, one need not even glance at her loyalty level. Her expression practically etched the words, "I wish for your demise," upon her face. Do you harbor a grudge against me? Chen Che furrowed his brow. Such animosity could not stem from a trivial disagreement, yet he could not recall ever having wronged this girl. No, not at all. She attempted to protest, but Shen Mengxiang interjected sharply from behind. She is a younger sister of Jia Meiyu, our student council president. Understanding dawned on Chen Che. So that was the connection. He had only taken one life in the girls' dormitory, and by sheer coincidence, it had been that of this girl's sister. No wonder the hatred ran so deep. With a sudden crackle, a jolt of electricity surged forth, and the girl collapsed, her body charred. Such decisive action sent a chill through the onlookers. Chen Che, however, regarded the next individual with an air of indifference. This person's loyalty was scarcely higher than the previous. Curiosity piqued. Chen Che inquired, "Whose life have I taken from you?" "You killed both of her boyfriends." The girl before him and another beside her simultaneously launched their attack. A pair of scissors and a fruit knife aimed for Chen Che's heart. Yet, he was well prepared. Another flash of electricity flared, and two more charred remnants joined the ground. How fortunate to take down two at once. Chen Che felt a twinge of envy for their boyfriends before turning his attention to the fourth girl. This girl was strikingly beautiful, rivaling even Colon, the belle of her department. "What is your situation?" Chen Che continued his inquiry. The girl's loyalty, initially at -12, appeared to have risen to -6, perhaps spurred by the terror of witnessing 3 deaths in rapid succession. While not a significant increase, any negative loyalty signified treachery, indicating she could strike at any moment. "I bear you no ill will." The girl, clearly startled, stammered as she attempted to gather her thoughts. After a brief pause, she managed to articulate, "I admire you greatly. With your prowess, how could I possibly hold a grudge?" Chen Che frowned. This statement bore an oddly dissonant tone. Sensing his displeasure, the girl's heart raced, fearing he might retaliate without warning. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself and approached Chen Che, embracing him tightly. "Brother, I actually like you very much." "Oh, another attempt at seduction?" And now, with a collision of sorts. A foul play. A red card. Off the field. On the ground lay another fragment of carbon. Chapter 26. The Covering Mecha. In Search of Yujizi. The desire for beauty is a universal sentiment. Chen Che has an affinity for lovely women and yearns to fall prey to the allure of a femme fatale once more. Alas, her loyalty has perpetually lingered at a dismal -6, indicating her enduring treachery towards him. Should her safety be threatened, even the most enchanting beauty would face dire consequences. The others were equally intimidated by Chen Che's methods, retreating a few steps in apprehension. They had presumed that such a stunning damsel would enjoy some privilege under Chen Che's reign, perhaps facing mere punishment rather than the fate that befell the previous 3. However, the outcome was unforeseen. Before they could even process the event, Chen Che had executed her without hesitation, proceeding as if nothing had transpired, until he stood before the last individual, a blonde-haired girl, the roommate of Shen Mengxiang. As Chen Che approached, he noted a shift in the blonde girl's loyalty, plummeting from -2 to 0. Simultaneously, a foul odor filled the air. Upon inspection, he discovered that she had lost control of her bladder in sheer fright. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Brother Chen, I was wrong. I should not have shown you disrespect. Please spare me. I promise it will not happen again." "What is your name?" he inquired. "Wan Zicken." "My name is Wan Zicken," she replied. Chen Che remained silent, observing her intently. With her loyalty now resting at 0, her fate hung in the balance. She could be spared or dispatched. However, prudence dictated that execution was the safest course. Sensing the growing chill in Chen Che's gaze, Wan Zicken's fear intensified, causing her to collapse to the ground. "Brother Chen, I was foolish earlier. I will comply with whatever you command from now on without a trace of hesitation. I beg you." Until one is faced with the specter of death, they seldom cultivate a sense of reverence for life. It is only when one brushes against mortality that the value of existence becomes apparent. Chen Che's ruthless dispatch of 4 individuals had shattered Wan Zicken's psychological defenses, erasing her prior arrogance and extinguishing any lingering dissatisfaction towards him. "Brother Chen, I assure you that Xiao Chan did not intend to provoke you. Please grant her clemency this once. Should there be a next time, punish her severely," implored Shen Mengxiang and others, crowding around Wan Zicken in supplication. After a moment of silence, Chen Che coldly commanded, "Crawl over here." Had this been before, the very notion of crawling before the assembled crowd would have been met with fierce resistance from Wan Zicken. Even kneeling would have been an affront. Yet, after experiencing the terror of death, she hesitated not and crawled to Chen Che's feet without a second thought. Her loyalty, surged dramatically, reaching 50 in an astonishing display. The rapid escalation left Chen Che taken aback. He had long pondered how to enhance loyalty, understanding only that fostering a sense of security and trust would bolster it. Yet, Wan Ziken's reaction suggested that instilling fear might also serve as a potent method, with remarkably pronounced effects. Chen Che knelt down, lifting Wan Ziken's chin. Her once delicate features, now marred by a mixture of rainwater, tears, and snot, evoked a sense of nausea. Remember, there will be no second chances for regret. Do you understand? Thank you. Brother Chen, I will be obedient. Clean up the ground. With that, Chen Che turned and departed. Wan Ziken remained on her knees, incessantly expressing her gratitude. Her loyalty, originally at 50, surged to 80. According to the system's explanation, such elevated loyalty had reached the level of blind adoration. Apart from resisting any command from Chen Che to end her life, she would execute any other directive without hesitation or thought. Observing the four deceased on the ground and the terrified Wan Ziken, the loyalty of others also shifted. Most experienced a decline in loyalty, yet a select few witnessed a significant increase. Completion of loyalty task, possessing 10 crew members with loyalty exceeding 50. Reward for the task, full body covering mech. Update on loyalty-related tasks, possessing 100 crew members with loyalty exceeding 50. Task reward, heavy man mech. As Chen Che returned to the captain's control room, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Simultaneously, a black and red metallic bracelet materialized on his wrist. Its appearance was seamless, yet it bore no weight. The mech operated on the same system as the Ark, and with a mere thought, Chen Che found himself enveloped in an unknown metallic substance within 2 seconds. The world around him transformed into a holographic projection. Lines of data flickered at the periphery of his vision, yet they did not obstruct his normal sight. The others, including Wu Yafu, who entered alongside him, were initially startled by the mech, but upon realizing it was Chen Che, they were taken aback once more. After witnessing Chen Che harnessing electricity and conjuring ships seemingly from thin air, now witnessing such a sci-fi full-body mech, they were almost desensitized. However, Chen Che's increasing prowess was undoubtedly beneficial for them. In the harsh world of the apocalypse, weakness is a sin. Only those with formidable strength can ensure their own safety and that of those around them. Equipped with this mech, Chen Che's combat capabilities were significantly enhanced once more. After soaring through the rain for a few laps, he returned to the captain's control room, thoroughly satisfied. The experience provided by this mech was exceptional. He felt no discomfort, as if it were an extension of himself. The metal strength was formidable. It was outfitted with considerable firepower. Wearing this mech, unless faced with heavy artillery, his defenses would remain unbreached. If such a full-body mech could achieve this, what might a towering heavy man mech withstand? The more he contemplated, the more anticipation grew within him, as the women gathered around. Brother Chen is formidable. Wu Yafu was the first to leap forward, clinging to Chen Che. He wrapped an arm around her waist, casting a glance at Kolan and Shen Mingxiang. During this period, I have not had a moment's rest. You all should descend and find 2 rooms to take a proper respite. Additionally, Yafu, please arrange accommodations for the over 500 individuals, ensuring each has their own room. The lower decks of the Ark are filled with cabins intended for storage, while the upper half features a deck alongside numerous floors, providing ample rooms, 1,000 or more, so individual accommodations should pose no challenge. After assigning the rooms, gather a few people to retrieve some food from the cabins, directing everyone to the dining hall for their meals. I will grant you the rank of first officer to facilitate access to these areas. Today, everyone is fatigued. Let's keep things simple, with more detailed arrangements to be made tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wu Yafu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she dashed off with enthusiasm. Thank you, darling. Kolan and Shen Mingxiang looked at Wu Yafu with a hint of envy. The authority bestowed upon Wu Yafu by Chen Che effectively cemented her status aboard the ship, second only to him and above all others. In contrast, the two of them, aside from their proximity to Chen Che, seemed no different from the other 500 individuals. Go ahead and take care of it, Chen Che said, giving Wu Yafu a gentle pat on the waist. She expressed her gratitude once more, planting a kiss on his cheek before happily departing. Appointing Wu Yafu as first officer was undoubtedly the most practical decision for Chen Che, for she possessed both intelligence and reason. Fully aware of what needed to be done and what did not, she could efficiently manage all the mundane affairs aboard the Ark, allowing Chen Che to concentrate on charting the course and searching for Yu Jizi. Chapter 27. First officer, after Wu Yafu organized the accommodation for the hundreds, she promptly made her way to the cabins to procure some sustenance. Considering the meal for over 500 people, Wu Yafu summoned dozens of individuals at once. Everyone had been famished for several days, and thus eagerly flocked to her call. Those summoned were immensely pleased, while those left out could hardly contain their anticipation as they hurried to the dining hall. Along the way, the crowd, now reassured of their safety, gradually regained their vitality, chattering animatedly, with some lavishing praise upon Wu Yafu. Yafu, you've actually become first officer. I'm so envious. Before the apocalypse, you and our captain must have been a couple, right? Yafu, if we ever upset the captain, you must speak on our behalf. Our happiness depends on you. I see that our captain is not one to indiscriminately harm others. As long as we don't offend him and remain loyal, he is quite agreeable. Indeed, it's wonderful to be with Chen Che. Not only do we have a place to stay, but we also have food. Where else could we find such a divine sanctuary? Others would be envious beyond measure. But I wonder how much food there is in the cabins. With so many of us, what if we deplete the captain's supplies within days? Suddenly, the group fell silent. They had endured enough of hunger. The agony of starvation still haunted them. More importantly, if food truly ran out, they would once again face the specter of death. Wu Yafu shared these concerns. Previously, she even contemplated telling Chen Che that if there wasn't enough food, there was no need to bring so many people along. No one is born to be a savior. In these times, being able to look after oneself is already commendable. Chen Che need not feel obligated to rescue these 500 individuals. However, she also recognized that Chen Che was not a person driven by emotions. Since he dared to allow over 500 people on board, he must have had ample preparations in place. Yet, as she anxiously opened the cabin, her heart raced at the sight of the mountain of supplies, leaving her utterly astounded. So many provisions. My goodness, I have never seen such a bounty in my life. Did the captain empty an entire city's worth of resources? Food, water, clothing, necessities, and even pharmaceuticals, soil, and seeds? Initially, Chen Che had extorted resources from Yu Ji's family amounting to over 1 million, coupled with the supplies rescued from 3 warehouses. The provisions stored in the cabin nearly totaled 2 million tons. The quantity of food alone was sufficient to ensure that 20,000 people could live without want for a lifetime. This was the foundation of Chen Che's confidence in allowing over 500 individuals on board. Even if these 500 did nothing for the rest of their lives, Chen Che could still sustain them. Not to mention, he did not intend for these people to live off handouts indefinitely. He would certainly assign them tasks, such as salvaging marine life. After a prolonged state of astonishment, Wu Yafu forced herself to regain her composure and began organizing the distribution of food. She took on the responsibility of supervising to ensure that no one pilfered from the cabin. Fortunately, the system had categorized and organized the supplies upon their storage. Otherwise, locating anything among such a vast array of items would have been an insurmountable challenge. An hour later, Wu Yafu observed as everyone collected their allotted provisions. Once everyone had exited, she promptly closed the cabin door. Previously, she had not fully grasped the extent of the authority Chen Che bestowed upon her as the first mate. Now, she began to comprehend the magnitude of it. Such an immense quantity of resources could incite frenzy among any individual or faction. Chen Che had placed the key to a veritable treasure trove in her hands. In the deep of night, Chen Che and Wu Yafu found themselves in the captain's lounge. This room, situated at the topmost level of the Ark, was unparalleled, offering a panoramic view of the entire vessel as well as the vast ocean beyond. In such a secure environment, with beauty at one side and the splendid seascape to admire, it was indeed a delightful reprieve. Chen Che's thoughts began to stir. Now, most other matters had been resolved. The singular task that remained was to locate Yu Ji. Yet in this vast ocean, finding one person was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chen Che's only lead was the knowledge of Yu Ji's sailing route for his previous life, which lay to the west in the plateau region. The plateau areas generally boasted high altitudes, ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 meters. Given that precipitation levels had ceased to rise, for sea levels to reach an altitude of 3,000 meters, it would take at least a year. As long as one can safely reach the highland region, it signifies a year of respite, a period of stable living that also allows for preparation for the impending global ocean. The route Chen Che has now charted leads towards the western highlands. Yu Ji presumably set off at least 2 weeks ago. By now, Chen Che has finally caught up, albeit rather late. Fortunately, the vessel possesses considerable power, capable of reaching speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, 3 times that of Yu Zhizi's ship. Maintaining full speed, he estimates he could catch up to Yu Zhizi within approximately 10 days. Remarkably, Chen Che need not worry about energy resources. This arc utilizes an incomprehensible technology that harnesses water as its fundamental energy source, with power comparable to nuclear energy. In this apocalyptic scenario, water is in abundant supply. This suggests that Chen Che has an inexhaustible source of energy. By this single advantage, this Noah's Ark surpasses all other ships and submarines. Coupled with the arsenal aboard, fighter jets, cannons, submarines, and nuclear missiles, Chen Che finds it difficult to conceive of anyone who could impose sanctions upon him in this apocalypse. After a night had passed, Chen Che used the Ark's operating system to connect to the intercom in Wan Zikin's cabin, instructing her to fetch several sets of clothing from storage. Upon receiving the command, Wan Zikin hurriedly complied, eager not to delay and incur Chen Che's displeasure. Soon, she emerged, breathless and clutching a pile of garments. Following the events of the previous night, both Chen Che and Wu Yafu required changes of attire. "Captain, here are the clothes you requested," Wan Zikin said timidly, standing at the doorway. In her haste, she had neglected to tidy her own appearance, having rushed barefoot to comply with the order. Since being startled by Chen Che the day before, she approached him with utmost caution. However, with others, she still retained her former princess-like demeanor, capricious and temperamental. "Place them on the chair," Chen Che instructed. Wan Zikin set the clothes down, her gaze lowered, wringing her hands together as she murmured, "Captain, is there anything else you require?" Chapter 28. A plea for help after dismissing Wan Zikin. Wu Yafu emerged from the bathroom. "What is the matter?" she inquired. "I had some clothes sent up." "Oh, let me see," Wu Yafu replied, wrapping herself in a towel as she inspected the garments. "Darling, which outfit would you like to see me in? Just so you know, I refuse to wear the Emperor's new clothes." Chen Che cold doppia y. Was he truly such a person of questionable taste? Choose for yourself. Wear whichever you prefer. Hurry and change. Then join me for a meal before we familiarize ourselves with the ship's surroundings. Although the Ark belonged to him, since boarding, Chen Che had only explored the deck and control room, leaving many areas unvisited. While he could observe the entire ship's layout via the system surveillance, viewing it through a screen is distinctly different from experiencing it firsthand. Additionally, the electric fish captured yesterday remains confined in the outdoor pool, necessitating a visit to determine its arrangements. Wu Yafu sifted through a pile of clothing, selecting an ensemble that best accentuated her long legs, resembling a true secretary. Trailing behind Chen Che, she indeed appeared the part. As they descended from the lounge, they encountered numerous young women along the way, each respectfully greeting Chen Che while enviously eyeing Wu Yafu. Clearly, Chen Che held the highest status aboard the vessel, closely followed by Wu Yafu, the vice captain. The remaining 500 individuals were virtually indistinguishable. Yet, everyone yearned for distinction, aspiring to be near Chen Che and wield power like Wu Yafu. Indeed, many young women had already taken action, meticulously adorning themselves and subtly expressing their intentions through glances or words, hoping to capture Chen Che's attention. Unfortunately, having tasted the allure of Wu Yafu, Chen Che's standards had risen. Among the ship's inhabitants, only a handful remained capable of captivating him based solely on appearance. Should those few also exhibit such initiative, Chen Che would undoubtedly not refuse. As for the advances from others, he chose to remain oblivious. A minor incident occurred during lunch when 2 young women clashed over their differing meals. One indulged in instant noodles while the other savored canned fish. Naturally, the one with noodles was unwilling to relent, desiring a swap for the canned delicacy, leading to a physical altercation. It was only after Chen Che's arrival that they ceased their hostilities. Upon discerning the cause, Chen Che recognized a pressing issue. Managing over 500 individuals was no trivial task. Without a structured system, relying solely on himself and Wu Yafu for resolution would render daily life unbearable. To address this, Chen Che utilized mealtime to devise a simple plan, a hierarchical management system. He proposed categorizing all personnel into 3 tiers of crew members and 3 tiers of sailors based on their abilities and contributions, with varying privileges according to their ranks. After articulating his general concept, he entrusted Wu Yafu with refining and implementing the details. However, as Wu Yafu lacked expertise in management, the extent of her success remained uncertain. After their meal, Chen Che explored the entire ship, placing particular emphasis on the learning room. The previously established population target rewards had been realized within this space. Here, not only could one acquire all knowledge currently possessed by humanity, but virtual simulations also allowed individuals to hone their skills, making it a profoundly beneficial venue for all crew members. After experiencing it, both Chen Che and Wu Yafu were filled with wonder. With the presence of this learning room, Chen Che no longer had to worry about harboring a multitude of ineffectual individuals. With a little time invested, he could transform everyone into experts in their respective fields. After spending some time in the study room, Chen Che eventually arrived at the suspended swimming pool on the upper level. Within, an exceedingly unattractive electric fish lay at the bottom of the pool, seemingly resting. Upon noticing the presence of others, the electric fish immediately emitted a brilliant blue light, unleashing countless electric currents towards them. Chen Che, perceiving the situation, instinctively raised his wrist, and in the blink of an eye, the multitude of electric currents was entirely absorbed by his wristband. His full-body exosuit also required charging. One should never pass up on complementary power. Seeing that the electric shocks were ineffective, the fish appeared visibly enraged and unleashed another barrage of electric currents. After exhausting its energy without any effects, the electric fish finally lay motionless at the bottom of the pool like a dead fish. Chen Che glanced at his fully charged wristband, then at the electric fish below, and shook his head in resignation. As a fish, was this not rather foolish? It continued to emit electricity, fully aware that it was futile. This folly inexplicably reminded him of an old acquaintance. Sighing, Chen Che thought, never mind, let it remain as a decorative fish for now. At present, he had no immediate plans for this foolish fish. Serving as a charger here wasn't such a bad idea. Boss, is it because this fish attacked you that you can emit electricity? Wu Yafu had seamlessly adopted the role of a secretary. Indeed, Chen Che explained. This fish harbors an ancient virus that has consumed its genes. When attacked, these ancient viruses, carrying the fish's genetic material, invade the assailant's body, granting them the ability to emit electricity. What if I were also attacked by the electric fish? Would I be able to emit electricity too? Wu Yafu suddenly seemed eager to try. Who wouldn't desire such a dazzling ability akin to superpowers? Theoretically, yes, but it is not guaranteed to succeed, Chen Che pondered. The ancient virus is extremely destructive to the human body, forcibly altering human genes, which inherently carries significant risk. Without a certain physical constitution and sufficient willpower, surviving the encroachment of the ancient virus would be nearly impossible. Wu Yafu hesitated but remained undeterred, inquiring, how strong must one's willpower be? Chen Che replied, it depends on how much you wish to survive. After a pause, he thought of Yujizi and narrowed his eyes, stating, it would be best to have an obsession that compels you to live. Obsession? Wu Yafu furrowed her brow in contemplation. She realized that while she possessed a strong will to survive when faced with death, it did not quite reach the level of obsession. Thus she shook her head, saying, then I shall forego it. Life is quite good as it is, and I do not wish to take risks. If given a chance to acquire the ability to emit electricity safely, Wu Yafu would certainly be willing to try. However, if there were any danger involved, apologies, but she could not afford to perish. Having finally secured her position alongside Chen Che, living a life of prominence on the ship, there was no need to take such a substantial risk. Chen Che naturally respected Wu Yafu's choice. As I turned to leave, a towering building in the distance suddenly erupted into flames, accompanied by billowing smoke, drawing my attention. Chen Che squinted to see more clearly. Was it a fire? Or was someone signaling for help? The current sea level had risen to a height of 72 meters, submerging many buildings. Yet, some towering structures still protruded above the water surface. Not far away stood a particularly tall office building. Chapter 29, The Crisis in the Office Building. On the top floor of the office building, in the CEO's office, a group of men and women sat despondently on the floor, their expressions vacant and their eyes devoid of light. They had been trapped here for half a month, surviving on the meager supplies from a few vending machines. However, the edible provisions had nearly been exhausted. Now, each day, they could only manage a single chocolate bar or a pack of instant noodles, leaving them too weak to move. Mr. He, it's been 5 days. With only 1 pack of instant noodles a day, I can hardly endure any longer. Please, grant me another chocolate, implored a middle-aged man in his 50s, slumped on the floor and gazing longingly at a woman seated behind a desk. The woman, Hiyuti, sat upright in her designer suit, the only figure in the room who still exuded an air of composure. No, she replied curtly, her refusal unyielding. Our food supplies are dwindling. We must conserve them to await rescue. Rescue? Huh. How long has it been? Do you still cling to the hope of rescue? The water is nearly at our level. He retorted bitterly. There's been no news from the outside, and everything is submerged. The rain shows no signs of stopping. In a few days, we may very well drown. The atmosphere in the room grew significantly more oppressive following his words. The group lapsed into silence for a considerable time until a bespectacled young man suddenly stood up, his anger boiling over. I can't take it anymore. Hiyuti, bring out the food. I'd rather die full than starving. Stop right there. Hiyuti's authoritative voice rang out, her long tenure in power lending weight to her words, causing the young man to hesitate instinctively. But after a moment, recalling their dire circumstances, he adopted a menacing expression. Hiyuti continued coldly. Only I know the combination to the safe. If you wish to starve, feel free to act. All remaining food was secured within a safe, accessible only through her. Upon hearing her words, the young man's frustration peaked. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "You are the only one who knows the combination. How can we trust you not to hoard food for yourself? I suggest we take out the food and let everyone supervise." Just as he finished speaking, a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. He, have you run out of food? The occupants of the room exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. It's Vice President Wang, they murmured. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, Wang Chengin, the vice president, had led a group to pillage and seize control of critical areas, such as the company cafeteria. The rest of the employees had been forced to hide on the top floor under Hiyuti's leadership, struggling to survive. Wang Chengin, you need not waste your efforts. I shall not open the door. You guard your territory, and I shall tend to my office. We shall coexist without interference. Hiyuti spoke coldly. Suddenly, the voice of another young man resonated from outside. Val Winch, open the door for your father at once, or I shall break it down. Xiao Wei, cease your insolence. Wang Chengin's reprimand interrupted the young man's tirade. Madam He, my son speaks foolishly. Do not take it to heart. After apologizing, Wang Chengin shifted his approach. How about this? I won't enter, but you could hand me the key to the rooftop fire escape. What do you say? As the water level rose, the place where Wang Chengin and the others were confined was nearly submerged. To prolong their existence, they needed to ascend to higher ground. However, the top floor was secured by a locked fire door, rendering it inaccessible. After a brief silence, noting the lack of response from within, Wang Chengin furrowed his brow. Madam He, since you are unwilling to relinquish the key, it appears I must take further measures. With a forceful bang on the door accompanying his words, he declared, before this door is breached, should anyone be inclined to let me in, I shall offer 3 ration bars. The previously tense atmosphere in the office suddenly fell silent. Each individual exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. They had endured hunger for several days, and the lure of 3 ration bars caused many to salivate uncontrollably. Seeing the crowd stir restlessly, Hiyuti hastily interjected, this door is pure steel. They cannot break through, and Wang Chengin is not so benevolent. If we allow him entry, not only will we forfeit our food, but even what little we have left will be seized. Madam He, perhaps we might retrieve some provisions from the safe to quell our hunger. We are truly at our wits' end. The bespectacled man, swaying unsteadily, rose to his feet, his tone laced with menace. Hiyuti gritted her teeth and patiently reasoned, if we ration our food, we can survive a couple more days. If we consume everything now, we shall simply await our demise. Huh, the bespectacled man scoffed. Are you afraid that once the provisions are depleted, you will no longer have leverage over us to maintain your lofty position as CEO? While Hiyuti continued her earnest discourse with the bespectacled man, the attention of the others was riveted upon their exchange. No one noticed as a middle-aged man quietly approached the doorway. Seizing the moment when all were distracted, he swiftly unlocked and opened the door. The click of the lock turning rendered the arguing pair momentarily speechless. Hiyuti stared in disbelief at the open door and the middle-aged man. Confounded, she asked, we have food, and I never said you could not eat. Why, old Wu? Did you? The man referred to as Old Wu chuckled slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. With so many of us, the provisions in the safe are scant. How little can each person receive? Yet Wang has offered 3 ration bars. Ha! Old Wu speaks the truth, a touch of cleverness. Yet regrettably, it is but a fanciful notion. The booming laughter of Wang Chengin echoed from outside. Beside him stood his son, Wang Wei, who swiftly delivered a kick, toppling the middle-aged man at the door. He scoffed, still yearning for compressed biscuits. You must be dreaming. Wang Chengin, you lack integrity. Can trust be consumed as sustenance? Wang Chengin knelt and playfully patted old Wu's face, mockingly stating, "Times have changed, my friend." Suddenly, dozens of individuals surged through the door, swiftly encircling everyone inside. In stark contrast to the frail occupants of the room, the newcomers brimmed with vigor, sustained by the plentiful provisions from the company cafeteria that had kept them from hunger for days. "Mr. He, your management skills are lacking," Wang Chengin sauntered in confidently. "You can't even manage your own people." Yu Dai's expression darkened. "Vice General Manager Wang, what do you intend to do?" "First, hand over the keys to the rooftop fire exit. The keys are in the safe, and only I know the combination," he replied. "You wouldn't dream of using this to intimidate me, would you, Yu Dai? Are you certain it would be effective?" Yu Dai remained silent, yet her eyes radiated determination. Casting a sly smile at Wang Wei, she stepped closer to Yu Dai. Wang Chengin, standing off to the side, began narrating, "My son has been interested in you for years. It's good that you're being stubborn. It gives my boy a chance to have some fun." As Wang Wei approached with a lecherous grin, Yu Dai's heart raced with anxiety. She could tell he was not jesting. "Stop." Yu Dai suddenly produced a lighter and ignited it. "One more step, and we perish together." Wang Wei chuckled. "In this downpour, you think you can incinerate me? What a fantasy." Yu Dai maintained her composure. "The carpet is cashmere. It ignites with the slightest spark, and the floor is solid wood. If you doubt it, feel free to test." Wang Wei hesitated, visibly shaken, glancing towards his father. Yet Wang Chengin, with a fierce glare, commanded, "Who are you trying to intimidate? Go." With the order given, Wang Wei, no longer indecisive, charged towards Yu Dai with increased speed. However, just as he took a step, the lighter was hurled to the ground. "You lunatic!" Wang Chengin clearly did not anticipate Yu Dai's resolve. He had hoped that in her moment of hesitation, Wang Wei would be able to subdue her. Now, chaos erupted as flames engulfed the room. Yu Dai, seemingly eager to escalate the confusion, incited. "You've witnessed old Wu's fate. Wang Chengin will not feed us. If we desire sustenance, we must seize it ourselves." The already tumultuous scene grew increasingly convoluted. Amidst the billowing smoke, none noticed a colossal ark quietly docking nearby. Chapter 30, Why Not Kneel? "Yu Dai, you insane woman, I will kill you." Wang Chengin, hand over the food, or we will fight you. "You pitiful rabble, do you think you can contend with my father? You ought to assess your own worth. My rear is on fire. Who brewed this chaos? My pockets are empty. My hand, let me out quickly." Amidst the cacophony, anguished wails echoed continuously. The raging flames and tumultuous struggle left many grievously injured within mere minutes, while some lost their lives forever. Just as the situation spiraled further into chaos, a crisp voice pierced through the din, shattering the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Following that, a torrent of water surged in, dousing the flames and extinguishing the spirits of all present. What is happening? Is it the fire brigade? Surely, rescue personnel have arrived. We are saved. Amidst the jubilant misinformation, Chen Che, clad in a suit of mechanized armor, descended into the room. "What is this? A heap of metal soaring through the air? What metal? This is Iron Man. Is it real? Has technology advanced to such heights? Can they actually create things from the movies? Brother, are you from the fire department? Are you here to save us?" Chen Che nodded, surveying the surroundings as a set of data materialized in his holographic helmet. Vital signs, 86. Injured, 29. Deceased, 6. Seeing that Chen Che remained silent, someone murmured, "Could he be a foreigner? I don't speak any foreign languages. A bunch of illiterates." Wang Wei scoffed, confidently stepping forward to greet him. "Hello. Speak in human language." As soon as Chen Che spoke, Wang Wei felt embarrassed. "Brother, are you here to rescue us?" "Yes." "How wonderful." Joy illuminated everyone's faces. "What about the lifeboat?" Chen Che raised his hand, gesturing towards the immense vessel outside, resembling Noah's Arkansas. It was then that the crowd noticed the ominous darkness in the sky, revealing a colossal ship they had never seen before. "Is this what you call a lifeboat? Such a grand ship. I have never encountered anything like it in my life. They say the largest ship in the world is only over 1,000 meters long. Surely, I would have perished in the flames by now." Chen Che disregarded their astonishment, his demeanor cold. "Everyone stand in line. 6 people perished while I was late, a sorrowful loss. The goal of rescuing 1,000 individuals has become even more distant." Those who can still move immediately formed 2 distinct lines. A few severely injured individuals lay on the ground, unable to move. "I am the captain of the ship behind me. those wishing to board kneel. Chen Che sought to avoid wasting time, getting straight to the point. Kneeling is a humiliation for anyone. The reason he employed this method each time was merely a simple test of obedience. On his ship, there was no room for defiance. What he desired was absolute control over both the vessel and its crew. Upon hearing Chen Che's blunt words, many in the crowd began to protest. Aren't you an official rescue personnel? How can you demand we kneel? This is an insult to our dignity. Chen Che patiently explained, first, I'm not an official rescue personnel. Second, the decision to kneel is entirely up to oneself. I do not impose my will. Those willing to board must obey my commands, not just now, but also in the future, with a requisite compliance rate. Once he finished speaking, he posed a question. Who is willing to kneel, and who opposes? The crowd was still reflecting on Chen Che's words when unexpectedly, Wang Cheng'an was the first to kneel. Brother, whatever you say goes. I, Wang Cheng'an, and my son shall be the first to comply. As he spoke, he pulled his son Wang Wei down and kneel as well. Though reluctant, Wang Wei yielded under his father's authority. The group following Wang Cheng'an, seeing their leader kneel so decisively, fell silent, and a large number on the left promptly knelt. Meanwhile, those with Yudi on the right hesitated. If you're not official rescue personnel, why would you extend your kindness to save us? Yudi stepped forward. Upon first seeing her, Chen Che was captivated. She had a classic oval face, wavy long hair cascading down her shoulders, and as she moved, her silver earrings swayed, reflecting the metallic sheen of the mecha. After a brief moment of distraction, Chen Che stated plainly, the ship is short on crew. Yudi assumed he meant there were too few people on board and did not dwell on it, continuing to ask, can you guarantee our safety once we board? Chen Che's brow furrowed, slightly beneath his helmet. You seem to have misunderstood. I'm not here to plead for your boarding. This statement abruptly stiffened the atmosphere in the room, as Yudi's group appeared to awaken from a dream. On the left, Wang Cheng'an smirked inwardly. Youth is often naive. They fail to grasp the situation. He has stated he is not an official rescue personnel. What qualifications do they have to negotiate terms? If they irritate him, he could abandon you all here, leaving you to weep with no one to comfort you. I apologize, that was not my intention. Yudi finally comprehended the situation and ceased further discussion, kneeling directly. Those behind her, though still unwilling, also knelt with grim expressions. There was, however, a young man who gazed intently at Yudi, his face gradually reddening. Chen Che took note of the only person still standing in the room and inquired curiously, why do you not kneel? The young man, his face flushed, shouted defiantly, a man's knees are beneath gold. I shall not kneel. I refuse. Chen Che nodded appreciatively, patting his shoulder. You have spirit. I admire that. With that, Chen Che leaped through the window. Moments later, dozens of war machines descended, carrying away everyone in the room, save for the spirited young man and a few severely injured individuals who could not be saved. Staring at the suddenly vacant room, the young man was stunned for a while before he finally regained his senses. He hurried to the window and without hesitation knelt down. Brother, I was wrong. I kneel. However, the only response he received was the thunderous roar of the Ark initiating its launch. Chapter 31. The struggle between two factions. Winning over Wu Yafu after bringing the 80 individuals onto the deck. Chen Che refrained from speaking immediately, choosing instead to observe the loyalty of each person. The others also surveyed their surroundings, awestruck by the advanced technology of the war machines and the grandeur of the Arkansas. Being aboard such a colossal vessel alleviated any fears of tumultuous seas. Even if a flood were to engulf the world, their safety remained assured. Perhaps the only concern that lingered was whether the ship's food supplies would suffice. Yet, they dared not inquire further. For Chen Che had been silently scrutinizing them for quite some time, his gaze unwavering and decidedly unfriendly. Wang Cheng'an felt compelled to express his gratitude. Captain, thank you for saving our lives. Should you have any commands, please do not hesitate to ask. My brothers and I are willing to face any peril. At that moment, Chen Che had assessed everyone's loyalty and was mildly astonished. Among so many, none exhibited negative loyalty. The lowest was a neutral 0. Even Wang Wei, who appeared rather rebellious, maintained a loyalty score of 0, indicating a lack of animosity towards Chen Che, though there was no sense of gratitude either. The majority of others ranged from 10 to 20 points, with Wang Cheng'an at 2 and Yudi at 17. Initially, Chen Che had contemplated eliminating a couple of individuals to instill fear, but appeared unnecessary now. Upon reflection, it was likely that these people, having just boarded the ship, were still unfamiliar with their circumstances and therefore hesitant to entertain any treachery. Furthermore, the 80 war machines had likely instilled a profound sense of intimidation among them, ensuring their loyalty. "Let us proceed," Chen Che declared, leading the way to the hall. Once inside, sheltered from the rain, he finally removed his mech suit, revealing his true appearance to the group. Observing this, Wang Cheng'an exchanged a knowing glance with a middle-aged man nearby. The man, understanding the cue, immediately lavished praise. "Captain, you are truly remarkable at such a young age, leading such a grand vessel. You are indeed a role model for us all." Unfazed by the blatant flattery, Chen Che continued downward. The middle-aged man attempted to offer more compliments, but was silenced by a shake of Wang Cheng'an's head. In the hall, a throng of female students had gathered, having rushed in upon hearing the news, their curiosity palpable as they observed the newcomers. Upon encountering so many young women, Wang Cheng'an and the others were momentarily taken aback, some of the younger men even flushing with embarrassment. Hiyuti inquired, "Captain, are these all crews?" Chen Che replied, "All girls?" She asked. "Indeed," he affirmed. The expressions of the group shifted to one of intrigue. With so many females aboard, it seemed as though he intended to cultivate his own harem. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder why he would go to such lengths to save them. Their group comprised 63 men and only 17 women. "Father, are we not captured to serve as laborers?" Wang Wei expressed his doubts. Wang Cheng'an glared. In this day and age, surviving is already a stroke of fortune. Many would eagerly vie for even the most arduous tasks. The crowd harbored varying thoughts. Chen Che overheard some murmurs, but chose not to clarify. "Yafu, boss," Wu Yafu beckoned as she briskly approached, her secretary attire setting her apart from the others. Capturing everyone's attention, "Please arrange accommodations for them, and allow them a brief orientation. We shall convene at the restaurant for dinner at 6. "Understood, boss," Chen Che replied before departing. Wu Yafu surveyed the crowd, her gaze lingering momentarily on Hiyuti before turning to lead. "Follow me." The group exchanged glances, and Hiyuti stepped forward, greeting, "Hello, I am Hiyuti. May I know your name?" "I am Wu Yafu," she replied. "Sister Yafu, your hair is truly beautiful," Hiyuti remarked, effortlessly engaging in casual conversation, swiftly bridging the gap between them. In contrast, Wang Cheng'an and the others managed to interject occasionally, but their efforts bore little fruit, leaving Wang Cheng'an feeling anxious. It was not that his social skills paled in comparison to Hiyuti's. Rather, the natural affinity between women rendered his attempts futile. As a man in his 50s, finding common ground with a girl just past 20 proved to be an arduous task. He had hoped to facilitate a connection between his son and Wu Yafu, but instead, their conversation left her frowning in discontent. Frustrated, Wang Cheng'an muttered, "Foolishness. You can't even manage a simple conversation." Wang Wei felt wronged. Why should we seek to please her? We are already on the ship. What effort is necessary? Wang Cheng'an retorted, "Just because we are aboard doesn't mean we can stop trying to win favor. We no longer need food or other essentials for life." Wang Wei scoffed. "They brought us on board. Surely they won't let us starve. If they rescued us, it indicates we possess some value." Wang Wei's reasoning was not without merit. Yet Wang Cheng'an continued to scold. "Foolishness. There are hundreds aboard this ship. Resource distribution will undoubtedly be imbalanced. If you wish for better provisions, you must strive to ascend the ranks. Moreover, we are in an apocalyptic scenario, devoid of order. Once that madwoman Hiyuti seizes power, she might very well toss us to the sea to feed the fish." With that, Wang Cheng'an snatched a necklace from a woman behind him, slipping it into his pocket. He intended to find an opportune moment to present a gift to Wu Yafu. Upon reaching the dormitory area, Wu Yafu pondered and instructed. "The girl shall reside on the 8th floor, while the boys will take the 7th. With over 500 girls allocated to the uppermost floors. The 7th and 8th were separated by several levels." As Hiyuti and her group were still unfamiliar with their surroundings, Wu Yafu intentionally placed them at a distance. As newcomers, they dared not voice objections to this arrangement, each selecting a room to settle in. It was only after everyone had chosen their accommodations that Wang Cheng'an finally revealed the necklace he had taken. "Miss Wu, is this necklace yours?" Wu Yafu glanced at the necklace. It was exquisite, unmistakably expensive. However, she shook her head, stating, "I have never worn a necklace. It does not belong to me." Wang Cheng'an feigned confusion. "That is peculiar. I inquired with others, and they too claimed it was not theirs. I wonder who could be so careless." After a moment's pause, as if struck by an idea, Wang Cheng'an proposed, "How about this? Since we do not know its owner, would you, Miss Wu, kindly take care of it until someone comes forward to claim it?" At last, Wu Yafu comprehended Wang Cheng'en's implication. A faint smile gracing her lips as she regarded the necklace. No woman can resist the allure of beautiful jewelry, a truth that remains unchanged even in dire times. Thus, after a brief hesitation, she extended her hand to accept the necklace, eliciting a pleased smile from Wang Cheng'en. However, upon noticing a bracelet peeking from Wu Yafu's wrist, Wang Cheng'en's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized the bracelet. It belonged to He. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Goodbye. I will come by at 6 to take you all to dinner. Wu Yafu waved her hand, joyfully departing with the necklace and bracelet to flaunt them to Chen Che. Chapter 32. Should we eliminate him? After bidding farewell to Wu Yafu, Wang Cheng'en returned to his chosen suite. Observing the luxurious decor and fully equipped amenities within, he felt as though he were still ensnared in a dream. Since the onset of the apocalypse, their lives had resembled that of savages, devoid of water and electricity. Yet, the environment here was akin to a 5-star hotel. It boasted a television, a washing machine, air conditioning, and even a heater. Most importantly, there was water and electricity, an almost surreal pleasure. But for the tempest raging outside, Wang Cheng'en might have believed himself to be vacationing on a cruise ship. I must thrive aboard this vessel, he vowed quietly, a sentiment echoed by others who shared similar thoughts. Their experiences in the office building had been abysmal, a stark contrast to this haven. The past fortnight had been particularly harrowing for the women, with no basic provisions and constant anxiety regarding predatory males. Now, however, they felt utterly secure, enveloped in profound happiness. Many found their gratitude towards Chen Che intensifying, which translated into heightened loyalty. He and Wang Cheng'en were indeed generous in their efforts to win his favor. At that moment, Wu Yafu reclined on Chen Che's bed, unable to part with the 2 pieces of jewelry. These treasures are top-tier luxury items worth several million. Chen Che was engrossed in studying a map for the route, and chuckled casually, at this point, you might struggle to exchange these items for a mere pack of instant noodles. Who says that? I would. Wu Yafu stood up, playfully pouting. If someone truly attempts to barter jewelry for noodles, I would sneak in your cabin to pilfer some noodles and reclaim my jewels. Chen Che chuckled, deftly bypassing the topic, and instructed, prepare an abundant meal for everyone later. Ensure they are well fed and do not skimp. It had become evident to him that enhancing the crew's happiness was intrinsically linked to fostering their loyalty. Providing a famished group with a hearty feast would undoubtedly elevate their spirits significantly. Wu Yafu, however, remained unaware and remarked, Boss, your kindness is truly commendable. But do you not fear they may harbor ill intentions? With so many individuals aboard, particularly over 60 robust men, she felt compelled to address safety concerns. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, the human heart is the most unpredictable of all. Only someone like Chen Che, who naturally possessed a loyalty gauge, could afford to be so liberal in allowing people on board. Even if they harbored thieving intentions, they lacked the audacity to act, especially in the face of the formidable war machines aboard the vessel. That is indeed a valid point, Wu Yafu conceded, shifting the conversation. Will you be dining in the restaurant later, or shall I bring meal to you? Chen Che replied, I shall forego the restaurant. Just keep an eye on them. I will have Wan Zicken bring the food up. Wan Zicken, with a loyalty exceeding 80, had proved increasingly useful. Chen Che now entrusted her with even the most trivial tasks, and she never voiced any complaints. In fact, her loyalty had risen slightly due to his frequent reliance on her. During dinner, please have He and Wang Cheng'en draft a management plan for the ship and submit it to me, Chen Che added as a final instruction. Wu Yafu inquired, are you assigning those two to manage the crew? Indeed, Chen Che clarified. They are professionals in their field, and I prefer to allocate specialized tasks to those with expertise. I do not wish to squander time on personnel management. Very well, Wu Yafu nodded, albeit hesitantly. And what about my role? Initially, Chen Che had intended for her to oversee management, but with more qualified candidates emerging, her position seemed jeopardized. You remain the vice captain. No matter how much authority they wield, it will not surpass yours. Thank you, darling. You are truly wonderful, Wu Yafu cooed, bestowing a sweet kiss before departing with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chen Che remained in the operations room, diligently studying the navigation route. Today marked the 2nd day of his pursuit of Yu Jizi. He had 8 days left to theoretically catch up with her, yet he harbored little hope of actually finding her. 8 days hence, the inland areas would likely be submerged, devoid of any recognizable landmarks, making the search in the vast ocean a formidable challenge. He resolved that the ship's population must exceed 1,000 within those 8 days. With his eyes narrowed in determination, he made the decision. Surpassing the 1,000 mark would grant him the reward of global communication, allowing contact with all vessels equipped with communication devices, thus significantly enhancing his information-gathering capabilities. Only then would the hope of locating Ujizi become viable. As evening approached, the sea roared with howling winds and torrential rain, the entire sky seemingly upended by the tempest. In the Ark restaurant, the ambience was brilliantly illuminated, exuding tranquility that starkly contrasted with the tempestuous world outside. Hiyuti and a few others were scattered across several dining tables, quietly gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the raging elements beyond, silently lamenting the serene passage of time. Wang Chengyan and his companions huddled together on the other side, similarly expressing their sentiments. Life aboard this vessel was undeniably comfortable. It had been ages since any of them had enjoyed such a peaceful afternoon nap. The 3,000-meter-long ship offered an unparalleled sense of security. Despite the ferocious winds and torrential rain outside, one hardly felt a tremor within. Awakening without the concern of a meal was akin to living in a paradise. If it were possible, he wished to linger here for a lifetime. However, to remain here indefinitely necessitated a plan to stabilize the young man named Chen Che. A middle-aged man finally spoke up, reminding the group, "We ought to feel a sense of urgency. Our continued existence hinges on that young man's words." A hush fell over the crowd, prompting Wang Chengyan to quietly summarize. "I have observed Chen Che. He possesses a somewhat introverted and reserved nature, disliking flattery, and is a man of few words who values practicality. Deep down, he is reasonably kind-hearted, yet possesses a ruthless edge. Such a person is approachable as long as one does not oppose him. However, should there be any treachery, the situation could become precarious." Having spent the afternoon conversing with others, Wang Chengyan had gleaned considerable insight into the dynamics aboard the ship, including the severity of Chen Che's methods. This admonition served as a warning for all to set aside any ulterior motives. Yet, some failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, allowing other thoughts to fester. Wang Wei was among them. After a moment of contemplation, he revealed a sinister expression. "Why should we let such a young brat exert control over us? He is but one person. We could easily find an opportunity to eliminate him. In that case, all the food, drink, and lovely ladies aboard would belong to us." Upon hearing Wang Wei's suggestion, several young men instinctively glanced at the nearby women, their eyes suddenly alight with ambition. However, Wang Chengyan swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Wang Wei's face. "How brazen you are! Have you a death wish?" Chapter 33. The King of Hell, who withdraws a message. Wang Chengyan's swift action extinguished any treacherous thoughts among the group, cautioning, "I advise you all against reckless actions. That young man is not to be underestimated." He recounted the intelligence he had gathered that afternoon, leaving the others in stunned silence. "He can generate electricity, like Pikachu, 100,000 volts. He can conjure a ship from thin air, a vessel of such magnitude, simply plummeting from the heavens." These revelations defied all logic, stretching beyond the realm of comprehension for everyone present. Consequently, Wang Wei scoffed, "Dad, are you spinning tales? You might as well say, he-s Iron Man. Considering what you've seen with your own eyes, how could a living person possibly generate electricity? And how could such a massive ship fall from the sky?" The others remained silent, yet their skepticism was palpable, leaving Wang Chengyan both amused and exasperated. Had you not witnessed him clad in full armor before your eyes, would you ever believe he was Iron Man? Were it not for his command over countless war machines, would you still doubt the existence of such advanced AI robots? Some matters are better embraced as truths than dismissed as myths. In any case, should calamity arise, do not blame me for not having warned you. Thanks to Wang Chengyan's esteemed reputation among the group, a flicker of belief had begun to take root in their hearts. The previously plummeted loyalty had gradually returned to a neutral state. This made Chen Che, who was poised to descend from the operations room to reprimand someone, halt in his tracks, puzzled, whose name had just flashed in the book of life and death. After a brief commotion in the dining hall, Wu Yafu, responsible for serving meals, finally took her position. Today, she had assembled a modest cooking team, enlisting a few girls skilled in the culinary arts, capable of preparing simple dishes. They emulated the operational style of a university cafeteria, filling the kitchen counter with plates. Each plate contained a portion of food roughly equal in quantity. Those who wished to dine lined up at the front, collecting their meals. The several dozen newcomers who had just boarded the ship found themselves at the end of the queue, eagerly watching the slow progression of the crowd ahead, saliva uncontrollably pooling in their mouths. Many were famished, especially those following Hiyuti, who had not savored a hearty meal in over half a month. Finally able to enjoy a substantial feast, their impatience was palpable, fearing that by the time they reached the front, there would be nothing left. After standing in line for a full 30 minutes, it was finally Wang Chungin's turn. Positioned first in line, he could not suppress a gulp upon seeing the meal before him. Though they had eaten daily over the past half-month, their portions had been meager, consisting solely of rice. Not only had they not tasted meat, but even a single leaf of cabbage had eluded them. Now, confronted with plates containing 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable sides, how could one not salivate? "Excuse me," Wang Chungin inquired of a fellow student serving the food. "Is your daily fare always this generous?" The student, acting as the cook, raised her head and replied, "Not really. Chunga said today is your first day here, so we're treating you to a feast. Normally, we only have 1 meat and 1 vegetable." Even before partaking of a meal, Wang Chungin felt a lump in his throat. Listen to that. What a curious notion of sustenance. 1 meat and 1 vegetable indeed. This was an apocalypse. Surely, your understanding of a meal consisting of 1 meat and 1 vegetable is rather misguided. "Is there anything else?" the cook, Quan, asked, observing Wang Chungin's perplexed expression. "No, nothing," he responded, shaking his head. Wang Wei followed closely behind, brimming with excitement. Miss Quan's beauty had ensnared Wang Wei's attention, rendering him unable to look away. This stunning university student was far more appealing than his own little secretary. However, just as he greeted her, Wang Chungin sharply interrupted. "Wang Wei, eat your meal and refrain from indulging in idle thoughts." Wang Wei chuckled awkwardly as he carried his plate back to the dining table, then lamented. "I was merely attempting to strike up a conversation. I had no ulterior motives." Wang Chungin frowned. Any woman aboard this vessel could potentially have ties to Chen Che. If you cannot control yourself, seek out your little secretary for assistance. However, you must not lay a finger on any woman aboard this ship. Wang Wei's expression soured. There are over 500 women on this ship. Even if Chen Che were a formidable figure, akin to Jiao Chan, he would be hard-pressed to manage so many. That is not permissible. Wang Chungin asserted sternly. Others are equally implicated. Times have changed. Lives are as fragile as grass. 1 misstep could cost you your life. While Wang Chungin was establishing rules for his associates, Hiyuti's companions were marveling at the exquisite cuisine. "I haven't enjoyed such delicious food in half a month." "Oh dear," one lamented. "I used to think pork was nothing special, but now if someone could ensure I had pork at every meal, I would gladly offer my life in return." Upon boarding, I was initially concerned about the ship's food reserves. Yet it appears everyone is feasting on 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. How much food must have been stockpiled? To be candid, I've inquired, and those younger girls mentioned that the ship's hold contains thousands of tons of provisions. Even if we were spread it out, we would never exhaust it in our lifetimes. So much? Does that mean we shall never have to worry about food in our lives? Where there is such culinary delight. Whether or not you partake depends solely on the words of that young man. A few individuals expressed a heightened sense of urgency. One younger woman immediately grew irate. "What right does he have to deny us? He cannot consume it all himself. Hoarding such food is wasteful. Should he be pleased, what can you do? Not to mention, our very lives are in his hands." A middle-aged man leered at the woman, making an inappropriate remark. "Even if he were to summon you to his bedchamber, could you refuse?" Hiyuti could no longer tolerate it and rebuked. "Su Ping, cease your slander. His willingness to rescue us and provide sustenance is ample proof of his benevolence. It is not as sordid as you presume. Who can say?" Su Ping remained unfazed by Hiyuti's stern demeanor, continuing to grin with a knowing look. Hiyuti's brow furrowed, uncertain of how to respond. Since the apocalypse, her influence over these individuals had evidently diminished. Previously, she could leverage food as a bargaining chip, but now, aboard the ship, no one seemed inclined to heed her words. Hiyuti fell silent, and soon, the others followed suit, each lost in thought, with only the sounds of eating breaking the stillness. After a brief interlude, Su Ping's eyes darted, and he lowered his voice. "If I may suggest, we will be better off taking the initiative and dealing with that young man. This place is too fortunate for him to handle." Someone frowned, but he is clad in armor. Su Ping smiled, remarking that the armored suit he donned could not be worn at all times. He mused that if they could catch him off guard and eliminate him, the ship would fall under their dominion. At that moment, they could indulge in whatever they desired, relishing the freedom to indulge in their whims. Su Ping's eyes darted among the surrounding female college students, and the other men present were similarly stirred, their loyalty waning rapidly. Meanwhile, in the control room, Chen Che lifted his gaze, his expression suddenly invigorated. The death ledger had illuminated once more. Chapter 34. In turbulent times, harsh measures are required. Bang. Su Ping. Do not speak nonsense here. He Dai abruptly slammed the table, interrupting Su Ping and his increasingly boisterous companions. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby. All turning to look, concealing the shadow in his eyes, Su Ping hastily appeased. What are you saying, he? We were merely jesting. Surely you didn't take it seriously. The other men echoed his sentiments, successfully coaxing He Dai back into her seat. President He, you truly jest. Are we the type to repay kindness with malice? Chen Che just saved us. How could we possibly harm him? They chimed in. Indeed, President He, you mustn't take it to heart. However, on another note, let us keep this between us familiar faces. It would be disastrous if word reached Chen Che's ears, if he were to harbor resentment over mere banter. It could spell trouble for us. Su Ping wore a carefree expression, as if his previous remarks were nothing more than light-hearted jest. Yet, he alone understood that this probing was merely a means to gauge who shared his sentiments, intending to convene privately with like-minded individuals later. Historically, secrets divulged too widely often led to ruin, and he was wary of that. To Su Ping's surprise, rather than dismissing his jest, the crowd maintained a grave demeanor, their eyes fixed intently upon him. You can't be serious, he chuckled awkwardly, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on his shoulder, startling him. Su Ping, you spoke quite accurately just now. Chen Che's voice emerged from behind him, icy and unyielding. Indeed, my heart is not easily swayed. In that moment, Su Ping grasped the seriousness etched on the faces around him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Fortunately, years of experience allowed him to regain his composure swiftly, analyzing the situation with clarity. Chen Che's words implied he had overheard the previous conversation. Arguing would serve no purpose. His only recourse was to insist it was all in jest. Captain, look at my loose tongue. I have a penchant for jesting and have offended many in the past. After all these years, I still haven't learned my lesson. I truly deserve a reprimand. As he spoke, Su Ping delivered several hearty slaps to his own face, demonstrating sincerity. Chen Che regarded him with a smile, remaining silent as he observed just how far Su Ping's loyalty could diminish. After his recent words, the loyalty of that individual not only failed to improve, but instead continued to decline, plummeting from 15 to 36. After a brief pause, noticing Su Ping's loyalty stabilizing at a dismal -40, Chen Che's gaze finally shifted to the other three individuals with negative loyalty. Perhaps out of guilt, the three felt a change in their loyalty as Chen Che's eyes passed over them. Two sank from 10 to 5, while a woman's loyalty dwindled from 5 to 0. Captain Yudi, mustering her courage, ventured to speak a few kind words, asserting that they were merely joking and meant no harm. Chen Che disregarded et remarques, scanning the room with an air of indifference, stating, I have made it clear, once aboard my vessel, you must heed my commands. Any sign of treachery, the remainder of Chen Che's words became inaudible to Su Ping, who only felt a powerful surge coursing through his body before consciousness faded away. There was no pain, merely an abruptness to the demise. The other two individuals with a loyalty of -5 met the same fate. Three charred bodies collapsed to the ground, leaving an eerie silence enveloping the space. Chen Che turned, pointing at the woman whose loyalty had just dropped to 0, and then gestured towards Wang Wei and the other three individuals who had previously flickered on the death ledger. He commanded, You 5, clean up this mess. With that, he exited, causing the loyalty levels of everyone present to fluctuate once more. The girls, having experienced a similar ordeal before, were somewhat shaken but less emotionally affected this time. However, the newcomers held their breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Wang Cheng'an and others felt a chill run down their spines, beads of cold sweat forming. They realized that Chen Che's mention of Wang Wei and the others served as a warning, yet they could not fathom how Chen Che had discerned their treachery, nor how he judged that they had concealed their intentions, sparing their lives. Confounded, Wang Cheng'an could only exclaim in astonishment. This person is truly omnipotent. In the dead of night, after studying medical knowledge for 3 hours in the learning room, Chen Che returned to the captain's lounge. In the apocalypse, medical knowledge was evidently indispensable. Even if a professional doctor eventually joined their team, Chen Che deemed it necessary to acquire some medical knowledge himself. Boss, I've warmed your bed for you. Wu Yafu had already nestled in bed, and, upon hearing the movement, groggily sat up. Chen Che replied with exasperation. You haven't even stepped into your own room since boarding, have you? This is merely a work report for the boss. Wu Yafu stretched, showcasing her alluring curves. Boss, I have conveyed your message to He and Wang Cheng'an. They promised to present the management plan by tomorrow. Additionally, I have informed the learning room that anyone can pursue knowledge of their interest. Very well, Chen Che nodded, complimenting her. Well done. With that, he retired to the bathroom, filling the tub for a bath. In the midst of her bath, the bathroom door suddenly swung open, revealing Wu Yafu leaning against the frame. Her gaze fixed intently on Chen Che. Darling, have you perhaps been overly harsh with those 3 individuals today? She ventured hesitantly. What I mean is, after you dealt with the chicken to warn the monkeys yesterday, you've now eliminated 3 more today. Many people are quite fearful of you, worried that they might be next. In short, there's a palpable sense of unease among everyone. Upon hearing her words, Chen Che assessed the loyalty levels of those around him. Compared to before, he noted a decline in the loyalty of most, though a select few had shown an increase. Notably, the loyalty of 2 individuals had surpassed 50, bringing the total to 12 individuals with loyalty exceeding the threshold. It was worth mentioning that one Zikin's loyalty had also risen significantly, reaching an impressive 87, far ahead of the others. Darling? Noticing Chen Che lost in thought, Wu Yafu gently prompted him. Regaining his focus, Chen Che continued washing his hair while softly articulating. In chaotic times, one must employ strict measures. Benevolence cannot govern those who lack discipline. To achieve stability, one must instill fear in the unscrupulous. As for those who abide by the rules, as long as they remain loyal, they need not live in fear. Wu Yafu furrowed her brow, gazing at the ceiling in contemplation before shrugging. I don't quite understand, but that's all right. I will always keep your bed warm. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Yafu's loyalty had also steadily increased, now reaching 70. Chapter 35. Hidden Rules. The following morning, He and Wang Cheng'an presented their hastily prepared management proposals to Chen Che. Both regarded this rare opportunity for advancement with utmost seriousness, not daring to waste a moment. To Chen Che's surprise, in addition to the 2, several unfamiliar individuals also submitted proposals. Upon checking the names, he discovered they were all associates of He who had come aboard. However, the quality of these proposals paled in comparison to those of He and Wang Cheng'an, and he dismissed them with a glance. It was evident that professionals were needed for professional tasks. Holding one proposal in each hand, Chen Che praised He and Wang Cheng'an profusely. It was far inferior for a group of individuals who had never studied or practiced management to produce proposals compared to those crafted by these 2 experts. Perhaps due to their shared company background, their management philosophies bore striking similarities, both employing the company's management model, hierarchical structure, and multi-departmental coordination. Boss, who do you intend to elevate? Wu Yafu inquired, kneeling beside him as she massaged his shoulders. It was a challenging decision. From the 2 management proposals, Chen Che found it difficult to choose a suitable candidate for the role of manager. After all, the proposals were nearly identical, and even the minor differences were inconsequential. After some thought, Wu Yafu suggested, from a standpoint of management experience and personal capability, I believe Wang Cheng'an is more suitable. Yes, Chen Che nodded in agreement, not disputing her assessment. From yesterday's encounter, Chen Che discerned the remarkable capabilities of Wang Cheng'an. The group accompanying Wang Cheng'an exhibited an extraordinary cohesion, never opposing his commands. The ability to achieve such unity in the absence of any formal order is a testament to Wang Cheng'an's personal prowess. In stark contrast, He's followers displayed a complete lack of cohesion and showed no respect for her. The disparity between the 2 was glaringly apparent. Why are you still hesitating, boss? Wu Yafu inquired, puzzled. It seems rather obvious. The choice should be straightforward. Chen Che sighed. Indeed, Wang Cheng'an's abilities are formidable. Yet therein lies the problem. His prowess is so pronounced that once appointed as a manager, I am confident he would maintain an impeccably organized ship. However, the dilemma arises when he commands the crew, and I find myself rendered insignificant. Imagine a scenario where I issue an order, and the crew remains unresponsive until Wang Cheng'an reiterates it for execution. That outcome is not what I desire. Ah, I see, Wu Yafu responded, her understanding dawning. It's a challenging decision. One possesses exceptional ability, but poses a threat to authority, while the other, though less capable, is easier to manage but uncertain in their ability to properly oversee the ship. Moreover, there was an unspoken reason. Yudi's loyalty significantly surpassed that of Wang Cheng'an. Their current loyalty scores reflected a stark contrast, with one at 20 and the other merely at 3. Both had received similar treatment upon boarding. Yet the vast difference in their loyalty was evidently rooted in their inherent natures. One was kind-hearted and grateful, while the other was indifferent, showing no appreciation for Chen Che's life-saving intervention. As Chen Che grappled with his decision, Wang Cheng'an sat in his room, pondering with 2 dark circles under his eyes. "Dad, you're still awake? You've been up all night." Wang Wei entered the room, urging, "Haven't you finished the proposal? You should rest for a while." "I can't sleep." Wang Cheng'an shook his head. "Choosing the manager is crucial. It will determine who ascends between myself and that madwoman, Yudi." "Don't worry, Dad," Wang Wei reassured him. "That madwoman stands no chance against you. If it weren't for her father being the CEO, she wouldn't even be in a position to manage the company." Wang Wei continued confidently. "In the past 2 days on the ship, her followers have scattered, while your brothers remain loyal to you. Clearly, the question of who possesses greater capability is evident. Chen Che, provided he is not blind, will undoubtedly choose you." Wang Cheng'an nodded in agreement to the earlier statements. Fully aware of Yudi's limitations, she was far inferior in comparison. However, upon hearing the last comment, Wang Cheng'an's brow furrowed as he contemplated the implications of his own overwhelming capability. After a moment of reflection, his expression darkened. "Xiao Wei, have your little assistant spruce herself up and pay a visit to the captain." Wang Wei was taken aback, reluctantly responding, "Dad." Wang Cheng'an spoke in a deep voice. "Those who aspire to achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. You are well aware of that woman's tumultuous past. Do you truly wish to bind your life to hers?" Wang Wei, caught in a moment of inner turmoil, exhibited a slight fluctuation of emotions, clearly displeased. Yet he complied with the directive. "Remember, do not harbor resentment towards the captain. That is imperative." At this moment, Chen Che had set aside 2 proposals and was enjoying his meal. His culinary preferences were modest, typically consisting of caviar or truffle mixed with rice, perhaps accompanied by a slice of tuna or wagyu beef. Midway through his meal, a sudden knock echoed from the door. "Captain, are you there?" The somewhat affected tone of the voice made Chen Che furrow his brow. Wu Yafu glanced at Chen Che, and upon receiving a nod from him, she stood up with her bowl in hand. "I shall answer the door." It had become a daily routine for her to join Chen Che for meals, as the dining hall's offerings paled in comparison to what he provided. Upon opening the door, she was greeted not by sight, but by the alluring scent of perfume. It was only then that Wu Yafu took note of the graceful woman standing at the threshold. "What brings you here?" Wu Yafu asked with a teasing smile. Instantly, she understood the woman's intentions. In recent days, there had been other girls vying for Chen Che's attention, yet none had been as audacious as this one, especially given her rather provocative attire. The woman clearly hadn't anticipated the presence of another woman in Chen Che's room, leading to a moment of discomfort. "I'm looking for the captain. I have a personal matter to discuss." "Oh, a personal matter?" Wu Yafu quipped, glancing at the Chen Che. "Boss, someone wishes to discuss a project worth several hundred million with you." Chen Che turned his gaze towards the woman, a flicker of recognition surfacing in his mind. She had been quite close to Wang Wei just the day before, and it was likely that after a night of revelry, she was still somewhat unsteady. "Wang Cheng'an sent you?" Chen Che inquired. The woman hesitated briefly before nodding. "You may leave," Chen Che replied, withdrawing his gaze and dismissing her advances. Although the woman was indeed attractive, he was not in the business of indulging such pursuits. Rebuffed decisively, the woman bit her lip, hesitating before turning to depart. Wu Yafu returned to her seat, reflecting, "It seems that wherever one goes, there are always unspoken rules. Not even an apocalypse can alter human nature." Chen Che found her remark somewhat disconcerting and jested. "Are you hinting at me?" With a pitiful expression, Wu Yafu cradled her head in her arms. "Boss, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. It hurts." After a playful exchange, Wu Yafu leaned against Chen Che, weakly inquiring, "Boss, what if Yudi were to send someone to seduce you? Who could she possibly send?" Chen Che mused with a smile. The women around Yudi were not particularly young, and he couldn't imagine any of them being suitable or willing to heed her call. What if she were to come herself? Just as Wu Yafu finished speaking, another knock resonated from the door. A voice, inherently imbued with a chill yet tinged with restraint, resonated through the air. "Captain, are you available at this moment?" Chapter 36. The manager may be granted to you, but it will depend on your resolve. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Chen Che remarked in surprise. Wu Yafa rose and approached the door. Upon glimpsing a graceful figure outside, she turned back to Chen Che with a sly glance before departing. He then gracefully entered, halting at the threshold. Observing He subtly adorned visage, which nonetheless bore signs of careful preparation, Chen Che found himself pondering. Surely, she did not come merely to demonstrate her resolve? If this is how she intends to play the game, I shall have to gauge the depth of her determination. After all, He beauty undeniably surpasses that of the others aboard. Among the women Chen Che had encountered, only Yu Jizi could rival her. If a scoring system were to be employed, he would grant Yu Jizi a perfect score of 100, while He would earn at least 99. The missing 2 points could be attributed solely to the difference in their ages. However, at the age of 29, He exuded the charm of a mature woman, her grace markedly surpassing that of Yu Jizi. In essence, they were nearly indistinguishable in allure. Is there something you wish to discuss? May I enter first? He tone was cool and somewhat distant, the sound of her high heels striking the ground resonating crisply and melodiously, yet laced with a hint of hesitation. Please, have a seat. Chen Che procured a chair for He. Captain, have you had the opportunity to review my management proposal? He sat upright, her posture impeccable in her well-tailored business attire, evoking the image of a formidable woman commanding her domain in an office on the brink of an apocalypse. I have. Chen Che replied. What are your thoughts? Quite commendable, he affirmed. Your proposal is very similar to Wang Cheng'en's. Both are well-articulated and highly executable. At Chen Che's validation, He released a sigh of relief. Yet, upon realizing her proposal bore striking resemblance to Wang Cheng'en's, her heart sank once more. She was acutely aware of the disparity in ability between herself and Wang Cheng'en. During their time in the company, her superior position had masked the differences. But since the onset of the apocalypse, the gap in their leadership capabilities had become glaringly evident. Once aboard, the disparity had become so pronounced that even the most casual observer could perceive it. Were she the captain, she would undoubtedly select the more capable Wang Cheng'en. Yet she remained unwilling to concede. Having been raised in a privileged environment, she was accustomed to a lofty position. She was loath to fade into obscurity, especially unwilling to be led by someone who had once been her subordinate. Her pride could not tolerate such a reality. After a moment of silence, He directly inquired, Captain, who do you believe would be more suitable for the management role, Wang Cheng'en or myself? Chen Che pondered briefly before responding. Wang Cheng'en possesses his own strengths, and you have yours as well. For now, I have yet to make a decision. Is that so? He locked eyes with Chen Che, and in that moment, she seemed to grasp the essence of her own advantages. Before the impending apocalypse, she had witnessed such gazes from numerous men. In the past, she would have felt contempt and disdain, yet at this moment, an inexplicable sense of complex relief surged within her. What am I relieved about? He lowered her gaze upon the pristine tips of her high-heeled shoes, sensing that her mindset, too, had undergone a subtle transformation with the arrival of the end times. At least the former her would never have felt gratitude in response to the predatory stares of men. Captain, what must I do to attain the position of manager? Chen Che lounged in his chair, extending 2 fingers. I have 2 principles when employing individuals. First, they must be obedient and loyal to me. Their abilities are secondary. After a pause, He took the initiative to inquire, and the second? The second, Chen Che replied with a slight smile, is to observe your determination. As He endeavored to demonstrate her resolve, Wang Cheng'en, who remained restless in the room, furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. 2 hours later, Chen Che reclined against the headboard, exhaling deeply. He had already departed, leaving in a rather unsteady manner. Chen Che had urged her to stay a while longer, but she merely shook her head. She wished to keep her relationship with Chen Che a secret, not wanting others to know how she had triumphed in this competition. For her, although she had emerged victorious, it felt somewhat dishonorable, lacking in integrity. Yet, beyond this, she could not conceive of a more commendable method of winning. Chapter 37. The canning factory that afternoon, Chen Che announced over the intercom that He had been appointed as the first mate on the ship, a position just below that of the captain and the vice captain. The group of female students had no objections, as they had yet to experience the world beyond their studies and acknowledged He's superior capabilities. However, the adults who boarded later erupted in protest. They believed their abilities were on par with He's and questioned why she was deemed worthy of the first mate position while they were not. Wang Cheng'en, in particular, found it impossible to accept this reality. It was well known that his capabilities surpassed those of Hiyuti. Yet Chen Che had chosen her for the first mate role without making any arrangements for him. A few of Wang Cheng'en's confidants gathered in a room, voicing their frustrations. This is undoubtedly a case of favoritism. In terms of capability, qualifications, and experience, how can she compare to Brother Wang? I suspect it is that Chen fellow, blinded by desire, who has taken a liking to Hiyuti. This is nothing short of bullying the innocent. Yet, despite their grievances, they dared not speak too harshly. Chen Che's warning from the previous night lingered in their minds, instilling a fear that kept them from making any bold statements, lest they share the same fate as the three individuals from last night. However, silence did not equate to a lack of anger. As members of the same team, their fortunes were intertwined with Wang Cheng'en's success. Now that he had failed to secure a position, the prospect for the rest of them were equally bleak, especially with Hiyuti now in a position of authority. Previously, in the office building, they had already deeply offended Hiyuti. Now, one could only wonder how she would seek her revenge. The thought of this left several individuals feeling quite vexed. Wang Cheng'en, however, remained silent, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Brother Wang, could you please say something? We cannot simply sit here and await our fate, someone urged anxiously. With a sigh, Wang Cheng'en finally spoke. It is my fault for being too conspicuous. He had come to understand the rationale behind Chen Che's decision to elevate Hiyuti. Perhaps her beauty played a role, but it was also due to his own overt demeanor. Any leader would likely prefer not to witness a subordinate overshadowing their own authority. Wang Wei, upon hearing this, defended his father. Is being capable of fault? Has he lost his mind? Mind your words. Wang Cheng'en shot his son a glare and replied coldly, in this world, fairness is a mere illusion. It was absent before the apocalypse, let alone now. I shall pay the captain a visit and see if there is still a chance to negotiate. With that, Wang Cheng'en rose and made his way to the captain's control room. Before long, he stood at the door, quickly tidying his appearance before knocking. Captain. Wang Cheng'en endeavored to soften his tone, striving to sound harmless. The door opened, and Chen Che looked at the smiling middle-aged man before him, somewhat astonished by his psychological resilience. Despite learning of his rejection, Wang Cheng'en's loyalty remained unwavering. While Chen Che found it normal that he had not been promoted, the fact that his loyalty had not diminished at all was unsettling. He had previously been wary of Wang Cheng'en's potential change in disposition, prepared for any eventuality. Now, it seemed he had been overly cautious. This man was exceedingly rational. Captain, I have no objections regarding your arrangements for the first mate, Wang Cheng'en began, clearly stating his position. Chen Che nodded, offering no further explanation. He believed Wang Cheng'en could grasp some of the underlying reasons, and there was no need for him to elaborate on loyalty. From now on, in the course of Hiyuti's work aboard the ship, my brothers and I will fully support her. Should anyone defy her orders, I, Wang Cheng'en, will be the first to object. Wang Cheng'en reiterated his stance. Chen Che finally comprehended and narrowed his eyes. You wish to assist Hiyuti in her duties? Assist may not be the right term. I simply wish to contribute my modest efforts rather than languish aboard, waiting for death. After a brief pause, Wang Cheng'en abruptly changed the subject. Captain, are we currently over Anshin City? Yes. The position of the Ark of Noah is now situated above what was once a second-tier city. The relentless downpour had completely submerged the city, leaving only a few towering landmark buildings peeking above the water surface. Chen Che was uncertain of Wang Cheng'en's sudden shift in topic and quietly awaited further elaboration. On the eve of the apocalypse, I happened to be on a business trip here while a friend of mine, engaged in the canned goods trade, was receiving a shipment that day. Wang Cheng'en, with an air of flattery, remarked, if we could dive and salvage, we might just acquire a substantial stock of various canned meats. Is this a pledge of loyalty or perhaps a devious scheme? Chen Che pondered for a moment, feeling a surge of excitement. Canned goods, being sealed, would remain impervious to water, even if submerged. If the quantity was considerable, retrieving them would indeed be advantageous. For no one would ever complain about an excess of stored food. The only concern might be Wang Cheng'en's frantic machinations. However, given Wang Cheng'en's steadfast loyalty, Chen Che doubted this possibility. Moreover, with the technological prowess of the vessel's equipment, he felt no anxiety regarding underwater mishaps. All right, you point the way, and I shall arrange the salvage. If all goes well, I can offer you the position of second officer. Thank you, Captain. Wang Cheng'en finally displayed a genuine smile, his loyalty rating climbing from 3 to 4, leaving Chen Che feeling somewhat exasperated. Such a stable mindset. While others' loyalty ratings fluctuated dramatically, his changed incrementally. Chapter 38. A sword drawn, gazing into the abyss of uncertainty under Wang Cheng'en's guidance. The Ark of Noah steadied itself beside a prominent structure. The water level was too high for Wang Cheng'en to ascertain the precise location, only a vague idea, which could only be clarified upon diving. To this end, he volunteered to don a set of diving gear and lead the way. Chen Che dispatched 80 AI war machines and deployed 2 transport submarines. Once submerged, aside from encountering a few marine creatures, everything proceeded smoothly. They successfully retrieved 30 tons of canned meat from the factory. Despite the vessel already housing 1 million tons of supplies, this moment was met with jubilance and festivity. Wang Cheng'en, fulfilling his ambition, became the second officer and began assisting He Yudi in refining the ship's management system. However, unbeknownst to them, the day after they emptied the canned goods factory, another cruise ship hovered above it. A group clad in diving suits, fully armed, was led by a man devoid of any equipment, making a beeline for the underwater factory. Yet, upon witnessing the desolate interior, they erupted in expletives over their intercoms. Zhao Laosi, did you not claim your factory was brimming with canned goods? Where are the cans? Did the fish consume them? I can assure you, I personally verified with the staff via video that they were all in stock. Are you trying to deceive us? Quiet down, Wego, what now? The group turned to the leading man. Lacking any equipment, he could not speak underwater, merely gestured for them to return. Just as they prepared to ascend, a shark surged toward them at breakneck speed. As the shark drew near, several individuals clad in diving suits scattered in terror. Save for the leader whose gaze remained unwavering. He raised his right arm and delivered a powerful punch to the shark. In the next instant, his arm pierced through, and the shark fell silent. That arm, having penetrated the creature, was already cloaked in a myriad of fine scales. 8 days later, nearly a month had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, with the sea level having risen over 200 meters. The entire inland was nearly submerged by the encroaching waters. The surface of the ocean, besieged by fierce winds and torrential rains, bore no trace of humanity. Until a colossal ark emerged, breaking through the layers of haze and slowly anchoring upon the waters. Within the ark's grand hall, a diverse assembly of individuals busied themselves in an orderly fashion. Hiyudi, donned in professional attire, stood at the entrance supervising the crowd, occasionally offering her insights. Xiao Lu, be meticulous in your work. Ensure the table is spotless. Wang Wei, you are tasked with cleaning the restroom. Do you suffer from perpetual stomach issues? Can you complete this duty, or should you depart? How is the kitchen's preparation? Let us not delay tonight's meal. Lao Wu, please inform those in the study room that dinner is ready, and also deliver a portion to those in the lookout tower. Amidst Yudi's directives, the vessel suddenly swayed before coming to a steady halt. Why has the ship stopped? Many caught off guard tumbled to the ground, voicing their inquiries and glancing towards Yudi. Presently, Captain Chen Che had become nearly invisible, and First Officer Wu Yafu seemed indifferent to their concerns. The only point of contact was Yudi. She steadied herself against a nearby table, reassuring the crowd. The Ark is anchoring as per schedule. Please continue your duties. Uncertain of the cause of the disturbance, she sought to calm the crowd before heading to the control room. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks echoed as the door swung open. Wu Yafu emerged into view, which was entirely expected. What was perplexing, however, was that she was clad in the very outfit she had changed out of after her encounter with Chen Che, a white administrative suit, complete with the black stockings she had discarded that day. The tear at her ankle mirrored precisely the one Chen Che had inflicted. Yudi's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, suspecting it to be a manifestation of Chen Che's peculiar sense of humor. However, she dared not probe further and address the matter at hand. Captain, the crew is puzzled by the sudden halt of the ship. Is there an issue? They have been on a continuous journey for 8 days, with no knowledge of their destination or purpose, and the abrupt stop naturally aroused curiosity. Chen Che, fixated on the sonar images and real-time visuals from the underwater cameras, took a considerable time before responding, I need to re-establish the course. According to the itinerary from my previous life, Yu Jizi and her group should arrive in this vicinity within the next couple of days. Yet, I have been here for several days without sight of a single vessel. It is evident that a turn of events has occurred. Or perhaps the series of actions taken by Chen Che after his rebirth has altered the future, making it highly unlikely for Yu Jizi to appear in this vicinity. Yudai stepped forward to examine a map. The current location of the Ark is now quite close to the plateau, right above what used to be a third-tier city. Are we heading to the plateau? Perhaps. Chen Che is uncertain about where he should go next, having completely lost track of UGZ. Attempting to locate someone amidst this vast ocean without any clues is undeniably challenging. He feels a sense of bewilderment akin to drawing a sword and looking around in confusion, seeing that no answers were forthcoming. He Dai chose to remain silent and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned and asked, "Do you need me to come over tonight?" Before Chen Che could respond, Wu Fu interjected excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Sister, you must come over tonight. Chen Ge has missed you terribly after just a few hours." He Dai's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head and departed. Chen Che pretended to be angry as he grabbed Wu Fu by her hair, saying, "Wu Fu, you become quite bold, daring not only to wear He Dai's clothes, but also to concoct tales about me here." Wu Fu replied with a playful shriek, "I just thought you needed a little excitement. Let go, or you'll make me bald. If it comes to that, I can bring Kalan along to apologize to you together." Chapter 39. Discovery of an unidentified vessel. As Wu Fu's antics grew increasingly outrageous, Chen Che had no choice but to release her. Although he had spent considerable time with He Dai, the bond he shared with Wu Fu was deeper. Perhaps in He Dai's mind, this was merely an emotionless task. Returning to the screen, Chen Che sighed. His inability to find UGZ was a source of great distress. In recent days, he had been attempting to earn the reward for rescuing 1,000 people, which would aid in the search for UGZ. However, the water levels were too high, resulting in a meager number of survivors encountered. Over the span of 8 days, he had managed to save just over 100, with a total of 745 individuals aboard the ship. He still needed 255 more to obtain the global communication reward. Yet, the vastness of the ocean made it difficult even to find a single person, let alone over 200. As Chen Che pondered this conundrum, the radar suddenly emitted an alarm. Those stationed in the lookout tower shouted through the loudspeaker, "Unidentified vessel spotted on the left." At that moment, everyone aboard, including Chen Che, turned their gazes to the left. Through the mist, a cruise ship slowly approached. The vessel was not large, appearing to be just over 100 meters in length. Compared to the Ark, it resembled a mere skiff. Meanwhile, the individuals aboard this skiff gazed with solemn expressions at the colossal structure in the distance. They had lived their entire lives without ever seeing such a large ship, even on television. Goodness, that ship exudes a sense of security. Our rickety vessel can barely stand still. Swaying all day long has made me nauseous. Who would disagree? Staying here, I am in constant dread, fearing that a single wave might capsize me. If only I could board that vessel. I wonder how many souls are aboard and whether they would embrace us. Yet, I fear they may harbor intentions of their own, and we could end up worse off, losing everything. What do you think, Wei? The sturdy leader gazed thoughtfully at the Ark, contemplating. Given the vast size of their ship, it must lack sufficient power. It cannot outrun us. Let's keep our distance and see if we can communicate, assess the situation, and if all else fails, make our escape. The current sea resembled a dark forest, with everyone concealing themselves, anxious about being detected by mightier vessels, while simultaneously yearning to find smaller ships to replenish their own resources. The colossal behemoth before them, measuring 3,000 meters in length, was undoubtedly not something they could provoke lightly. Yet, as with all things, exceptions exist, and they harbored a glimmer of hope. What if they could board safely? What if they could claim it as their own? Zhao, go fetch the loudspeaker and call out, commanded Wei. Immediately, another scruffy middle-aged man produced a large megaphone, cranking it to maximum volume. Friend aboard the ship, can you hear us? On the Ark. Everyone heard the commotion. The sound was somewhat muffled, barely discernible. However, Chen Che, through the underwater electronic eyes he had previously deployed, could hear clearly and also glimpse fragments of the scene on the ship. The number of people aboard appeared limited, yet upon seeing them, Chen Che's eyes suddenly sparkled. Were these not the very individuals he sought? As he pondered how to persuade them aboard, an urgent knocking reverberated from outside. Wang Cheng'in, breathless yet tinged with excitement, shouted, "Captain, I believe I recognize those people on the ship. May I confirm?" Trusting him, Chen Che relinquished the negotiation to Wang Cheng'in. "Zhao, is that you?" "It's me." Wang Cheng'in. The megaphone instantly echoed with joyous exclamations. "Brother Wang? Is it truly you? Brother Wang, what a coincidence. Aren't you at the company? How did you end up there?" "Ah, it's a long story." The two engaged in casual conversation, reminiscing across the sea. After 10 minutes of banter, Chen Che and Wei could no longer endure it. Wei interjected, "Could you please discuss something of importance? The loudspeaker might die before you finish. Hurry." Find a way to board and assess the situation. Oh, I almost forgot the matter at hand. Leave it to me, Zhao assured confidently. Those are my good buddies with whom I drink daily. Clearing his throat, Zhao continued to shout into the megaphone, Brother Wang, are you the captain? May I come aboard for a couple of drinks? It has been a month since we last shared a toast. Wang Cheng'an looked toward Chen Che with a questioning gaze. Naturally, Chen Che was delighted at the prospect of their companion boarding and promptly nodded in agreement. Old Zhao, you may come aboard. Zhao turned away, a hint of smugness in his demeanor. Wei Ji's expression remained unchanged as he instructed, Later, I will accompany you upstairs. Just say, I'm the first mate. Zhao Laosi hesitated momentarily. Wei Ge, that is my good friend's ship. Do we really need to seize it? Let's take a look first. Seeing Wei Ji's determination, Zhao Laosi could only sigh. It was evident that the plan was to seize if they could overpower and retreat if they could not. Unfortunately, he was powerless to sway Wei Ji's decision. After all, with his formidable strength and near-impervious scales, if Wei Ge boarded the ship and faced a group of ordinary people, it would be akin to a wolf entering a sheepfold. Cheng'an, you cannot blame your younger brother for this. In times of peril, everyone looks out for themselves. Zhao Laosi muttered under his breath as he boarded a kayak, wobbling towards the Arkansas. Upon reaching the Ark's magnetic levitation platform, both Zhao Laosi and Wei Ge were awestruck by the vessel's grandeur and advanced technology. On what seemed to be an ordinary Ark, there were even fighter jets and cannons. What kind of extraordinary place was this? Simultaneously, Wei Ge felt relieved that he had opted for a more cautious approach. Had he revealed their intentions from start, their rickety little boat would have surely met its demise in a hail of cannon fire. As they ascended to the deck, Wang Cheng'an was already waiting for them. Brother Wang, impressive. You made it on such a large ship. Zhao Laosi's eyes sparkled with admiration for the vessel. Wang Cheng'an, feeling a sense of pride, replied with a smile, Not at all. I owe it all to our captain for rescuing me. Aren't you the captain? Zhao Laosi was momentarily taken aback. Of course not. The captain is over there. Wang Cheng'an gestured toward a young man who was waving at them from a short distance, an uncontainable smile adorning his face. Chapter 40. Isn't this forcing me to hijack the ship? Zhao Laosi and Wei Ge glanced at Chen Che, surprised by his youth. Captain, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you can forgive us, Zhao Laosi said, extending his hand in greeting. Chen Che smiled warmly, exuding friendliness. No problem. Once you arrive, you are one of us. So welcoming? Zhao Laosi thought suspiciously. Logically, anyone capable of commanding such a large ship in this apocalyptic world could not be a benevolent character. After all, Wei Ge had taken over his previous cruise ship with considerable violence. My name is Zhao Hao, but among acquaintances, I am known as Zhao Laosi. This is Zhou Wei. Our first mate, Zhao Laosi introduced himself. Chen Che's gaze lingered on Zhou Wei for a couple of seconds. From the footage relayed by the electronic eye, it was evident that Zhou Wei held the highest position. Zhao Laosi's claim of him being the first mate was likely a precaution against any ill intentions from Chen Che, a strategy to capture the leader before subduing the rest. I am Chen Che, he said, shaking hands with both men before inviting them inside. Captain Chen, this ship is truly magnificent. Would you mind sharing where it came from? Zhou Wei surveyed the surroundings, still marveling. A vessel of such magnitude was something he had never encountered, not even in reality or online. Zhou Wei harbored suspicions regarding the origin of the vessel, questioning which military base it might have come from. Chen Che, however, casually remarked, I built it myself. Both Zhou Wei and Zhao Laosi were taken aback simultaneously. You constructed such a large ship on your own? Surely you jest. Zhou Wei chuckled awkwardly, choosing to abandon the topic, dismissing Chen Che's claim as mere reluctance to disclose the truth. He sighed heavily for Wang Cheng'an's sake, recalling how he too had found such assertions absurd during their initial encounter. Yet some matters remained inexplicably enigmatic. Have you two dined yet? Chen Che sought to persuade the pair to board the ship, opting for a sweetened approach. Upon hearing this, Zhao Laosi instinctively swallowed hard. Their supplies had dwindled, leaving only Zhou Wei, with his captaincy, well-fed, while the rest merely managed to stave off starvation. Observing their predicament, Chen Che promptly instructed Hiyuti, prepare dinner for 4, and be sure to include fine cuts of beef and pork, along with several cans of tuna and the freshest vegetables and fruits. Also, procure 2 bottles of red wine. After quietly delivering his orders, Hiyuti turned and complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhao Laosi lamented to Wang Cheng'an, Brother Wang, you cannot fathom it. I haven't had a satisfying meal in over 2 weeks. Remember the canned goods I had stockpiled in my factory? A few days back, I took the captain and others to salvage them, only to find that some scoundrel had stolen the entire stash. If I discover who did it, I swear I will make them pay. Wait, Chen Che called out to Hiyuti, forget the canned goods. Once he had relayed his instructions, he returned to the others, suggesting, while they prepared dinner, why not take a leisurely stroll about the ship? Wang Cheng'en awkwardly agreed, yes, let's explore the ship. Dwelling on unpleasant matters is not good for our health. Chen Che led them through the various levels above the deck, which constituted the communal areas accessible to all crew members. The lower decks were currently restricted to only Chen Che and Wu Yafu, while the bottommost level, housing the war machines and other armaments, was solely accessible to Chen Che himself. However, even the deck's amenities were enough to dazzle Zhou Wei and his companion. The array of entertainment facilities captivated them, intensifying their longing. Particularly, when they passed the outdoor swimming pool, Zhou Wei was utterly astonished. What kind of fish is this? It can generate electricity? Not only that, but the voltage is quite formidable. From a distance of several dozen meters, he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. This fish is a fool. Aside from its electrical capabilities, it serves no purpose, consuming more in a day than a pig. I have no idea how to handle it. So it remains here as an ornamental creature, Chen Che remarked, prompting the electric fish to intensify its discharge. Zhou Wei's lips began to twitch. You must be kidding. Such a ferocious fish, relegated to mere decoration? It looks far more intimidating than the stone fish I've eaten. After their tour of the ship, they returned to the dining area, where the meal had been prepared. Gazing at the sumptuous dinner spread before him, Zhou Wei, despite not feeling particularly hungry, found himself enticed. Throughout the month of the apocalypse, he had indeed not suffered from hunger, yet that did not imply he had dined well. His meals consisted primarily of instant noodles or plain rice, and even the thought of consuming a packet of pickled vegetables was painful. The idea of enjoying meat was utterly out of the question. Although the sea was abundant with fish, the ancient virus ravaged the waters, instilling fear in them to partake. How different it was now, with not only meat but a glorious array of beef, lamb, and fish, along with an ample supply of vegetables, fruits, and fine wine. What a marvel! Such a feast compelled Zhou Wei and Zhao Laosi to disregard their decorum, as they sat down and began to devour the meal ravenously. In the midst of his eating, Zhao Laosi even found himself in tears. I apologize for my lack of composure, he choked out. It has been far too long since I have savored such exquisite fare. Once a small business owner before the end of the world, he had grown weary of lavish meals. Yet now, after a month devoid of meat, the very dishes he once found monotonous moved him to tears. This scene resonated deeply with Chen Che. The only difference between him and Zhao Laosi was that while Zhao had grown tired of food in the past, Chen was weary of it in the present. Both were souls adrift in the same tumultuous sea. After the meal, Zhou Wei contentedly wiped his mouth and solemnly remarked, Captain Chen, I cannot express my gratitude enough. To be candid, this meal is the finest I have ever had. However, alas, I lament the absence of my brothers and women aboard the ship. It has been a month since I have been able to treat them to a proper meal. At times, I truly feel guilty towards them. You certainly did not seem so remorseful while you were eating, Chen Che mused inwardly, yet he offered words of comfort. Deputy Captain Zhou, you need not bear such self-reproach. Leading so many to survive is no small feat, Zhou Wei replied. I cannot compare to your remarkable capabilities, Captain Chen. With so many rooms aboard, there must be thousands residing here. To ensure that so many are fed is indeed a model for us all. Now that the conversation had turned in this direction, Chen Che smiled slightly. While the ship has many rooms, most of them are unoccupied. In reality, there are only about 700 people aboard, and more than half of them are women. We are in dire need of manpower, and many of our systems cannot be maintained. Only 700, and more than half are women? Zhou Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. During his earlier tour, he had assumed that the numerous rooms were filled, and with the ship's formidable defenses, he had dismissed any thoughts of piracy. Yet now, with Chen Che revealing that there were merely 700 souls aboard, a significant portion being women, it felt as though he were being coerced into wrongdoing. Chapter 41, Brothers. Let us seize the opportunity upon learning of the situation aboard the ship. Zhou Wei's mind began to race. Due to his lack of a verbal commitment to serve as a crew member, Chen Che could not perceive his loyalty. Yet he noted the unsettling brightness in Zhou Wei's eyes, reminiscent of the excitement felt when Wu Yafu had hidden in the cupboard to observe the unfolding events. After the exchange of a few words, the conversation abruptly came to a halt, and an unspoken understanding enveloped them in silence. Chen Che pondered how to persuade the individuals aboard the other vessel to join him, while Zhou Wei contemplated the best approach to commandeer the ship. Captain Chen. They both began simultaneously, only to pause in surprise. You go ahead, Captain Chen, Zhou urged. Chen Che nodded and said, Vice Captain Zhou, my ship is in dire need of crew members. I wonder if you and your team might be inclined to assist us? Zhou Wei was taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. What was this? Just as he was struggling to find a way to board the ship, an opportunity presented itself. Was he being coerced into committing an act of piracy? Internally, Zhou was elated, yet he maintained a facade of reluctance. Captain Chen, as you know, I am merely the vice captain and cannot make such decisions unilaterally. Moreover, there are many aboard who have their own preferences. I must consult with them before providing you with a definitive answer. He continued, Of course, I must express gratitude on behalf of my crew for your kind offer. That is only natural, Chen Che replied, showing understanding. He inquired further, May I ask how many crew members you have aboard? We have 108 individuals, 70 men and 31 women. Zhou Wei responded, as Zhao Laosi attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Zhou. Is that all? Chen Che asked, somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, he reasoned that even a small addition to his crew was still an addition. Zhao Laosi glanced at Zhou Wei, puzzled. There were clearly 128 people aboard their ship. With 90 men, why withhold information about 20 individuals? Zhao Laosi remained silent, refraining from pressing the matter further. Chen Che rose and graciously escorted the two men to the exit. As they departed, Zhao Laosi cast a glance at Wang Cheng'an, hesitating to speak. He was well aware of Zhou Wei's ruthless nature and wished to warn Wang Cheng'an. However, recalling Zhou's brutal methods, Zhao Laosi faltered, ultimately resigning himself to the thought that securing Wang Cheng'an's safety after the ship was taken would suffice. After bidding farewell to the two men, Chen Che and Wang Cheng'an stood on the deck, lingering in contemplation. He Yudi stood beside Chen Che, attentively holding an umbrella for him. Wang Cheng'an maintained a respectful distance, drenched in rain, squinting as he remarked, Captain, I sense that Zhou Wei harbors ill intentions. Zhou Wei's demeanor had been unremarkable throughout their encounter, save for a rather conspicuous glimmer in his eyes upon learning of the small crew. However, Wang Cheng'an, well acquainted with his longtime friend, sensed something amiss from Zhao Laosi's reaction. Chen Che remained silent, watching as the two men returned to their cruise ship before finally turning away. He then instructed, assign 2 additional personnel to the lookout towers at both the bow and stern. Should anything arise, ensure immediate broadcast notifications. The Ark boasted lookout towers at both ends, providing a broad field of vision, with personnel on duty around the clock to monitor the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng'an understood that Chen Che was acutely aware of the situation and offered no further objections, proceeding to arrange for additional manpower. Chen Che swiftly returned to the operations room, where a colossal screen displayed live footage from the cruise ship. Dozens of underwater cameras had long since encompassed the vessel. Zhao Laosi, what is the situation on board? Are there many people? What is the status of supplies? How formidable is their firepower? And how many attractive women are there? Damn it, Laosi, have you been drinking with the captain? Is that for real? Let me take a whiff. Ugh, it smells of lamb. As Zhou Wei and Zhao Laosi boarded the ship, a throng of people quickly gathered around them. You have quite the nose, don't you? Zhao Laosi chuckled, boasting, not only did I enjoy red wine and lamb, but I also feasted on beef, fish, and a variety of fruits and vegetables. The crowd's mouths watered uncontrollably. So, they must have laid out all their resources to entertain you, right? Resources? With such a massive ship, there must be plenty of provisions. How could they skimp on food? Damn it, had I known, I would have joined you for a feast. Zhao Laosi's words stirred envy and regret among the group. Only Zhou Wei, with a disdainful smile, remarked, look at you all, so easily impressed. It's merely a meal. Once we seize that ship, we can indulge in whatever we desire. The crowd's eyes gleamed with excitement, yet held a tinge of apprehension. Captain, have you thoroughly assessed the situation up there? A ship of such height isn't easy to commandeer. While fine cuisine is tempting, we can't risk our lives. Indeed, boarding such a large vessel presents a significant challenge. They murmured, contemplating the difficulty of taking control of the Ark with their limited numbers. Zhou Wei replied, I have a clear understanding of the conditions on board. While their firepower is indeed formidable, the crew is sparse, just over 700, with a substantial portion being non-combatant women. The most crucial detail is that the ship's captain is a fool who has openly invited us all aboard to assist him. Delight spread across the faces of the crowd, with one person exclaiming, "So, that fool will personally bring us on board, allowing us to seize the opportunity without hesitation? Isn't this an invitation to feast?" In maritime piracy, the most challenging step is boarding the target vessel, especially with a behemoth like Noah's Ark. Attempting to board from the water could be perilous. Yet now, they could bypass that daunting step entirely. Someone was willing to invite them aboard. Such a fortuitous opportunity felt almost disrespectful to overlook. "Captain, issue your orders. We will follow your lead. Tonight, let us ascend and seize our prize." Most of these individuals had been outlaws before the apocalypse, accustomed to violence and conflict. Armed with several firearms, they felt undaunted despite the numerical disparity. "Hot. Take 20 men now, don your diving suits, and enter the water. Once we board, you'll climb up the other side using ropes." Zhou Wei arranged. "Let the others pretend to defect and board the ship. Once the rats are in position, we will launch a surprise attack from both sides, catching them off guard. If we win this battle, not only will the ship be ours, but also the aircraft and cannons on board, and we will indulge in all the delicacies and pleasures it has to offer, with over 500 women at your disposal." Zhou Wei sought to ignite the desires of the crowd, elevating their ambitions to an exhilarating crescendo with just a few words. As they gazed at the ark, their eyes sparkled with a fervor akin to that of sheep awaiting slaughter. Little did they know, underwater surveillance had already captured every word of their conversation, including the derogatory remarks. Chapter 42. Technology against mutation at midnight. The sea lay shrouded in darkness. With a wave of Zhou Wei's hand, Zhao Laosi took up the megaphone and called out, "Captain Chen, we have come to a decision. We are willing to board the ship." After a prolonged silence, there was no response from the ark, leading Zhao Laosi to wonder if they were asleep. "Should we wait until morning?" So Wei Fronet, insisting, "No. The cover of night is our ally. Continue calling out." The darkness not only obscured visibility, but also created confusion, while many were likely asleep, making it the perfect time for their plan to seize the vessel. Delaying until daylight would significantly increase the difficulty. Sighing, Zhao Laosi lifted the megaphone, ready to continue. When several lifeboats approached, Wang Cheng'an, seated in one, waved to them, "The captain has sent me to fetch you." Soon, a group stood on the magnetic levitation platform, which began to rise, submerging the ship's features from view. Captain Chun's ever-smiling visage gradually came into focus. However, it was he Yudi, elegantly clad in a women's suit and holding an umbrella for Captain Chen, who captured everyone's attention. Her exquisite and haughty countenance rendered all the men captivated. Even Zhou Wei, who had previously restrained his gaze out of respect for Chen, now let his eyes roam unabashedly over he Yudi. "Welcome aboard the Noah's Ark." Captain Chen maintained his politeness. Zhou Wei could not suppress a laugh, remarking, "Indeed, a fool, still blissfully unaware as death approaches." However, they could not proceed until the rats were in position, so Zhou Wei engaged in some pleasantries. With a chuckle, he stepped forward and grasped Chun's hand. "Captain Chen, we're truly grateful for your hospitality. On behalf of the 108 of us aboard, I extend our heartfelt thanks." Zhou Wei spread his arms wide, indicating their presence. Captain Chen surveyed the crowd, noting, as Zhou Wei had mentioned, there were 70 men and 38 women. Notably, the women were all quite young and not lacking in beauty. Yet their faces displayed palpable fear, as if Zhou Wei and his companions had committed some heinous acts against them. Captain Chen surveyed the assembly and asked, "Are you willing to come aboard my ship?" No one responded. All eyes turned to Zhou Wei. Of course, he was willing. Zhou Wei broke into a hearty smile. "It is our honor that Captain Chen is willing to take us in." The verbal commitment seemed to bind him to an unspoken contract with the system. Zhou Wei's loyalty instantly manifested on the display. 100. There was no room for negotiation. Chen Che remained silent, having already sentenced Zhou Wei to a figurative death with a 5-minute reprieve. As for the others, it appeared that their lack of a verbal agreement resulted in no display of loyalty. However, judging by their unabashed gazes, Chen Che surmised he need not concern himself with their loyalty levels. Since they were willing to join, he would assign them the task of cleaning the toilets. Chen Che remarked with a smile, "This is an easy job. We have someone named Wang Wei on board who is always eager to take it on." Zhou Wei instinctively furrowed his brow, but quickly relaxed. "I will do whatever Captain Chen commands, without a word of complaint." Zhou Wei wore a cheerful expression, though internally he cursed, secretly vowing to make Chen Che clean the toilets thoroughly. Chen Che smiled, but said no more. Instead, he suddenly stepped forward, reaching for Zhou Wei's waist. Zhou Wei's hair stood on end, exclaiming in disgust, "How repulsive. Damn it, this dog actually enjoys this." For the sake of the plan, he endured it. Zhou Wei had prepared himself for sacrifice, repeatedly urging the others to hurry up and climb aboard. However, Chen Che's hand merely glided over his waist, taking the walkie-talkie. Then, amidst Zhou Wei's puzzled gaze, he walked to the other side of the deck. Upon reaching the edge of the deck, Chen Che finally stopped, gazing into the inky blackness below, asking into the walkie-talkie, "Where are you?" The response came swiftly. "Almost there, just a few dozen meters left. This damn ship is too high." Afterward, the voice on the other end finally realized something was amiss, exclaiming, "Who are you?" "Wozni Dad." No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark red mech suit enveloped Chen Che's body. With knees slightly bent, he launched himself towards Zhou Wei. Simultaneously, two war machines swooped in from the sides, lifting the only remaining crew members, He and Wang Cheng'an, high into the air. As the mech and war machines passed each other, Chen Che seized Zhou Wei's head. The tremendous force propelled Zhou Wei's body backward, his feet scraping against the ground, creating sparks. Fortunately, a dense layer of scales had already covered Zhou Wei's entire body. After a distance of several dozen meters, Zhou Wei finally stood firm, gripping Chen Che's arms, and surprisingly began to slowly pry them apart. Chen Che's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Zhou Wei was a mutant with such formidable physical strength that he could even overpower Chen Che's mech-enhanced arms. However, it was evident that Zhou Wei was straining. His teeth clenched tightly as he struggled to utter two words: "Make a move." At the command, the gathered subordinates snapped back to reality, drawing their knives and daggers, letting out a fierce howl to the heavens. Accompanying their howls were the thunderous roars of countless engines. 80 war machines lined up in formation across the sky. "What on earth is this?" someone finally exclaimed, unable to contain their frustration. They had been itching to voice their discontent ever since Chen Che had transformed. How could a perfectly normal person suddenly don a mech? It was one thing for him to suit up alone, but to summon a whole battalion. As the 80 war machines dove down, chaos erupted on the deck, a cacophony of despair. In the eye of this storm, Zhou Wei, still locked in confrontation, watched in disbelief, his eyes widening in rage. He had thought Chen Che a fool. It turned out he was the one deceived. Anger seemed to amplify Zhou Wei's strength, as he managed to seize Chen Che's arm with one hand while his other crept to his lower back, retrieving a handgun. "Ah, you can perform American-style Aikido?" Chen Che remarked, impressed, as the gunfire rang out. Yet with a swift motion, Chen Che caught the bullet with his empty hand. Then, with a slight elevation, he activated the vector engines on his back, unleashing a jet of azure flames that forced Zhou Wei down to the ground. The scales that adorned his head were pierced, blood trickling forth. Fortunately, the deck, crafted from some unknown resilient material, remained unscathed. However, Zhou Wei's formidable physical resilience caused Chen Che to furrow his brow. Even at maximum power, the mech had failed to crush Zhou Wei. A normal person would have been reduced to pulp by now. "I shall see who possesses the greater fortitude," Chen Che declared with an imposing tone, raising one hand as a particle sword burst forth, radiating dazzling light. With a swift motion, a beam sliced through, severing Zhou Wei's hands with precision. The severed ends were remarkably smooth, as though processed by a cutting machine. Zhou Wei stared in horror as his hands fell away. Only after a prolonged moment did the excruciating pain reach his mind. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the still night. Zhou Wei writhed on the ground, his scales vanishing, blood and sweat mixing, only to be washed clean by the pouring rain. Zhou Wei's companions had already been subdued by the war machines. The 20 who had attempted to board were now captured as well. A young man named Housie, undeterred, shouted, "My brother is a mutant. You all better behave, or he'll finish you off." Chen Che commanded one of the war machines to toss Housie before Zhou Wei. Upon witnessing Zhou Wei's pitiful state, Housie panicked. "Brother, what happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Zhou Wei, his veins bulging with pain, had no time to respond. His mind was consumed with bitterness and a tinge of regret. He had never anticipated that the fool he had underestimated could wield such power. His once prized physical resilience had been cleaved in two by Chen Che's blade. With brute strength no longer an option, he pondered how to proceed. If it were only Chen Che exhibiting such eccentricity, it might be forgivable. However, there stood an entire array of 80 robots, all mirroring Chen Che's peculiarities. As he surveyed the haphazard crowd, Chen Che coldly commanded, "Kneel in a line." This time, without needing Zhou Wei's consent. Everyone instinctively arranged themselves in a row before Chen Che, including the 38 women. Yet, in contrast to the fearful gazes of the men, the women appeared somewhat at ease, as if sighing in relief. Hu Dai and Wang Cheng'en, still suspended in the air, were lowered by the war machines, their faces reflecting astonishment. This was their inaugural encounter with the might of the war machines, as well as witnessing Chen Che engage in combat. The war machines, needless to say, were merciless. Against ordinary people, they were akin to a relentless slaughter, leaving no room for resistance. Even when a few dared to fire at the machines, the bullets merely grazed, sparking but failing to breach any defenses. Chen Che's display was even more extraordinary. He conjured particle light swords with the ease of slicing through a melon, resembling something plucked from the pages of a science fiction novel. Once they landed, it was only when Chen Che spoke that he interrupted their reverie of the recent battle. "You die, come here." "Huh? Oh, coming." Yu Dai rushed over in her high heels, her eyes still wide with shock. "Boss, umbrella." Chen Che stated succinctly. Only then did Yu Dai unfurl the umbrella over Chen Che's head, positioning herself closer than ever before, to the extent that the umbrella, which could have shielded both, now allowed a portion of her body to be drenched in rain. Her captivating, almond-shaped eyes fixated on Chen Che, as if she were still processing the events. This peculiar behavior prompted Chen Che to glance at Yu Dai's loyalty rating, which had inexplicably surged from a steadfast 30 to 50. Indeed, it appears that women are often drawn to formidable men. Ahem. Chen Che cleared his throat, suppressing his emotions as he turned his gaze toward the kneeling assembly, remaining silent for an extended moment. The prostrate individuals dared not lift their heads, not even daring to exhale audibly. The only one bold enough to breathe freely was Zhou Wei, primarily due to the pain he could no longer endure. "I am a benevolent person," Chen Che proclaimed. "If you wish to die, I shall not hold it against you, but I am willing to offer you a chance to survive. Now, anyone who sincerely wishes to board my ship and follow me, stand up." His words resonated like a decree of clemency. The crowd, initially resigned to their fate, rose collectively, seizing the opportunity for survival. Only a fool would remain kneeling. Even Zhou Wei trembled as he contemplated standing, yet was gently dissuaded by Chen Che's understanding remark. "You need not rise. You are already chilled to the bone." To this day, Zhou Wei's loyalty remained unwavering at 100. Chen Che speculated that the system's lowest loyalty rating was set at 100. Otherwise, Zhou Wei's rating might have dipped even lower. Upon hearing Zhou Wei's words, a look of resentment flickered across his face. He turned to leap into the water for escape, only to be firmly restrained by two war machines, rendering him immobile. Chen Che turned his gaze, scrutinizing each of the 38 women standing to his left. Their loyalty levels were all satisfactory. The lowest was 20, while the highest reached 40. This was likely due not only to Chen Che's willingness to shelter them, but also to their gratitude for his righteous actions. When he reached the 39th individual, the first man, the loyalty level plummeted dramatically. 40. Excellent. Afin zmail grazed Chen Che's lips. He did not rush to act, but continued to inspect those on his right. 50. 45. 30. 80. 99. Chen Che was astonished. Indeed, they were worthy of boarding the vessel. Not a single one among them was untrustworthy. When he looked at the last person, Zhao Laosi, the previously silent Wang Cheng'en suddenly interjected, "Captain, Laosi has been my friend for many years. I believe he was compelled to board. Could you possibly?" As Wang Cheng'en spoke, Chen Che discerned Zhao Laosi's loyalty level. 0, the lowest of the lot. Zhao Laosi stepped forward. Chen Che decided to grant a favor. After enduring fear for so long, a hint of joy finally appeared on Zhao Laosi's face. "Thank you, Captain Chen. Thank you, Brother Wang. I am eternally grateful." Zhao Laosi was elated, but the others grew anxious. Chen Che had scrutinized them for some time before summoning Zhao Laosi. What did this imply? Were the others doomed? "Captain Chen, wait a moment. No one is to leave," Chen Che replied casually. "The women over there, move to the other side." Simultaneously, he issued a command through the system, arranging the remaining war machines into a line opposite the likes of Heise and the others. This scene resembled a sentencing. Heise and his companions were beginning to panic. The atmosphere felt ominous. Chen Che gazed at them with a look of regret. It was unfortunate to lose so many lives, but this group, burdened with negative loyalty, would only bring calamity. Just as Chen Che prepared to give the order to execute, a sudden, violent explosion erupted from the rear of the ark, flames soaring into the sky as if illuminating the entire world. Chen Che se brehu instantly, and he inquired via the intercom system to the lookout tower at the back, "What is happening?" However, the only response was an overwhelming silence, until a frantic voice pierced through the broadcast. "Enemy attack. A multitude has approached the stern." Chen Che abruptly turned to Haizi and the others. "Are there still more of you?" Haizi, in a panic, repeatedly shook his head. "Captain Chen, please don't misunderstand. All of our people are right here. They're definitely not ours." Boom! Another explosion rang out, and Chen Che's expression darkened completely. He no longer wasted words with them and swiftly made his way toward the stern. As a blinding flash of lightning erupted, all 88 members of the group perished. Chapter 44. The Six-Eyed Old Ghost. In his gaming days, Chen Che harbored a deep disdain for two types of individuals: those who thwarted his attempts to raid their base, and those who raided his. Engrossed in intense combat with Zhou Wei and others, he discovered that his own base had been compromised. Accustomed to actively monitoring every aspect of the ark, Chen Che had neglected the automated defense systems, opting instead for only basic radar detection. This oversight enabled a group of intruders to evade detection, stealthily boarding the ark while Chen Che's attention was diverted. As flames illuminated the ark, Chen Che could no longer contain himself. Donning his mech suit once more, he made a beeline for the captain's lounge on the rooftop. Inside, Wu Yafu remained in a state of trepidation, reassured by the elevated location which had thus far deterred any intruders. However, the cacophony of frenzied shouting, wailing, and destruction echoed from below. Upon Chen Che's arrival, Wu Yafu, feeling emboldened, rushed to embrace him. "Brother Chen, I am so frightened." There was a sudden explosion at the stern, and now there are so many people, roughly 200 to 300, who have infiltrated the ship, searching for victims on various floors. "All right, you should find a safe place above for now. I will call for you once I have resolved this situation. By the way, I wonder how Kalan is faring. Can you rescue her?" Though the ship was crowded, for Wu Yafu, her concerns were solely for Chen Che and Kalan. "Do not worry," Chen Che assured her, then summoned a war machine, carrying Wu Yafu to safety above. It was only then that he accessed the system to assess the situation aboard the vessel. In his mind, the ark maintained a three-dimensional representation, allowing him to view real-time conditions throughout the ship. First, he checked Kalan's room, only to find her blissfully asleep in her pastel-hued quarters, completely undisturbed by the tumult outside. Impressive, Chen Che thought, marveling at her ability to remain oblivious amidst such chaos. Next, he surveyed the corridor outside her room. Given the height of their floor, it remained relatively quiet, devoid of any intruders. The nearest unfamiliar faces were 2 floors down, a group of burly men wielding firearms, busy capturing individuals on the 31st floor. As he observed, the men forcibly breached Arun's lock, dragging a young woman out and kicking her into a line of hostages. Without hesitation, Chen Che issued defense commands to all war machines stationed at the ship's bottom, and with a roar from the vector engines, he soared out of the lounge, descending 2 floors to hover outside the 31st floor. The holographic helmet utilized thermal imaging sensors combined with the system's 3D modeling capabilities, swiftly identified the 15 armed robbers within. Subsequently, dual shoulders activated, launching 12 mini projectiles that precisely struck through a pane of glass, eliminating 12 of the assailants in an instant. The remaining 3, engulfed in panic, brandished their firearms and indiscriminately fired in all directions, frantically shouting, "Show yourself!" On the 31st floor, a group of frightened young women crouched down in terror. At that moment, Chen Che shattered the glass and executed a low-altitude maneuver, swiftly colliding with one of the robbers and simultaneously directing his palm towards the other 2, unleashing a pulse cannon that dispatched them in an instant. Within a fleeting moment, all 15 robbers lay lifeless. The girls crouching on the ground finally beheld their savior, and tears streamed down their faces. "Captain." In a brief span of time, they had been thoroughly terrified, but upon seeing Chen Che, a sense of relief washed over them, and their loyalty surged. However, Chen Che was too preoccupied to concern himself with their reactions. Each floor below harbored bands of robbers, numbering between 10 to 15, all well-trained and methodically searching each room. Any sign of resistance was met with immediate gunfire, a clear message to swiftly subjugate everyone on board. Meanwhile, in the main hall, a group of captives had already been seized, surrounded by armed robbers standing guard. At the center, two men and a woman sat, evidently the leaders of the entire gang. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Che resolved to prioritize the elimination of these three individuals instead of dealing with the robbers on each floor. Capture the leader before the rest. He needed to neutralize them first. As for the remaining assailants, the war machine would undoubtedly handle them. After casually advising the young women to find a place to hide upstairs, Chen Che made his way to the first floor hall. In the hall, the two men and the woman were engaged in leisurely conversation. They had not anticipated discovering such a delightful surprise while following the cruise ship. Such a vast vessel was truly a boon. Thank goodness our old boat was slow, or we never would have caught up to this grand ship. One of them chuckled. They had originally pursued Zhou Wei's cruise, intending to seize it, but their vessel's sluggish speed had thwarted them for days. It was only due to Zhou Wei's decision to halt that they finally arrived. However, upon spotting Chen Che's ark, they immediately lost interest in Zhou Wei's cruise. Seizing the opportunity, while Chen Che was distracted by Zhou Wei, they stealthily boarded the ship and commenced their revelry. As another batch of captives was brought down, the alluring woman among the trio sighed. I expected only formidable individuals could reside on such a magnificent ship, yet it seems they are merely a bunch of inept fools. How dull. With that, she stood and sauntered away. The man leading the trio immediately furrowed his brow and inquired, Ranning, where are you headed? I am merely going upstairs for a stroll, seeking some amusement. Do not focus solely on tormenting women. Attend to some serious matters instead. Rest assured, I shall leave a few beauties for you both. The woman referred to as Ranning flashed a captivating smile and sauntered away with a sultry gait. Observing this, another bald man rose and said, Brother, I shall also take a look around. After a moment of hesitation, the leader nodded slowly. Once the two departed, he turned his gaze towards the captives present and softly declared, Ladies and gentlemen, you may call me Old Ghost. As he spoke, a few individuals slightly lifted their heads and glanced at him, shivering with trepidation. Indeed, he lived up to his name, appearing ghostly. His eyes were sunken, his complexion waxen, his lips devoid of color, and most alarmingly, he possessed 6 eyes upon his face. Each blink was thoroughly disconcerting. On this voyage, we harbor no ill intentions. We are merely striving for survival, Old Ghost continued. As long as you are willing to accompany us, I assure you that no harm shall befall you. This assurance brought a semblance of relief to the crowd. After granting them ample time to process their emotions, Old Ghost broached the main topic. Now, please inform me, who is your captain? Or rather, who wields the greatest power aboard this vessel? Your father has arrived. Just as Old Ghost's words fell, a sharp voice thundered from behind. Accompanied by the roar of a revving engine, a shadowy crimson figure suddenly burst forth. Chapter 45. Damage to the mech. Chen Che collided headlong into Old Ghost's chest, propelling him 100 meters away, shattering numerous tables and chairs along the way. The excruciating pain finally elicited a response from Old Ghost. His 6 eyes flared open, and simultaneously, flesh at his chest, palms, and back began to part, revealing a staggering 24 eyes. As the eyes at his chest opened, a copious amount of pale purple mist began to waft forth and was entirely absorbed into Chen Che's mech. Warning, mech damaged, chest affected by unidentified gas. Current damage level. This was the first time the mech system had issued a warning, prompting Chen Che to swiftly kick Old Ghost away and glance down his chest, where a previously intact section of the mech now bore a gaping hole, faintly exposing the clothing beneath. Such a potent toxin. The materials used in his mech had already surpassed the hardness of any known metal in the world. Yet even so, it had been corroded to create a breach. However, Old Ghost was not faring any better. After being kicked down, he lay on the ground for a considerable time before shakily rising, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. He had first been struck by Chen Che and then kicked in the chest. Through the laser scanning analysis of his holographic helmet, Chen Che had already discerned that 2 of Old Ghost's ribs were fractured, causing him to pant heavily as he spoke. I was careless. I did not evade. If he kept all 24 eyes open, with a complete 360-degree view, he would have seen me the moment I emerged, avoiding this predicament. We are all mutants. You kid, dare to dabble in technology? It truly hurts. The Old Ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly gravely injured. Chen Che did not rush to attack again. Instead, he casually inquired, What kind of ghastly creature bit you, turning you into this wretched state? The Old Ghost, finding solace in the conversation to catch his breath, replied, I believe it was a lantern jellyfish. The impact from Chen Che's earlier strike had already instilled a psychological trauma in him. Now, he merely wished to buy time until his two companions descended to assist him. Lantern jellyfish? Chen Che pondered. He was unfamiliar with such a creature, but could consult the system's database. Lantern jellyfish, a member of the Cubozoa class, also known as box jellyfish or sea wasp. A transparent killer of the ocean, measuring 16 inches in length, possessing 24 eyes and thousands of stinging cells laden with potent toxins on its tentacles. Upon acquiring information about the lantern jellyfish, Chen Che began to comprehend the old ghost's capabilities. So your sole offensive ability is to release toxins? He queried. To specialize in one, I merely need to poison you, the old ghost sneered. You have already experienced the potency of my venom. Should you wish to perish together, feel free to approach. No, I'm fine standing right here, Chen Che replied, leading the old ghost to believe that he had been intimidated. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Once his companions arrived, he was confident that, with their synergy, they could easily subdue the armored figure before them. Suddenly, Chen Che raised his hand, palm directed toward him. The old ghost thought, just as the questions formed in his mind. A bright light emanated from Chen Che's palm. Damn, no chivalry. The old ghost attempted to evade, but his injuries rendered him incapable of dodging, and he was struck squarely by the pulse cannon, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Chen Che then strolled over, towering over the old ghost. I can see that your toxins are formidable, yet how will you respond to my long-range attacks? Indeed, the old ghost's venom was potent enough to corrode even Chen Che's armor. But his physical resilience was lacking. The first impact from Chen Che had been sufficient to fracture his bones. If the old ghost possessed the same high physical endurance as Zhou Wei, Chen Che would have found himself in a predicament. Captain, you are magnificent. Captain, you are impressive. Captain, you are so handsome. I love you. The crew members squatting nearby erupted with excitement upon witnessing Chen Che's victory over the old ghost. The armed robbers surrounding them silently lowered their weapons, lying on the ground, only to be subsequently subdued by Chen Che's crew. Brother Chen, there are many of them, and the others have already ascended. Shen Mengxiang approached. Anxious, this fellow has two companions who also went up. We still have numerous allies above. Chen Che surder. Do not worry, it will be resolved shortly. While Chen Che battled the old ghost, the war machine had already covered all floors. The corridors were strewn with the lifeless bodies of the robbers. To these intruders, Chen Che issued a command, execute without mercy. However, upon witnessing the scene on the 33rd floor, his brow furrowed in concern. The corridor was reduced to ruins, with shattered walls and pockmarked floors attesting to a fierce battle that had transpired. Most alarming to Chen Che was the sight of two war machines lying on the ground, both dismembered and incapacitated. This revelation sent a chill down his spine, for these war machines, in many respects, possessed combat capabilities superior to his own. After all, Chen Che's mech was merely an external armored suit, inherently limited by its size and therefore weaker than the war machines. Yet even so, it was troubling that two of these formidable machines had been taken down. Furthermore, the entire 33rd floor was devoid of life. Every occupant, including Kalan, had vanished without a trace. As reality sank in, Chen Che's thoughts immediately turned to the bald man and the woman named Ranning. Anyone who accompanied the old ghost must surely be a mutant of considerable strength. Otherwise, it was inconceivable to him how two war machines could be rendered inoperative. Chen Che kicked the barely conscious old ghost and inquired, "What abilities do your two companions possess? Where have they gone?" Having thoroughly searched the vessel, he found no sign of the two individuals, nor any trace of Kolan and the others. "Old ghost, are you dead? If so, make a sound." Chen Che delivered a couple more kicks, but all old ghost managed was to cough up blood, showing no other response. He was clearly on the brink of death. What a misfortune. Unable to extract any useful information, Chen Che released hundreds of underwater cameras to spread out into the sea, searching for the whereabouts of Kolan and the others. With so many people, it was improbable that they could have vanished so suddenly. The elapsed time was too short for them to have gone far. Sure enough, within minutes of deploying the cameras, Chen Che spotted several lifeboats a few hundred meters away, filled with people. The majority were girls from his ship, and Kolan was among them. Additionally, a small number of pirates were present, including the bald, muscular man, who was loudly practicing his rap. However, Chen Che was puzzled by the absence of the other woman, the one with the beaker. Prioritizing their rescue, he took off from his position, ensuring he also retrieved 300 war machines from the ship. The remaining war machines were ordered to protect the Arkansas. Chapter 46. Greatness does not weep. Emotions fractured on the lifeboat. The bald man continued his rap practice. What the hell is this ship made of? Mech robots. And yet they're still so formidable. The crew aboard trembled in fear, none daring to interject. After cursing a few more times, seemingly unsatisfied, the bald man suddenly slapped Wang Wei across the face. Damn it, it's all your fault, you jinx. A forceful slap rendered Wang Wei momentarily dazed, stars dancing before his eyes as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, only to be met with yet another slap. The sound echoed through the air. A large man exhibiting such petulance. Wang Wei cried even more fiercely, yet feared another blow, desperately attempting to regain his composure as he whimpered pitifully, "Big brother, this is not my fault." He had been peacefully sleeping in his room when he was inexplicably dragged out. What crime had he committed? The bald man glared at him. Are you suggesting that I am at fault? Brother, I take full responsibility for everything. Wang Wei finally capitulated, though the slaps showed no sign of relenting. I swear it was your fault. Bam! Another slap sent Wang Wei soaring into the air, akin to a Thomas the Tank engine spiraling down into the sea. A splash. Perfect score. Thud. After plunging into the water, two faint sounds of entry followed. It was Wang Wei's two front teeth, arriving belatedly. Damn, so fragile. This will cost you dearly. The bald man cursed angrily, showing no intention of retrieving Wang Wei as the boat sped onward. Chen Che, having just ascended into the sky, could not help but sigh at the sight, feeling a twinge of pity for Wang Wei, and hastily dispatched a war machine into the water to rescue him. Meanwhile, Chen Che led the remaining war machines to accelerate into the distance. After flying several hundred meters, faint lights became visible in the distance. A colossal cruise ship lay anchored upon the water's surface. The bald man had already boarded the vessel, and as soon as he stepped on, a portly man with a beard approached, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. Brother Chong, you've returned. Upon noticing the dozens of captives being dragged in, the portly man quickly exclaimed, Congratulations on your bountiful harvest. Bountiful my foot. The bald man's anger flared anew, and a slap met the portly man's left cheek, instantly causing it to swell. They had set out with over 300 men, yet returned with only himself and a handful of subordinates. Even with the addition of the captives, they barely amounted to 100, leaving them utterly impoverished. Hurry and set sail, the bald man urged, fear gripping him at the thought of Chen Che and his companions pursuing them. The two war machines had nearly cost him his life. If the war machines aboard that ship were to follow, it would spell disaster. What about the captain and the first mate? The portly man asked bravely, only to receive another slap, creating a symmetrical effect. The captain is dead, and the first mate has fled. The bald man's menacing words shocked the portly man and the crowd surrounding them. Ever since they boarded the ship, the formidable reputation of the old ghost had left an indelible impression on them. No matter how powerful the adversary, a mere wave of his hand would unleash a cloud of poison, swiftly dispatching opponents as effortlessly as one might eat or drink. Yet now, the bald man was declaring that such a powerful figure had perished. Surely this was a jest. As they observed the grim expression of the bald man, the crowd gradually began to believe. The atmosphere aboard the vessel grew significantly somber, suffused with a sense of shock rather than sorrow. However, before they could fully process their emotions, a series of piercing sounds pierced the sky. Looking up, they beheld a multitude of robots, akin to those they had only seen in films, hovering above them in a circle, effectively encircling their cruise ship. At the center of this formation loomed a uniquely colored black and red robot, surveying them from a position of dominance. The bald man, devoid of hair, was pointed out by Chen Che, yet before he could utter another word, the bald man, irate, touched his head. Who the hell are you talking about, you little brat? Chen Che, sensing the tension, opted for action over dialogue. With a mere thought, 10 more machines dove down, charging directly at the bald man. To hell with you. The bald man snarled, gritting his teeth as he tore his clothes apart, revealing 8 hidden arms beneath. Chen Che was taken aback. It became clear why the man's pectorals were so well defined. He had concealed 6 additional arms within his attire. As the 10 war machines barreled towards him, the bald man adeptly used his 8 arms to fend off 8 of them, while the remaining 2 he met head-on with his own head. In that instant of contact, it was the deck of the cruise ship that faltered first. Constructed from fiberglass and aluminum alloy, the ship's structure held for barely a second before a significant breach occurred. The 10 war machines, in tandem with the bald man, plunged into the depths below. Through the perspective of the war machines, Chen Che could discern the underwater scene. The bald man, deprived of support, was evidently outmatched by the 10 war machines, relying solely on his formidable physique to withstand the onslaught. After observing for a moment, Chen Che redirected his attention to the throng of people on the ship. A cursory glance revealed a densely packed crowd, numbering in the thousands. This realization sparked a sensation of serendipity within Chen Che. His vessel was in dire need of personnel, and now they had arrived. Gently, he descended onto the deck, prompting the crowd to step back in trepidation. The sight of the mecha before them exceeded their comprehension, an entity they had never encountered in reality. Faced with such unfamiliarity, fear and anxiety about their uncertain fate gripped their hearts. "Send a representative to speak with me," Chen Che commanded. The group exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Ultimately, it was the rotund man with a swollen face who emerged. "Sir, what is your request?" he inquired, his ingratiating demeanor somewhat comical against his appearance. "How many people are currently aboard your ship?" Chen Che asked. The rotund man pondered for a moment before cautiously responding. "Approximately 1,200. 1,200. To bring back such a number would instantly fulfill the population reward of 1,000. Chen Che thought, momentarily suppressing his excitement. "What is the situation with your crew?" he inquired, maintaining his composure. "Most of the individuals aboard our vessel were mere passengers before the torrential downpour," the rotund man replied, stating that after the deluge, "We gradually rescued several souls, including Captain Old Ghost and Brother Chong, who were saved mid-journey. At that time, they were all suffering from high fevers and in dire straits. We tended to them with utmost care for several days until they regained consciousness. Upon awakening, they forcibly seized control of the cruise ship and subsequently commandeered several other vessels, including a particularly unique craft, acquiring a substantial cache of firearms. Within a fortnight, they had expanded to the scale we witnessed today." Chen Che held no doubts regarding the force exerted by Old Ghost and his companions. The presence of up to 3 mutants, capable of such rapid expansion in merely 2 weeks, was hardly surprising. However, the pressing question remained. Where had Ranning disappeared to? Chapter 47. Repairing the Ark and Mechas. Do you know what special abilities Ranning possesses? Chen Che inquired of the rotund man. Special abilities? The man shook his head in confusion. "I have no idea. Each time a fight breaks out, Ranning merely observes from the sidelines or vanishes altogether. I have not witnessed any extraordinary capabilities from her." "An ordinary person?" Chen Che furrowed his brow. "That cannot be true. How could a typical woman stand on equal footing with Old Ghost and the bald man, both mutants? On what grounds? Merely because she has a fever?" Turning to the others, Chen Che raised his voice. "Who among you knows of Ran Ying's special abilities or can provide information regarding her whereabouts? I assure you of her safety and a life free from want." Everyone's eyes brightened, eager for the prospect. Yet, they merely exchanged glances, none daring to speak up. Clearly, none possessed knowledge of Ran Ying's abilities or her current location. Observing this, Chen Che could only resign himself to temporarily abandon the matter and departed with his crew. As for the individuals aboard the cruise ship, Chen Che resolved to let them stew for a couple of days. Happiness had come too easily to these people. They would not appreciate it, perhaps even taking it for granted. He needed to ensure their loyalty upon boarding without resorting to bloodshed. Meanwhile, he had to return and address the aftermath aboard the Arkansas. Once Chen Che left, a collective sigh of relief swept through the cruise ship's occupants. They had been perpetually anxious about potential repercussions from Chen Che, fearing he might hold them accountable for the actions of Old Ghost and his ilk. Now, seeing him depart so nonchalantly, their tense hearts finally found respite. However, gazing at the gaping holes in the ship, anxiety resurfaced. "Surely this vessel won't sink, will it?" one worried soul exclaimed. "With such a massive breach, the lower compartments are already flooding. It seems we won't last much longer. Perhaps we ought to devise a plan. The vast ocean stretches endlessly. Where can we go?" Another lamented. "It's all Old Ghost and his crew's fault. They sought out trouble and dragged us into this predicament. Enough with the complaints. We must quickly find a stable footing. This ship will likely sink within a day. Wasn't he that other person's boat just over there? Let us simply board his vessel. Such a grand ship can easily accommodate all of us. But what gives them the right to take you aboard? The Old Ghost have just wreaked havoc on their ship, and now they shamelessly seek refuge. Do they owe you anything? Ah, but we have another cruise liner nearby, do we not? Let's first seek shelter there." As the group on the cruise liner brainstormed their next steps, Chen Che had already returned to the Arkansas viewed from above. The Ark appeared in utter disarray, bearing the scars of destruction everywhere, igniting a furious ire within Chen Che. It had only been summoned for a month, and yet it had been so ruthlessly ravaged. Furthermore, his mech bore a gaping hole in its chest. System, can you repair the Ark and the mech? Chen Che pondered silently. The craftsmanship of the Ark and the mech far exceeded that of this world, making self-repair nearly impossible. Current damage level of the Ark, 0-1. Repair requirements, 100 tons of heavy metal. Current damage level of the mech, 1. Repair requirements, 1 ton of heavy metal. Heavy metal, Chen Che murmured, consulting the system's database to identify the types of heavy metals available. He discovered that gold, silver, copper, iron, mercury, lead, cadmium, and others were classified as heavy metals. Plentiful in variety. Although abundant, such materials were not difficult to procure. Wasn't Zhou Wei's ship made of heavy metal? Without hesitation, Chen Che soared towards Zhou Wei's cruise liner. In a flash of light, the cruise liner became a mere scatter of remnants. All heavy metals aboard were extracted and compressed into an unrecognizable mass by the system, destined for the repair of Chen Che's mech in Arkansas. Meanwhile, not far off, a group of portly men in a lifeboat watched in bewilderment as a cruise liner vanished before their eyes wide with disbelief. Left in confusion, they could only return in frustration. After extracting the heavy metals, Chen Che returned to the Arkansas. Within mere minutes, the damage to both the mech and the Ark was entirely restored. However, the filth left behind on the Ark would require a more gradual cleansing. The crew, having just endured this calamity, gathered in the main hall, grateful for their survival. Wu Yafu was embracing the recently rescued Kalan, tears of joy streaming down her face. Kalan, I am so relieved you are safe, Wu Yafu exclaimed, her emotions running high. Yet Kalan appeared dazed, offering little response apart from occasional glances at Chen Che. He Udai, who had remained on the deck, approached as well. She, along with Wang Cheng'en and Zhou Wei, had been protected by dozens of war machines and had not experienced any fright. Casting a glance at the unconscious Zhou Wei and the old ghost, Chen Che pondered for a moment and commanded, find a room in the cabin and confine them there. No one is to approach them without my explicit orders. The primary material of the Ark was composed of an exceptionally strong, unknown substance. Any room within it could not be easily breached by brute force. This was also the reason why the old ghosts and their 300 companions had managed to inflict damage upon Ark 01. Certainly, it is possible that individuals like the old ghost are also vying to seize the Ark, which may explain the reluctance to cause widespread destruction. After escorting Zhou Wei and the old ghost away, Chen Che redirected his attention underwater, where he discovered that the bald man had been rendered unconscious and was being brought over by the war machines. After being unceremoniously tossed onto the deck, the bald man finally inhaled fresh air, coughing violently while still in a state of semi-consciousness. Having assigned He Yudi the task of tidying up the Ark, Chen Che proceeded to the cabin with the bald man in tow. This time, he did not return all the war machines to the cabin. Instead, he left 300 stationed at the periphery of the Ark to prevent any further attempts of theft. In the room where the three were detained, Chen Che ordered 3 basins of water to be brought in, dousing each individual to provide a refreshing shock. Zhou Wei was the first to regain consciousness, immediately locking eyes with Chen Che, resentment flickering within his gaze. However, the sensations of numbness and pain radiating from his wrists quickly diverted his attention. Upon glancing down, he noticed that his wrists were charred, though there was no bleeding. I helped you staunch the bleeding. No need for thanks, Chen Che said kindly. However, medical facilities aboard are limited, so I resorted to cauterization. I applied electric anesthesia to prevent you from waking in pain. Living demon, Zhou Wei's eyes twitched at the revelation, and he wished to retaliate with a punch, but his weakened state forbade such courtesy. You son of a... At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted, as the bald man awoke, greeting them with his own brand of eloquence. What is the point in numbers? Have the guts to face me one-on-one. The bald man cursed, clearly dissatisfied. Chen Che smiled slightly. So, you consider yourself quite the fighter? I'll take you on. A sudden jolt of electricity surged forth, causing the bald man to bite his tongue, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Che had learned to control the intensity of the current, but with the bald man, there was no need for restraint. He unleashed the full force. Under the stimulation of 1,000 volts, the bald man convulsed, foam spilling from his mouth. collapsing to the ground in silence, his breathing becoming exceedingly faint. Is that all? Chen Che frowned, expecting more resilience. I thought you would be tougher. My brother performed better. Turning his attention to the recently awakened old ghost, Chen Che inquired amicably. Both of them have received anesthesia. Would you like to experience it as well? The old ghost remained silent, coldly regarding Chen Che. Chen Che, surprised, remarked, by your expression, it seems you truly wish to try? The old ghost finally spoke with impatience. Just say what you need to say. He understood that Chen Che had deliberately spared them for a reason. Where is Ran Ying? I do not know. And what are her abilities? I do not know. The implication is that Ran Ying is indeed a mutant. You do not speak, yet you expect her to rescue you. Believing she possesses the capability to do so, Chen Che analyzed leisurely. The two ineffectual members of this trio pose no significant threat. The only real danger lies in the shadows, embodied by the enigmatic Ran Ying, of whom we know nothing. Upon hearing Chen Che's analysis, Old Ghost felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, wishing to slap himself. Although he had said nothing, it seemed he had revealed a great deal. The sole consolation was that he had not disclosed the extent of Ran Ying's powers. Otherwise, would you like a hint? I could arrange for a doctor to treat you. Your wound appears quite severe. Old Ghost expressed his discomfort. You know my injury is grave. Can you guess who inflicted it? The retort hovered on the tip of his tongue, but was forcibly swallowed, fearing that Chen Che might extract further information. Observing this, Chen Che could only sigh. All right, you've seen through me. There are no doctors aboard my ship. He relinquished his torment of Old Ghost. After all, the wound indeed looked serious. Blood still oozing from his chest. Another electric shock could potentially lead to death. He had intended to conduct a small experiment with these individuals. After a moment's hesitation among the three, Chen Che crouched beside the bald man, his wrist device shifting, the mechanical components enveloping his right arm. A particle lightsaber illuminating the entire room. Then, under the watchful eyes of Zhou Wei and Old Ghost, he slashed the bald man's arm with the sword. Vivid crimson mixed with a hint of transparency flowed forth instantly. Chen Che then kicked the still unconscious bald man toward Zhou Wei, enticingly asking, "Do you wish to grow stronger?" As I understand, when a mutant absorbs the ancient virus from another mutant, two outcomes may arise. One is that the human cannot withstand the virus's corrosive transformation and perishes. The other is that they absorb and integrate the virus from another mutant, leading to a secondary mutation and enhanced strength. Chen Che's voice echoed like a devil's whisper in Zhou Wei's mind. The gaze, once filled with resentment, gradually succumbed to impulse. He too had pondered what would become of a mutant who absorbed another's virus, death or evolution. His curiosity was piqued, yet fear held him back. Failure would mean the forfeiture of life. But now, it seemed he had no choice. Since you wish to use me as a guinea pig, I shall oblige. Zhou Wei resolved without hesitation, biting into the bald man's wound and greedily sucking the translucent blood. Witnessing this, Chen Che finally revealed a satisfied smile. He had two objectives for this venture: to inquire about Ran Ying and to use these individuals as subjects for experimentation, observing the results of the ancient virus amalgamation among mutants. Shall I assist you in conducting an experiment as well? Old Ghost suddenly interjected. Chen Che, however, shook his head. Your toxins are too potent. I fear I might lose control. The toxic fumes of the Old Ghost could even corrode his mech. If he were to undergo a second mutation and rectify the deficiencies in his physical capabilities, Chen Che would find himself at a loss. Come, let us move you to a private chamber. Chen Che hoisted the Old Ghost with one hand, intent on preventing him from stealing blood here. The Old Ghost, indifferent, casually inquired, "How did you come to know of the two fusion outcomes of the ancient virus?" "Oh, I merely fabricated that." Chen Che's voice echoed faintly from beyond the closed door, inciting a surge of anger in Zhou Wei, who clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, the resentment in his eyes intensifying. Upon exiting the cabin, Chen Che promptly elevated the security level of the ship's systems. He also stationed 300 war machines to guard the perimeter and deployed over 1,000 electronic eyes into the water for surveillance, ever vigilant against a potential ambush by Ran Ying. The threat posed by an individual lurking in the shadows, whose whereabouts and abilities remained unknown, was indeed formidable. Yet, Chen Che found himself at a loss for how to locate this individual and could not fathom Ran Ying's capabilities. After all, the ocean teems with diverse life forms, each giving rise to a myriad of unique abilities. Without witnessing them firsthand, it was impossible to predict what powers others might possess. Consequently, Chen Che was relegated to a state of passive defense. As he made his way to the hall, the crew, under the directives of He Yudi and Wang Cheng'an, worked tirelessly to restore order to the battlefield. A united effort of hundreds transformed the ship within 2 short hours, and a glimmer of light began to break through the darkness. After a night of chaos, the crew was now ravenously hungry. Following Chen Che's instructions, the kitchen prepared a lavish feast to celebrate their survival through the crisis and to honor those who perished that night. At the banquet, Chen Che asserted his position as captain, addressing the assembly. Tonight's calamity has cost us a staggering 93 crew members. With an unprecedented seriousness, Chen Che continued, I am deeply pained, and I trust you share this sentiment. Although the architect of this disaster has met justice, as captain, I bear an irrefutable responsibility. My negligence precipitated this tragedy. Had I been more vigilant, perhaps we could have averted such a catastrophe and saved so many lives. Despite having lived a second life, with a clear understanding of the harsh realities of the apocalypse, the relative ease of this existence had significantly dulled his vigilance, even leading to a sense of hubris that allowed for such a breach of security. The loss of 93 lives served as a heavy admonition. Chen Che continued, for those who have already perished, I can no longer offer assurances, but for those still living, I vow that no similar incidents shall occur in the future. Let's strive together. His earnest declaration resonated deeply among all present. In an instant, the dining hall erupted in applause, and the loyalty of the crew began to soar. Chapter 49. The Heavy Man Mech is within reach. Li Miao Miao. Loyalty 51. Zhou Si. Loyalty 50. Wang Yang. Loyalty level 50. Xing Yichang. Loyalty level 52. Su Yushan. Loyalty level 68. Jiang Hui. Loyalty level 56. Ding Yaxin. Loyalty level 60 in Chen Che's mind. The loyalty levels of the crew members pulsed incessantly. In a brief moment, dozens of individuals saw their loyalty rise above 50. The loyalty of others also increased, as nearly everyone was touched by Chen Che's words. After a moment, when the fluctuations in loyalty ceased, Chen Che prompted the system for a summary. Current loyalty exceeding 50, 85 individuals. Only 15 more to reach the reward of 100 loyalty points. At that moment, he would acquire a heavy man mech. After a long while, the applause in the dining hall subsided. Wang Cheng'an timely stood up, raising his glass to Chen Che, saying, Captain, without you, we would have perished long ago. You have done enough for us. You have provided us with clothing, food, and a comfortable shelter in this apocalypse, and we are immensely grateful. You need not shoulder all the blame. If blame is to be assigned, let it be to those invaders. They are the ones who destroyed our ship and took our comrades' lives. By vanquishing them, you have avenged our fallen crew. I believe those who perished would harbor no resentment toward you, only towards their killers. Wang Cheng'an's words stirred the emotions of all present. Many echoed his sentiments. Captain, you are not at fault. It is those vile invaders who are to blame. Captain, though I too have been injured, I do not blame you. Were it not for you, I would have been killed long ago. If anyone is to blame, it is us for our impotence, unable to assist despite our numbers. Captain, I, Su Yushan, have never submitted to anyone. You are the first. To selflessly save so many during the apocalypse speaks volumes of your character. As each person expressed their gratitude, Chen Che felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was he truly that selfless? Not quite. His primary motivation was to earn rewards. After all, how many genuinely altruistic heroes exist in the world? It was merely a fantasy conjured by a youth named Su Yushan. Nonetheless, this round of heartfelt confessions significantly uplifted the atmosphere. Many individuals saw their loyalty levels rise once more. Current loyalty exceeding 50, 85 individuals. Current loyalty exceeding 50, 89 individuals. Current loyalty exceeding 50, 93 individuals. As the number approached 100, Chen Che's heart raced with anticipation. Alas, it ultimately halted at 95 individuals, still a few short. Chen Che scanned the crowd. 200 or 300 had loyalty levels above 40, but their growth had ceased. It would be challenging to elevate their loyalty further unless some unforeseen event transpired. The majority of others have exhibited loyalty levels surpassing 30, with only a select few lingering around 20. Those with single-digit loyalty are now exceedingly rare. Even Wang Cheng'an's loyalty has surged to 10 amidst this upheaval. What surprised Chen Che was that Colan's loyalty remained unchanged. Although her loyalty had long since exceeded 50, during this tumultuous event, everyone's emotions fluctuated, resulting in at least a point or two of variation in loyalty. Yet, Kalan remained steadfast. This compelled Chen Che to steal a glance at her, only to find her gazing back. Upon their eyes meeting, Kalan immediately lowered her head, evading his gaze. Captain, Wang Chengyin suddenly approached, diverting Chen Che's attention. Captain, I must express my heartfelt gratitude for saving my son's life. Following Wang Chengyin was Wang Wei, who flashed a somewhat humorous smile, his missing front teeth lending a comical air. Before the apocalypse, my mother went away and has since vanished without a trace. He is my only son. Were he to perish, I truly wouldn't know how to carry on. Captain, I won't belabor my gratitude. It's all in the drink. Wang Chengyin tilted his head back, downing a glass of baijiu, with Wang Wei mimicking him. Chen Che felt a sudden realization dawn upon him. No wonder your loyalty surged several points. It was due to your son's rescue. Yet, such a significant emotional upheaval only resulted in a few points of increase. Raising loyalty seems quite a challenge. Chen Che mused lightly before continuing to engage with others, hoping to gather 100 individuals by the end of the night to acquire the heavy man mech. As dawn broke, Master Chun returned to his lounge after a night of relentless activity. Ultimately, he had failed to rally 100 individuals, falling short by 5. After a refreshing shower, he lay on his bed, exhaling deeply, shedding the weariness of the night. It had been an exhilarating evening, commencing with Zhou Wei's nocturnal assault, followed by a burglary that claimed nearly half their number, culminating in revenge, cleaning the Ark, and dining. The sense of having accomplished a month's worth of work in a single night was palpable. Closing his eyes, Chen Che reflected on the unfinished task from the night. First and foremost, the potential threat posed by Ranning had yet to be resolved. Additionally, the 1,000-plus souls aboard the cruise ship remained unaccounted for. The underwater surveillance cameras provided a continuous view of the cruise, alleviating any fears of unforeseen incidents. Zhou Wei's condition in the cabin also required vigilant monitoring. Chen Che glanced over, discovering Zhou Wei unconscious on the ground, his expression one of profound agony as he battled the ancient virus. The 2 damaged war machines necessitated sourcing some heavy metals for repairs. It would also be prudent to arm the crew on board. While the war machines were formidable, relying solely on Chen Che alone left him somewhat drained. Tonight, the old ghost had conveniently supplied several hundred pieces of firearms, perfect for equipping those whose loyalty exceeded 50. At last, there was something peculiar about Kulan that warranted attention. Chen Che, who had never once peered into Kulan's room, decided for the second time to utilize the system surveillance to take a glimpse inside. He discovered the young woman reclining on her bed, her hands serving as a pillow, gazing at the ceiling with a contemplative expression. Boss, I have come to attend to your slumber, Wu Yafu approached, clad in an alluring outfit. However, Chen Che found himself devoid of the energy to contemplate anything else, utterly fatigued. Yet, Wu Yafu was evidently in high spirits, her hands clumsily roaming. Chen Che could only divert the conversation. When you interacted with Kolan earlier, did you notice anything amiss? Wu Yafu instinctively moved her right hand, pondering for a moment before frowning. There is something off. Today she seems a bit, how should I put it, somewhat flirtatious, always taking advantage of me, which is not her usual behavior. Chen Che, intrigued, inquired, how was she before? Wu Yafu chuckled. Previously, I was the one taking advantage of her. I suppose I should not have asked. Chapter 50. The transformation of He Yudi as night fell. Chen Che awakened after a day of slumber. Outside, the relentless storm raged on, creating an apocalyptic scene that had not changed for a month. For Chen Che, the sole advantage of this torrential downpour was its remarkable ability to induce sleep. He had slept from morning until now, without waking even once. Gently pushing aside the slumbering Wu Yafu, he rose, washed up, and simultaneously accessed his mind to assess the situation aboard the ship. During his sleep, his mind could not remain active, rendering defenses notably weaker during that time. However, Chen Che had elevated the system's alert level. Should anyone board the ship, he would be notified immediately. After a thorough inspection, it appeared that no unexpected events had transpired aboard. Zhou Wei was still battling the virus. The bald-headed individual had awakened and was futilely pounding the walls, while Kalan was lost in dreams, likely enjoying pleasant visions, evidenced by her blissful smile and the drool escaping her lips. Finally, why was Yudi standing at my door? Having prepared himself, Chen Che opened the door to find Yudi poised at the threshold, dressed impeccably in formal attire. She had exchanged her usual sheer stockings for delicate black ones, accentuating her figure and exuding an elegant presence that compelled Chen Che to steal a couple of glances. Upon seeing Chen Che emerge unexpectedly, Hiyuti promptly adopted a composed demeanor, inquiring, "Captain, is there any task assigned for today? Stationed outside solely to inquire about my assignments?" Chen Che was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Yet, upon noticing Hiyuti's loyalty level, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Over the course of the previous night, her loyalty had surged from 30 to an astonishing 70. Following the battle with Zhou Wei, Hiyuti's loyalty had escalated to 70. After a series of subsequent events, her loyalty had risen yet again, placing her among the ranks of the ship's most loyal, second only to Wan Zikin and Wu Yafu. Thus, was this the psychology of admiration for strength? "Captain?" Hiyuti softly reminded the distracted Chen Che. There were no special tasks. Everything remained the same. After speaking, Chen Che noticed a hint of disappointment flickering between the brows of the cold beauty. Was it my failure to arrange a task? This sentiment was something Chen Che had never previously discerned in Hiyuti. Pausing for a moment, he felt compelled to probe her changes and suggested, "Of course, if you are willing, you may assist me in tidying the room." Hiyuti hesitated briefly before lowering her head in response. "Since it is the captain's task, I am certainly willing." Her expression remained as frigid as ever, concealing any emotional shifts. Yet, from the swiftness of her reaction, Chen Che sensed an anomaly. Her mindset had indeed transformed. Previously, when asked to engage in matters beyond her work, Hiyuti had always been reluctant. But now there was no visible resistance or expression of discontent. Observing her meticulous cleaning, Chen Che felt a peculiar sensation. If her loyalty were to rise further, reaching 80, it would mean he could command her at will. The thought of directing such an aloof and commanding woman was quite the contrast. Before long, Hiyuti completed her task and hesitated at the door, almost speaking but ultimately refraining. Chen Che's actions the previous night had profoundly impacted her, altering her perception of him significantly. What once felt like a mere obligation now stirred a hint of desire within her. However, her character dictated that she would not express such shameful thoughts openly, so she merely cast a glance at Chen Che before turning to leave. With a click, the door closed, and Wu Yafu, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "Hiyuti is acting strangely. Last night, she suddenly asked me why I liked wearing black stockings. I told her it was because she liked them, and now she actually wore them today. Something is definitely off." Wu Yafu was utterly perplexed. How could it be that within a single day, the previously indifferent Hiyuti had suddenly begun to ingratiate herself with Chen Che? "Go back to sleep," Chen Che said knowingly, patting Wu Yafu on the head as he prepared to leave. "What are you going to do?" she asked, covering her head. Curiosity piqued. "I'm going for breakfast, then to see Kalen." "I'll come too, wait for me." Wu Yafu quickly got up to wash and dress. The wait stretched to half an hour. Chen Che, growing increasingly bored, decided to check the situation aboard the cruise ship through the underwater electronic eye. After a day's time, the main body of the cruise ship, that is the area below the deck, had been submerged by over half. Many people gathered, scooping water out of the main body to slow the ship's descent. Over 1,000 individuals congregated in the first floor hall, deliberating strategies. Zhao Guang, esporting a promening bed, stood at the forefront, his expression grave as he stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, at this rate, the ship will sink by tonight at the latest. Our only option now is to find a way to the neighboring large vessel, or else we shall all perish." The atmosphere below was devoid of any raucous discussions, enveloped instead in a profound silence. A day had elapsed, and they had long since come to terms with this stark reality. The pressing question now was how to gain Chen Che's forgiveness and acceptance. "Let us offer all the supplies aboard the ship. Perhaps we can earn their understanding," someone proposed. Another scoffed, "Are you foolish? If they truly desired our meager supplies, they would have seized them already. Do you think we could resist? What then shall we do? We cannot simply wait here to perish," exclaimed one voice. "I am still young. I'm only 58, and I refuse to accept death. As long as I can board the ship, I am willing to do anything." Silence. Zhao Haguang raised his hands from his ample belly to calm the crowd, suggesting, "Our foremost priority must be to send someone to negotiate with them and ascertain their stance. Of course, we must demonstrate sincerity in our negotiations. Our supplies will indeed have to be surrendered. There is unanimous agreement on this point. We are all facing death, and holding on to the supplies serves no purpose. Secondly, we must also hand over the 12 or so individuals who escaped last night. Last evening, a dozen bandits had returned with the bald man to the ship. and at the time, Chen Che had not held them accountable. Those who believed they had narrowly escaped disaster bristled at Zhao Heguang's proposal. Why should he be turned over? Zhao Heguang, what have I done to deserve this? May you perish. If anyone is to be handed over, let it be your mother. I refuse to go. You wish to deliver me to that tin man? Only over my dead body. Others harbored grievances against them and retorted sharply, if it weren't for your survival, we wouldn't be in this dire situation. Who else should we turn over if not you? If it weren't for us, you'd have starved to death by now. You're full of nonsense. It was our lives that saved yours, and you were the ones who seized our ship. One bold individual declared. I state this clearly. If anyone attempts to hand me over, I shall fight to the death. Are you pretending? After a few days as lackeys, you think you're so impressive? Do you see yourself as Lao Gui or Chang'e? In an instant, a brawl erupted between the factions. However, the overwhelming numerical superiority swiftly subdued the dozen bandits. Meanwhile, Zhao Heguang continued, ultimately we must also offer some individuals, specifically women. Chapter 51. Controlled by Chen Che, observed the activities aboard the cruise ship through surveillance, witnessing nearly 100 individuals, organized by Zhao Heguang, embarking on lifeboats. However, with a distance of a kilometer separating the two vessels, it would take some time to traverse by lifeboat. Coincidentally, Wu Yafu had finally finished her preparations, standing gracefully before Chen Che and twirling. Senior, does this outfit look good? Chen Che gazed at Wu Yafu, adorned in a light blue JK uniform, and replied, Is your address constantly changing? Is this not to align with the persona of my innocent junior? Why aren't you wearing your secretary attire? In contrast, Chen Che still preferred the secretary attire. After all, Wu Yafu's legs were undeniably long. I won't wear it anymore. Never again, she pouted. I can't compete with Yudi. I need to change my style and race against her. To speak candidly, Wu Yafu's external attributes indeed fell short when compared to Yudi. When both donned the same outfit, Wu Yafu was utterly overshadowed, which explained her lack of confidence in wearing it again. However, it was hardly Wu Yafu's fault. Yudi's looks were simply astounding. In Chen Che's mind, she possessed a beauty rated at 99, unmatched by anyone else, save perhaps for Yuzizi. Let's go. All right, senior. As Chen Che rose, Yudi immediately drew closer, wrapping her arm around his. With her hair fluttering, intertwined with colorful ribbons, she certainly appeared far more captivating than in the secretary ensemble. Before long, they arrived at Kellen's door. Prior to knocking, Chen Che glanced at the room situation. Kellen was already awake, yet still reclined on her bed, her hands serving as a pillow, maintaining the same contemplative expression from yesterday. Ding-dong. Wu Yafu pressed the doorbell. Kellen, let us go eat. Inside, Kellen jolted awake. Upon recognizing the voice, a flicker of anticipation crossed her face as she eagerly opened the door. However, upon seeing Chen Che standing outside, her demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat bashful. Captain Chuan. Hearing this address, Wu Yafu exhibited a look of confusion, about to inquire why Kellen no longer referred to Chen Che as Brother Chen, but was interrupted by Chen Che's gentle pat on her shoulder. Yesterday, Yafa mentioned you were startled, so I came to check on you and invited you to join us for a meal. Chen Che spoke nonchalantly. To him, Kellen appeared distinctly altered. Her mannerisms were evidently different from before, as if she were an entirely different person. Yet, in terms of appearance, Chen Che could discern no issues. He suspected that Kellen's transformation was closely linked to the concealed Raning. It seemed probable that Ran Ying's peculiar abilities had induced this change in Kellen. However, whether her power was one of remote manipulation or parasitic influence, or something else entirely, was still beyond Chen Che's comprehension. Wu Yafa, too, sensed something amiss with Kellen. Yet, her limited knowledge of ancient viruses led her to dismiss this notion, attributing Kellen's behavior to the fright she experienced the previous night. Thus, she continued to engage in jovial conversation, though occasionally Kellen would struggle to respond, further solidifying Chen Che's suspicions. Nevertheless, Chen Che had no intention of alarming the situation, as he remained uncertain of Ran Ying's whereabouts. Should he inadvertently scare her away, such a potential adversary lurking nearby would pose an endless risk. He needed to ensure a definitive resolution to the threat that Ran Ying represented. During the meal, Chen Che feigned nonchalance, engaging Kellen in sporadic conversation, striving to appear unguarded. Before long, as they dined, Zhao Heguang and others also arrived. They stood upon the lifeboat, gazing upwards at the towering Arkansas. With every inch the vessel ascended, their astonishment deepened immeasurably. After a prolonged moment, Zhao and Guang finally regained their composure, swallowed hard, and produced their loudspeaker. "Captain, we are representatives from the cruise ship, here to offer our sincerest apologies. We implore you to overlook our transgressions and grant us an opportunity for atonement." The diners in the restaurant, most of whom had heard the call, turned their gazes towards Chen Che. However, Chen, still engrossed in his meal, paid them no mind, continuing to savor his food. From his previous experiences in rescuing others, he had gleaned certain truths. That which comes too easily is often taken for granted, while only what is painstakingly earned is truly cherished. Thus, he resolved to keep these individuals in suspense, allowing them to fully experience despair and appreciate the fragility of survival. This, he believed, would instill in the more than 1,000 souls boarding his vessel a profound sense of reverence and, consequently, a higher degree of loyalty. He did not expect every newcomer to possess a loyalty exceeding 50, but at the very least, he hoped 5 individuals would surpass that threshold. "Captain, we recognize our errors. We should not have harbored ill intentions towards you. The ruffians who boarded to plunder have been apprehended, and we wish to provide reassurance to everyone aboard." Zhao and Guang's pleas reverberated in the air. With the hope of survival for over 1,000 lives resting upon him, he could not afford to relent, persistently beseeching. At last, after an hour of heartfelt supplication, Chen Che seemed moved by their sincerity and lowered several magnetic levitation platforms. Zhao and Guang's spirits soared at this sight, and he beckoned the crowd, "Quickly, ascend and bring these perpetrators aboard." The dozen or so bandits were bound tightly, their futile struggles rendered ineffective against a group of robust men escorting them. Like all first-time boarders, Zhao and his companions were awestruck by the advanced technology visible on the deck. Simultaneously, their confusion deepened regarding why the likes of Old Ghost and others would target Chen Che. Had Chen chosen to unleash his might, they would have been obliterated in an instant. Retracting his gaze, Zhao scrutinized the approaching Chen Che and his companions from a distance. The last time he had encountered Chen, he had been clad in mechanized armor, his face obscured. Thus, Zhao was uncertain of the captain's identity. However, seeing Chen at the forefront, accompanied by a striking young lady holding an umbrella, he surmised correctly and hurried forward. "Captain, on behalf of the 1,200 souls aboard the cruise ship, I come to offer my apologies." Zhao's demeanor was appropriately deferential. Before even approaching, he knelt. With a dull thud, Chen Che felt a pang of sympathy for the deck. "Captain, we are not worthy of harboring ill thoughts towards you and your esteemed vessel. All faults lie with us." Zhao squeezed out a few tears, hoping to amplify the emotional impact, but alas, the torrential rain washed them away before they could take effect. Chen Che did not hasten to engage with him. Rather, he first cast his gaze upon the dozen or so menacing bandits. Without uttering a single word, a flash of lightning surged forth, and in an instant, the lives of the brigands were extinguished, their bodies releasing wisps of smoke that carried the scent of charred flesh. Chapter 52. Do you wish to play the role of an unyielding agent? The fleeting lives of the bandits vanished in an instant, and the atmosphere on the deck fell into an eerie silence. Zhao Huguang and his companions were utterly unprepared for Chen Che's immediate and merciless action. While these men indeed deserved their fate, the efficiency with which it was carried out was astonishing. Moreover, what was the nature of that lightning? Hadn't he been dabbling in technology? Why had it morphed into something so peculiar? In that moment, Zhao Huguang could not help but reflect on the inevitability of their defeat against such a bizarre entity. After a brief moment of contemplation, he regained his composure and quickly offered his flattery. "Well done, Captain. These ruffians deserved their demise long ago. What kind of decent person resorts to robbery? If only my abilities were sufficient, I would have taught them a lesson myself." Chen Che, however, continued to disregard him, turning to Wang Cheng'in and commanding, "Dispose of the bodies." With that, he strode towards the Grand Hall. The winds howled fiercely on the deck, and torrential rain poured down. He was eager to depart from the scene. Zhao Huguang, observing this, signaled to his companions, instructing the burly men who had been restraining others to return and fetch supplies, while the other girls followed him inside. 10 girls, each with their own unique beauty and charm, stood hesitantly in place, subtly resisting. "Are we truly to be offered to that captain? We are not mere gifts," questioned a rebellious-looking girl. "Oh dear, do we not agree on this before our arrival? Why are we suddenly having second thoughts?" Zhao Huguang implored. "Our entire crew is counting on you for salvation." These 10 girls were the most exquisite on their ship, serving as a gesture of goodwill from their crew. Although morally dubious, in this harsh reality, morality would not sustain life. Noticing their continued reluctance, Zhao Heguang added, "Did you not accompany Ranning before? Consider this merely a change of service." "That is not the same," the rebellious girl countered. "Ying Jia is a woman. That captain is a man. Isn't that even better? A group of girls grinding tofu every day is hardly normal. Please, just have pity on our crew," Zhao Heguang urged. "Besides, do you not have family and friends aboard the cruise? If you cannot come here, they too will perish." These words finally struck a chord with a few of the girls. Gritting their teeth, they ceased their hesitation and silently made their way toward the hall. Inside the hall, Chen Che reclined on a sofa, with Wu Yafu standing to his left and He Yudi to his right. A crowd of onlookers jostled behind them, whispering amongst themselves. Zhao Heguang and his companions stood at the forefront, seemingly awaiting judgment, their hearts filled with trepidation. After a prolonged silence, Chen Che finally spoke. "Speak, what is it?" Zhao Heguang immediately bowed, his face brimming with eagerness. "Captain, we have come to sincerely apologize to you and all the crew members. The immature actions of Lao Gue have caused considerable harm. Although we, who merely drift through days aboard the ship, were not involved, we are nonetheless part of the same vessel. Out of respect and reason, we feel compelled to express our sentiments. Consequently, after thorough deliberation, we have decided to offer all supplies aboard the ship to you, Captain, as compensation for the losses your vessel has suffered in this calamity." Chen Che anticipated that Zhao Heguang had more to say, but after a moment's wait, he realized Zhao Heguang had fallen silent. After observing him for a few seconds, Chen Che inwardly acknowledged his remarkable composure. He then cooperatively responded, "I accept your apology." Zhao Heguang's face brightened, and he exclaimed, "Captain, you are magnanimous. On behalf of the 1,200 souls aboard, I thank you." After a brief pause, Zhao Heguang hesitantly added, "Captain, I have one more humble request." "Speak." "Our ship was damaged by the bald man last night, and is currently taking on water. If conditions remain unchanged, it will surely sink by tomorrow night." He gestured toward the girl beside him and continued, "We do not ask you to shelter us all, but these young ladies, in the bloom of their youth, do not deserve to perish. I implore you, Captain, to take them in, even if they must toil as your servants. You lad, if you can speak well, then speak more. Offering up beauties is not merely a gesture, it is a commendable act. What man could refuse such a noble opportunity? Very well, the young ladies may stay, and you may return. The performance must be complete." Since Zhao Heguang had yet to articulate a plea for the shelter of all aboard, Chen Che naturally refrained from making such a suggestion himself. He intended to maintain absolute control, allowing the more than 1,000 individuals to grasp the value of boarding. "Thank you, Captain. I shall not intrude further." The unfolding of events did not surprise Zhao Heguang. In his view, no man would refuse a spontaneous offer of 10 beauties. Once Chen Che accepted these 10, the women would undoubtedly persuade him to take in everyone else. Though he could not guarantee success, it was the most prudent approach. After bidding farewell, Zhao Heguang no longer lingered for the safety of the Ark and resolutely departed. Chen Che remained seated, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing the 10 women. Just as they bowed their heads, bracing for their fate, Chen Che unexpectedly rose and left, leaving them bewildered. Is he leaving just like that? Wasn't he eager? Wasn't he supposed to be a lecherous man? Everyone disperse. He Yudai stepped in to regain control, signaling the crowd to scatter, then turned to the 10 women, coldly stating, "Come, I will arrange accommodations for you." "Sister," a girl with long hair called out to He Yudai, inquiring, "Does the captain not like us?" He Yudai remained silent for a moment. She could not comprehend Chen Che's intentions. Yet the fact that he was willing to retain these 10 individuals suggested he harbored some thoughts. However, this only served to unsettle her. Consequently, she ignored the inquiry and turned away with determination. Meanwhile, Wan Zikin, passing by, casually remarked, "Isn't it obvious? He simply looks down on you all. Just take a glance at your competition." Following Wan Zikin's gaze, the 10 individuals turned their attention to He Yudi. Her beauty was beyond reproach, a singular radiance that eclipsed everyone aboard the vessel, evoking a sense of inferiority in all women who beheld her. Thus, the 10 felt a wave of despondency wash over them upon hearing her words. They had presumed that merely steeling themselves to endure the ordeal would suffice, only to find themselves entirely disregarded. Unlike He Yudi or Zhao Heguang, they lacked the maturity and emotional resilience. Wan Zikin's comment had thrown them into disarray. Naturally, it also related to He Yudi's extraordinary beauty, which wounded their self-esteem. In that moment, the 10 were at a loss for action, resignedly following He Yudi to select their rooms. Although Chen Che had departed, he continued to observe the 10 through surveillance. Growing increasingly concerned as they remained stationary in their rooms without any movement for an extended period. He was willing to play along with the charade, but they needed to make their entrance first. Were they merely acting as defiant agents? After a while, one among the 10 finally rose, seemingly having made a decision. It was the rebellious girl, the most stunning among them, seemingly named Chui Ninian. Yet, before Chen Che could feel pleased, an unexpected figure appeared at Chui Ninian's door. Chapter 53. Ranning, truly a cosplay outside Chui Ninian's door, Kalan was sneaking about, glancing left and right before knocking on the door. Once it opened, before Chui Ninian could discern the figure outside, Kalan pushed her into the room. "Ah, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" Chui Ninian instinctively shouted. But Kalan ignored her, busily scanning the room as if searching for cameras. "Who are you? Why did you invade my room?" Chui Ninian warily eyed the intruder, only to witness Kalan's features suddenly transform, and in no time, she had completely morphed into Ranning. This scene astonished even Chen Che, who was monitoring them. He had suspected Kalan was not what she seemed, but he had never anticipated that she was actually Ranning in disguise. Truly a cosplay. Chui Ninian was startled by this spectacle and instinctively turned to flee, but Ranning swiftly embraced her from behind. "Ninian, do you recognize me?" Ran Ying's hands were far from innocent, yet Chui Ninian, momentarily disregarding her modesty, exclaimed, "Ingjie, it was worth my efforts for you." Ranning whispered seductively in Chui Ninian's ear, her actions growing bolder. Chui Ninian appeared to have long since grown accustomed to this manner of interaction, showing no resistance, though her expression bore an air of unnaturalness. "Sistering, what brings you here? Have you transformed into someone else?" That Chen Che is exceedingly twisted. To survive and to save others, I had no choice but to disguise myself. Save others? Our old ghost and Bald Chong, not dead yet. They have been imprisoned. Ranning leaned close to Chui Ninian's ear, whispering softly, "Ninian, I require your assistance." "El me eliminate, Chen Che." "Me?" Chui Ninian frowned. "You just said he is deranged. How can an ordinary person like me possibly kill him? You need not do anything. Just sleep here for a while, and I shall assume your appearance and confront him directly." Ranning, like a seductive enchantress, continued to allure her. "Once he is gone, I can free old Ghost and Bald Chong. This ship shall belong to us, but I have no desire to rescue old Ghost or Bald Chong. They are hardly virtuous individuals. Then do not save them. Sister will ensure you enjoy yourself aboard the ship." Chui Ninian's expression revealed inner turmoil, as if she were hesitating to cooperate with Ranning. After a brief moment, she nodded, "Very well." Ranning, satisfied, planted a kiss on Chui Ninian's cheek. "Such a good girl. Now remove your clothes so sister can try them on." Under the watchful eyes of Chen Che, the two exchanged garments, and Ran Ying's appearance transformed accordingly, resulting in two identical Chui Ninians appearing before Chen Che's gaze. From facial features to skin tone, hair color, and even height, the two were indistinguishable, more alike than twins. "I'm off. Await sister's good news." With a wave, Ranning turned and exited the room. Chen Che watched her as she made her way to his quarters, his mind rife with doubt. Were it not for his ability to monitor the entire ship, anyone encountering Ranning in her current attire would surely be entranced. One misstep, and she might succeed without him realizing it. Yet, where had the genuine Kalan gone? Chen Che searched the Ark once more, but still found no trace of the real Kalan. He could only wait for Ranning to return for answers. Sitting quietly in his room, Chen Che kept a vigilant eye on Ran Ying's movements through the surveillance. He dared not let his guard down, fearing that a moment's inattention might allow Ran Ying to transform again, making her elusive. A knock resounded at the door, prompting Chen Che to finally open his eyes. Feigning ignorance, "Who is it?" "Hello, I'm a girl who just boarded today. My name is Chui Ninian, and I have something to discuss with you." Ran Ying's voice had taken on the same timbre as Chui Ninian's. It was utterly absurd. "Guomin." Upon receiving Chen Che's assent, Ranning pushed the door open and beheld the familiar crimson and black armored figure. "What's going on? Why are you still wearing the mech?" "I am a cautious person. I hope you don't mind." Chen Che's heart remained steady, though his face showed no sign of unease. He was unsure of what other abilities Ranning possessed, and prudence dictated that he don the armor. It would not be amusing if he found himself caught off guard. Not at all. Ran Ying's emotions were evidently struggling to keep pace. In her imagination, the scenario should have unfolded quite reasonably. Chen Che, though somewhat wary, would succumb to her allure and be effortlessly ensnared, resulting in her first blood. However, the reality was quite different. The opening was anything but logical. Do you have something to say? Chen Che continued to feign ignorance. Ranning took a moment to gather her thoughts before suddenly uttering, "Have you discovered my true identity?" Indeed, the atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. After a brief silence, Ranning turned to flee. Yet the door was firmly locked, preventing anyone from leaving. She pivoted back, reverting to her original demeanor. Her fox-like eyes fixated on Chen Che as she licked her lips, a seductive smile gracing her face. "Since you've recognized me, why not take immediate action? Or do you wish to play with your elder sister? Can you transform into anyone?" Chen Che inquired. "Of course." Ranning giggled. "What is your preference? A mature seductress? An innocent lowly? A pure maiden? Or perhaps a certain celebrity?" As she spoke, her appearance morphed continuously until she settled into the guise of an exotic, sultry star, every smile and frown brimming with allure. Yet Chen Che turned away. Retrieving a cherished possession, a mobile phone, he scrolled through his gallery and presented a photograph to Ranning. The girl in the image beamed with charm, the sunset casting a rosy hue upon her profile, making half the sky blush. "What a perfect little girl," Ranning exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. She had never encountered such beauty, even surpassing Hyuti from Chen Che's ship. Her yearning for beauty instinctively transformed her into the girl from the photograph. "Do you have a mirror?" Ranning eagerly wished to behold her flawless self. "Yes." As he spoke, Chen Che's breath quickened. However, the emotions obscured by the mech went unnoticed by Ranning. She stood before the mirror, lost in self-admiration, repeatedly exclaiming, "So beautiful. Even more perfect than the girl I envisioned." "That crop top does not suit her aura," Chen Che suddenly remarked. "There's a light blue dress and a pair of white shoes in the wardrobe. Change into those." "Oh." Ranning's curiosity piqued. "Who is she to you?" "My dream girl, UGZ." "Your dream girl is your goddess, then?" Ranning teased. "I didn't expect someone as formidable as you to exhibit such puppy-like behavior." As Ranning leisurely changed clothes before Chen Che, her movements languid and provocative, she bore little resemblance to the UGZ he remembered, causing him to furrow his brow. Yet he found himself impatient, for the imitation of UGZ created by Ranning was indistinguishable from the original. "It's not entirely accurate to call it puppy love. I did indeed once play the role of a devoted admirer." Chen Che restrained his impulses, patiently awaiting Ranning to complete her transformation. To serve such a beautiful girl as a mere dog is quite understandable. Were I in the same position, I too would find it impossible to resist bowing at her feet. Ranning gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her long dress flowing gracefully, and appeared somewhat entranced. She was utterly captivated by the girl's beauty, even feeling an impulsive desire to abandon her own identity and maintain this appearance indefinitely. "Now, the opportunity has arrived," Chen Che remarked with a dark expression, finally making Ranning aware that something was amiss. "You, do not worry. I merely wish to practice on you, in preparation for capturing the real target later." Chen Che maintained a smile, gently adding, "Of course it will hurt quite a bit, so bear with it. Just don't die on me." Slap. Was 10,007 equal to? "Congratulations, Captain. A new crew member has joined. Current loyalty of crew member Ranning, 80. Wow. Chen Che was astonished. To have sustained a beating and emerged with an 80 in loyalty was indeed unprecedented. He was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Where is Colon?" "I have hidden her in a room on the top deck of the cruise ship. You must stay here obediently and go nowhere. I will do whatever you say, as long as you do not drive me away." Chen Che felt a bit flustered and turned to leave. He no longer needed to worry about Ranning causing trouble. With an 80 loyalty score, she was only slightly lower than Wan Zikin. Chen Che knew she would not refuse any requests, thus avoiding any disturbances. However, the more compliant she became, the more uneasy Chen Che felt. He preferred Ranning to exhibit a more normal demeanor, which would align better with Yujizi's character. As it stood, her current behavior diminished the essence of Yujizi. He even feared that if he stared too long at this altered version of Yujizi, he might become disoriented when encountering the authentic one. Upon leaving the room, Chen Che promptly announced on the Arca's approval for all personnel to board the cruise ship, attributing the credit to Chui Nianyan. After all, Ranning had entered his room under Chui Nianyan's name. When Chui Nianyan learned of this news, her mind was flooded with questions. She had been worried that Ranning would fail to kill Chen Che, resulting in their demise. Now, with Chen Che alive and allowing everyone aboard, what strange turn of events had transpired? She was both curious and concerned about Ran Ying's situation. Unfortunately, at that moment, Ranning lay on the floor, savoring the lingering sensations from earlier, mumbling numbers to herself, entirely oblivious to her surroundings. As for Chen Che, he had already set off towards a cruise ship with a host of war machines. On the top deck of the cruise ship, Chen Che found Kalan, who had been trapped for a day and a night. The timid Kalan, frightened, buried herself into Chen Che's embrace, her tears soaking his clothes. After a comforting embrace, Chen Che took Kalan back to the Ark, while the others, with his permission, joyfully boarded the ship. At the moment everyone stepped aboard, the long-awaited system reward that Chen Che had been anticipating finally arrived. Congratulations to the captain for acquiring an additional 288 crew members. The current crew count stands at 816. Congratulations to the captain for achieving the population target of possessing 1,000 crew members. The reward for this achievement is global communications. The next population target unlocked is to have 10,000 crew members, with the corresponding reward being a near-Earth orbit satellite armed with antimatter beams. As anticipated, the reward of global communications arrived as expected. Yet what astonished Chen Che was the reward for reaching a population of 10,000 antimatter beams, a weapon mightier than nuclear bomb. It is said that just 0.025 grams could annihilate a small city. If he were to possess such a near-Earth orbit satellite, would he not wield the power to obliterate the world? Chapter 55, Loyalty Task Completed. Having successfully obtained the reward for reaching 1,000 in population, Chen Che reined in his slightly fluctuating emotions and gazed at the 288 newly boarded individuals on the deck. The loyalty task now only required 4 more. He had assumed that with so many new arrivals, it would be easy to find 4 individuals. However, the outcome was that none of them had a loyalty rating exceeding 50. Clearly, it was somewhat challenging to achieve a loyalty score of 50 with individuals who were just getting acquainted. Ranning was an exception. Nonetheless, among these newcomers, there were a few with loyalty ratings exceeding 40. Provided that Chen Che handled the situation adeptly, there remained an opportunity to elevate the loyalty of these individuals. Chen Che scrutinized the crowd, contemplating how to effectively increase their loyalty. The group of newcomers gradually shed their initial joy in silence, anxiously awaiting Chen Che's judgment. Their lives and everything they held dear were now in the hands of this young man before them, naturally prompting a sense of caution. After a brief moment, Chen Che resolved to employ a strategy of both reward and intimidation, speaking aloud. Last night, some unpleasant events occurred aboard my vessel. Your people pillaged, wreaking havoc, not only damaging my ship, but also resulting in the deaths of 93 individuals on board. His tone was grave, causing the crowd on the deck to tense up. The mercy of sparing your lives is an immense kindness. Chen Che then shifted his tone. However, considering that you did not partake in the hijacking and have expressed sincere apologies, I am willing to grant you a chance at survival. A collective sigh of relief emanated from the group, their gazes towards Chen Che filled with gratitude, occasionally glancing at Cui Nian. They had heard prior to boarding that the 10 beautiful women presented had played a pivotal role, particularly Cui Nian, who had been specifically commended by Chen Che for her significant contribution. Cui Nian thought to herself, what have I done to deserve such high praise? Chen Che continued, to remain on my ship, there are few rules, but one is paramount. He extended a finger, solemnly stating, loyalty, absolute loyalty. Anyone harboring treachery will be detected and executed. Having spoken, Chen Che strolled past the throng of over 1,000, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, intensifying the chill felt by those caught in the rain. Suddenly, he paused before a scruffy man, the system indicating a loyalty rating of 60. Chen Che, indifferent to the reasons behind it, unleashed a fine spark of electricity, which swiftly penetrated the man's brain, vanishing in an instant. Chen Che had become increasingly adept at wielding electricity, no longer needing to unleash torrents of energy, but instead employing minimal currents for efficiency. With a resounding thud, the man, ravaged by the electric surge, collapsed to the ground, the sound echoing in the hearts of the onlookers. They had not anticipated that Chen Che, having just spoken, would immediately target someone, acting without uttering a single word. To outsiders, such behavior resembled that of a tyrant. Once a person was marked, no justification was required. Death could follow at will. Amidst the growing terror, Chen Che approached the second individual with a negative loyalty rating, executing the same method, resulting in a similar demise. Then came the third, the fourth, and the fifth. With each fallen figure, the fear within the crowd intensified. They were left bewildered, pondering the criteria Chen Che used for selection. Perhaps there was a pattern, or perhaps it was merely a matter of whim. Stripped of any capacity to resist, they remained frozen in place, awaiting their fate. The only solace being silent prayers that they would not be chosen. With a splash, Chen Che stepped on the wet deck, sending droplets flying as he confronted a young man whose loyalty was at a mere one. Upon seeing Chen Che before him, the man, already taut with anxiety, crumbled, sinking to his knees. "I beg you, spare my life. My father is the chairman of the Mountain Water Group. I am wealthy. If the rain ceases, I will have him give you all our fortune." In his desperation, the man presented a luxury watch and a gold medal, offering them with trembling hands. His loyalty rating seemed to rise with his fear, reaching 5 points. After a moment of silence, Chen Che picked up the solid gold medal and turned to leave. This piece of heavy metal could be used to repair mechs and arcs, yet to the man, it had lost all value. In a world ravaged by disaster, material possessions paled in comparison to food and fresh water. To trade an utterly worthless item for his life felt like a tremendous bargain. Seeing Chen Che take the medal and spare the young man, the remaining bystanders began to emulate his example, desperately offering whatever valuables they possessed in hopes of securing their own survival. However, this tactic had lost its efficacy. Among those left, with no positive loyalty ratings, Chen Che continued his grim task without hesitation, eliminating each marked individual before claiming any treasures that caught his eye. After slaying more than a dozen individuals, Chen Che finally returned to the front lines, proclaiming the conclusion of this harrowing trial of death. He surveyed the loyalty levels among the group. Some had risen while others had diminished. Among the trio who initially boasted a loyalty of 40, 3 had ascended to 50, leaving only 1 remaining. Contemplating this, Chen Che clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, and with the gentlest smile he could muster, he remarked, "Now, we are all comrades on this vessel. As long as each of you contributes and possesses capability, you need not worry about the quality of life aboard. We implement a hierarchical system on the ship, categorizing crew members into 7 levels based on their abilities and contributions. The higher your level, the better your privileges. Upon attaining the 3rd level, not only will you have meat at every meal, but you will also enjoy wine and fruit. Those who reach the 5th level will enter the management tier, enjoying the finest benefits on the ship. If there are any among you who are doctors, high-tech specialists, agronomists, biologists, virologists, or possess other valuable knowledge, I invite you to step forward now." As Chen Che's words echoed, a stir rippled through the crowd. Everyone yearned for a better existence in this apocalypse. Yet such talents were scarce, and only a few met the criteria. After a considerable pause, a girl tentatively inquired, "I used to be a nurse. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely," Chen Che replied, his eyes glimmering as he regarded the girl with a loyalty score of 45. "From this moment on, you are a 3rd-level crew member." The girl appeared taken aback, astonished by the ease of her ascension to this level. The sudden wave of happiness and the envious gazes of those around her filled her with immense satisfaction, causing her loyalty to surge to 60 points. Chapter 56. Addressing Humanity Worldwide. Congratulations, Captain, on completing the loyalty task, possessing 100 crew members with loyalty exceeding 50. Reward obtained, heavy piloted mech. Loyalty-related task updated, possess 1,000 crew members with loyalty exceeding 50. Task reward, biomechanical exoskeleton. A radiant light flickered from Chen Che's metallic wristband, concealing the heavy piloted mech within. Resisting the urge to experience it immediately, Chen Che first ensured the crowd was settled, aiming to recruit a few more high-loyalty crew members to enhance his rewards. He was uncertain about the nature of the biomechanical exoskeleton, but it was undoubtedly superior to the heavy mech. At this moment, however, the loyalty levels of everyone had largely stabilized, and further increases were improbable. Nevertheless, several hundred individuals with affinity levels above 40 were present. Given time, it was certain that many would surpass 50. Once the crew was settled, Chen Che summoned Wu Yafu and He Yudi. "I'm going out for a while. It may take a day or 2. Chen Che intended to seek a more distant location to test the might of the heavy mech before promptly beginning his search for others, knowing full well that time would not be short. "During my absence, you 2 are responsible for the security of the Arkansas. I will provide each of you with 500 war machines, granting you level 2 control privileges. With thousands of war machines paired with the ship's fixed artillery, unless faced with a precise nuclear strike, Chen Che truly believes that no one can breach the Arkansas. Of course, last night was an unforeseen incident. Had Chen Che not been slightly arrogant and lacking the necessary vigilance, coupled with Zhou Wei diverting his attention, he would not have granted Old Ghost and his companions an opportunity. What if we urgently need to contact you? Yudi inquired. The captain's office can reach me at any time. Should any mishap occur on the ship, I will be informed immediately. Then please take care. Yudi, though unable to comprehend Chen Che's lengthy absence, refrained from pressing further. Wu Yafu was much more direct, playfully negotiating. Must you leave? It would be so much better to stay here. Wherever you wish to go, you could simply take the Ark there. Chen Che helplessly explained, the Ark is too slow. Its speed can only reach 100 kilometers per hour, while heavy mech can achieve 3 Mach per hour, 3 times the speed of sound, in just 7 short hours. One could circumnavigate the globe, making it far more conducive to tracking Yuji's whereabouts. I'm leaving. Chen Che waved his hand and was about to depart when he suddenly remembered the 3 individuals still confined in the cabin. Upon glancing at the cabin situation, he saw Zhou Wei lying on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Is he truly dead? Chen Che exclaimed in disbelief. He had thought Zhou Wei capable of turning fate around by successfully absorbing the ancient virus from the bald man, only to be met with this quiet demise. Chen Che approached the cabin, and as he opened the door, he delivered a jolt of electricity to the bald man, who fell silent. Ignoring him, Chen Che squatted in front of Zhou Wei and listened for a heartbeat. Indeed, there was none. Alas, Chen Che sighed, feeling a pang of sadness. Had Zhou Wei successfully undergone a second mutation, his power would have undergone a qualitative transformation, making him the best candidate for testing the heavy mech's capabilities. What a pity. Unreliable creature. Chen Che muttered as he delivered a final blow to Zhou Wei's head, ensuring he was beyond resurrection. He was not afraid of Zhou Wei successfully mutating. Rather, he feared Zhou Wei feigning death to launch a surprise attack. Thus, for the sake of caution, he deemed it prudent to ensure Zhou Wei's demise. After resolving Zhou Wei's fate, Chen Che approached the bald man, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Wait, the paralyzed bald man gritted his teeth. Aren't you still planning to conduct virus experiments? Old Ghost and I are not dead yet. You can use us for your tests. No need for that, Chen Che replied. With the mechs being so formidable, who would dare take such a significant risk with mutations? As Chen Che drew closer with his knife, the bald man began to chatter again. Damn it, Chen Che, I curse your ancestors. If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one. A real man wouldn't use electricity. I could take on 10 of you. With a sharp crack, Chen Che delivered a shock, cursing, you're just here boasting. With a swift strike, the bald man was rendered unconscious, and Chen Che wasted no time, delivering 2 fatal blows, one to the head and another to the heart, executed with unwavering precision. Subsequently, Chen Che entered the room of the Old Ghost. The Old Ghost, whose untreated wounds left him in a state of perpetual weakness, seemed to grasp the situation upon seeing Chen Che enter with a bloody blade. His expression, shrouded in darkness and uncertainty, forced a sinister smile onto his lips as he uttered his final words. You have yet to find Ranning haven to you? One day, she will avenge us. Ranning? Chen Che chuckled, yet he found no interest in tormenting the dying man further, swiftly ending the Old Ghost's life with 2 decisive strokes. Having completed this grim task, Chen Che ascended into the sky. After flying 3 kilometers, the cloaking mech emitted a series of mechanical braking sounds, transforming into a cockpit in an instant. Concurrently, the external metal expanded, and in mere moments, a colossal 6-meter-tall behemoth was assembled, hovering in the heavens. Chen Che gazed at this heavy mech, his heart stirred with awe. Externally, the heavy mech bore a striking resemblance to the cloaking mech, save for 4 exposed vector thrusters on its back and a massive caliber railgun mounted on its shoulder. In addition, it was equipped with an array of weaponry including pulse cannons, cluster munitions, missiles, electromagnetic weapons, and laser armaments. The materials constituting this heavy mech were of a superior quality, rivaling the hardness of the Ark's primary structure. Such strength would ensure survival even at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. Having absorbed the specifications of the heavy mech, Chen Che's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, igniting within him a desire for battle. Should he encounter the Old Ghost or other mutants like Zhou Wei again, a mere slap would suffice. To strike again would be to show disrespect to this formidable machine. After a brief period of familiarizing himself with the cockpit controls, Chen Che maneuvered the mech through the air, executing spins and jumps while testing the various weapons with remarkable results. Naturally, he refrained from testing the railgun. Its sheer power and noise, coupled with its significant energy consumption, warranted caution. Using it would necessitate a return to the Ark for recharging. After some time, Chen Che checked the mech's energy consumption, which was at a mere 1. At this rate, it could sustain high-intensity combat for 3 days and nights, while normal operation would easily last a month. Suspending the mech in the night sky, Chen Che closed his eyes, listening intently to the torrential rain outside. Raindrops pelted the mech's metallic shell, creating an incessant rhythm of sound. Occasionally, distant thunder illuminated the pitch-black night. After a prolonged moment, Chen Che opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and resolutely activated global communications through the cockpit as connection system. This is Noah's Ark, addressing humanity across the globe. Chapter 57, Supersonic Flight. Yuji's response. A crackling sound echoed in the cockpit, and after a brief silence, countless voices erupted simultaneously. Who is speaking? Who are you? Savazdeshka. Are you from a Trisolaran civilization? Is this torrential rain a result of your machinations? Was the Ark of Noah a savior, perhaps? Can you come my aid? I have not eaten for 5 days. My friend, regardless of your identity, please spare my life, and I shall serve you tirelessly. The global communication devices are as plentiful as the stars, and the number of survivors still alive is not insignificant. Chen Che's recent actions elicited tens of thousands of responses, nearly deafening him. After recalibrating the information reception range and filtering, Chen Che resumed his speech. This is the Ark of Noah, issuing a global bounty. Anyone who can provide the location of the Yuanhang cruise ship will be rewarded with 100 tons of any supplies. Chen Che recalled that in his previous life, Yu Jizi was aboard the Yuanhang. This bounty reflects his significant regard for her. A normal person consumes a mere 50 tons of food over a lifetime. Yet Chen Che's offer of 100 tons is sufficient to sustain a group for an extended period. In such an apocalyptic scenario, this is undoubtedly an immense temptation. As soon as the bounty was announced, the cockpit erupted with activity. Even with the restricted area and added intelligent filtering, there were still thousands of responses. My friend, I know the Yuanhang, I was on it 2 months ago. Brother, 100 tons of supplies. Are you jesting? If true, I might have some useful information for you. I just saw the Yuanhang cruise ship a few days ago. I am currently right next to it. If you can indeed deliver over 100 tons of supplies, I will inform you immediately. Chen Che sifted through the multitude of messages and selected the last one, replying, Are you certain you are adjacent to the Yuanhang? If I arrive and do not see it, you may face dire consequences. Absolutely certain. But how will you fulfill your promise? Transporting 100 tons of supplies is no trivial task. You need not worry about that. Just provide a coordinate, and I shall come immediately. I am not sure what this coordinate is. Do you recall the previous cross-sea bridge? I am right above it. Chen Che quickly analyzed the destination and calculated the distance, 1,800 kilometers. At the speed of the heavy mech, it would take merely half an hour to reach. With a series of operations, Chen Che activated the 4 vector engines on his back and the side thrusters. The mech launched forth like a missile, taking off at remarkable speed. Engine 1 thrust, 125 knots. Engine 1 thrust, 125 knots. Engine 1 thrust, 130 knots. Engine 1 thrust, 130 knots. Side engine thrust, 120 knots. Current speed, 16 Mach. The holographic helmet displayed the current status of the mech, and within moments, the speed surged to 16 Mach, continuing to escalate. The surface temperature of the mech reached a staggering 180 degrees. Fortunately, the cockpit was as warm as spring, sparing Chen Che from the torment of searing heat. Meanwhile, 500 kilometers away, nestled within a mountainous region, a cruise ship lay concealed. A group of individuals emerged from a nearby cave, busily transporting a considerable quantity of goods. On the deck, a middle-aged man of commanding presence oversaw the bustling activity, though his gaze wandered, betraying a moment of distraction. In his hand, he clutched a smartphone that had just darkened its screen. Boss, a slender man murmured beside him. The person on the phone mentioned the Voyager. It seems to refer to our ship. I am aware, Yuhan replied softly, his voice low and resonant. He had a vague recollection of the voice on the call, but could not pinpoint its owner. Moreover, he had offended numerous individuals in his business dealings, and it eluded him who might be audacious enough to place a bounty on his head during these apocalyptic times. At that moment, Yu Ji, clad in casual athletic attire and wielding an umbrella, approached with an anxious demeanor. Dad, just now Chen Che placed a bounty on us over the phone. Chen Che, Yuhan finally recalled. A month prior, This individual had extorted over 1 million tons of supplies from their family. At that time, the reasons behind such aggression were unclear until a torrential downpour engulfed the city, illuminating the situation for Yuhan. He had even sailed to the location where Chen Che had stored the goods, only to find the warehouse utterly depleted. Now, upon hearing that name again, Yuhan narrowed his eyes, exuding a palpable sense of danger. Ji, do you harbor any grievances against Chen Che? In these dire times, it is dubious to seek him out so brazenly unless there is a profound enmity. He had no personal dealings with Chen Che, so the only conceivable cause for conflict lay with his troublesome daughter. But Yu Ji appeared utterly bewildered. No, I have never interacted with Chen Che before. What grievances could possibly exist? The only conflict was his unwarranted extortion of me. Then, that is indeed peculiar. Yuhan did not doubt his daughter's words. In such circumstances, there was no need for concealment. Father, what shall we do now? His boldness indicates he possesses considerable strength and believes he can overpower us. Yuhan pondered for a moment, then replied with narrowed eyes, to know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory. We must first ascertain his capabilities. After speaking, he glanced toward the cave entrance, where a family of 3 was weeping mournfully. They had built a shelter within the cave, stockpiling substantial provisions, only to have them entirely plundered by Yuhan. Boss, I shall accompany them on their journey, the slender man proposed, intent on eradicating any loose ends. But Yuhan intervened. Provide them with a week's worth of food and some basic necessities, along with a dead phone. Furthermore, remove the named Voyager from the ship's exterior. The man did not fully grasp Yuhan's rationale, but complied with his instructions. Having completed all tasks, the vessel gradually drifted away amidst the jeers of a family of 3, soon vanishing into the mist as if it had never been there. Just before departing, they witnessed a flash of light streaking across the sky, causing the bewildered crowd to speculate that it was merely a shooting star, eliciting murmurs of awe. Meanwhile, after half an hour of rapid flight, Chen Che arrived above the cross-sea bridge, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. Due to the excessive speed, a conical shockwave formed in front of the mech, and the rear vector engines emitted shimmering Mach rings akin to diamonds. As the destination drew near, dozens of attitude-adjusting vector nozzles on the mech's exterior activated, while the thrust from the 4 main engines on its back diminished sharply, allowing the mech to hover steadily above the bridge. With the infrared thermal imaging activated, Chen Che immediately detected dozens of red dots on a cargo ship, swaying with the undulating sea. Chapter 58. An abundance of supplies, yet never enough on the cargo ship. Several men were sharpening their blades with ominous intent. Brother, when do you think the one who made the announcement will arrive? One inquired. I don't know. We just have to wait, came the reply. What if he doesn't come? If he doesn't, so be it. It's a matter of chance. The man with the handlebar mustache replied in a grave tone. Our food supply is dwindling. We can last at most another month. We must find a way to acquire more provisions. But what if they are numerous? What if we cannot fight them off? If they are many, we will simply concede. The handlebar mustache stood up, facing the crowd with a sinister grin. What if they are few? Then we shall. Suddenly, a 6-meter-tall mech crashed down, visibly compressing the ship by a meter. Everyone staggered, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld this colossal figure. If they are few, what will you do? Chen Che's voice resonated from the cockpit. But the handlebar mustache lay paralyzed on the ground, utterly stunned. I thought you were a person, only to discover you are a mech. Is this truly a matter of numbers? Where's the Voyager? Chen Che looked up, using infrared thermal imaging to assess the number of individuals present. Life signs detected, 60. Subsequently, 2 rows of mini-missiles emerged from the mech's shoulder, targeting the 60 individuals. Coldly, he stated, I recall mentioning in the communication that if you do not see the Voyager, you may very well meet your demise. A series of gulping sounds echoed as cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of all present. The handlebar mustache recognized the gravity of the situation and scrambled to his feet, brandishing a knife. Brothers, let us fight him. With a clang, his blade struck the mech's leg, prompting Chen Che to glance down at him. You are quite brave. As the words left his lips, 60 mini-missiles launched simultaneously, plunging the ship into an eerie silence. Observing the remaining supplies aboard, Chen Che, upholding a spirit of frugality, contacted the Arkansas Moshi Moshi. The call was answered by Wu Yafu. I'll provide you with a coordinate. There is an uncrewed cargo ship here. Send a few people to retrieve it. Within the Ark's chamber lay several submarines, harnessing hydrodynamic energy akin to the Ark itself. capable of reaching speeds of 180 kilometers per hour, enabling a round trip in merely 20 hours. The fighter jets aboard the Ark could soar even faster. However, the torrential rain rendered flying perilous. Concluding the call, Chen Che continued to sift through global communications, seeking individuals who possessed information about the Voyager. After a brief exchange, he pinpointed a landmark. Minutes later, Chen Che hovered above a cruise ship. An infrared thermal scan revealed the presence of 276 individuals aboard. As before, the descent of the mech left the more than 200 occupants of the vessel momentarily stunned. "Where's the Voyager?" Chen Che inquired, turning his gaze toward the captain. From a distance, the young captain hesitated, fumbling for words, before finally raising a trembling hand to indicate a direction. "Over there. It sailed that way 2 days ago." Chen Che furrowed his brow, sensing that the captain's gesture was arbitrary. "If you have deceived me once, I advise against attempting a second ruse. Otherwise, every soul aboard this ship shall perish." His voice, though quiet, carried an icy chill. The imposing presence of the 6-meter-high mech was unparalleled. Eventually, someone could no longer withstand the oppressive atmosphere and shouted frantically, "We have never seen the Voyager. This man lured you here under false pretenses, seeking to swindle your supplies." The captain acted unilaterally. "We had no part in this." With the first voice raised, a chorus of agreement followed, all eyes turning toward the young captain. Without further ado, Chen Che swiftly concluded the captain's resistance with a single strike as the latter reached for his weapon. Observing the anxious crowd, Chen Che nonchalantly tossed an electronic component into their midst. "This is a tracking device, equipped with a coordinate. Within 2 days, navigate the ship to the designated coordinates. Should I discover any deviation or disappearance of the tracker, you shall understand the consequences." With that, he awaited no response from the crowd, propelling the mech skyward, continuing toward his next objective. The crowd aboard the ship gazed at the electronic component on the deck, rendered speechless. "What shall we do now? What else can we do?" "We must comply with his instructions," came the reply. "But shall we simply obey? What alternative do we have? That colossal mech. Who can resist it? I have no desire to meet my end. Yet I also refuse to relinquish my fate into another's hands. If he were still here, I would certainly not dare to rebel. But now that he has departed, we must consider our options. Let us send someone to take the tracker away in a small boat. We can seize the opportunity to escape. In the vast ocean, how could he possibly find us? Are you overlooking the fact that this device has monitoring capabilities?" A heavy silence enveloped the group. "We cannot flee. We cannot cast it away. We cannot fight back. What remains? Acceptance." Chen Che, observing the crowd's resigned demeanor through the electronic component, withdrew his attention and resumed his quest for family. In the subsequent 2 days, Chen Che traversed the skies, flitting between various locations. With each journey, he noted the alarming prevalence of obstinate individuals in this world. Despite his repeated warnings via communication that deceiving him could prove fatal, a considerable number of people continued to disregard this caution, one after another risking their lives in a futile game with Chen Che. Consequently, despite his relentless efforts over these 2 days, he had yet to uncover a single piece of valuable information. However, his endeavors in gathering supplies have been remarkably fruitful, yielding an abundance that seemed never-ending. After dealing with each fraudster at every destination, he diligently collected the resources. At this moment, the vicinity of the Ark was crowded with numerous vessels of varying sizes, all awaiting Chen Che's return to reap the rewards of his labor. On the night of the 3rd day, after a long day of arduous work, Master Chen still had not located Yujizi. Just as he was preparing to return home, a message on his communicator captured his attention. "Hello. 3 days ago, we were robbed by the Voyager. A middle-aged man, accompanied by a large group, took all our supplies, and before leaving, they even dismantled the name of our ship." The message was vividly detailed, and Chen Che found himself believing it to a degree. Checking the remaining energy of his mech, 60, sufficient for his needs, he inquired about their coordinates and promptly set off in their direction. In just 10 minutes, Chen Che arrived at a mountainous area. At the midsection of the highest peak, he discovered a family of 3, a couple with a young girl, huddled in a cave. Upon hearing the thunderous landing of the mech, the man rushed out, only to be startled by the towering figure of the machine. Chen Che reassured him, "I'm the person you contacted. Do not worry, I mean you no harm. As long as the information you provide is accurate, I will fulfill our agreement and deliver 100 tons of supplies to you." The man's composure was evidently commendable, as he soon trembled and nodded in agreement. "Please, come into the cave," Chen Che gestured. However, The man hesitated, saying, "This entrance is quite small, you might." "Not to worry, I will come out," Chen Che replied. As the cockpit door opened, revealing his true visage, the man exhaled in relief. In comparison to the mech, he found conversing with a normal human considerably more comfortable. Yet, before he could fully relax, he witnessed Chen Che donning another suit of covering mech armor. Chapter 59. Increasing the bounty. The man stared in bewilderment at the additional layer of covering armor on Chen Che. "You mean to say you have another mech underneath? Is this some sort of nesting doll? I tend to be rather cautious. I hope you do not mind," Chen Che politely inquired. "Of course not," the man replied with a forced smile, internally thinking how dare he object. After enduring a torrential downpour, their family had sought refuge in the cave, remaining isolated from the outside world and unaware of the harsh realities of this apocalyptic existence. The recent robbery by Yuhan and his band of thieves had served as a stark lesson for them, and now, faced with the seemingly formidable Chen Che, they dared not overstep their bounds. Upon entering the cave, the mother and daughter huddled together in the corner, displaying signs of unease. "I will ask a few questions and then take my leave. I mean you no harm," Chen Che reassured them, to which the man echoed, "Rest assured. Everything will be fine. May I inquire your name?" The man asked cautiously. "Chun," came the reply. "Mr. Chun, please take a seat." The man gestured to an old box on the ground, adding with a hint of embarrassment, "The conditions here were once decent, but a few days ago, that rogue bandit came and took everything, including the furniture, leaving only this box behind." "Why'd they leave a box?" I wondered. Perhaps a flicker of conscience remained. "They provided us with a week's worth of food and some supplies. I even found this mobile phone inside," the man said, producing a smartphone. "When I discovered it, it was out of battery, likely discarded as trash. Fortunately, I possess some knowledge of power generation and managed to charge it enough to contact you." Chen Che took the intact phone, feeling an unsettling sense that this was a deliberate ploy to draw him in. However, before descending, he had surveyed the surrounding waters and found no signs of an ambush. After inquiring about the bandit's appearance, Chen Che was fairly convinced the man was truthful. "In which direction did they ultimately depart?" "Southwest," was the reply. Thus, their destination remained the southwestern plateau. It puzzled Chen Che why they had lingered in the vicinity for so long, resulting in his unsuccessful attempts to intercept them over several days. "I understand. I will ensure that your 100 tons of supplies are delivered within 2 days," Chen Che declared, turning to leave. The man hesitated, summoning his courage to ask, "Might I discuss something with you? We can forego the 100 tons of supplies. All we seek is a place to shelter, if that is possible." As the apocalypse loomed, they had found everything they needed in this refuge, living comfortably. Now, with all supplies, including the generator, stolen and water levels rising, remaining here would inevitably lead to their demise. To survive, they needed a secure haven. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Che readily agreed. "I will arrange for someone to come and escort you." Although his mech could transport individuals, it could not maintain supersonic flight with passengers aboard, as the extreme temperatures would be unbearable for a normal person. However, he found it inefficient to slowly ferry them back to the Ark, especially when he deemed Yujizi more significant than this family of 3. The covering mech reverted to cockpit mode, merging with the heavy mech, with azure flames erupting. Chen Che ascended into the sky, leaving behind the worried family. The distance from there to the southwestern plateau was merely 1,500 kilometers, and with the speed of the heavy mech, the journey would take less than half an hour. After flying over 500 kilometers, Chen Che successfully located the vessel Voyager. However, at this moment, the Voyager had become nothing more than an empty vessel. There were no signs of life aboard, only a few packs of explosives. When Chen Che descended to investigate, he was met with a pyrotechnic display. The explosive's power was not substantial, causing no harm to Chen Che, who was clad in armored gear. However, had he approached in his vulnerable flesh, he would likely have met a dire fate. After graciously accepting this unexpected gift from Yuji, Chen Che continued his journey toward the plateau region. Yet, despite running for quite some time, he found no trace of Yuji and her companions. Had they already landed on the plateau? 3 days had elapsed, covering 1,500 kilometers, which should have been ample time. Indeed, at the fringes of the plateau, Chen Che discovered several vessels, clearly belonging to those venturing into the highlands. Some individuals remained aboard to guard against potential theft. Upon inspecting these ships, however, Chen Che found them to be manned by unfamiliar faces. The acquaintances he had encountered on the Voyager were nowhere to be found, leading him to depart in disappointment. Yet, The sight of such a formidable mech had instilled considerable fear among those aboard the vessels. Many hastily retrieved their satellite phones to alert their captains, and a number of boats fled that very day, fearing a sudden attack from Chen Che. After his departure, Chen Che chose not to continue his pursuit. Instead, he resolved to return to the Ark for some much-needed rest and attend to his crops. Nonetheless, the bounty he had promised must still be issued. With the Voyager no longer in existence, Chen Che pinpointed Yu Ji and directly placed a bounty on her head. The reward was significantly increased, now amounting to 1,000 tons of supplies. Upon the announcement of this bounty, excitement swept across the globe. While 1,000 tons might seem trivial to Chen Che, who had stockpiled over 1,000,000 tons of supplies before the apocalypse, others lacked such foresight and were unprepared. Even those who fortuitously acquired some supplies possessed only a meager amount. 1,000 tons represented a fortune for any individual or group, surpassing even the extravagant bounties of 10 billion offered before the end. In pursuit of this reward, an influx of deceitful responses flooded in, as many sought to test their luck by attempting to deceive Chen Che. Had he been inclined to fish for them, each would have proven a source of free equipment. To conserve energy, Chen Che limited the range for receiving messages to a radius of 3,000 kilometers. Given the typical speed of vessels, it would be impossible to traverse that distance within 3 days. This meant that Yu Ji was indeed somewhere within this 3,000-kilometer radius. Having established the bounty, Chen Che set his course back to the Ark's location. Yet, after only a short distance, a message in the global communications caught his attention. Chapter 60. Bring the undercover agent aboard. I was just robbed by Yu Ji's crew. Help. The sudden plea echoed through the global communications, prompting Chen Che to halt in his tracks. This is the second individual to report being robbed by Yu Ji, lending considerable credibility to the claims. It is essential to investigate further. Where are you? Chen Che inquired. I do not know, came a voice on the line, tinged with a sob. Our fleet encountered that band of robbers here 2 days ago. They seized all our supplies and slaughtered our crew. As the conversation continued, the sobbing intensified. Chen Che was left with no choice but to ask the system, can you pinpoint the location of the communication target? Locking on to target coordinates. Current target coordinates, 103E29N. Chen Che glanced at the location. It was a mere 300 kilometers away. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the destination with his mecha racing through the air. A small vessel lay adrift upon the vast ocean, its hull marked with evident signs of violence. And dozens of corpses lay strewn about, a clear indication of a tragic encounter. Infrared thermal imaging revealed only a single life sign aboard, presumably the individual with whom Chen Che had been communicating. He conducted a scan of the surrounding 3 kilometers. Aside from fish in the water, no other living beings were visible. The mecha descended slowly, and to enter the cargo hold, Chen Che donned a covering mecha suit. Following the sound of weeping, he ultimately came upon a small girl huddled in a corner. The noise of his entrance startled her. Who are you? The girl raised her head, revealing a delicate visage, and Chen Che found himself momentarily speechless. He recognized her. Her name was Ding Ning, once a small star before the apocalypse. In a previous life, she had also been a victim of Yu Ji aboard her ship, sharing a fate of despair with Chen Che. But how had she come to be here in this life? As thoughts swirled in his mind, he replied casually, I am the one who has been communicating with you. Is that true? Ding Ning wiped her tears. Are you here to rescue me? Please, tell me the details, if they are credible. I will honor my promise and provide you with 1,000 tons of supplies. 2 days prior, we were sailing normally over the ocean, preparing to head to the plateau region. Ding Ning recalled, when we arrived here, we suddenly encountered that gang of robbers. Their ship was swift before long. They had forcibly stopped us, and then a multitude stormed aboard, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Everyone on the ship, including my parents, was slain. I managed to hide in the cabin and narrowly escaped. Chen Che maintained his composure. If you had contacted me immediately, perhaps the people on your ship would still be alive. Ding Ning lowered her head, timidly admitting, I was paralyzed with fear at that moment, overwhelmed by grief. I fainted and only regained consciousness today. Do you know where they went after the robbery? I do not know. I couldn't see outside from the cabin. After a moment of silence, Chen Che suddenly inquired, what about your parents? He needed to verify whether the future had indeed altered or if it was merely a conspiracy. Ding Ning's eyes dimmed, and she sobbed softly. They were killed by them. Where are the bodies? They are above. Let us go and take a look. Ding Ning hesitated for a moment, yet did not decline. Upon ascending the deck, Chen Che patiently awaited Ding Ning's selection of her parents. In his previous life, he had encountered Ding Ning and, naturally, had also met her parents. Chen Che was quite certain that her parents were not present here. However, under Chen Che's watchful gaze, Ding Ning soon leaned over a pair of corpses and commenced her performance. "Dad, Mom." Ding Ning wept sorrowfully, as some painful memories seemed to stir within her. Had Chen Che been unaware of the truth, he might have been genuinely deceived. Once it was confirmed that Ding Ning was merely acting, Chen Che began to ponder the reasons behind her performance. This charade, orchestrated by Ding Ning, must have been at the behest of Yuhan or Yuji. The intention, perhaps, was to have Ding Ning infiltrate his ship to sow discord or at the very least gather intelligence. Thus, should he play along with her ruse? With Ding Ning being the sole individual likely to know Yuji's whereabouts, Chen Che understood the importance of seizing this opportunity. Although he was currently in a position of clarity while the enemy remained shrouded in darkness, Chen Che had already discerned their plans, while they believed him to be oblivious. To a certain extent, he still held the upper hand. However, should he take Ding Ning back and allow Yuji and her associates to learn of the Ark's formidable capabilities? What would prevent them from evading him for the rest of their lives? The optimal strategy would be to temporarily commandeer a dilapidated vessel as a base, concealing his true strength, thereby instilling confidence in Yuji to take the initiative. Yet, such a course of action was fraught with peril. A decrepit ship provided no protective systems, and Chen Che could not remain clad in his armor at all times. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster. It was unnecessary to place himself in jeopardy for the sake of capturing Yuji. Never mind, I shall first bring her back. Chen Che, casting a glance at the still weeping Ding Ning. "My condolences," he offered dismissively before stating, "I must take my leave. I will have supplies sent shortly." "Wait," Ding Ning, indeed, took the bait, gazing at Chen Che with tear-filled eyes, her voice laced with desperation. "Can you take me away? I do not desire supplies. I only wish to survive. I am willing to do anything." Ding Ning, petite in stature and possessing a delicate appearance, now bore a visage that evoked sympathy, making it difficult for anyone to refuse her. Furrowing his brow, Chen Che feigned reluctance before reluctantly acquiescing, leading Ding Ning directly to the Arkansas. On the deck of the Ark, Wu Yafu held an umbrella, crouched at the edge of the deck, staring vacantly at the multitude of vessels below. Beside her stood several crew members, all lined up, gazing in awe at the sight. The captain is truly remarkable. Where did he acquire such a fleet? Had it not been for the first mate's prior warning, I would have thought they were here to challenge a boss, one crew member remarked. Many of them arrived on their own and immediately handed over their supplies. I wonder how the captain persuaded them. The wisest decision I have ever made in my life was undoubtedly to follow the captain. Do not fret about safety concerns. Every day there is sustenance and drink available. As long as we engage in tasks within our capabilities, all will be well. Should one wish to pursue further studies in the learning room, a seamless upgrade and enhanced benefits await. Indeed, those below yearn for the opportunity to ascend, while those above revel in their fortunate circumstances. The disparity is palpable. The fortunate are relieved, while the unfortunate lament their plight. It is truly unfortunate to encounter such a deranged individual, who not only took lives, but also coerced us into surrendering our provisions. Our foolish captain, driven by ill intentions, sought to rob us. Yet the ship lacks even a single firearm. What a farce. We have relinquished all our supplies and are still denied the chance to depart. It is utterly unjust, and he seems intent on leaving no survivors. Alas, this vessel is remarkably vast. How I envy those aboard, impeccably dressed and appearing well-fed. I have resolved that when that metallic figure returns, I shall insist on my right to board. You? On what grounds? I too aspire to ascend, and I believe I possess the charm to do so. Chapter 61. A surge in population as Chen Che finally arrived, tardy yet resolute. The moments of anticipation stretched into several hours due to the accompanying Ding Ning, hindering his rapid flight. Upon landing, the colossal heavy mech evoked a spectrum of emotions among those below, while those aboard were struck with fear. When Chen Che last departed, he had not yet activated the heavy mech, and thus, none aboard recognized him. He Dai, in a state of alarm, even triggered the alert, preparing to deploy war machines in response. It was only when Chen Che disembarked from a mech, revealing his true self, that their panic transformed into astonishment. "Captain, from where did you acquire such an enormous mech?" they exclaimed, mouths agape in disbelief. The mech Chen Che, previously donned, had already shattered their perceptions of contemporary technology. Now, he presented a contraption of even grander scale. Chen Che refrained from addressing their queries, opting instead to gently set down the astonished Ding Ning. While others marveled at Chen Che's heavy mech, Ding Ning was struck by the sheer enormity of the vessel. Spanning 3,000 meters in length, was this truly a ship? It resembled a mobile city. Observing Ding Ning's expression, Chen Che pondered his approach to this intriguing individual. Her loyalty was particularly noteworthy. She harbored no evident malice towards him, suggesting her mission might simply be to gather intelligence. However, upon their arrival, Chen Che had already examined her and found no electronic devices concealed upon her person. He was curious as to how she would relay information in the future. Retracting his gaze, Chen Che approached the edge of the deck, surveying the myriad vessels below. These were the compensations for his recent deceptions. According to the locator, a total of 63 ships lay beneath. Have the supplies from those vessels been surrendered? Chen Che inquired of Hyudai. All have been submitted, she affirmed. Hyudai held a report, stating, a total of 305 tons of food and 852 tons of various other supplies had been submitted. Is this all? It feels like a mere pittance. Previously, Chen Che had not meticulously calculated, and he truly did not expect that this group of impoverished souls could gather such a meager amount of resources. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Those teams with ample supplies would never take the risk of exposing their position for a mere 100 tons. Only the destitute, who were barely scraping by, would dare to gamble on luck. Unfortunately for them, their fortune was lacking, for they encountered Chen Che. Yet, despite the scant resources, the population represented a form of wealth for Chen Che. The 3,000 individuals aboard the 63 ships would significantly advance his goal of amassing a population of 10,000. Until his numbers exceeded 20,000, he need not worry about resources. The supplies currently on the ship were sufficient to sustain 2,000 people for a lifetime. Everyone aboard the ship, Chen Che commanded, as the magnetic levitation platform descended, eliciting varied reactions from the crowd below. Some ascended with exuberance, while others displayed hesitation and concern. However, under Chen Che's imposing presence, all complied, forming a square formation on the deck, awaiting their fate. You are fortunate to have encountered me. Chen Che's first words nearly brought the crowd to tears. Had it not been for me, would you not have been completely plundered? Had it been another, you likely would already be dead. No one dared to refute him. In such chaotic times, strength was paramount. It was folly for the weak to covet the strong. I am willing to offer you a chance not just to survive, but to embrace a better life. Chen Che surveyed the assembly, his voice cold. Those who wish to remain on this vessel and submit to me, kneel. After a moment of hesitation, a vast number of the 3,000 knelt. Many, despite not having their supplies seized, lived in dire straits, plagued by fear of robbery and drowning, unable to even secure a restful night's sleep. Moreover, their status on their original ships was not high. Thus, for these individuals, kneeling was a natural choice. Yet a minority preferred to be a leader among chickens rather than a tail among phoenixes. Having held significant status on their own ships, they now faced the indignity of kneeling before Chen Che, which they resisted. Even after considerable contemplation, over 100 remained standing resolutely. Chen Che did not press the matter. He lightly remarked, "Since you are unwilling to stay, I shall see you off." As he spoke, the war machine stationed nearby raised their arms. "Wait, I will kneel." Some realized this was a threat to their lives. In the face of mortality, their pride evaporated, and without further hesitation, they knelt. However, a few dozen, either too proud or slow to react, were mercilessly turned to mere targets. Having resolved numerous formidable challenges, Chen Che surveyed the crowd once more and proclaimed, "Those whose names I call, step forward." Among the throng of 3,000, it was inevitable that many harbored disloyalty. These individuals had been forcibly taken, and despite the prospect of a better life and the intimidation of military might, many still harbored resentment. The number of such individuals reached a staggering 309. When this group was summoned to stand together, confusion enveloped the assembly. Yet, inexplicably, they sensed a glimmer of pity in the gazes of those around them, with some even turning away, unable to bear the sight. As veterans of the Ark, they were well acquainted with this grim spectacle. Each time Chen Che led individuals onto the ship, he would invariably single out a batch of people, all of whom were destined for death. They remained oblivious to the criteria behind Chen Che's selections, yet his repeated admonitions instilled in them a singular truth. Loyalty to the captain was paramount. For failure to comply could result in immediate demise. The war machine once again raised its hand, and hundreds of brilliant beams of light sliced through the air, causing chaos on the deck, which eventually subsided into silence. The newly boarded individuals were rendered speechless with fear, while the seasoned members of the Ark regarded Chen Che with increasing reverence. Faced with the terror etched upon the faces of the crowd, Chen Che, fatigued and disinterested in providing explanations, retreated. He Yu Dai remained to oversee the situation, while Wei Fu accompanied Ding Ning to arrange accommodations. Chen Che had yet to devise a strategy, choosing instead to allow the system to monitor Ding Ning and discern the channels of communication with Yu Jizi. As for himself, he resolved to catch up on sleep and enjoy a proper meal, having survived on scant rest and inadequate nourishment during the preceding days. However, upon opening the door to his quarters, he was taken aback by the presence of an unfamiliar woman inside. Wasn't she a member of the neighboring nation's girl group? What was she doing in his room? Chapter 62. Behold, this is talent, dear master, welcome home. I have been obedient, remaining in this room for the past few days. The unfamiliar star exclaimed, rising to her feet in a tight outfit that accentuated her long, alluring legs. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Che finally recognized her identity. The tension in his body dissipated as he registered her presence. His lack of sleep had left him on edge, rendering him indifferent to the flirtations of Ran Ning, and he proceeded directly to the bathroom to prepare for rest. Master, Ran Ning began to speak, but her words were interrupted by the voice from the bathroom. From now on, address me as captain or boss. It was not that he disliked the title Ran Ning used. Rather, he preferred to avoid the potential complications that arose from its frequent use. Very well, boss, she replied, her sweet voice laced with enthusiasm. Would you like me to help you with a wash? No need. Just prepare some food for me. Understood, boss. Ran Ying's voice brimmed with excitement. Leaving Chen Che somevat perplexed. What excitement is there in preparing meals? When have I ever fed that mouth of yours? As Chen Che emerged from his bath, he gazed at the empty table, bewildered. Where's my food? He then glanced at Ran Ning, who was engaged in yoga, and inquired, What are you doing? Chen Che fell silent. Under normal circumstances, he would not hesitate to expend his energy to educate her. But now he was genuinely fatigued, so much so that he could hardly muster the desire to eat, collapsing in his slumber instead. He drifted into a deep sleep, only to awaken in the dead of night, feeling a soft sensation at the back of his head, unsure of what he was resting upon. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a flawless, exquisite face mere inches away. It was a face both unfamiliar and familiar. Unfamiliar because Chen Che had never encountered it in reality, yet familiar due to its frequent appearances in the cherished USB drive owned by Jiang Jingtian. That USB drive was no ordinary device. It housed a staggering 3 terabytes of content. Boss, you're awake? Chen Che snapped back to reality from his brief reverie, only to realize another predicament. His clothes were missing. Incredible. This time, he was truly at a loss. Frantically, he rose to his feet. From now on, do not touch me without my permission, especially when I'm sleeping. Understood, boss. Your commands are absolute. As Chen Che made his way out, Ran Ning hastily followed suit. Where are you going, boss? To the dining hall. Wait for me to get dressed. I want to come too. Before long, Chen Che, accompanied by the girl like Ran Ning, strolled from the lounge to the dining hall. Even though it was late at night, activity thrived throughout the ship. The gym buzzed with enthusiastic fitness enthusiasts. The library was home to restless night owls. And the indoor basketball court echoed with the sounds of players in overalls. The relentless downpour had persisted for over a month, obscuring the sun from view. Even during the day, visibility at sea was poor, and at night, it was as if one were blindfolded. Many had succumbed to a reversed day-night cycle, living without a fixed routine. Chen Che had no intention of imposing restrictions on the crew's schedules. Sometimes, he too relished the vibrancy of a lively atmosphere. Just like now, even at midnight, the dining hall remained populated with diners. The management of food aboard the Ark was now entirely linked to crew levels. Level 1 crew members were allotted a daily limit of 250 grams of food, while Level 2 members received 400 grams. Any uneaten portions could accumulate, preventing anyone from hoarding their rations out of a fear of loss. This pattern continued up to Level 5 crew members, who enjoyed unlimited access to food. As for when one chose to eat, it was of no concern to anyone. The dining hall was staffed around the clock, ensuring that food was always available. As for water resources, that was the least of worries aboard. The art's filtration system could extract seawater for drinking, providing an endless supply. After arriving at the dining hall, Chen Che ordered a bowl of congee accompanied by a few small dishes. He had not indulged in a proper meal for several days, making it ill-suited for him to suddenly overindulge. The onlookers felt a certain discomfort upon seeing Chen Che, although he had rendered them favors in their eyes. He resembled a tyrant. The brutal slaughters that accompanied each group boarding the ship instilled a sense of dread in all. Today, as Chen Che executed over 300 individuals, it left everyone trembling with fear. Consequently, while they held a sense of reverence for him, they found it difficult to interact with him naturally, maintaining a certain emotional distance. Of course, there were those brave enough to step forward and greet him. "Hello, Captain Chen," one of them said. The newcomer was a family of 3 whom Chen Che had rescued from a cave. After watching him depart, they believed they had been forsaken and had lost hope for their survival. To their astonishment, Chen Che indeed sent someone to retrieve them as promised, granting them a second chance at life. Thus, even after witnessing the gruesome events of the day, their gratitude towards Chen Che remained profound, with their loyalty exceeding 50 points. This prompted Chen Che to adopt a much gentler demeanor towards them, inviting them to sit. "We were too tired during the day and slept throughout, but we heard we could come here at night for food, so we decided to take a look." The man explained the situation before remembering to introduce himself. "By the way, I am Lu Yang. I Haven T had the opportunity to express my gratitude to the captain for saving our lives, so I wanted to come and say thank you." The 3 bowed respectfully to Chen Che, their sincerity evident, which moved him. There are indeed those in this world who recognize and repay kindness, unlike certain individuals who, despite being saved, fed, and sheltered, exhibit loyalty that is painfully low, sometimes even non-existent. While Chen Che did not lack the means to sustain them, it was nonetheless somewhat disconcerting. Were it not for the population target, he would have long since cast such wretches overboard. Influenced by this family of 3, Chen Che resolved to thoroughly cleanse the ship once the population reached 10,000. If their loyalty remained in single digits by then, he would see to their demise. "You have just boarded the ship. Are you still considered first-level crew? I shall ensure you receive more provisions." Chen Che intended to reward this family, but Lu Yang repeatedly waved his hands. "No, no." During the day, that deputy he informed me of my status as a third-level crew member after compiling the personnel information. "The quota is sufficient for our needs." "Third-level crew?" Chen Che inquired with curiosity. "What expertise do you possess?" Lu Yang humbly smiled. "I specialize in agricultural research and have previously studied under the esteemed Mr. Yuan for a period." Goodness, a genuine talent. Among the many Chen Che had saved, Lu Yang was the first who could truly be called a talent, having studied under such a distinguished figure in agriculture. Was this not the perfect opportunity? "Mr. Lu, do you believe we could attempt to cultivate crops aboard the ship if we had soil and seeds?" Chen Che inquired. "While food is currently abundant, it is prudent to consider the cultivation of crops for the future." When discussing expertise, Lu Yang immediately stated with seriousness, "There are actually very few crops that can thrive in an environment devoid of light. Staple crops like potatoes require ample sunlight. The most resilient in such conditions, particularly aboard a vessel, would likely be mushrooms, which naturally prefer shaded environments and can flourish even without sunlight. Additionally, one might experiment with solanaceous plants, such as eggplants and tomatoes, as well as cruciferous vegetables like bok choy and carrots, and allium species, such as scallions, garlic, and chives. This exemplifies what it means to be an expert." Chen Che felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure and immediately vowed, "Mr. Lu, I will arrange for a section of the ship to be designated as your agricultural experimental field tomorrow. You need not worry about seeds or soil. The hold is stocked with a plethora of various seeds, and the soil is the finest black earth. Should your cultivation prove successful, I will promote you to a level 5 crew member, granting you full responsibility for the ship's agricultural endeavors." Chen Che's words left Lu Yang astonished. He had come to understand the significance of a level 5 crew member status. Not only did they enjoy unlimited provisions, but their living standards were also the highest on board, allowing them to reside in suites on the 30th floor or higher with their families. Most importantly, level 5 crew members were part of the management. In a post-apocalyptic world, the role of management differs greatly from that of minor leaders in peaceful times. They wielded life-and-death authority over ordinary crew members, a power that inspired fervent admiration among many. However, Lu Yang's desire for a management position was not particularly strong. What he valued more was the opportunity to continue engaging in his beloved field even in such dire circumstances. Contributing to the ship was his duty, and he expressed gratitude to the captain for providing him with a chance to shine. His gaze was resolute, signaling his commitment to Chen Che. His loyalty increased once more, surpassing 60. After their meal, Chen Che rose and patted his shoulder. "Work hard. This is what you deserve." He then turned to the side where Ranning was playing with Lu Yang's daughter, calling out, "Let us go." "Oh, understood, brother." Ranning skipped over, taking Chen Che's hand, reminiscent of an innocent young girl, attracting the gaze of many onlookers. However, most were merely curious. They had all spent some time aboard the ship and had interacted with one another, retaining vague impressions. Yet, this little girl was a mystery. How had they never seen her before? Was she the captain's sister? Though puzzled, they all etched her image in their minds, silently reminding themselves to treat her kindly in the future. On this vessel, Chen Che was the unequivocal authority. All associated with him were elevated above others and warranted careful consideration. "Brother, shall we count when we return?" On the way back, Ranning grasped Chen Che's hand, lively and animated, as if engaged in a spirited discussion about mathematical problems with him. "Find a room for yourself, and do not approach me without my command," he insisted, not wishing to be unceremoniously drained of his vitality in the middle of the night. Although Ranning felt a pang of sadness, she dared not defy Chen Che's orders and thus departed in dejection. Chen Che, meanwhile, settled into the hall, patiently awaiting a certain individual. Through the ship's surveillance, he noted that Ding Ning was wandering the various floors at an ungodly hour instead of resting in her cabin. To the unknowing observer, it might seem she was merely familiarizing herself with the surroundings, but in truth, she was meticulously noting the ship's layout and gathering as much intelligence as possible. At that moment, Ding Ning happened upon the hall and immediately spotted Chen Che seated on the sofa. "Good evening," he greeted her kindly. Ding Ning appeared somewhat reserved. "Good evening, Captain. I was rather fatigued during the day and slept throughout. Now that night has fallen, I find myself hungry and have come down for a bite to eat." Chen Che endeavored to adopt a warm tone, seeking to bridge the gap between them. Ding Ning, however, whether due to her guilty conscience or her inherent nature, stammered for a moment before managing to reply. "So am I." "Are you adjusting well to life aboard the ship?" he inquired. "It is quite pleasant, with ample food and drink, and I feel a great sense of security. If possible, I would gladly remain here for the rest of my life." "Thank you, Captain." As they conversed, Chen Che observed that Ding Ning's loyalty had plummeted to zero, which he surmised was a sincere sentiment. However, not long after, thoughts of her parents, who were being threatened, caused her loyalty to wane once more. She too bore her own burdens, and despite her desire to remain, she had to fulfill the tasks assigned to her by UGZ. Summoning her courage, she asked Chen Che, "What are those robots outside for? They seem quite formidable." She needed to extract sufficient information to report back. "You mean the war machines outside?" Chen Che replied. "They are mere facades, intended to intimidate. I heard from others on the ship that these war machines can fly." Ding Ning inquired. "Indeed, they can fly and possess some basic firepower, enough to frighten the average person. However, their primary purpose is to monitor the surrounding movements," Chen Che explained. Feigning excitement, Ding Ning pressed on. "If there were enough of these robots, wouldn't that mean one could form their own army?" There are only 500 aboard the ship, which is far from sufficient. The two engaged in a casual exchange, each harboring ulterior motives. Ding Ning sought to elicit ample information, while Chen Che willingly complied, hoping she would soon find a way to contact UGZ. With Chen Che's tacit cooperation, much of the information aboard the ship was subtly altered before being disclosed to Ding Ning. However, he refrained from revealing any particularly sensitive details, wary of raising her suspicions by making it too easy. As their conversation unfolded, each shrouded in their own secrets, a scene unfolded hundreds of kilometers away upon the ocean surface. A slender man suddenly emerged from beneath the water, climbing aboard the vessel where Ding Ning had previously been. After assessing the situation, he retrieved a satellite phone from his waterproof bag. "Boss, I have arrived." Upon dialing, a deep, resonant voice of a middle-aged man echoed from the other end. "Has Ding Ning been taken?" The slender man twitched his nose. The scent of Ding Ning is in the air, accompanied by an unfamiliar metallic aroma, reminiscent of the meteor that passed overhead. "Follow closely and ascertain Ding Ning's location." "Understood." The slender man hung up the phone and plunged back into the sea, his speed creating a white froth beneath the surface. Chapter 64, Global Communication. This is UGZ. The slender man navigated through the water, following the scent and from a distance. he spotted the colossal arc overshadowing the skies. Suppressing his astonishment, he turned away and swam for several kilometers before picking up the satellite phone again. "Boss, I have located Ding Ning. She is aboard a very large ship." "How large?" "It dwarfs buildings of 30 to 40 stories, with an estimated length of several thousand meters." There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice spoke gravely. "It seems that Chen Che is in a remarkable predicament." After a pause, he inquired, "Have you been detected?" "I should be safe. I maintained a considerable distance and altered my biological electric signature. Even if they have long-range detection systems, they would only perceive a shark." "Well done. Return for now. Wait until Ding Ning gathers more information from the ship before we extract her." Days slipped by unnoticed, and in the course of 2 days, Chen Che devoted all his energy to Ding Ning. Observing her gradually uncovering the situation aboard the ship, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The girl proved to be quite capable. She adeptly mingled with the crew, extracting information from their conversations. However, the crew's knowledge was ultimately limited. After 2 days of inquiry, Ding Ning still lacked any significant intelligence to present. She realized that she needed to engage directly with Chen Che, the captain. Only through him could she obtain the vital information she sought. Yet, with less than 3 days of acquaintance, what merit did she possess to earn his trust and gain access to the ship's crucial details? Ding Ning lay in her room, her brow furrowed with worry, unsure of how to proceed. "I have 1 day left. I must uncover valuable information," she murmured. Before her arrival, fearing that electronic devices would be easily detected, she brought nothing but her personal belongings. She had only arranged with Yu to be picked up the following night. If the information she gathered proved valuable, their family could be reunited. However, if she failed to satisfy Yu, her parents would face dire consequences. Contemplating this, Ding Ning felt even more distressed. In a moment of reverie, she suddenly recalled the words Yu had once shared with her. "You are the most beautiful girl aboard our vessel, apart from me. A girl of such beauty ought to know how to leverage her advantages. I have encountered Chen Che. He is a lecherous man. Thus, if you wish to gain his trust, it should not prove difficult." The words of Yu flashed through Ding Ning's mind, and she instinctively murmured, "Chen Che is a lecher? He does not appear to be one, though. Regardless, she must make an attempt tonight. Time is of the essence." Biting her lip, Ding Ning rose and began to meticulously adorn herself. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Chen Che, who was monitoring Ding Ning, felt a surge of irritation upon hearing her sudden remarks. "Am I truly a lecher? Who dares tarnish my reputation? Though I have an appreciation for beauty, I am a gentleman who admires without debauchery. I revel in beauty, not lechery." In his frustration, Chen Che noticed Ding Ning striding confidently towards his quarters, a stark contrast to her usual delicate demeanor, as if she had resolved to undertake something significant. With a sigh, Chen Che resigned himself to the fact that this night he would indeed play the part of the lecher. For the sake of the plan, he would have to make a personal sacrifice, ensuring that Ding Ning's acquisition of intelligence remained credible. After a night of toil, Ding Ning emerged, her steps unsteady, her visage a blend of pain and satisfaction. Chen Che, reclining with his hands behind his head, reflected on their conversation from the previous night. He had divulged as much information about the Ark as possible, withholding only the existence of nuclear weapons and the true combat capabilities of the heavy mechs. That should suffice for her report. Chen Che estimated that Ding Ning had gathered sufficient intelligence and would likely consider reaching out to Yu in the coming days. The ensuing period would be critical for Chen Che's surveillance of Ding Ning. However, just as evening fell, an unexpected development occurred. A message arrived via global communication, bearing a reply that took Chen Che by surprise. "This is Yu. Her familiar voice, accompanied by a faint crackle, instantly resurrected memories for Chen Che, leaving him momentarily speechless before he replied, "Long time no see, esteemed class flower. Have you missed me?" As he spoke, Chen Che promptly instructed the system to trace the source of the communication. Current coordinates of the target, 111E33 in. The moment he obtained the coordinates, he donned his covering mech and soared into the sky. As he ascended, the heavy mech assembled around him, the azure flames erupting in a brilliant display. Yet, just as he was about to depart, he hesitated. Ding Ning had only just gleaned information when Yuji's call came through. What a remarkable coincidence. It seemed all too much like a ruse to draw him away. After a brief contemplation, Chen Che resolved to venture forth. Firstly, having acquired the coordinates, he feared regret if he did not take the chance. Secondly, If this were indeed a scheme to lure him away, it was likely intended to extract Ding Ning. Should Chen Che remain, Yu Zhi's plan could not unfold, nor could his own next steps proceed. His departure would be beneficial for both parties. The heavy mecha raced towards the designated coordinates at 3 times the speed of sound. Yet Chen Che's attention remained fixated on the Ark's surveillance. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Ark's alertness was at its peak. 500 war machines stood ready on the deck, while over 4,000 more awaited action within the ship's hold. Thousands of underwater electronic eyes were scattered across a 3-kilometer radius. Amidst such a stifling atmosphere, the conversation between Chen Che and Yu Zhi was remarkably lighthearted. Chen Che, I don't recall ever offending you. I'm curious, why are you searching for me all over the world? Is it merely due to your lecherous nature? Now I understand why Ding Ning called me an LSP. It seems you've corrupted me, Chen Che replied, feeling somewhat fatigued and unwilling to explain further, opting instead for a casual response. I am indeed an LSP, just don't let me catch you, that's all. You are the first man brave enough to admit to such filth. Commendable courage. Might you reward me in some manner? Perhaps by becoming my dog? Yu Zhi disregarded his remark and inquired. So tell me, how can I appease you? Until I find you, he replied. A silence ensued over the communication line, as Yu Zhi seemed to have lost her inclination for small talk. Chen Che, too, dispelled his leisurely thoughts, allowing the mecha to navigate autonomously towards the coordinates, while he diligently monitored all aspects of the Arkansas. An hour passed, and upon reaching the designated point, Chen Che beheld a solitary vessel upon the sea. Infrared thermal imaging revealed no signs of life aboard. Only 2 satellite phones lay side by side. One was the device communicating with Chen Che, while the other was connected to Yu Zhi, whose location remained a mystery. As Chen Che descended, one of the phones continued to function, and Yu Zhi's voice resonated clearly. Congratulations, you found my phone, fool. With that, the call ended, leaving Chen Che bereft of any means to trace her location further. She had cleverly concealed her whereabouts through the 2 satellite phones, leading Chen Che into this trap. He picked up the phone, uttering nothing. He had not anticipated finding Yu Zhi so effortlessly. However, having been played in such a manner, he felt a strong urge to head to the kitchen and fetch her some money. Chapter 65. The second mutation of the behemoth while Chen Che was diverted. A lean man, who had been lurking not far from the Ark, finally surfaced. He surveyed the distant Ark and the multitude of electronic eyes beneath the water. After a moment's contemplation, he submerged again, re-emerging shortly with a shark in tow. With a forceful throw, he launched the shark into the sky. So great was the height of the throw that, even from several kilometers away, many aboard the Ark witnessed the spectacle, erupting in exclamations. Good grief! The shark has leaped over the Dragon Gate. Is a shark on drugs? It's flying so high. If it weren't for the context, I'd think it was a bird. What shark can leap so high? It's practically a bird. The crew engaged in lively debate, while Ding Ning appeared to receive some sort of signal. Upon catching sight of the shark, he hastily made his way to the deck, gazing into the abyssal sea, gritting his teeth before leaping down. This impulsive act left Chen Che, who was monitoring from a distance, utterly bewildered. The deck was situated hundreds of meters above the water surface. Was he truly seeking his own demise, driven by a compassionate desire to save a life? Chen Che immediately commandeered a nearby war machine and seized Ding Ning by the nape of her neck. Through the war machine, he inquired, "What are you doing?" I. Ding Ning was clearly flustered at a loss for words. Is that shark in the sky a signal for someone to come for you? Chen Che's sudden question startled Ding Ning, and she instinctively replied, "How do you know?" Realizing her slip of the tongue, she hastily covered her mouth. For Chen Che. Her response was already sufficient. He promptly summoned Ranning to confirm. Do you remember the task I entrusted to you? Ensure its completion. Ranning, unusually serious, transformed into Ding Ning's likeness, leaving the genuine Ding Ning utterly astonished. As early as 3 days prior, Chen Che had devised this intricate plan. If the adversary could insert an undercover agent onto his ship, why could he not do the same on theirs? Especially with someone as versatile as Ranning at his disposal, she was the ideal candidate for such a role. While the group was conversing, Chen Che suddenly furrowed his brow. Someone is approaching. The electronic eye he had deployed underwater suddenly detected a figure hurtling towards them with astonishing speed, making it difficult for the device to capture a clear image. Only a vague silhouette was visible. In the blink of an eye, the figure reached beneath the Ark. In electronic, I finally captured a clear view. The image revealed a remarkably lean man, appearing to be in his early 30s, fixated intently on the above. Clearly, this was the individual sent to retrieve Ding Ning. Chen Che was uncertain how an ordinary person like Ding Ning could survive a leap from such a height. But given her audacity to jump, it was likely that the man below had a means to catch her. Thus, Chen Che commanded decisively, Ranning jump. Ranning hesitated at the daunting height of several hundred meters. With a loyalty rating of only 80, her self-preservation instincts reared their heads in the face of a potentially fatal situation. Complete the task, and I will teach you to count, Chen Che promised. Under the weight of his immense temptation, Ranning ultimately cast aside her doubts and mustered the courage to leap. At that very moment, the man in the water suddenly extended his hand, curling his fingers as if grasping the sea itself. With a powerful motion, he hurled upward, creating a colossal column of water that enveloped the descending Ranning, ensuring her safe descent into the depths. Subsequently, the man tossed an oxygen tank to Ranning, and another surge of water enveloped them as the two swiftly departed. Only then did the ark seem to awaken to the presence of the unfamiliar man. As 100 war machines ascended into the sky, releasing a barrage of torpedoes from beneath the vessel, the deck's naval artillery commenced its barrage against surface targets. Chen Che initially contemplated releasing the individual, yet the underwater electronic eye had already detected him. It would be remiss not to put on a show. Simultaneously, Chen Che harbored concerns about the possibility of the individual escaping. The firepower of the naval guns and torpedoes was formidable, complemented by 100 war machines in the sky. Even a mutant would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. However, to Chen Che's astonishment, the man in the water exhibited remarkable agility, evading the high-velocity artillery with ease. What was even more extraordinary was the man's astonishing speed. Not only were the war machines in the sky unable to keep pace, but even the launched torpedoes fell behind. In the blink of an eye, the man had vanished without a trace. System, detect the target's movement speed. According to data from the war machines, the target's current speed is 467 kilometers per hour. In the water, with this person swimming at 467 kilometers per hour, and the speed was still increasing. Is this even humanly possible? Absolutely not. Chen Che felt his understanding of reality shatter. This velocity was utterly more absurd than his previous encounters with various mutants. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Even now, despite having seen it firsthand, he questioned the reliability of his vision. He had previously worried that this formidable man would be unable to escape. It now appeared he had been overly concerned. Unless Chen Che personally intervened or the Ark deployed heavy weaponry, they had no means of apprehending this man. Chen Che began to harbor serious doubts that this individual was a successful example of secondary mutation. Otherwise, he could not fathom such exaggerated speed. Yet, the fact that such a powerhouse was working under the Yu family would undoubtedly pose significant obstacles to Chen Che's plans to capture UGZ. As the man sprinted at breakneck speed, the distance of 1,000 kilometers evaporated in an instant. Upon reaching a large cruise ship, the man finally halted, leaping into the air with Ranning. The disoriented Ranning immediately vomited, her mind swirling. Although she too was a mutant, her physical prowess was scarcely superior to that of an ordinary person. Surviving such high-speed underwater movement was largely due to the protective current enveloping her. Dizziness was, of course, inevitable. Boss, I brought the person back. The man remained unperturbed, not even slightly out of breath. Thank you for your efforts. You may rest now. Yuhan patted the man's shoulder, expressing his approval. He then stood alongside a group, silently observing Ranning. Once she finished retching, Yuhan finally inquired Ding Ning, how did the reconnaissance go? Ranning, regaining her composure, mimicked Ding Ning's timid demeanor, scanning the area until her gaze lingered on UGZ for a moment longer, her eyes reflecting a hint of infatuation. Is this truly the beloved figure in her master's dreams? How enchanting. Chapter 66, The King of the Seas. Sovereign of the Deep Yuhan furrowed his brows, clearly displeased with Ranning's distraction. Ranning, feigning surprise, weakly remarked, that ship is called the Ark of Noah, and Chen Che is its captain. On board, there are over 4,000 individuals, though most lack combat capabilities alongside 500 robots. Following Chen Che's prior instructions, she presented the information methodically. After she finished, Yuhan nodded in satisfaction, saying, Ding Ning, you have done well. Your parents would be proud of you. However, for safety's sake, You must endure a few days of confinement. Someone, take her away and ensure she is isolated from any contact. Ranning exclaimed. I need to find a communication device to report back to my master. If you can find me, where will I procure such equipment? Upon her arrival, fearing exposure, Chen Che had not permitted her to carry any electronic devices. Consequently, Ranning was left to seek a means of communication with Chen Che herself. Yet, at this moment, she found herself unable to resist Yuhan's orders. She was escorted away to a small, dark room. Yuhan stood on the deck, contemplating the information provided by Ranning, lost in thought for an extended period until Yu Jizi gently inquired, Father, what shall we do now? Should we let Wu Su take action directly? Wu Su, the lean man she had just referred to, had demonstrated remarkable strength, single-handedly disabling a fleet. She doubted Chen Che could withstand such prowess. However, Yuhan narrowed his eyes, remarking, Chen Che's armor enables an impressive speed. It is not to be underestimated. Yu Jizi frowned. Then what is our course of action? Let us relay the information to Wang Quan. I believe you will find it intriguing. After a brief silence, Yuhan retrieved his satellite phone and dialed a number. On the other end of the line, an expansive sea unfolded, with hundreds of vessels interconnected, forming a chaotic yet burgeoning maritime city. At its center lay an aircraft carrier, surrounded by numerous personnel clad in tactical rain gear, standing vigilant. In stark contrast to this solemnity was a young man on the deck, reveling in the downpour with arms outstretched, fully embracing the rain. His striking golden attire, coupled with golden earrings and hair dyed the same hue, made him a radiant figure amidst the surrounding darkness. Your Majesty, someone seeks your attention. A man bowed respectfully, presenting a golden satellite phone. The golden-haired youth did not respond immediately, relishing the rain until the call nearly disconnected. Finally, he casually took the phone and said, Speak. Esteemed Wang, this is Yuhan. We met half a month ago. Ah, it's you, old friend, Wang Quan's hearty laughter echoed. What brings you to think of me today? Has your brother finally decided to serve under my command? You jest. Yuhan dared not show any negligence and smiled, saying, Recently, I discovered a 3,000-meter Noah's Ark, stocked with vast supplies and housing 4,000 people. I thought you might find it intriguing, so I came to inform you. A 3,000-meter vessel? Wang Quan glanced at his aircraft carrier, frowning. If such a treasure truly exists, why wouldn't you keep it all for yourself? Yuhan replied. To speak candidly, I cannot consume it all. There is a formidable mech aboard, along with considerable heavy artillery. Oh, Wang Quan's interest piqued. Even your subordinate, that second-generation mutant, cannot contend with it? Yuhan answered honestly, I have not faced it directly, but I suspect it may be a challenge. However, I believe with your prowess, you would reign supreme over these waters. Ha! You have certainly aroused my interest, though I must admit, I cannot handle those few overlords in the deep sea. Wang Quan's response did not surprise Yuhan. Though they had only met once, Yuhan had already sensed his arrogance. He was unafraid of danger, only concerned that his adversaries did not meet his expectations. After a brief pause, Wang Quan lazily remarked, Speak, what price must you pay to express your gratitude to me? Yuhan was taken aback. I share such valuable information with you, and yet you want me to express gratitude? Internally, he was cursing, yet on the surface, he dared not show any dissatisfaction, replying humbly, As you wish. Your ship is filled with rubbish, nothing I desire, except for one individual. Wang Quan's words were merciless. I know Wu Su is unwaveringly loyal to you, and persuading him to join me is quite a challenge. Therefore, I require him to serve me for 1 year, after which I shall grant him his freedom. Yuhan frownet, instinctive wanting to refuse. Wu Su was their lifeline in this apocalyptic world. Without him for a year, they would hardly survive. But Wang Quan did not grant him the luxury of contemplation, his voice suddenly turning cold. I am not negotiating with you. It is either acceptance or death. The call ended, and Yuhan sighed, feeling a wave of regret wash over him. At that moment, Chen Che had already returned to the Arkansas. The first thing he did was seek out Ding Ning. Tell me everything you know about Yuhan and Yu Ji. In response to Chen Che's grave inquiry, Ding Ning could only weep. Through her sobs, she pleaded, Captain, can you please send me back? My parents are still on their ship. If I don't return, they will kill them. Chen Che replied coldly, My people have already replaced you. If you return now, it will only expose you. If you can assist me in locating them sooner, perhaps I can still save your parents. Really? Ding Ning stria softenet. Now, recount every experience you have had since boarding, including any possible locations they might have gone. Amidst her sniffles, Ding Ning recounted everything in detail. From her boarding to her time as an undercover agent, she provided Chen Che with a comprehensive report, including her encounters with Wang Quan. Upon hearing about this man who could even overpower a brute, Chen Che's brow furrowed in concern. As a formidable variant of a werewolf, the mighty man has already exerted considerable pressure on Chen Che. If there were another man, even more formidable than him, it would render the heavy mechs nearly futile in combat. Although according to Ding Ning, Yuhan and Wang Quan share little camaraderie, Chen Che deemed it prudent to take precautions. Given the limited reconnaissance range of underwater electronic eyes and the potential ineffectiveness of radar detection systems, Chen Che opted to deploy hundreds of war machines to venture 100 kilometers away, concealing them beneath the waves to serve as surveillance. However, this measure proved to be somewhat superfluous. For on the third day at noon, a ship boldly approached, disregarding radar detection and any semblance of precaution. Sailing straight toward the Arkansas Chapter 67. Fire the railgun first on board the vessel. 7 men lounged in the cabin, engaged in lackluster conversation. Second brother, is it really necessary for you to personally oversee such a trivial matter? We could handle it ourselves. It is the king's command. The leader among them, a young man donning a mask, spoke in exceedingly terse sentences. Beside him sat Wu Su, who, under the oppressive authority of Wang Quan, had reluctantly consented to a year of servitude. His presence was not only to assist, but also to ensure that Wang Quan fulfilled his obligations. Together, he and the masked man constituted the main force of this assault, while the remaining 5 were tasked with handling lesser concerns. Wu Su and the masked man spoke little, mostly resting with their eyes closed, while the other 5 engaged in lively banter. I heard from Wang that there are over 4,000 people on that ark, and more than half are beautiful women. This is going to be a treat. I hope to find a few handsome young men to enjoy myself as well. You all seem rather confident. I think it's wiser to remain cautious. One must beware of unseen pitfalls. What's there to fear? With second brother here, how can we falter? Besides, isn't the cold-faced shark also present? The 5 glanced at the masked man and Wu Su, their hearts steadied. They had witnessed the prowess of these two and could hardly conceive of anyone, aside from their king, capable of besting them in tandem. Thus, the duo's presence assured them of a successful endeavor. Hey, what is that in the sky? Suddenly, someone voiced their surprise. All eyes turned to the distant horizon. Wu Su furrowed his brow first. That is Chen Che, our target. Prepare for battle. As Wu Su spotted the mech in the sky, Chen Che simultaneously recognized Wu Su among the ship's crew. The other 6 were unfamiliar to him, yet their association with Wu Su confirmed their status as adversaries. Therefore, Chen Che raised the railgun upon his shoulder. Let's fire a shot before proceeding. Target distance, 1,024 meters, locked. Launch. With a resounding boom, the railgun discharged. And within a mere 3 seconds, the projectile traversed the kilometer distance, striking the ship. The individuals aboard the vessel had already reacted by the time Chen Che elevated the railgun. Initially, Wu Su seized a portion of seawater and enveloped it over the ship. Subsequently, another mutant, shedding his attire, revealed his keratinized body, standing defiantly before the others. However, when the railgun fired, the seawater shield merely withstood the onslaught for a fleeting second, and the keratinized mutant was instantly obliterated. The dual layers of protection seemed utterly ineffective against the railgun's barrage. The railgun, having only partially diminished in power, still struck the vessel, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light. Chen Che, piloting a heavy mech, gradually descended, hovering above the wreckage of the ship. Activating the infrared thermal imaging, he detected 6 intact figures and 1 fragmented image. The first individual to encounter the railgun had already been reduced to mere remnants. The temperatures of 4 others were plummeting rapidly, indicating their demise as well. Only 2 figures retained their normalcy, their heat signatures vividly pronounced due to the explosion's aftermath. These 2 were, of course, Wu Su and the masked man. Yuhan's information was erroneous. The masked man stood upon a piece of debris, his voice hoarse and deep, his exposed eyes aflame with fury. They had just met, and 5 mutants had already perished under his command. How could he report this to Wang? Wu Su's expression was equally grim as he coldly remarked. Our intel did not mention he wielded heavy weaponry. The masked man retorted angrily. Then what of the railgun on his shoulder? This is not the time for such disputes. I will take the lead. You provide support. Wu Su shouted, leaping from the water, his form expanding mid-air, transforming from a lean man into a muscular figure, his body adorned with fine scales. Chen Che, leveraging his positional advantage, ignited the engines at his back and plunged downward with the mech. The mechanical arm collided with Wu Su's formidable limb, dispersing the surrounding air. Yet the moment their fists connected, Wu Su was forcefully driven downward, akin to a cannonball plunging into the sea. So weak? Chen Che was taken aback. Previously, having witnessed this formidable man swim with such speed, he had assumed his physical prowess rivaled that of the heavy mech. However, the power exhibited in that punch was evidently inferior to the mech's strength. As Wu Su sank beneath the waves, Chen Che maneuvered the mech to dive after him. Another two punches met in combat. Despite the water's resistance slightly diminishing Chen Che's strength, Wu Su's power remained unwavering, seemingly unaffected by the sea. Nonetheless, the vast disparity in their forces rendered the outcome predictable. Wu Su was hurled away. After exchanging blows, his arms now hung limply at his sides, though not yet broken. They were nearly so. Observing Chen Che approaching again, Wu Su hastily breached the surface, shouting at the masked man, "Will you not open your mouth?" "Open my mouth." Chen Che responded, slightly bewildered. "As we engaged in intense combat, you allowed a man to speak?" Observe the masked man's reaction. To my astonishment, he truly removed his mask and softly uttered two words, "Death." A cacophony overwhelmed my senses. It felt as though my very organs were ablaze, erupting in excruciating pain. Blood erupted from my mouth, splattering the cockpit, and my complexion paled significantly. Iron Steed, status abnormal. Internal organs damaged, detected as infrasonic wave assault. Infrasonic waves? The attacks from the mutants are indeed diverse. Weakly, I gazed at the masked man, as my mech temporarily ceased its movements. That last strike, while the mech remained unscathed, nearly cost me my life. This was, without a doubt, my first injury since the apocalypse began. Merely two words had inflicted harm upon my insides. Had the mech not filtered some of the sound waves, those two words might have truly spelled my demise. Of course, the masked man was not faring any better. After uttering those two words, he was seized by a relentless cough, seemingly having injured his vocal cords. Meanwhile, in the water, Wu Su and the masked man atop the wreckage anxiously focused on the mech. From their vantage point outside, they could not perceive the situation within the cockpit. However, after the masked man spoke those two words, the mech became immobile, clearly indicating that something was amiss with its pilot, though the severity of the injury remained unknown. In the next moment, the mech suddenly raised its hand, firing a cluster cannon towards the masked man. Simultaneously, it lunged toward Wu Su. The transmission of infrasonic waves has a limited range. Unable to contend with the masked man, I intended to transport Wu Su to a more distant battlefield. As for the masked man, he would be left to the surrounding war machines. Infrasonic waves can assault any living being, yet they have minimal effect on robots. Chapter 68. Very well, I shall fetch you a nuclear bomb. My movements were swift, and by the time Wu Su realized what was happening, he found himself airborne. Carried by me, the masked man, witnessing this, grew frantic and, despite the pain in his throat, shouted, "Stop." Another wave of noise surged forth, causing my body to momentarily stiffen. Fortunately, by then, we had already soared over a kilometer away, significantly diminishing the impact of the infrasonic wave and preventing me from sustaining further injury. As the masked man shouted, several hundred war machines had already encircled him. The overwhelming metallic pressure caused him to break into a cold sweat. Risking his strained voice, the masked man shouted once more, "Stop." Yet, the only response was the encroaching war machines. In an instant, the masked man was engulfed by the metal. Meanwhile, after carrying Wu Su away, I ascended rapidly, soaring into the sky. In the ocean, it was Wu Su's domain, making it somewhat challenging for me to engage in combat. However, in the air, he lacked any leverage, becoming little more than a punching bag. 10 minutes later, I returned to the Ark, dragging Wu Su back like a lifeless dog. Although the secondary mutations are indeed formidable, they pale in comparison to the heavy mechs. In terms of strength and combat methods, Chen Che effortlessly outclassed Wu Su, particularly after the battlefield shifted away from the ocean. Wu Su, devoid of his home advantage, was completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the masked man had already been beaten into unconsciousness by the war machines. His physical prowess was far inferior to Wu Su's, and his most formidable attack was merely infrasound. However, his infrasound could be the nemesis of any living organism, except for robots. Chen Che discarded the two defeated foes onto the deck and exited the cockpit, blood still trickling from his lips. The blow from the masked man had inflicted considerable damage. Nurse, take me to the medical room. Chen Che summoned the only nurse aboard. He was eager to assess his condition. As for Wu Su and the masked man, their injuries were more severe. It would take some time before they regained consciousness. Nevertheless, for precautionary measures, Chen Che ordered that Wu Su be restrained with iron chains and requested a gag to be placed on the masked man. Chen Che and the nurse proceeded to the medical room for a thorough examination, which yielded results. Chen Che's internal organs had sustained minor damage and would heal with some rest. However, when he inquired about medication to expedite his recovery, the nurse was at a loss. It was clear that a doctor was urgently needed. With so many people aboard, having only one nurse with rudimentary medical knowledge was woefully inadequate. Although one could learn in the study room, mastery of medical expertise required years of dedication. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the Arc system. Warning, anomalous life forms detected. A visual feed appeared, depicting a strange mass writhing at the bottom of the Arc, seemingly merging with it. Had it not been for the Arc's warning, it would have been nearly impossible to discern any irregularities with the naked eye, and even thermal imaging failed to reveal a trace. Was this a second wave of attackers, or were they here to rescue Wu Su and the masked man? As Chen Che contemplated this, he swiftly donned his mech and exited the medical room. Just as he reached the deck, a sudden detection indicated that someone had emerged from the depths of the water, soaring towards the Arc from several hundred meters away. Chen Che looked up to see a youth hovering above the Arc, his mouth opening to let out a furious roar. Gaia! A blinding light erupted, and Chen Che felt as if dawn had broken. His vision was engulfed in a blinding white haze, leaving only the radiance in sight. Where did this delusional youth come from? With his vision impaired, Chen Che promptly activated various visual aids within the mech, allowing the youth's figure to materialize on screen. Without any form of communication, Chen Che raised his hand and unleashed a concentrated blast, obliterating the figure in an instant. Turning around, he spotted a silhouette leaping off the deck with another figure in tow, plunging into the sea. Someone had rescued the masked man. So, this is how it's going to be, Chen Che thought, his expression darkening as he raised his oversized particle soared high, poised to eliminate Wu Su. Subsequently, the mech soared into the sky. With the assistance of various detection instruments, Chen Che immediately spotted the masked man in the water alongside another unfamiliar individual. The speed of these two was far inferior to that of Wu Su, barely reaching a mere few dozen kilometers per hour. However, Chen Che did not rush down. Instead, he continued to ascend, ensuring that the adversaries remained oblivious to his presence. The incessant antics of the day had become quite vexatious, and he sought a permanent resolution to the dilemma. Due to their sluggish pace, Chen Che trailed them in the air for a remarkable 10 hours, finally catching sight of a vast maritime city composed of over 100 interconnected vessels. Narrowing his eyes, he focused on the aircraft carrier at the center, which was the very destination of the masked man and his companion. So you enjoy playing games, do you? Just wait. I shall return with a nuclear weapon for you. Chen Che pivoted and departed, pushing the mech to its limits. The distance of over 1,000 kilometers would take him merely 20 minutes. He intended to retrieve one of the 2 nuclear warheads stored in the cabin, not for any other reason, but simply to present a gift. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft carrier, the masked man was hoisted onto the deck, lying there in a state of semi-consciousness. Wang Quan stood over him, observing his subordinate's predicament with a furrowed brow. What manner of appearance is this? As the masked man attempted to inquire about his condition, he opened his mouth but found himself unable to speak, as something seemed to obstruct it. Upon removing the obstruction, the masked man trembled with rage. How humiliating! How could they make a grown man wear such a thing? And now their king has seen me. Where can I hide my face from now on? Wang Quan narrowed his eyes and reassured him. I did not anticipate the adversary's depravity. I apologize for your predicament. The masked man replied. Have you misunderstood something? I was not subjected to that. As he sought to clarify, Wang Quan interrupted. Enough. Let us discuss the specifics. Indeed, as soon as we approached, we were detected. Yuhan's intel was erroneous. They possess a railgun. One shot eliminated 5 of us, leaving only Wu Su and myself, and we were still no match for them. Bangquan Inkidat. How many were they? Just one, came the response. Wang Quan frowned. You and Wu Su combined could not mount any resistance? I must have injured the enemy. But we were overwhelmed by a swarm of robots. Wu Su was defeated by that fellow named Chen Che, utterly powerless to resist. After pondering for a moment, Wang Quan remarked, although your performance this time was lacking, I shall overlook it given that you ascertained the enemy's strength and endured personal humiliation. Wang, I was not humiliated. By the way, was your return journey smooth? Yes, quite smooth, replied the rescuer, eager to take credit. I managed to extract the individual without detection, though it is regrettable that the middle school boy perished. No obstacles whatsoever? None at all. It was exceedingly smooth. They likely have no idea how I managed to rescue him. Incompetent. You brought the person back. Suddenly, Wang Quan kicked a man into the sea, raising his gaze to the sky, his golden eyes radiating authority as if searching for the intruder hidden in the vicinity. Unfortunately, at that moment, Chen Che was already on his way to retrieve the nuclear bomb. Chapter 69. I shall fetch you another one in the Ark. The lowest level housed the war machines. This area was off limits to everyone except Chen Che, for it contained not only the war machines, but also 2 nuclear bombs, one with a yield of 3 tons and another with 6 tons. At that moment, Chen Che stood before the 2 nuclear bombs, contemplating his next move. After a moment of reflection, he lifted the smaller of the 2. Historically, a 4-ton nuclear bomb had the capacity to obliterate a large, modern city. Thus, a 3-ton bomb could easily annihilate Wang Quan's maritime city. Although its power paled in comparison to the 6-ton bomb, it was the thought that counted. With a resolute heart, Chen Che cradled the nuclear bomb and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Quan remained immobile on the aircraft carrier's deck for over half an hour. The few remaining mutants gathered around him, kindly suggesting, "My king, perhaps we should return to the cabin? Even if someone discovers this place, what can they do?" The masked man interjected, "Who knows? Since they can deploy a railgun, they might possess other heavy weaponry. With the enemy aware of us and us in the dark, it will be prudent to relocate and find a new stronghold." Suddenly, Wang Quan grasped the masked man's collar, his anger flaring. "You suggest I flee? Do you know who I am? Even if they possess intercontinental missiles, I, Wang Quan, have no fear." He ordered a tally of their forces, summoning all hunting mutants back and distributing weapons to the soldiers. "At dawn tomorrow, we shall depart." As he issued his command and turned to return indoors, his peripheral vision caught sight of a shooting star, remarkably distinct against the ominous clouds. Why had that meteor suddenly halted? Others noticed the celestial phenomenon as well, realizing that it had come to an abrupt standstill in midair. "Fools, that is Chen Che's mech." Wang Quan tilted his head back, his eyes seemingly piercing through the distance to discern the figure and the ominous black object cradled in Chen Che's arms. Though he had never seen a nuclear bomb, instinctively he sensed that the 3-meter-long metallic sphere was not a benign object. In the next moment, under Wang Quan's watchful gaze, Chen Che gently cast the object downward, targeting the aircraft carrier. Simultaneously, he ascended into the sky, opting for safety despite the heavy mech's data, indicating it could withstand a nuclear explosion. The unexpected event in the sky not only captured Wang Quan's attention, but also drew the gaze of those aboard the surrounding vessels, who wondered, "What on earth is that? Is it about to crash down on us?" Such a colossal object, if it were to fall, could indeed prove fatal. Quickly, inform those below to vacate the area. No one could recognize the nuclear bomb, mistaking it merely for an oversized object descending from the sky. Only a select few, privy to the truth, felt an unsettling anxiety, sensing the gravity of the situation. Within Wang Quan, an inexplicable agitation began to brew, his sixth sense fervently warning him of impending doom. In the heavens above, Chen Che had ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The city upon the sea below appeared to him as a mere square. The nuclear bomb, too, had become almost invisible. It was not until Chen Che pressed the detonation button that a spark ignited, beginning to spread. An artist once proclaimed that art is akin to an explosion. Chen Che had never fully grasped this sentiment until he witnessed firsthand the magnificent bloom of fireworks. Understanding at last the depth of the artist's insight, both Chen Che in the sky and the crowd below gazed upon the nuclear bomb suspended in the air. To the ordinary observer, the spark's expansion seemed instantaneous, leaving no room for reaction. Yet to Wang Quan, it unfolded with excruciating slowness. As the immense energy began to unleash itself, Wang Quan finally comprehended the true nature of the object before him. He had never anticipated that Chen Che could procure a nuclear bomb. As he watched the spark spread, a morbid smile crept across Wang Quan's face. There was someone even more deranged. "Chen Che, you have amused me." Wang Quan's laughter resonated deafeningly, and despite the 10,000 meters separating them, Chen Che could hear it clearly, his mind racing with questions. Has he lost his mind? Even in the face of death, he still finds occasion to laugh? Shouldn't he be selecting his final resting place instead? Before Chen Che could finish his thought, he suddenly heard an ethereal voice from the ocean resonating through the air. From a tumultuous sea emerged a gargantuan blue whale, eclipsing the sky. According to the biological knowledge Chen Che acquired in middle school, a blue whale can grow up to 33 meters in length. Yet this one appeared even larger than Noah's Ark. As the whale leapt from the water, it seemed to obscure the entire sky, filling everyone's vision with its vast, blue form. Subsequently, the whale opened its cavernous maw, swallowing the detonated nuclear bomb whole. The air was still saturated with the intense heat unleashed by the explosion. The surrounding clouds, too, were dissipated by the flames, replaced by thick, black smoke. It was as if everything was showcasing the bomb's eruption, except for the vast explosion cloud that expanded hundreds of meters before vanishing. The sky now appeared tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Chen Che stood aloft, numb with disbelief. I detonated such a massive nuclear bomb, and you simply devoured it? The scene before him was profoundly challenging Chen Che's comprehension. It was the first time he had encountered a creature of such exaggerated proportions, and the first time he had witnessed a being capable of swallowing a detonated nuclear bomb whole. Remarkably, after consuming it, the whale seemed unaffected, save for a slight reddening of its exterior, as if nothing had occurred at all. With a resounding belch, it plunged into the water, creating a colossal wave as it joyfully glided away. Haha, Chen Che, what does it matter if you possess a nuclear bomb? Bang Quan, I'm on a fright. Ignoring the surrounding tumultuous waves, Wang Quan stood upon the swaying aircraft carrier, laughing heartily, his laughter sharp and piercing. Chen Che had traveled great distances to deliver a nuclear bomb, only to have it devoured by a whale. Chen Che, acknowledge your prowess. Submit to me as my vassal, and you shall rise as my foremost general, second only to me, above all others. Wang Quan, exhilarated, shouted across the vast expanse. Food, women, power, status, wealth, all shall be yours. Chen Che stood high above, gazing down from a great distance. A slight smirk gracing his lips as he uttered two words, foolishness. Wang Quan's elation swiftly transformed into a grimace. You are relinquishing your right to survive. Chen Che scoffed coldly, turning away to retrieve another nuclear bomb. 3 tons of yield were insufficient. He would opt for 6 tons. Chapter 70. Wang Quan. This is a misunderstanding. For the ordinary inhabitants of the floating city, the events that had just transpired were both rapid and surreal. First came the searing heat, enveloping them in blinding flames. Then appeared a colossal blue whale, astonishingly consuming the explosion cloud in one gulp. It was not until the whale plunged into the depths, unleashing waves that engulfed all vessels, that many regained their senses, scrambling to rescue ships and people. Meanwhile, several mutants aboard the aircraft carrier watched Chen Che depart once more, their expressions clouded with confusion. Why did he leave so abruptly? Surely, he was intimidated by the king's power. With the deep-sea overlord present, what could Chen Che possibly contend with? The king had summoned a deep-sea monarch to aid him. Would this ocean not belong to us henceforth? The deep-sea overlord had swallowed even the nuclear blast. Its might was truly terrifying. I nearly believed I was to meet my demise. That rascal Chen Che was able to procure a nuclear bomb, yet thankfully the deep-sea overlord intervened. My liege, I propose we seize the opportunity and destroy Chen Che's ark to prevent future complications. All eyes turned to Wang Quan, brimming with fervor. It was their first realization that the king could summon a deep-sea overlord, which undoubtedly bolstered their confidence to seek vengeance against Chen Che. However, Wang Quan furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, he was uncertain whether Chen Che had fled in fear or was merely preparing a counterattack. Given Chen Che's audacity upon departing, he did not seem to be the type to run away. Yet, anyone who had witnessed the terror of the deep-sea overlord would inevitably feel suffocating despair. Fleeing appeared more plausible. After all, if even a nuclear bomb could be consumed, Wang Quan could hardly believe Chen Che possessed a more formidable weapon. After much contemplation, Wang Quan issued his command. Prepare to depart immediately. Target, Noah's Ark. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their expressions alight with excitement. Since the apocalypse, they had never been subjected to such humiliation. Today, not only were several extraordinary individuals slain by Chen Che, but he also audaciously defecated upon them. This affront was one they could not possibly swallow. The crowd began to hurriedly gather their belongings, preparing to seek vengeance against Chen Che. However, before they could embark on their quest, a meteor streaked across the sky once more. How dare this scoundrel return? Someone instinctively stepped forward, intending to deliver a reprimand, only to be unceremoniously knocked over by Wang Quan, who scolded, "Fool, do you not see what he wields in his hand?" Chen Che was not far off, and many discerned the enormous metallic sphere he carried. The 6-meter-long orb, towering alongside the mechs, was conspicuously perched upon his shoulder. As they beheld this nuclear device, which had doubled in size since their last encounter, an involuntary gulp escaped their throats, and cold sweat began to beat upon their foreheads. Those with fragile composure found themselves utterly paralyzed by fear, as if they were witnessing their own demise. Yet, some mustered 4 smiles, attempting to reassure one another. What is there to panic about? We still have the Abyssal Overlord, Wang. Perhaps you should summon that blue whale first. I fear it may not arrive in time. A 3-ton yield was sufficient to annihilate them 100 times over. With a 6-ton yield, merely igniting it would render them mere ashes. Chen Che, hovering above, urged, "You down there, do you wish to summon that blue whale directly? Or shall I proceed with the detonation? You may be able to withstand 3 tons, but I doubt you can endure 6. Chen Che, do not be so arrogant." Someone shouted from below. "Do you understand the true worth of the Abyssal Overlord? This minuscule nuclear device, even if larger, could never be beyond its capacity to consume. I advise you to descend and kneel before our king. Otherwise, there will be no salvation for you." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Che replied indifferently, casting the nuclear device downward. "I do not believe it." "Wait." Wang Quan finally spoke, a smile gracing his lips. "Chen Che, this is truly a misunderstanding. Do not detonate it just yet. You, a figure of such might, also speak of misunderstandings?" Chen Che chuckled. "It seems your blue whale cannot consume this nuclear device. Or perhaps it is not within your control at all." As the nuclear device continued its descent, Chen Che did not rush to detonate it. Wang Quan refrained from explaining the matter of the blue whale, and continued, "I was misled into taking action against you. In truth, you have suffered no loss, while I have lost 5 men. Let's put this matter to rest, shall we?" Chen Che raised an eyebrow. "You wish to engage only when it suits you? What do you take me for? I can offer compensation. Banquan proclaimadludli. If you destroy this place, nothing will remain. However, if we cease hostilities, I can compensate you with 100,000 tons of resources. Nuclear devices are far more formidable as strategic weapons. If you use it now, you will forfeit your greatest deterrent. Our conflict is minimal, merely a small misunderstanding. There's no need to squander such a powerful strategic asset. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Che fell into contemplation. Indeed, annihilating this group would provide immense gratification. However, upon rational analysis, maximizing benefits proves impossible. After all, once the nuclear bomb detonates, nothing will remain here, and he will lose his greatest support. Noticing Chen Che's silence, Wang Quan continued to persuade him. "Aren't you at odds with Yuhan? I can capture them for you." This statement finally sparked a glimmer of interest in Chen Che's eyes, dispelling his hesitation. "All right," he exclaimed, prompting Wang Quan to spring from the deck with remarkable agility. With sheer physical strength, he soared to a height of 1,000 meters, seizing the falling nuclear bomb and landing steadily on the aircraft carrier. The onlookers instinctively recoiled a few steps upon witnessing the colossal nuclear weapon, acutely aware that an explosion at such proximity would leave them as mere ashes. Wang Quan, maintaining his composure, instructed a woman with a menacing scar across her face, "Go find Yuhan and bring them here." In the sky, Chen Che reminded her, "If the most beautiful woman on Yuhan's ship escapes, this nuclear bomb will detonate immediately." The scarred woman glanced at Chen Che, but said nothing, plunging into the water and swimming away. As Chen Che watched her depart, he turned his attention back to Wang Quan. In addition to the previous condition, he had another request. "I require a population of 10,000 from you." The goal for Noah's Ark was 10,000, and with a diversion of over 5,000 from Wang Quan, the task would undoubtedly be fulfilled. Impossible. Wang Quan refused decisively this time. "They are my subjects, not my possessions. Unless they choose to leave voluntarily, I cannot treat them as commodities." Chen Che frowned, scanning the faces of the crowd below. Wang Quan's maritime city boasted a population exceeding 20,000, yet each individual appeared vibrant and content, indicating a commendable quality of life. In response to Chen Che's probing gaze, no one volunteered to express a desire to depart. Clearly, Wang Quan treated them well. Even if Chen Che were to entice them away, their loyalty would likely plummet to 0. Chapter 71. capturing UGZ while awaiting the scarred woman to retrieve the individuals. Chen Che had already remotely maneuvered the Ark to his position. Two groups were engaged in the agreed transfer of supplies. A substantial quantity of food and various essentials were being transported from Wang Quan's maritime city to Chen Che's Noah's Arkansas. The members responsible for the transport were wide-eyed with excitement, nearly overwhelmed by the prospect of such abundant provisions. With this much supply, they would never exhaust it in a lifetime. Many, while moving the goods, couldn't help but marvel at their good fortune. Living with the captain means 9 meals a day. Meanwhile, those who had their supplies raided could only watch helplessly as their resources were depleted, unable to voice their fury. With such a massive nuclear bomb still positioned on the aircraft carrier, who would dare to act? As the leaders of both factions, Chen Che hovered in the sky, engaging in casual conversation with Wang Quan. How many times have you mutated? Twice. Both were secondary mutations. You appear to be more formidable than the others. I consumed the flesh of a deep-sea overlord, which naturally elevates my strength far above that of ordinary secondary mutants. Could you kindly elaborate on the concept of secondary mutation? To achieve this, one must find a marine creature that has also undergone secondary mutation and extract its blood. So, this is how the transformation occurs. How unfortunate that Zhou Wei met his demise in vain. Wang Quan appeared disinterested in concealing such information, readily answering Chen Che's inquiries. After an extended 4-hour conversation, the scarred woman finally returned, shouldering a figure that Chen Che had longed for. It was Yu Zhizi. At this moment, however, Yu Zhizi was in a state of unconsciousness, her slender eyes tightly shut and her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if ensnared in a nightmare. By the time I rushed over, everyone had dispersed across the plateau, and I was left alone, unable to gather sufficient assistance, only managing to bring this woman back. The scarred woman explained her rationale for bringing back just one person, causing Chen Che to furrow his brow in response. He still wished for a reunion between Yu Zhizi and her mother, with Ranning still absent from the opposing camp. Nonetheless, the most crucial aspect was that Yu Zhizi had finally been brought back. Without waiting for Wang Quan to speak, Chen Che had already descended from the heights, one hand bearing Yu Zhizi and the other clutching a nuclear bomb, gazing at Wang Quan in silence for an extended period. Sensing Chen Che's intention to unleash the nuclear weapon, Wang Quan frowned. Indeed, I cannot control the blue whale, but with a sufficiently substantial price. I can still compel it to act once. Realizing his thoughts had been discerned, Chen Che relented, bidding farewell. I am grateful for nature's gifts. I take my leave. Even though the mech obscured his expression, Wang Quan could imagine the remarkable smile that adorned the face he had yet to see. However, he was powerless to intervene. Silently watching Chen Che depart. Until the Ark vanished from sight, the crew aboard the aircraft carrier could no longer contain themselves. Is he truly allowing him to leave, just like that? Those supplies were hard-won over a month of hunting. If word of this got out, where we hide our faces? The crew was indignant, yet Wang Quan coldly remarked, "Why didn't you speak up in front of Chen Che just now?" His words rendered them speechless. Who would dare to mention such a massive nuclear bomb? Everyone, go find heavy weaponry, and ideally, procure another nuclear bomb. I want the blue whale to strike once more. Wang Quan declared in a low voice, "This matter will not end here." Aboard the Ark, Chen Che had returned to his quarters. Yu Zhizi lay on the bed, still in a state of unconsciousness. Chen Che chose not to awaken her, instead quietly admiring her exquisite, flawless visage. Yu Zhizi's face was undoubtedly a masterpiece crafted by the heavens. The rain-soaked clothing clung to her form, accentuating her golden proportions. Her affluent background endowed her with an exceptional demeanor. Such a perfect girl was undoubtedly the aspiration of every man. As he gazed, Chen Che's eyes began to sparkle with excitement, as scenes of their past interactions flooded his mind. As Chen Che was about to greet politely, the Ark system suddenly emitted an alarm. A colossal life form detected beneath the Arkansas. Chen Che's brow furrowed instantly. The blue whale was swimming directly beneath the Ark. He had experienced the terror of this creature firsthand. If it could swallow a nuclear explosion, what could it not devour? Chen Che suspected that if it were displeased, it could easily consume the Ark itself. Casting a glance at the still dazed Yu Zhi, he turned to Wan Zikin and casually instructed, "Keep an eye on her." He then donned his mech suit and hastily exited the room, retrieving the nuclear bomb he had just placed back. This was his most formidable weapon against the blue whale. As soon as Chen Che entered the water, the enormous blue whale detected the mech, which appeared minuscule in comparison, and emitted a joyful sound from the depths of the ocean. especially upon seeing the metallic sphere in Chen Che's grasp. The whale twirled gleefully, creating towering waves that rocked the ark incessantly. With a gentle spray of water directed at the nuclear bomb, the whale's exuberance was palpable, even to Chen Che, a being from another species. Observing the whale that had just consumed a nuclear bomb, then glancing at the device in his hand, he tentatively attempted to communicate. "Do you wish to eat this?" The blue whale seemed to comprehend simple language, nodding its head and creating more waves that sent Chen Che tumbling several meters away. Steadying himself, Chen Che regarded the eager whale with a strange sense of curiosity. Why did this deep-sea sovereign crave something so peculiar? A desire for nuclear bombs? One odd dietary preference. Moreover, it appeared determined to prevent his departure unless he complied. After contemplating, an idea struck Chen Che. "If you consume the largest ship in that area, I shall grant you this." The whale tilted its head, processing the request, and seemed to finally understand as it turned to swim towards the maritime city of Wangquan. Chen Che's eyes brightened with hope. This could work. The conflict with Wangquan was significant, neither trivial nor easily dismissed. The loss of 1 million tons of supplies was not something anyone could overlook, especially someone as arrogant as Wangquan. Ultimately, one of them would have to perish for peace to be restored. Chen Che had previously considered using the nuclear bomb as a means to settle the score, but his lack of understanding regarding the blue whale had restrained him from acting hastily. Now, it seemed he might not need to take matters into his own hands after all. Chapter 72. A friendly exchange with Yu Ji clutching the 6-meter-long nuclear bomb. Chen Che followed closely behind the blue whale, heading straight for the maritime city of Wangquan. Perhaps due to its massive size, the whale's speed was not particularly swift. Fortunately, the distance was short. Within just an hour, the duo arrived at their destination. The familiar sound of the ocean echoed as the blue whale dove, heading directly for the city above the waves. As the Dominion aboard the aircraft carrier became aware, the gaping maw of the abyssal leviathan was alarmingly close. Had this foolish fish succumbed to madness? He yearned to flee, yet it was already too late. The sound of its teeth snapping shut resonated, both dull and crisp. Chen Che soared through the air, bearing witness to the blue whale swallowing the entirety of the floating metropolis in one voracious gulp, his heart utterly astounded. Hundreds of vessels, including an aircraft carrier, comprised this maritime city, all consumed in an instant. Every trace of humanity in this expanse vanished, as if it had never existed. The very culprit of this calamity, now frolicking as if unperturbed, swam beneath Chen Che. With a powerful slap of its tail against the surface, a colossal wave surged forth, rousing Chen Che from his stupor. Impressive. He instinctively offered the whale a thumbs up. With that immense mouth, what could it possibly refuse? Just look at the pristine surface of the sea, devoid of remnants. Wait, a sudden realization struck Chen Che. Wasn't it supposed to devour only the aircraft carrier? Why did it consume everything? The blue whale, seemingly oblivious to the concept of an aircraft carrier, cocked its head in confusion. Foolish fish. This remark was understood by the whale, inciting it to lash its tail in agitation, aiming to strike Chen Che. Before the tail could reach him, the wind it generated dispersed the surrounding dark clouds, creating a vast pit in the ocean surface. Just as Chen Che braced himself for an untimely demise, the tail halted mere inches from his mech. Then, it gently swatted him, akin to a playful flick. Goodness! Chen Che was momentarily bewildered. This was the sovereign of the deep sea? Had that blow landed, he felt certain he would not require resuscitation, just a swift exit from this world. Taking a deep breath, Chen Che, still rattled, gazed at the blue whale, which had now opened its cavernous mouth, anticipating a nuclear offering. Initially, he had considered deceitfully escaping with a nuclear device. But now, the vast disparity in power deterred him. He did not wish to become a constant object of this foolish fish's attention. With a final reluctant glance at the nuclear bomb in his grasp, he tossed it towards the blue whale. To his surprise, the whale immediately closed its mouth and nudged the bomb back with its head. Picky eater? The whale shook its head, emitting muffled sounds in a frantic attempt to communicate with Chen Che. After much deliberation, he grasped its intent. You want me to detonate it before you consume it? It appeared that the blue whale's preference lay not in the bomb itself, but in the energy released upon its detonation. In other words, it craved high-energy sustenance. Yet, would it truly be unharmed after consuming a nuclear device with a yield of 6 tons? Chen Che was uncertain. So he submerged the bomb in the water and ascended to the heights, avoiding the risk of the foolish fish being unable to handle it, thereby endangering himself. Soaring to an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters, Chen Che finally halted at the behest of the blue whale, pressing the detonation button. Boom! In the depths of the ocean, a nuclear explosion unleashed a terrifying wave of intense heat. The surrounding seawater instantaneously vaporized, boiling and producing countless bubbles, while a thick mist billowed forth. The horrific scene appeared as if it would evaporate the entire sea. Yet before the explosion had even expanded 100 meters, a blue whale, having been prepared for this moment, opened its colossal mouth and swallowed the recently detonated nuclear device whole. A sound reminiscent of flesh being seared echoed from the whale's maw, transforming its once blue and white exterior into a deep crimson hue. The 6-ton yield of the nuclear bomb undoubtedly imposed a significant burden upon the blue whale. Nevertheless, it refused to open its mouth, fully intent on conserving every ounce of energy it had consumed, plunging deeper into the ocean's abyss. Had it simply devoured its prize and fled? Chen Che had hoped to negotiate with this foolish creature and perhaps savor the taste of the deep-sea titan, only to find it had vanished. Did it not grasp the concept of courtesy? Hovering high above, Chen Che cast one last glance at the now desolate sea surface, feeling a pang of melancholy. Such a vast maritime city had been swallowed in an instant. Being consumed was one thing, but to have a nuclear bomb lodged within its belly meant that even an aircraft carrier would be reduced to mere remnants, let alone the unfortunate souls who had been devoured beyond salvation. After a brief moment of silence in honor of the fallen, Chen Che turned and soared back to the Arkansas. In his haste, he had neglected to enjoy his hard-won spoils. He flew directly through the window into the lounge and immediately spotted Yu Ji sitting on the bed. Contrary to Chen Che's expectations of raucous excitement, she sat there with an expression of cold indifference, betraying no reaction whatsoever. Even upon his entrance, she merely cast a frosty glance his way, uttering not a single word. It seemed you were already aware of your predicament. Chen Che chuckled softly, grasping Yu Ji's chin and compelling her to lift her gaze, locking her elongated, alluring eyes with his. It was this very expression that brought him solace. He was relieved that she had not changed at all. The disdainful gaze that looked down upon all, as if regarding them as refuse, was the most captivating aspect of Yu Ji that stirred a man's desire for conquest. Have you eaten? Chen Che inquired gently. Tarning tu van zikan. Go to the galley and fetch the most exquisite bowl, then head to the dining area and bring back a selection of delectable dishes. Wan Zikan paused, glancing at the stunning Yu Ji, then silently turned and hurried to prepare the items. As fellow students from the same institution, she recognized the goddess of beauty. What she initially anticipated as a joyful reunion with a classmate had, in this moment, proven to be a misjudgment. Upon her return, Wan Zikan held a beautifully crafted bowl overflowing with sumptuous food. Chen Che accepted the bowl with one hand and commanded, "Notify Hiyudi to take control of the navigation in the operations room and ensure the Ark heads towards the Highland region. Then return and stand guard outside. Tonight, no one is permitted to disturb me. Remember, absolutely no one." "Understood," Wan Zikan replied, her voice trembling slightly, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Yu Ji within the room before she quietly closed the door behind her. This evening undoubtedly marks a sleepless night for Chen Che and Yu Ji. By the break of dawn, Yu Ji is utterly exhausted, her spirit diminished. Yet the emotions reflected in her eyes are far more intense than the previous night. The girl who stubbornly refused to eat last night now takes small bites of her meal. However, she displays no signs of embarrassment, ignoring Chen Che's teasing gaze, and continues to eat in silence. Chen Che glances at Yu Ji's loyalty meter, 100, with hatred at its peak. Yes, maintain that animosity towards me and persist in living well. Chapter 73, Universal Currency of the Ocean, Manta Ray in the Captain's Lounge. Chen Che and Yu Ji lie side by side, peacefully asleep. A night of toil has rendered them both weary. Yet, Yu Ji's quality of sleep is evidently poor. Due to pain, her delicate brows occasionally furrow together. Last night, Chen Che had sufficiently restrained himself, avoiding breaking Yu Ji in one go. However, as an ordinary individual, Yu Ji's physical resilience pales in comparison to Ran Ying's, and after a night, she has sustained considerable injuries. This prompts Chen Che to reminisce about the days with Ran Ying. Regrettably, she has been taken to the highlands by Yuhan and others, and to this day, there has been no word from her, whether for Ran Ying or for Yu Ji's mother. Chen Che feels compelled to journey to the highlands to bring both women back. When Chen Che awakens in the night, the Ark is merely a few hundred kilometers from the highland region. Upon rising, he first checks on Yu Ji, ensuring she is still alive, before opening the door to leave. However, as soon as the door swings open, a figure tumbles in. It is Wan Zichan, who had been stationed at the door for a day and a night as per Chen Che's instructions. Startled awake, Wan Zichan immediately exclaims, "I apologize, Captain. I accidentally dozed off. It was unintentional." After nearly 24 hours, she could no longer withstand the fatigue and had dozed off for a brief moment at the door. "Go in, assist the woman inside with her washing, dressing, and tidying up, then provide her with water and food," Chen Che commands. "Yes, Captain," Wan Zichan responds. Though she is quite tired, she dares not rebut his orders and can only comply. Chen Che proceeds to the dining area for a meal while also inspecting the supplies collected the previous day. The over 1 million tons of resources obtained from Wang Quan have been meticulously organized by thousands of individuals working tirelessly around the clock, and now everything is in order. The spacious hold is nearly filled to the brim. Many people stand at the entrance of the hold, gazing at the mountains of supplies with overwhelming excitement. Although the Ark already had ample resources, during the apocalypse, no one would ever complain about having an excess of supplies. Over 1 million tons of resources are sufficient to ensure a more secure livelihood. After a moment, Hyundai begins to usher everyone back to rest. During this time, as the frontline manager, she has accumulated enough authority that no one dares to voice dissent. Amidst the bustling crowd, only a few familiar faces remained, with Chen Che in the cabin. Brother Chen is truly remarkable. He steps outside and returns with over 1 million tons of supplies. I observe the expressions of those delivering the provisions, their faces contorted with frustration, yet they complied obediently, delivering the goods. "Brother Chen, how do you possess such extraordinary prowess?" Surrounded by several young girls showering him with flattery, Chen Che felt somewhat dazed. Hyundai was the sole individual maintaining a semblance of decorum. In order to uphold her stern image in public, she remained stoic, even in the presence of familiar acquaintances. "Captain, considering that group has lost such a significant amount of supplies, they are unlikely to relent easily. It would be prudent for us to prepare." Hyundai expressed her concern. She had witnessed the scale of that group. 20,000 survivors gathered, a situation more extreme than the Arkansas. Such a band, having suffered substantial losses, would definitely not let this matter slide. The others, upon hearing her words, grew tense, their faces reflecting worry. Only Chen Che reminisced about the events of the previous night, feeling a swell of emotion. That group had already been dealt with. For him, what had once been a troublesome faction was now merely a matter of confronting the blue whale, a task as effortless as a single bite. Hardly enough to even fill the whale's gaps. Dealt with? Hyundai and the others were taken aback, failing to comprehend what he meant by dealt with. Those 20,000 souls had likely transformed into ambergris by now. Ambergris? The young women were further perplexed, struggling to grasp Chen Che's implication. In any case, there was no longer a need to worry about that group. As Chen Che was speaking, he suddenly heard an ethereal sound from the ocean, deafening in its resonance. "Is that foolish fish back again? Surely it hasn't finished eating yet? I am utterly drained. There is nothing left to consume." With an odd expression, Chen Che returned to the deck, where many had gathered, curiously gazing at the immense shadow below. "Foolish fish, what are you doing? There is nothing left to eat." Upon hearing Chen Che's shout, the blue whale swung its tail, sending a wave crashing against the deck, drenching everyone. The force of the impact knocked everyone to the ground, and Chen Che was left thoroughly soaked. Wiping the water from his face, he was about to unleash a tirade when he noticed the blue whale had tossed something onto the deck, landing with a dull thud. Upon closer inspection, it was a devil ray, measuring over 10 meters in width. With a joyful sound, the blue whale emitted a cheerful noise before diving back into the depths. "What does this mean? A gift?" Chen Che mused, touching the still warm devil ray, his expression bemused. In the vast ocean, is a devil ray truly a universal offering? Yet, why was this one so enormous? Typically, a devil ray's wingspan does not exceed 6 meters. This one was nearing 20 meters. Even on the expansive deck, it occupied a significant amount of space. The others around him also regained their senses, all astonished by the sheer size of the creature. "What in the world was that?" they exclaimed. "So massive. It appears to be a blue whale. How could such a creature possibly grow to such a size? Are you jesting? Do you presume I have never attended kindergarten? And what about this creature on the deck? Do not tell me it is a devil fish. Which ocean harbors such a colossal one? The immediate reaction of anyone who beholds a blue whale is disbelief, as if they have yet to awaken from slumber. How can there exist a creature measuring several thousand meters? Godzilla, perhaps? Yet even Godzilla is but a few hundred meters long. Everyone's worldview has been thoroughly shaken. Were it not for the fact that all present witnessed this marvel, they would doubt the reliability of their own vision. Furthermore, the devilfish, measuring over 10 meters, looms before them, narrating the astonishing wonders of a natural world. In Chapter 74, the god of wealth at the end of days, I shall trade 1 packet for 5. The devilfish brought by the blue whale was destined to serve as sustenance for the electric fish. Consuming it was out of the question. Presently, marine life is predominantly rife with ancient viruses, and a single bite could prove fatal. Only the electric fish, which bear a similar viral load, can indulge without consequence. However, after a few bites of the unappealing fish, the following day, it lay motionless. The electric fish, resembling a tire afloat in the water, simply reclined on the pool's surface, utterly inert. Even when Chen Che arrived, he could not rouse the electric fish. Young fish tend to require much sleep, and so he refrained from disturbing its slumber, turning instead to the deck. Here all members of the Ark had gathered, alongside 2,000 war machines standing ready. On this journey to the highlands, Chen Che planned to split the group into 2 factions. He would send Yudi to lead part of the crew and 1,000 war machines ashore, to establish their reputation in populous areas, facilitating the transmission of messages to Ranning, while also recruiting additional crew members. Chen Che, however, would venture ashore alone, covertly seeking the whereabouts of Yuhan and his wife, as well as Ranning. Operating in both light and shadow would enhance the likelihood of locating them. And should trouble arise, he would not find himself entirely at a disadvantage. Everyone listened closely. Chen Che, clad in a full-cover mech, hovered low to issue a warning. This mission, led by Yudi, is under my command. Her orders are my orders. Should anyone dare defy them, I will pursue them to the ends of the earth without hesitation. The gravity of Chen Che's tone instilled a sense of trepidation within all present. Their fear was not directed towards Yudi, but rather towards Chen Che, whose merciless disposition left a lasting impression. Each time someone boarded the ship, there is always an inexplicable death, leaving them in a constant state of alarm. Thus, they dared not question Chen Che's authority. After a brief pause, Chen Che continued. Upon our departure, all affairs of the Ark will be entrusted to Wang Cheng'an. Those remaining aboard will adhere to his directives. It was imperative that not everyone could disembark. The Ark required supervision. Chen Che not only granted Wang Cheng'an secondary control over 1,000 war machines, but also ensured that over 2,000 more stood ready in the hold, safeguarding the Ark's integrity. Never shall I betray the trust bestowed upon me by the captain. Receiving a solemn response from Wang Cheng'an, Chen Che nodded and approached Yudi, reiterating with an air of gravity, in these turbulent times, do not indulge in the mercy of the noble. When it is necessary to strike, do so without hesitation. Your own safety is paramount. His voice resonated strongly, serving as a caution for all those present. Although the loyalty of the crew aboard the Ark was currently unwavering, one could never be certain that hearts might not waver during their journey. Furthermore, Chen Che turned his gaze to Yu Jizi, who stood nearby, and spoke gently. Take care, my Yu Jizi. Yu Jizi's cold stare, tinged with disdain, fixated on Chen Che. Leaving her aboard the Ark made Chen Che feel somewhat uneasy. It would be far better for her to accompany Yudi. Moreover, exposing Yu Jizi, given her current circumstances, to the world would surely attract the attention of the Yu couple, possibly provoking an impulsive response from them. Brother Chun, Wu Yafu suddenly implored with a pitiful expression. Could you not take me along? With a sigh of resignation, Chen Che replied, how can I bring you along while clad in this mech? Darting about? Remain with the group. We shall reunite on the shore. As the crowd watched Chen Che depart, Yudi turned to issue a command. Let us set forth as well. In the midst of her words, she tugged at the rope, causing Yu Jizi to stumble slightly. Yudi held little sentiment for this unfamiliar, seemingly perfect woman, understanding only the necessity of following orders. Her inherently cold demeanor had grown even more indifferent through recent experiences, and with a loyalty rating of 73, she harbored no doubts regarding Chen Che's commands. Conversely, many of the female students who had originally boarded the ship recognized Yu Jizi, expressing their sympathy for her troubled fate. However, that was the extent of their concern. They were neither inclined nor bold enough to take any action on her behalf. A formidable procession composed of several hundred crew members and 1,000 mechs, led by Hyuti, set forth with great momentum. Descending from the maglev platform and once again setting foot upon the long-missed ground after months apart, the group felt a sense of wonder. During this time, the rain had not only persisted but had intensified, leaving the world with little land above 1,000 meters in elevation. Yet, it would not be long before humanity's last bastions of purity would likely succumb to the deluge. This landing might very well be their final encounter with solid Earth. After a brief moment of reflection, a sudden commotion arose from a nearby mound of earth as a man emerged. "Who goes there?" The crowd gasped in surprise, scrutinizing the newcomer with trepidation. The man, rather unseemly in appearance and exceedingly gaunt, scratched the back of his head, observing the group's formidable presence and the ark itself, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Are you mute? Answer me," Wan Zikin shouted furiously. On board the ship, she had been meek before Chen Che, but now she confronted this stranger with unbridled aggression. The man, regaining his composure, let his gaze fall upon the formidable Hyuti at the forefront, and he was once again struck by awe. He had never encountered a vessel of such grandiosity, nor had he beheld a woman of such exquisite beauty. Particularly captivating was the fact that this enchanting lady was accompanied by yet another woman, even more perfect in appearance. What man could remain unbewitched by such a combination? However, upon casting a glance at the multitude of war machines surrounding him, he felt compelled to avert his gaze, quickly donning a smile to ingratiate himself. "Greetings, lovely ladies," he said. "I am the guide of the Highlands. Is this your first visit to the plateau? I specialize in welcoming survivors like yourselves who are new to this realm. I can provide you with vital information about the current state of the Highlands and offer my assistance as a guide in exchange for a modest amount of food." He pinched his fingers together, attempting to minimize the gap between them. There were several guides like him along the shore, all striving to earn a meager living for survival. Yet, occasionally, one might encounter a boorish character who would not only refuse food, but might also resort to violence, or worse, in a life without hesitation. Such incidents were alarmingly common, deterring many from seeking the role of guide in this perilous area, driven by hunger and an absence of alternatives. He had come to try his luck. "Do you possess comprehensive knowledge of the conditions here on the plateau?" Hyuti inquired. "Indeed, I do," the man replied, nodding earnestly. "I am familiar with both significant and trivial matters. While I cannot claim to know every detail, I assure you that my insights will suffice for your understanding of the current situation." Hyuti pondered for a moment, choosing not to dismiss him. As newcomers to this place, it was prudent to acquire essential information to avoid aimlessly wandering about like headless flies. "What is your asking price?" As the man hesitated, he cautiously extended a single finger. Hyuti frowned. "The maximum I can offer is 5 packets of instant noodles." As she spoke, she instructed a nearby war machine to retrieve 5 packets from her backpack, discarding them before the astonished man. The man's intention in raising a finger was to request a single packet of noodles, but fearing rejection, he appeared uncertain. Little did he expect that Hyuti would interpret his gesture as a request for 10 packets, only to counter with 5, delivering him a quintuple surprise. He hurriedly concealed the 5 packets within his clothing, casting furtive glances as if fearing exposure. Observing his reaction, Hyuti realized she had misinterpreted his initial intent. Having lived in the Ark without concerns for sustenance, they were indeed oblivious to the severe scarcity of food outside. Nevertheless, having already offered the goods, she had no intention of retracting them. Each of the 1,000 war machines carried a backpack filled with provisions. The others also bore ample supplies, sufficient for her group of several hundred to sustain themselves for numerous days on the shore. "How dire is the food shortage in the Highlands?" Hyuti inquired, referencing the earlier incident. "It's so severe that many have resorted to cannibalism," the man replied, his demeanor becoming even more deferential. The phrase "eating one's own kind" is not new to the crowd. However, for them, it is merely a cursory mention in the annals of history. There is little profound reflection or excessive emotion associated with it. Yet at this moment, as the man solemnly uttered those 4 words, the audience began to grasp, albeit slightly, the stark brutality of the apocalypse. They had been overly sheltered by Chen Che, having never experienced hunger since boarding the Ark. Some of the higher-ranking crew members even enjoyed meat with every meal. Thus, when faced with 5 packets of instant noodles, none could comprehend the man's earlier excitement and caution. However, now, they began to understand, and their gratitude towards Chen Che grew, resulting in an increase in loyalty among many. Far away, Chen Che felt a peculiar sensation and could not help but switch to the perspective of the war machine to observe the situation. The man continued, explaining that since the torrential rains began, the indigenous people of the plateau had managed quite well, most of them raising cattle and sheep, with food in abundance. However, over a month ago, as outsiders began to ascend the plateau, the world changed dramatically. These intruders wreaked havoc, plundering the livestock of the natives, showing no mercy even for the scraps meant for dogs. They turned upon one another, and within a fortnight, chaos reigned on the plateau, resulting in countless casualties. Fortunately, a native from the grasslands emerged, rallying the herders to establish a royal court, declaring himself the Heavenly Khan. He instituted a series of orders and provided a lifeline for some, which barely managed to quell the chaos on the grasslands. The crowd listened, entranced by the tale, and could not help but express their admiration for this formidable Khan. How did he achieve such feats? The man replied in a hushed tone. It is said that the Khan is a mutant, the most powerful kind, unbeatable by anyone. Upon hearing the term mutant, the audience began to comprehend. Having followed Chen Che, they had already witnessed the strength and cunning of mutants. Thus, it was not surprising that such a powerful being could unify the grasslands. Yet, Beauty questioned, if the Khan has quelled the chaos, why are there still instances of cannibalism? With a sigh, the man lamented, too many monks and too little porridge. No matter how formidable the Heavenly Khan may be, he cannot conjure food from thin air. People must eat, and the only thing the Khan can do is hire some to cultivate the land, providing them with a meager portion of food. However, not everyone can farm, and with the court's limited supplies, they cannot afford to employ everyone. Many remain idle and hungry, naturally compelled to seek alternative means of survival. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd, their emotions swirling within. Hiyuti, recovering first, continued her inquiry, is the royal court the sole power on the grasslands? Or are there other factions? The man replied, aside from the royal court, there are 3 large gathering places. These enclaves consist of outsiders who refuse to submit to the court's authority and have banded together to resist it. Previously, conflict arose intermittently between the 2 factions. However, recent skirmishes between Khan and the leaders of the 3 settlements have led to a cessation of hostilities, culminating in the establishment of a marketplace at the border of their territories. In addition, there are several smaller enclaves where individuals eke out a living beneath the royal court and the 3 major settlements, paying a weekly fee for safety management. Their lives are not particularly prosperous, yet they fare better than us nomads. After listening to the man's account, everyone gained a preliminary understanding of the situation in the grasslands. Hiyudai posed the final question. 2 nights ago, a group of people landed nearby. Do you know where they went? This inquiry prompted the usually subdued Yu Jizi to lift her head, her eyes glinting with curiosity. The man pondered momentarily before responding. I wasn't here that day, but I believe I heard someone mention that their vessel was sunk, and upon landing, they scattered in a panic, their whereabouts unknown. However, if you wish to find them, you can inquire at the various settlements. To survive in the grasslands, one must generally seek refuge in these enclaves. Understood. Hiyudai nodded, signaling her comprehension. Take us to the marketplace. The man hesitated, stating, I am merely responsible for providing information. I cannot accompany you to the marketplace. Hiyudai replied coldly. Surely you do not think that those 5 packages of instant noodles constitute mere compensation for information? The man's expression turned pained. If necessary, I can return 2 packages to you, but I truly cannot go to the marketplace. Why not? I have offended the leader of a small settlement, and the marketplace is teeming with people. My presence there would undoubtedly attract his attention, and I would surely not survive. At this juncture, Chen Che, manipulating a war machine, interjected, Take us to the marketplace, and I will help you resolve your trouble. The man looked bewildered at Hiyudai. Can your robot really speak? Hiyudai nodded in affirmation of the war machine statement. However, the man remained resistant. That settlement has a leader who is a mutant, and his followers are armed. Even with all these robots, you may not prevail against him. I refuse to go, no matter what you say. Brother, the war machine climbed onto the man's shoulder, its tone brooking no dissent. You have no choice. Chapter 76. The slave market in the marketplace. The guide, encountered by Hiyudai, was named Zhao Bing. According to his own account, he offended the leader of a small settlement because he had worked for him but was denied the food owed to him. Out of frustration, he resorted to stealing the food he rightfully deserved. Upon being discovered, the leader dispatched men to hunt him down, prompting Zhao Bing to take refuge on the coast and become a guide. Chen Che was indifferent to the nature of Zhao Bing's conflict with the leader. His willingness to assist Zhao Bing was entirely self-serving. This journey to the plateau had two important objectives: to locate Yuhan and his wife, Ranning, and to gather people. The population of the Ark currently stands at fewer than 5,000, and this expedition must elevate our numbers to surpass 10,000 to secure the reward of a near-Earth orbital satellite. It is paramount to attract a sufficient number of talented individuals. The most straightforward and effective method to do so is to offer generous benefits, thereby showcasing one's strength. Addressing a small gathering serves as the first step in demonstrating prowess and establishing a reputation. One who indeed is a mutant. On the way to the market, Zhao Bing reiterated the terror of that leader. I have witnessed his abilities. He can emit electricity, incapacitating anyone with a mere discharge. I have heard from others that he once faced 100 foes single-handedly, dispatching them all with a single strike. Zhao Bing endeavored to convey the fear instilled by Wen Hu, emphasizing the sheer numbers would not suffice against him. Moreover, Wen Hu commands a considerable number of armed followers himself. After expressing this, Zhao Bing observed that the attention of the crowd was indeed directed towards him, albeit with a peculiar glint in their gazes. The leader you mentioned, does he also possess the ability to generate electricity? Wu Yafu inquired curiously. Indeed, Zhao Bing affirmed with a nod. His voltage is substantial enough to render individuals unconscious in an instant. It seems we have encountered a formidable opponent. Chen Che expressed curiosity, pondering whether one who had been attacked by electric fish or some other electric creatures. Regardless of the amount of electricity he can generate to a war machine, he is merely a human-shaped power bank. As they journeyed westward, after several hours of travel, they finally beheld a market in the distance. The market appeared rudimentary. It sprawled widely enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Upon the grand entrance of Yudi and her companions, they immediately captured the attention of all present. Originally, a group of a few hundred was insignificant amidst the vast throngs of the market, yet the presence of 1,000 war machines was undeniably conspicuous, verging on ostentatious display. Observing the overwhelming crowd, Chen Che deemed it impractical for everyone to enter the market, thus advising most to remain outside with the war machines. Only he, Yudi, and a few others, accompanied by 10 war machines, ventured inside. Upon their entrance, the 2 guards stationed at the market recognized Zhao Bing and mockingly remarked, "Zhao Bing, do you dare show your face here? One who has been frantically searching for you these past few days." Zhao Bing's face flushed crimson, and he remained silent, trudging forward. The guards continued to admonish him from behind. "Zhao Bing, you know the rules of the market. Do not allow these outsiders to cause trouble." For many, the sight of 1,000 war machines was profoundly shocking, yet the 2 guards merely cast a few curious glances, displaying no signs of fear. They were affiliated with the royal court, though lacking in substantial power, as long as they did not provoke others. None would dare to challenge them lightly. Within the market, many eyes continued to linger on Chen Che and his group. On one hand, there was curiosity about these war machines. On the other, the striking beauty of Yudi and Yuji caught the attention of many, leaving them spellbound. Particularly, Yuji, adorned with a collar, evoked a tantalizing allure. Some audacious individuals, emboldened by their boldness, approached and inquired, "Excuse me, how much food would you be willing to trade for the woman you are leading?" Yudi cast a glance at the diminutive man and frowned. "Leave. Don't be so cold-hearted, beautiful. Everything has its price. How about I offer 3 pounds of grain?" Yudi was about to retort when the war machine beside her delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying several meters and causing him to spew blood, inciting chaos in the vicinity. The 2 guards at the entrance, having just issued a warning, rushed over with palpable hostility. "What is going on here?" Zhao Bing, visibly terrified, bent over and repeatedly apologized. "My apologies, brothers. I hadn't yet informed them of the rules here. It's our fault. Here are 2 packets of instant noodles. Consider it a token of respect." Upon receiving the noodles, the guards weighed them in their hands, revealing smiles. One of them remarked, "Zhao Bing, since you're a distant relative, we shall overlook this incident this time. Next time, we will have to report it." Zhao Bing hurriedly bowed. Yes, I apologize for the trouble." The guards turned to the man on the ground, shouting, "Hey shorty, stop playing dead and get up. You're dirtying the ground. Do you want me to take you in?" The small man attempted to speak, but after spitting, he bitterly complained, "He broke my ribs, and this is how you handle it? This is favoritism. I will report this to the court." One guard glared at him. "A broken rib is a big deal. If you don't get up, I'll make sure you remain on the ground forever." The man shot them a venomous glance, was helped up by others, and, while spitting blood, threatened, "Just wait." With the short man dispatched, the guards exchanged derisive smiles and warned Zhao Bing, "Let this be the last time." "Yes, yes." Zhao Bing bowed deeply as he saw them off, then turned to wipe his sweat and reminded Chen Che, "This place is jointly established by the court and the three major gathering areas, and the first rule is that fighting is prohibited in the market. Violating this rule is tantamount to provoking the court and the three major gathering areas." "Wu ya fu ti Zhao Bing. I didn't realize you had connections." That was settled rather easily. Zhao Bing could only force a smile. If he truly had connections, he wouldn't be fleeing from others. The guard who was a distant relative could only bully ordinary individuals. When faced with someone formidable, he would falter. Thanks to the earlier commotion, the crowd's attention towards Chen Che and his entourage diminished significantly. Those who were fond of gazing at beauties also averted their eyes, refraining from indiscriminate glances. Chen Che surveyed the market scene and inquired of Zhao Bing, "Where is the liveliest part of the market?" Zhao Bing nervously glanced around and whispered, "The most bustling place in the market is undoubtedly the slave market. The three major gathering areas jointly operate a slave market, specializing in the trade of various slaves. There, if you are willing to spend, there is no slave you cannot obtain. In this world, one can encounter a plethora of celebrities, streamers, affluent ladies, and robust men, with even the mutated beings included." The women furrowed their brows in disbelief. After the apocalypse, the abhorrent practice of slave trading has resurfaced. Yet, what astonished them the most was the fact that even the mutated beings had been reduced to the status of slaves. In the collective consciousness, mutated beings were symbols of immense power. How could such individuals possibly become enslaved? Zhao Bing elucidated. There are always some mutated beings whose strength does not match their peculiar abilities. They are not much different from ordinary people, and when captured, they inevitably become slaves. "Let us first peruse the slave market while we await when who," Chen Che remarked, maneuvering the war machine. Chapter 77. Ran Ing is sold sighing. Zhao Bing resignedly made his way toward the slave market. At this juncture, escape was no longer an option. All he could do was pray that those around him were not mere facades, but rather capable of resolving the predicament posed by Wenhu. The so-called slave market was essentially comprised of several massive tents. Upon entering, Chen Che and his companions encountered a guard at the entrance, lazily smoking a cigarette. Spotting Zhao Bing, the guard quipped, "Zhao Bing, after all this time, you still remember to come home for a visit?" Zhao Bing forced a smile, replying, "I just brought a few wealthy patrons to broaden their horizons. Come on in, but mind your manners. If trouble arises here, no one will be able to help." Of course, they acknowledged. As they stepped into the tented market, the atmosphere grew considerably dimmer. Wu Yafu expressed her curiosity, "Zhao Bing, you seem to know a lot of people. It appears you are recognized wherever you go." Embarrassed, Zhao Bing scratched his head, "Not really. I just worked here for a while in the past." "You worked here?" they exclaimed in surprise. It was evident that working in such a place must have been a highly sought-after position. How could he have fallen so low? "What did you do here?" "As a slave." This revelation left the group in stunned silence. "Why don't you mention that you conducted research in a mental institution instead?" "Do you die?" Unable to tolerate Zhao Bing's dark humor, stepped forward to survey the market scene. The market itself was circular, with cages lining the outer edges, housing a multitude of slaves of various kinds. Most were young and beautiful women, but there were also quite a few sturdy men. Several auctioneers stood around, passionately extolling their wares, occasionally prompting individuals to succumb to temptation and trade various food items. As Chen Che and his companions observed, Zhao Bing provided further insight. In this post-apocalyptic era, currency had lost its significance. Transactions were conducted using food, typically calculated by weight. Most slaves could be acquired for a mere pound of food, while a few sought-after individuals might fetch 10 pounds. Those valued at over 10 pounds would be auctioned off, with no upper limit on their price. "Oh." The group nodded in understanding. "Now it makes sense." The gaze of the crowd was drawn to a high platform at the center of the venue, where a line of slaves was being prepared for auction. As several individuals focused on the platform, they failed to notice a woman being observed in a cage not far away. Although the crowd found little interest in this unremarkable and somewhat unattractive woman, they were astonished by her asking price. "You want to sell this old hag for 10 pounds of grain? Have you lost your mind? With such a specimen, I wouldn't even consider offering food, and yet you dare to ask for 10 pounds? What are you thinking?" Someone exclaimed. "Buying her would mean nothing but a burden, and I'd have to feed her myself." In the face of the crowd's skepticism, The woman in the cage curled her lip in disdain, thinking to herself, "Just wait until I return to my former self. I'll dazzle you all." Ever since she ascended to the plateau a couple of days ago, Ranning had been desperately seeking an electronic communication device to contact Chen Che. Unfortunately, before she could locate such a device, she was abducted. She never anticipated that she, now perceived as an ugly creature, would still attract attention. To make matters worse, her remarkable regenerative abilities had been inadvertently discovered, leading to her being captured and sold as a slave. As the spectators continued to murmur, their chatter gradually attracted a speaker who enthusiastically began to explain the situation. Despite her plain appearance, she was, in fact, a mutant. A mutant? The tone of the crowd shifted, eyes widening in astonishment. Even though the concept of mutants had become widely understood, their numbers remained scarce. Many regarded mutants with reverence, dreaming of becoming one themselves. If she were indeed a mutant, then selling her for 10 pounds of grain would be quite reasonable, perhaps even a bargain. Among the crowd, a tattooed, muscular man, with a beautiful woman nestled against him, began a comment on Ranning. The glamorous woman in fur leaned closer to the man and added, "Indeed, in the past, mutant slaves were auctioned directly." The speaker smiled and clarified, "Primarily, her abilities are somewhat lackluster. She possesses only a strong regenerative capacity after sustaining injuries, lacking combat skills or any auxiliary abilities. Her only talent is healing." The muscular man furrowed his brow in contemplation and concluded, "So she's just an upgraded burden?" Frustrated, Ranning retorted, "You are the burden, and your entire family is a burden." The muscular man was taken aback. It was uncommon for a woman of her age to display such fiery spirit. The nearby speaker, noticing the man's intrigue, encouraged him. "Regardless, she is still a mutant. Purchasing her would enhance your reputation. Who knows, if she undergoes a second mutation and her abilities strengthen, you could strike it rich. After all, 10 pounds of grain is just a trifling amount for you. How good?" "Oh, ye nodded, increasingly tempted." The beauty beside him added, "Just right. I need someone to take care of my daily needs. How good? Why not buy her for me?" The mutant served as her caretaker, a notion that was rather prestigious. Under the dual allure of the speaker and the enchanting woman, Brother Howe ultimately consented with a smile. After completing the transaction backstage, Ranning was immediately handcuffed and handed over to the alluring lady. Observing the mutant, who was revered in this apocalyptic world, yet now under her control, the woman revealed a hint of excitement as she inquired, "Can you cook?" Ranning replied, "No." With a swift motion, the lady slapped Ranning across the face, correcting her, "Then you shall learn." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Are you capable of managing household chores?" Ranning retorted, "I'll learn from your mother." The lady was taken aback, clearly not anticipating Ranning's clever comeback. Enraged, she slapped Ranning again, this time with such force and at an awkward angle that her nails grazed Ranning's skin, leaving a trail of blood as they broke. Had it been an ordinary person, this blow would have marred their visage. Yet, Ranning's face healed rapidly, returning to its former state, save for the bloodstains that lingered, as though she had never been harmed. Conversely, the lady, suffering from the pain of her broken nail, began to tear up, seeking comfort from Brother Howe. "Look at her. Brother Howe, her skin is so thick that she broke my freshly done nails." Brother Howe, intrigued, pulled the lady closer, soothing her, "This is your slave. The way you choose to punish her is entirely up to you. Let us first observe the auction, and we shall return to discipline this slave afterward, shall we?" "Okay," the lady responded sweetly, turning to glare at Ranning, her eyes filled with resentment, leaving Ranning speechless. "Sister, I did not protest when you slapped me. How can you blame my resilience?" "Vile creature, come." The lady yanked on the rope tied to Ranning's hands, causing her to stumble. The trio took a few steps and positioned themselves to the left of the elevated platform. Meanwhile, to their right, Chen Che and his companions were also fixated on the platform. Chapter 78. The featured auction item, a leading lady as the auction commenced. Everyone in the slave market gravitated towards the central platform. Due to the crowding, neither Ranning nor Chen Che's group noticed each other, as they were all intently focused on the stage. A tall beauty clad in a qipao stood on the platform, serving as the auctioneer. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the slave market. I am your auctioneer for this event, and I will be presiding over today's auction." The qipao-clad beauty maintained a professional smile, though her body trembled slightly. While everyone else was bundled in warm clothing against the cold of the highland, she stood in her thin qipao, undeniably attractive, yet undeniably cold. Hey, beautiful. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Someone in the crowd jeered. My interest in you far exceeds that of the auction items. Why not set a price for yourself? Haha. What began as a playful jest took a surprising turn when the elegant woman in a cheapao responded with a smile. Of course, here the regular patrons are aware that I, too, am one of the auctioned items in the slave market. As long as there is a client interested in me, bids can be made at any time. A group of men, new to this place, felt their gazes intensify with fervor, only to be halted by our next statement. However, due to certain exceptional circumstances, my starting bid is set at 500 pounds of food. The previously charged atmosphere dampened considerably. Before the end of days, numerous eager participants would have lined up to exchange such a sum for a woman of my caliber. Yet now, they deemed it unworthy. Even the most exquisite beauty could not serve as sustenance. 500 pounds of food could sustain an individual for a year or two. Since it appears I hold no interest for you, let us officially commence today's auction. The cheapao-clad beauty clapped her hands, and the first cage was brought forth. This auction featured 5 slaves, and this was the first. As she unveiled the black cloth covering the cage, the individual inside was exposed to the crowd. Initial intrigue quickly morphed into confusion. Why is a man? What makes him special enough to warrant a bid of 10 pounds of food or more? Is he a mutant? Previous auctions had seen men, but they were typically mutants, as only male mutants possessed the value to command such a price. Please, remain calm while I elucidate, the cheapao beauty continued. This gentleman was once a second-tier male celebrity, having starred in numerous film and television productions, hence his auction value. Upon hearing her explanation, understanding dawned on the crowd. Wealthy individuals are drawn to beauty, and affluent women are equally enamored with handsome men. It was thus reasonable for a male star to appear at an auction. However, interest in this particular male celebrity was scant, with only 2 or 3 bids emerging, primarily from older women. The man's gaze shifted among these women, gradually filled with despair as he seemingly anticipated his grim fate. One lady bids 50 pounds of food. Does anyone wish to offer more? 100 pounds. A sudden, booming voice commanded the attention of all present. They turned to see the leader of a small settlement, bald-headed, adorned with earrings and clad in a revealing coat. 100 pounds sold. The cheapao beauty exclaimed. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the male star. Please proceed to the back for the exchange. The bald man, grinning lewdly, stroked his head. The male celebrity on stage shed a single tear. Chen Che, standing next to the bald man, discreetly stepped aside, not out of fear but out of reverence, even as he wielded the machinery of war in that moment. He could not suppress his awe. Who knows if this bald man can repair machines? Next, on stage, the second auction slave was pushed forward. The black cloth was removed, revealing a delicately adorned woman who, though not particularly striking, drew the audience's attention, followed by frowns. What was this? With such plain looks? Did she possess something extraordinary to dare to appear at the auction? Was she perhaps a mutant? The beautiful woman in a Chong Sam explained. This is a former internet sensation, with 5 million followers on a popular platform, known by the moniker Chen Che Baby. Some in the audience were not familiar, while others widened their eyes in disbelief. Nonsense. She is Chen Che Baby? I am her most devoted fan. How could I not recognize her? This is utterly impossible. The woman in the cage, Chen Che Baby herself, spoke softly. Huazong, redeem me and let me put on some makeup and use a beauty filter. Then you will know it is truly me. Upon hearing his online name, the man's expression turned incredulous, taking 2 steps back as his emotions spiraled out of control. I sold my house to buy you gifts. And you look like this. I'll kill you. As the man lost control, several security personnel rushed in to escort him away. The auction continued, with Chen Che Baby starting at a base price of 10 pounds of food. The auction resumed, yet no one placed a bid. For the first time in auction history, it ended without a sale. The third slave auction was finally normal, a mutant, albeit with rather lackluster abilities. Ultimately, a leader from a small settlement purchased him for 200 pounds of food. By the time the 4th slave was introduced, the beautiful woman in the Chong Sam elevated her tone, confidently declaring, the next item will surely pique your interest. She's also a star, known for her numerous film and television works. Since her debut, she has been celebrated for her sensuality, and within 5 years, she has risen to the ranks of top-tier celebrities, adored across the land, amassing a vast following. Now, I present to you the highlight of today's auction, Dilymana. As the black cloth was lifted, a tall figure emerged from the iron cage. Unlike the other items, She appeared immaculate, adorned in silver high heels and a fitted long gown that accentuated her splendid figure. Her lightly made-up face enhanced the allure of her reserved gaze. The moment she appeared, the crowd erupted in excitement, with whistles filling the air. All the men were captivated. The beautiful woman in the Chong Sam seized the moment, announcing, "The starting bid is 100 pounds of food, with each increment no less than 10 pounds. I bid 200 pounds. Instantly, others followed suit, raising their offers. Before the end of the world, they would have found it challenging to meet this star. Now, she was available for merely 200 pounds of food. What a bargain. However, some individuals expressed their bewilderment. Why was the starting bid for Dilemana set so high? Previously, first-rate actresses had begun bidding at merely 50 pounds. The cheap-out beauty smiled faintly, because she remains a paragon of virtue. This declaration stirred the atmosphere considerably. The person who had earlier bid 200 pounds immediately revised his offer to 300. Such a price caused many to regain their composure, as in these dire times. Few could afford to present several hundred pounds of sustenance at once. Most of those capable were the leaders of various enclaves. Yet, even among these leaders, there were distinctions. The number of those genuinely able to compete was scant, but their scarcity did not imply their absence. As soon as the 300 pounds bid was announced, a voice from the back promptly raised the ante. "I offer 310 pounds. The crowd turned to identify the source, revealing a young man seated apart from the throng, distinctly unique in his demeanor. Chen Che and his companions looked over, initially perceiving nothing remarkable, just an ordinary youth accompanied by 2 bodyguards, standing a little distant from everyone else. The only peculiar aspect was that instead of chair, the young man was seated upon the lap of a beautiful young woman, who served as a human seat. Quite the spectacle. Chen Che glanced at the Yutsitsi. Silently acknowledging the lesson learned, he resolved to try the same upon his return. The surrounding crowd seemed unfazed by the unusual sight, murmuring among themselves. Isn't that the infamous Zhu Changyun, notorious in our highlands? This scoundrel, wicked to the core, has wreaked havoc, committing atrocities and brazenly tormenting young girls. In just a couple of months, the number of girls he has harmed is incalculable. Damn it, although the world has changed, seeing this rascal still stirs anger, especially for those powerless young girls. What about Wenhu? A distinguished aberrant and leader of a small enclave. Yet even his daughter fell victim to this rogue. Do you think Wenhu dares to utter a word? The whispers around were hushed, as everyone feared the young man might overhear. Yet, he seemed indifferent to the opinions surrounding him, arrogantly declaring, "I bid 310 pounds. No one dares to contest me. Right?" Zhu Changyun's tone was imbued with immense pride, entirely unconcerned that anyone would dare to outbid him. In fact, no one was willing to raise their offer. Even if a few leaders felt tempted, the sight of Zhu Changyun ultimately quelled their impulses. When weighed against the allure of beauty, life itself took precedence. After all, this young man's father was a leader of a large enclave. But the fickleness of fate often brings unforeseen surprises. "I bid 1 ton. Hiyuti's cool voice rang out, strikingly discordant in the setting. All eyes shifted from Zhu Changyun to Hiyuti. As they discerned her exquisitely flawless visage in the dim light, astonishment swept through the crowd. Remarkably, someone appeared even more stunning than the auction Dilemana. Immediately after, they discovered Yu Jizi standing nearby. One by one, they could no longer contain themselves. What festival was it today? Such an abundance of exquisite beauties, each more enchanting than the last. Even Zhu Changyun, who had been raising the stakes, momentarily forgot his anger upon seeing Hiyuti and Yu Jizi, gazing at them in a daze. However, the most exhilarated was Ran Ing, who had not noticed Hiyuti earlier due to the crowd obstructing her view. Now, finally seeing this familiar face aboard the Ark, how could she not be thrilled? Just as she was about to call out, her purchase companion, Hao Gu, unexpectedly struck her neck with a swift motion, rendering her unconscious with a force beyond that of an ordinary person. A mere slave, making such a ruckus, truly thought of herself as someone significant. Hao Ji's expression darkened. He had no desire to stand out before Zhu Changyun, who had long had his eye on his girlfriend. This minor incident did not attract much attention, as Chen Che and others merely glanced over before returning their gaze. In this place where slaves were rampant, they were not inclined to intervene for every single one. Zhu Changyun, even less so, kept his focus solely on Hiyuti, with a sinister smile proclaiming, "This beautiful lady. Isn't it rather unseemly to steal love like this? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhu Changyun, son of Zhu, the leader of a large settlement. He, visibly uninterested, replied, "And then what? If you wish to bid, make your offer. I will only make one bid. If you can afford a ton, then it's yours." He willingness to bid was, of course, in accordance with Chen Che's wishes. As Chen Che put it, engaging in back-and-forth bidding was too cumbersome. If he deemed Dillymana worth a ton of food, then he would bid that amount directly, without needlessly economizing on something he desired. If someone could outbid him beyond his psychological expectation, then he would let it go. As for why he would spend such a high price on Dillymana, do not inquire. The answer is simply indulgence. The ark would eventually require inhabitants, and who better than beautiful women? However, Zhu Changyun found this notion rather irksome. As he was unable to produce a ton of food, it wasn't that he couldn't. He had brought 2 tons with him today, but that was reserved for bidding on the last slave. Should he squander it on a beauty and fail to secure the final slave, he would surely face dire consequences upon returning to Zhu. "Do you not know who my father is?" Zhu Changyun threatened. "My father is a mutant, second mutation. Our settlement boasts over a dozen mutants and thousands of troops." Wu Yafu suddenly retorted, "You and T happen to be so impoverished that you can't even produce a ton of food, would you?" Zhu Changyun's face turned pale. Gazing at yet another long-legged beauty, his expression darkened for a long while before he suddenly broke into a smile. "Since you ladies are so lovely, I shall make a sacrifice." Wu Yafu was somewhat taken aback by how easily the other party brushed off the incident with a smile. However, upon further reflection, she surmised that the individual was merely biding their time, harboring ill intent. The surrounding crowd, well acquainted with Zhu Changyun's temperament, cast sympathetic glances towards Yudi and her companions, questioning whether these enchanting women were truly unaware of the significance of second-stage mutants and major gathering sites. Otherwise, how could they dare to oppose Zhu Changyun? Now it seemed they had not only jeopardized the star they had captured, but perhaps their own safety as well. In that moment, even the onlookers began to disperse, wary of becoming collateral damage. Meanwhile, the elegant woman in the Cheongsam presiding over the auction remained unconcerned about the discord below. Her focus was solely on the auction's bidding price. "Madam, you may bring 1 ton of food to the backstage for the transaction, payment in exchange for the individual." Yudi nodded in agreement, having no objections. The 1,000 war machines outside were certainly transporting more than just a ton of food, not to mention the 3 million tons of supplies readily available on the Arkansas. It was unlikely one could find anyone more affluent than them across the entire plateau. Next, let us proceed to the final auction of the day. The last cage was pushed to the forefront, capturing everyone's attention. According to auction protocol, the most significant items were presented last. The mutants and first-tier starlets had been showcased earlier, leaving the audience pondering the extraordinary value of the upcoming lot. Chapter 80. Guess what? It's me again. As the final item was unveiled, the crowd's focus intensified. Chen Che noticed several elegantly dressed individuals around him displaying eager anticipation, as if they had prior knowledge of the occupant within the cage. However, when the black cloth was lifted, revealing the figure inside, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Inside the cage sat a disheveled old man, slumped in a state of disarray. With tufts of white hair and a scruffy beard, he reeked of alcohol, resembling a beggar recovering from a hangover. Such an unimpressive item drew furrowed brows and expressions of disappointment from the audience. Yet, recognizing that the individual chosen to command the auction must possess some extraordinary qualities, no one openly expressed disdain. They patiently awaited the auctioneer's explanation. Surely, in the apocalypse, everyone understood the value of talent. The Cheongsam-clad beauty began her introduction. Among various talents, doctors are undoubtedly the rarest. She continued, "This esteemed gentleman is a top-tier surgeon, formerly employed at the foremost hospital in a certain province. At the height of his career, he was hailed as the finest scalpel in the region." As her words sank in, the audience finally began to stir with interest. The significance of doctors in the post-apocalyptic world needed no further elaboration. Lacking a medical environment, even minor ailments could prove fatal. Especially an exceptional doctor like him was a coveted asset in such dire times. Clearly, such a person had the weight to be a headlining auction item. Although Chen Che found himself intrigued by the old man, he couldn't shake the feeling of unreliability given the man's inebriated state. A surgeon indulging in alcohol was a troubling prospect. Somewhat absurd indeed. The starting bid for this auction is set at 500 pounds of food, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 100 pounds. Now, let the auction commence. As the elegant woman in the Chong Sam claps her hands, someone in the crowd immediately shouts, 600 pounds, 700, 800, 1 ton. Those who come to engage in transactions at such a slave market are predominantly leaders from various enclaves, possessing a modicum of material reserves. Faced with such rare elite talent, the enthusiasm among the bidders is, unsurprisingly, fervent. Before long, the price escalates to 1 ton and continues to rise. Zhu Changyun has yet to place his bid when he hears the price soar to 15 tons, and he inwardly curses his misfortune. The 2 tons of food he brought today may not suffice to secure the physician. 2 tons of food. Soon, the price is called at 2 tons. With the bidder being Brother Hao, realizing he can no longer delay, Zhu Changyun boldly declares, 3 tons. I bid 3 tons of food. After his proclamation, he scans the crowd and threatens, this old man. The Zhu family must have him. The lively atmosphere of the crowd suddenly falls into silence. On one hand, Zhu Changyun has raised the price by a full ton, placing considerable pressure on the majority of attendees. On the other hand, few dare to offend the Zhu family. As one of the 3 major enclaves, only Wang Ting and 2 other large settlements would dare to compete. However, neither Wang Ting nor the other large enclaves lack for doctors, so naturally, no one would vie with him. Seeing no further bids, Zhu Changyun feels as though the physician is already within his grasp. He addresses the woman in the Chong Sam, stating, the food I brought today is insufficient, but I shall have someone fetch another ton immediately. Wait, yet, Hyuti speaks up once again. Just hearing that familiar voice makes Zhu Changyun's expression darken. Indeed, the next moment, Hyuti bids, I offer 5 tons. The crowd erupts in astonishment. While this price is surprising to those present, it is not beyond acceptance. For the importance of a physician in the apocalypse is undeniably high. However, they did not anticipate that, despite Zhu Changyun's fierce declaration, Hyuti would dare to raise the bid. Is she truly intent on provoking him? Moreover, this is the 2nd time she has outbid him. Does she not notice how furious Zhu's face has turned? His yellow teeth seem to spark with indignation. You again. Miss, are you certain you wish to challenge me? Zhu Changyun grits his teeth and states, I can overlook the previous matter, but this individual is specifically requested by my father, Zhu. Think carefully. Hyuti, maintaining her calm demeanor, retorts to the auctioneer, what? Am I not allowed to bid? The woman in the Chong Sam smiles, of course you may. As long as you can meet the bid, anyone can compete fairly. Zhu Changyun clenches his fist, glaring at Hyuti, and darkly replies, 5 tons and 100 pounds. 10 tons. Hyuti's bidding speed followed closely behind Zhu Changyun's voice. Zhu Changyun became agitated. Damn it, are you opposing me? He turned to the cheapao-clad beauty and instructed, convey to Boss Gao that for the sake of my father's reputation, I want to purchase this old man for 5 tons. Let it be considered a personal favor owed to my father. The leader of one of the other major factions was named Gao Zhan, and it was this old man whom Gao Zhan had captured for auction. The cheapao beauty maintained her smile and replied, Boss Gao has stated that considerable effort was expended to capture this esteemed gentleman. Therefore, Zhu Changyun interjected. So you want to even concede to my father's face? The cheapao beauty nodded silently. All right, a bidding war it is then. I bid 100 tons. The price Zhu Changyun revealed astonished everyone present. He has that much money. Why were you being so stingy just now? Only the cheapao beauty smiled serenely and said, Mr. Zhu, are you certain you can produce 100 tons of food? That is no small sum. What? Are you questioning the strength of our faction? Zhu Changyun retorted. You misunderstand. It is merely that Boss Gao has indicated you have recently expended a fortune on weapons, leaving little food in reserve. Zhu Changyun finally ceased his remarks, stood up, kicked over the humanoid chair, and turned to leave. The cheapao beauty's smile remained unchanged as she surveyed the surroundings, asking, This lady bids 10 tons of food. Is there a higher offer? No one responded. Silence enveloped the room. This price had exceeded their expectations, and the anger of the Zhu family had surpassed their tolerance. Since no one contested the bid, congratulations were in order for this lady on securing the auction with 10 tons of food. There were no congratulatory applause. Everyone discreetly departed, avoiding Hyuti's group. Even though this gathering included many stunning beauties, they had lost all interest. Offending the Zhu family meant certain death, and no one dared to get involved. However, upon learning that Hyuti had 1,000 robotic supporters, the onlookers felt that this confrontation had gained some intrigue. That night, Hyuti's group set up camp outside the market. Many watched from afar, engaging in hushed discussions. Do you think those robots are the real deal? I've heard they are called AI war machines and are quite formidable. They must be mere showpieces. With current technology, how could such war machines be manufactured? It's just a scare tactic. I still favor Zhu. He is a genuine second-generation mutant. You haven't witnessed Zhu has strength. That guy's impervious in his armor. Even the Heavenly Khan couldn't breach Zhu has defenses. I also believe this group isn't over their heads. A few broken machines are of no use. Mutants are the true kings, and besides, even if Zhu has side falters, the other two major factions just sit idly by. What a pity for such beautiful ladies. Chapter 81. Another 3,000 war machines for you at this moment. Zhu Changyan had not returned home, but remained in the market, watching He group from a distance, his expression dark and brooding. Since the apocalypse, he had never experienced such humiliation. Today, however, he had been publicly embarrassed twice by the same individual. Even if the one who had dealt the blows was a beauty, it still left him quite irate. Has the call been made? Zhu Changyan inquired of the bodyguard beside him. The chief has been informed, but he is currently occupied and may not be available until tomorrow. Occupied? Zhu Changyan replied with irritation. Is it still related to that shipment connected to Wang Quan? Indeed. After we delivered the weapons, we lost all contact. The individuals we sent there couldn't even locate their maritime city. It was as if they had vanished in a thin air. Previously, Wang Quan had initiated a lucrative transaction with them, purchasing a substantial quantity of weapons at a high price. However, after the weapons were delivered, they received no payment, and even the people involved seemed to have disappeared. This was also a significant reason for their current food shortages in the large encampment. As he gazed at the brightly lit tents of He and her companions, Zhu Changyan's expression darkened further. Another day of waiting. He felt an overwhelming urge for vengeance, especially with the presence of the exquisite beauties He, Yujizi, and Dilymana inside. Within the tent, He was also awake. Beside her, besides Wu Yafu and Yujizi, Dilymana sat upright, her demeanor serious. How dull. If only Chen Che were here, Wu Yafu lamented, scratching the ground with a stick. Do not let your guard down. Tonight is likely to be tumultuous. That second-generation survivor won't let this go easily, He cautioned, her concern for Zhu Changyan's retaliation evident. Wu Yafu dismissed her worries. What is there to fear? There's so many war machines outside. He replied. They also have second mutations. They're not so easily dealt with. Wu Yafu countered. If they dare to deploy their second mutations, we will not hesitate to send Chen Che. Isn't that right? Tian Yi. Wu Yafu suddenly turned and smiled at a nearby war machine. Chen Che had yet to arrive. He was currently soaring towards the Arkansas. He had just noticed that the electric fish in the pool, after consuming the flesh of the devil fish, was behaving strangely, as if on the verge of mutation. To be prudent, he needed to return and investigate. Hearing Wu Yafu's call, Chen Che switched to autopilot, his consciousness merging with the war machine, responding, ensure your own safety. I may not be able to attend to you for a while. What? Without you, what will happen if that second mutation arrives? Wu Yafu exclaimed in shock. Chen Che pondered briefly. Here, that's the plan. I will grant you 3,000 secondary control permissions for the war machines. If necessary, you can call for reinforcements at any time. The stamina of the second mutations was not limitless. They could not indefinitely unleash their powers. With 4,000 war machines, they would be more than capable of handling the current situation. As for the safety of the Ark, the remaining few hundred war machines would suffice for protection. With Chen Che himself hastening towards the Ark, there was no cause for concern. However, Wu Yafu was taken aback by the figures revealed by Chen Che, exclaiming, so many? Brother Chen, how many war machines are there in your hold? Since boarding, no one had any idea of the number of war machines contained within. Periodically, Chen Che would produce a few more, as if they were inexhaustible. You have already drained them completely. Not a single one remains, Chen Che casually replied. Is that so? Wu Yafu detected the ambiguity in his words and teased. When will you allow our star sister to partake as well? Perhaps some other time? Chen Che unilaterally severed the communication, prompting Wu Yafu to giggle to herself within the tent. Nearby, Dilymana observed the scene, feeling both reserved and inquisitive. Master, she began, intending to refer to her purchaser as master like the other slaves, but the term felt too awkward to utter. Fortunately, He intervened, stating, we are not your masters. The one who just spoke is. The one who just spoke? Dilymana turned to gaze at the war machine beside her, her expression shifting to one of bewilderment. Is this a joke? My master is a robot? This implied she would be serving this machine from now on. As her gaze dropped towards the war machine's base, A shiver ran down her spine. This was utterly shocking. First officer, chief officer, outside, one Zicken's voice rang out. The old man we bought during the day has awakened and is clamoring for a drink. Yudi frowned. Where we find alcohol at this hour? The supplies we brought ashore certainly lack any. Indeed, the Ark had some, but it was unreasonable to fetch it just for that old man. Have him hold on. We will address it in a few days. Just as she finished speaking, an alarm erupted from the nearby war machine. Intruding life forms detected. Number of life forms, 2. Outside the tent, thousands of war machines formed a protective perimeter, ensuring no intruders could breach their defenses. Such a tightly knit circle would detect any approach immediately, as was the case with the intruder now advancing. Upon nearing within 100 meters, a war machine issued a warning. Yet the intruder paid no heed, exhaling a thick cloud of white mist that swiftly enveloped the entire camp. Visibility plummeted to less than a meter. Seeing the mission accomplished, the intruder attempted to flee, but a sudden whoosh of wind echoed from behind. One war machine, disregarding the obscured vision, reached out with precision, seizing the intruder's head and forcefully driving it into the ground. The immense force created a deep pit in the soil, encasing the individual within. Meanwhile, at the rear of the camp, an unseen figure stealthily approached, invisible to the ordinary eye, rendering the area seemingly empty. In the eyes of the war machines, a crimson figure was slowly approaching. Before the figure could draw near, 10 war machines surrounded it, silently observing. The little red figure was perplexed, a flurry of question marks swirling in his mind. What was happening? Had they discovered me or not? One of the war machines addressed his confusion, inquiring, "You're not deceased, are you?" "Ha. The weather is quite pleasant today." The little red figure awkwardly smiled. "I was merely taking a stroll. My apologies for the disturbance. I shall take my leave." The cold, mechanical voice of the war machine resonated once more. "I shall escort you." Chapter 82. I beseech you, grant us the chance to serve as dogs. The 2 invaders were apprehended within a mere minute of their appearance. Those surrounding, eager for the spectacle, had yet to comprehend the situation when the 2 were already kneeling inside the tent. Both wore masks, concealing their identities. "Who sent you? Speak. Zhu Changyin or Wenhu?" Wan Zicken took on the role of interrogator, admiring her own quick wit. The only individuals they had offended were Zhu Changyin and Wenhu. No others were implicated. As for the short fellow who had his ribs kicked in during the day, he was hardly a match for 2 mutants. The 2 invaders exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "It was Wenhu who sent us." Before they could finish, Wu Yafu suddenly crouched down and removed their masks, revealing their identities to the onlookers. A hushed silence enveloped the tent. "Weren't you 2 with Zhu Changyin earlier? What, going undercover? A double agent?" Wu Yafu teased. The 2 fell silent. At that moment, their attempts at clever retorts seemed futile. As soon as Chen Che confirmed their identities, the war machine stationed outside sprang into action. Hundreds of war machines searched the vicinity and swiftly captured the fleeing Zhu Changyin. "Let me go, you mutt. My father is Zhu Chen Che, commanding the war machines. Prepare to drag him into the tent, while Zhu Changyin continued to shout. However, abruptly, Chen Che released him. Upon reflection, taking Zhu Changyin into the tent would yield little. At most, they could inquire about his intentions for being out in the dead of night. Although Chen Che was unaware of Zhu Changyun's specific motives, he knew that the fellow harbored ill intentions. Surely, he wasn't out to offer warmth in the dead of night. Seeing himself released, Zhu Changyun, panting, boasted, "Ha. You finally recognize fear." Chen Che, however, inquired earnestly, "Is your father very formidable?" "Of course," Zhu Changyun replied, pride swelling in his chest. "My father is a second-generation mutant. Have you heard of the giant bonefish? He transformed after being attacked by such a creature. His armor is so resilient that even the Celestial Khan cannot breach my father's defenses." Chen Che investigated the giant knife fish and discovered its defining characteristic was its remarkable resilience. Its body was adorned with 2 layers of scales, the outer layer being impervious while the inner layer remained supple, rendering it exceptionally defensive. "Aside from your father, do you possess any other sources of support?" "Support? My father alone suffices." Chen Che nodded in understanding and bid farewell. "Farewell." With that, he swiftly snapped Zhu Changyun's neck. The shock was palpable in Zhu Changyun's wide eyes, as if he could scarcely comprehend that Chen Che would resort to murder over a mere disagreement. From his instinctively opening and closing mouth, Chen Che discerned a few words. "My father, Zhu With a thud, Zhu Changyun collapsed onto the damp grass, his eyes still wide open in death. Onlookers from a distance observed Zhu Changyun's lifeless form, the atmosphere growing tense. Had he truly perished? Impossible. Who would dare kill that second-generation heir? Surely, that was a death wish. The onlookers lacked such audacity. They must have been rendered unconscious by fear. These were outsiders who had just arrived on shore, unaware of the peril they faced. "He is dead, truly dead," exclaimed one individual wielding a telescope, his voice echoing throughout the market. Zhu Changyun had been slain. The already tumultuous night became even more sinister with this revelation. Countless factions stationed in the market hastily contacted their leaders to report this explosive news. Chen Che maneuvered the war machine to drag Zhu Changyun's corpse back to the tent, unceremoniously discarding it at the entrance. The unblinking eyes of the deceased were directed squarely at the two kneeling intruders, leaving them stupefied. "You killed Zhu Changyun?" Chen Che glanced between Zhu Changyun and the two, retorting, "Isn't that abundantly clear?" All hope was extinguished. The expressions of the two men shifted from terror to despair. As Zhu Changyun's bodyguards, they had been given a lethal mandate: protect Zhu Changyun with their lives. Now that he was dead, even if Chen Che spared them, Zhu would undoubtedly execute them. It was a certain death either way. Seeing their despondency, Chen Che felt a pang of compassion and reassured them. "Cheer up. Perhaps Zhu has already met his demise before he could come for you." The two turned, their eyes wide with astonishment, as this notion sparked a glimmer of hope within them. Suddenly, they bowed their heads in reverence. "Esteemed leaders, we seek refuge." The group was momentarily taken aback. What was unfolding here? Zhu had but one son, cherished beyond measure. Failing to protect Zhu Changyun would surely invoke his wrath upon them. They explained, "Now we find ourselves with no escape. We implore you, esteemed leaders, grant us a chance at survival. We are willing to serve as beasts of burden, anything to secure our lives." Chen Che pondered for a moment, considering that it might not be an unwise proposition. Although he possessed considerable strength, his subordinates were rather inept, with only a few capable individuals among them. Receiving two mutants could somewhat compensate for the overall strength deficiency of the crew. However, Chen Che did not hasten to agree with the two. Instead, he inquired, "Why did you attempt to ambush us tonight?" It was true that Chen Che held a grudge against Zhu Changyun, but given their current strength, Zhu Changyun, even in pursuit of vengeance, would likely call out for assistance rather than send two insignificant individuals to launch a sneak attack. The two exchanged glances and answered candidly. Initially, Zhu Changyun intended for his father to intervene, but due to some recent complications with a trade involving someone named Wang Quan at sea, Zhu is temporarily occupied and unable to come. "Wait," Chen Che interrupted. "You are aware of Wang Quan?" "Yes," they replied. "Wang Quan is somewhat of a celebrity in our highland region. He has visited several times, acquiring numerous heavy weapons, and even engaged in a battle with the Heavenly Khan, with neither side gaining the upper hand." Chen Che understood. Wang Quan's procurement of weapons from the highlands was likely intended to feed the blue whale. Unfortunately, he ultimately became bait himself. However, the fact that the Heavenly Khan could stand toe-to-toe with Wang Quan surprised Chen Che. After all, Wang Quan had feasted on the flesh of the deep-sea overlord, his strength far exceeding that of an ordinary secondary mutant. It seemed unlikely that the Heavenly Khan was a tertiary mutant. So had he also consumed the flesh of the deep-sea overlord? No. He must ensure that the blue whale gets a taste next time. Chen Che's interest in the flesh of the deep-sea overlord intensified. Eating a piece would render one invincible at the same level. Wasn't that akin to the legendary Tang Sing meat? "Please continue," Chen Che commanded. "We originally planned to wait for Zhu to arrive before taking action, but Zhu Changyun is quite lustful. He could not contain himself and wanted us to." The two stole a glance at Hiyuti, then lowered their heads to secretly abduct this beautiful leader. Chen Che frowned. Indeed, their audacity was astounding. He had not erred in judgment. "Esteemed leaders, we are merely trying to make a living, obeying orders without harboring ill intentions. Now that we find ourselves in dire straits, we are willing to serve you loyally and seek an opportunity to prove ourselves." The two once again bowed deeply, knocking their heads against the ground. Chapter 83. Congratulations on defeating one. There's still 999 left, observing the two with their foreheads pressed to the ground. Hiyuti and Wu Yafu simultaneously looked toward Chen Che. They naturally lacked the authority to decide the fates of the two. That lay with Chen Che. After some contemplation, He resolved to assess their loyalty first. Very well, but let me make it clear. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, they shall face immediate death. Upon reaching a verbal agreement, the ARC system promptly responded. Congratulations, Captain, for adding 2 new crew members. Crew member Lin Yin, loyalty 28. Crew member Tang Chun, loyalty 31. One with a loyalty of 28 and the other 31, higher than average. They must truly view Chen Che as their lifeline. You may rise, now introduce yourselves. With these words, Chen Che signaled his acceptance of the 2 new crew members, and their expressions brightened instantaneously. Standing up to introduce himself, he said, "Greetings to all esteemed leaders. I am Tang Chun. Following a mutation, I possess the ability to generate mist, effectively obscuring the vision of my adversaries while remaining unaffected myself. My sight can penetrate the fog, and I also possess night vision." Another individual followed suit, stating, "I am Lin Yin. Due to a mutation, I can utilize optical cloaking, though I am vulnerable to infrared and other advanced detection methods. Both of their abilities are not particularly suited for combat, yet they serve adequately as support." Chen Che and the others also provided brief introductions, facilitating mutual acquaintance. Subsequently, Chen Che inquired extensively about Zhu. The strongest presence at Zhu's gathering place is, of course, Zhu himself. The giant bone-tongued fish boasts remarkable defensive capabilities, impervious even to the might of Tian Kahan. However, Tang Chen revealed that despite Zhu's exceptional defense, he lacks offensive capabilities, relying solely on brute force for attacks. In this regard, he is merely slightly stronger than an average mutant. Nevertheless, Zhu's alliance with the leaders of 2 other significant gathering places significantly enhances their combat prowess, 1 primarily defensive and 2 primarily offensive. Their coordinated efforts would allow them to match Tian Kahan in strength. From the insights shared by Tang Chun and Lin Yin, Chen Che garnered a comprehensive understanding of the mutants on the plateau, bolstering his confidence. With his own strength and the backing of 4,000 war machines, he felt prepared to confront any coalition of mutants. After half an hour of discussion, Lin Yin and Tang Chun took their leave, leaving only Hiyuti and a few others along with several war machines in the room. "I have arrived at the Ark and must attend to that grotesque fish. I will reach out if needed," Chen Che remarked, having already reached the skies above the Arkansas. With the conversation concluded, it was time to handle the electric fish. The creature emitted dazzling sparks in the night, visible from afar, and those aboard the Ark dared not approach, fearful of being roasted. Shortly after Chen Che severed communication, an influx of trucks suddenly surrounded the camp. Tang Chun and Lin Yin rushed over, their faces pale with terror. "Zhu has come with his men," they exclaimed, fully aware of Zhu's strength, their fear palpable as they were uncertain of Chen Che's capabilities against him. Remaining composed, Hiyuti stood up and said, "Let's go take a look." Leading the way, she was followed by hundreds of crew members, most armed with firearms. Surrounding them were thousands of war machines on high alert. Such a display would make even Zhu and his associates hold their breath, their expressions grave. "Where's the one in charge? Come out quickly. Our great leader has questions." A burly man with a fierce appearance rode a motorcycle to the front, shouting into the camp. Hiyuti's demeanor remained calm, unfazed by the intimidation. "I am here. Who is Zhu?" she responded. The onlookers were captivated by Hiyuti's stunning beauty. However, once reality set in, the burly man resumed his tirade. "Damn it. How dare a woman prattle on? Who do you think you are to address our great leader? Send someone with a spine to speak." Hiyuti chose to ignore him. With Chen Che absent, she was the highest authority present. "I'm speaking to you. Are your ears deaf?" The burly man roared again, his voice reverberating. Yet, Hiyuti remained unfazed, adopting an attitude of indifference, as if refusing to engage unless the main figure appeared. "You dare to ignore me?" The man's already fierce visage twisted further in anger. He revved the throttle, intending to charge forth. The roar of the heavy motorcycle, weighing several hundred pounds, surged towards Hiyuti. The war machine positioned between them was disregarded, as if it would be crushed alongside its rider. However, as the motorcycle approached, the nearest war machine pressed both hands down firmly on its front, halting its advance. The weight of the motorcycle, combined with its momentum, forced the war machine to retreat 2 steps, leaving 2 deep scratches in the ground. But that was all. After those 2 steps, the motorcycle came to a standstill. Despite the throttle being fully engaged, the wheels spun in place, unable to move an inch further. At that moment, the burly man's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he gazed at the war machine. The war machine, unyielding, locked its gaze onto him, and two miniature missiles ascended from its shoulders, offering a polite greeting. Boom! The target was struck, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke. The burly man emerged, arms crossed in an X shape over his forehead, his forearm singed. Is that all you've got? He sneered, attempting to maintain his bravado. But the war machine's fist came crashing down. A powerful right hook landed heavily on the man's arm, causing him and his motorcycle to sink several centimeters into the ground. Yet, he remained standing, seizing the war machine's arm and, with a mighty pull, actually tore it free. Huh, this scrap metal is nothing, he boasted triumphantly, raising the severed arm like a trophy. But in the next instant, dozens of war machines around him sprang into action. Damn, the burly man cursed, nearly forgetting the presence of the other 999 war machines. The bravado evaporated as he turned and fled back to his own ranks. While he had managed to contend with one, facing multiple would surely spell his doom. Observing the chaos from the passenger seat of a truck, a middle-aged man finally descended, positioning himself at the forefront, his gaze dark and fixed upon everyone present. Chapter 84. A ghost story. There's still 989 of these machines left. Zhu, a middle-aged man in his 40s, possesses a slightly stout figure and a somewhat crooked nose, a distinctive appearance that ensures he is unforgettable after just one glance. At this moment, he surveys the surroundings with a gloomy countenance, ultimately fixing his gaze upon two figures. Lin, Tang Chun, come here. His voice, raspy and deep, resonates with accumulated authority, causing Lin and Tang Chun to instinctively retreat a step, mustering their courage to respond. Boss Zhu, we've decided to switch allegiances. Please don't hold it against us. What do you mean? Zhu rasped. Are you two daring to betray me? The two men dared not utter another word, silently retreating to the back of the crowd. They were far too intimidated to confront Zhu directly. Their only means of assistance now lay in bullying the weaker individuals, all while silently praying for their new leader. Noticing their silence, Zhu's expression darkened further, yet he refrained from pressing them for answers, shifting his focus instead to Hiyuti. I've heard that you killed my son. This jest is in poor taste. Even at this moment, Zhu could scarcely believe that anyone would dare to take his son's life in the highlands. Now, return my son to me, and I shall consider this incident forgotten. You heard him. Return his son, and let it be. Wu Yafu suddenly interjected, turning to instruct Lin and Tang Chun. Go fetch Zhu Changyan. Lin, perplexed, responded, how can we return him when he's already dead? Wu Yafu retorted sharply, fool. Zhu only asked for his son, not for him to be alive. Impressive. You want us to deliver the corpse ourselves. You are truly forcing us into opposition against Zhu leaving no room for negotiation. The two men could vividly imagine the fury that would consume Zhu upon receiving his son's lifeless body. However, they could not refuse Wu Yafu's command. As previously established in the tent, Hiyuti was the first mate, and Wu Yafu the vice captain. Their orders were to be followed without question, or else they would be deemed adversaries, subject to lethal consequences. After a moment of hesitation, they steeled themselves and lifted Zhu Changyun's body onto their shoulders. Upon reaching the rear of the war machines, they ultimately dared not proceed further, instead tossing the corpse over a distance. Boss Zhu, here is your son, catch. As they called out, they turned to flee, anxious to escape any potential retribution. Fortunately, Zhu's attention had completely shifted to his deceased son. He caught Zhu Changyun with an expression of utter disbelief. His son was truly dead. At the very moment Zhu grasped his son's body, 60 sonic bombs suddenly detonated upon him. Hiyuti commanded an attack against the 10 war machines ahead, with matters having escalated beyond resolution. It was better to take advantage of Zhu's moment of shock and strike first. Bang! The relentless sounds of bombardment filled the air, raising a thick cloud of smoke. While the vision of an ordinary person was obstructed, the eyes of the war machines perceived clearly the figure of Zhu standing resolutely amidst the haze, unscathed. Hiyuti, unfazed, issued commands for the 10 war machines ahead to continue their assault. The propulsion pulses in the feet of the machines activated simultaneously, propelling them swiftly toward Zhu. In the midst of the smoke, Zhu finally regained his senses. His roar echoing thunderously, I shall annihilate you. The 4 machines at the forefront closed in, their iron fists striking Zhu's body, causing him to sink instantly, the ground beneath him beginning to deform. Realizing the force was insufficient, the arms of the four war machines activated their propulsion pulses, applying second thrust to their iron fists. Yet, this maneuver, while causing Zhu to sink further, inflicted no substantial damage upon him. Before long, scales began to emerge across his body, enveloping him entirely. With a furious bellow, he remarkably pushed the four war machines away simultaneously. However, the six war machines that followed soon arrived. Three of them transformed their arms, each manifesting an energy blade that slashed toward Zhu, while the other three raised their arms, unleashing energy beams from their palms. As AI war machines connected to the Arc system, these machines possessed a degree of autonomous combat awareness. Even though Dai was unfamiliar with the capabilities of the war machines, it did not hinder their ability to execute appropriate attacks. The encirclement of six war machines would have effortlessly dispatched an ordinary first-generation mutant. Yet Zhu withstood the onslaught with sheer resilience. The energy beams did not even pierce his skin, and the energy blades merely left a few superficial marks. With another thunderous roar, Zhu swung his scaled fist toward the nearest war machine. Although he was not particularly skilled in offense, as a second-generation mutant, the power behind his punch was still formidable. The targeted war machine, lacking time to evade, resorted to a brief combat simulation through its system, ultimately choosing to intercept the blow with its palm. As a mechanical hand rose, the cushioning device in its palm, slightly inflated, prepared to absorb the impact. However, Zhu's punch was astonishingly powerful. The war machine was sent flying, its cushioning device rendered inoperative. Unconcerned with the fate of its companion, the machine was launched away, while the remaining 9 machines, undeterred and fearless, pressed their assault. After this exchange, Zhu's uncontrollable rage finally gave way to reason, and with a darkened expression, he regarded the 9 machines, initially dismissing them as mere trinkets. He was astonished to discover that these 10 machines possessed combat prowess far superior to that of an ordinary first-generation mutant. His prior display of strength had merely destroyed a single machine's cushioning device, leaving no significant damage done. In the blink of an eye, the formidable machine that had been sent flying returned, undeterred, and resumed its assault. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, the robust man on the motorcycle offered a timely warning. "Chief, target their joints. Those decrepit joints are their Achilles heel." Heeding this advice, Zhu concentrated his attacks on the joints of the 10 machines during the ensuing battle. 5 minutes later, the ground was strewn with disassembled parts, and only Zhu remained, panting heavily. He was indeed not adept at offense, having taken so long to dismantle merely 10 machines. Nevertheless, he was a second-stage mutant. His prowess far surpassed that of a first-stage mutant. Yet, these 10 machines had fought him fiercely. Were it not for the insufficient strength of their joints, it would have been uncertain whether he could have triumphed over them. However, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most daunting reality was that there were still 989 such machines surrounding him. A staggering 989 war machines, each comparable to a first-stage mutant. Chapter 85. Chen Che's second mutation. Zhu had overcome 10 war machines, yet the arena remained enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of gasps or applause. Among the tens of thousands present, the atmosphere was chillingly quiet. Prior to Zhu's arrival, everyone had anticipated a massacre. Without a second-stage mutant present, how could they withstand Zhu's overwhelming onslaught? However, once the battle commenced, all were astonished by the might of the war machines. The seemingly inferior machines exhibited such ferocity. Even a mere 10 machines could engage Zhu in a fierce exchange. If they all attacked together, the spectators gazed at the remaining 989 machines, collectively inhaling sharply. Would they not overpower Zhu in an instant? While outsiders recognized this peril, Zhu himself understood the futility of resistance. Yet, surrendering his quest for vengeance was an unpalatable notion. After a prolonged silence, Yudi's admonition echoed in his mind. The abilities of mutants are not without limits. Even as a second-stage mutant, you could succumb to exhaustion amidst the assault of 1,000 war machines. Alone, you cannot withstand us. Yudi's words, though harsh, were undeniable truths. Regardless of how grim Zhu's countenance became, he had to accept this reality. Without uttering a word, he lifted the lifeless body of his son and departed slowly. As the trucks on the periphery gradually receded, the spectators were filled with a sense of lament. The once invincible Zhu, after the loss of his son, was forced to retreat in disgrace. Even if he returned to seek retribution in the future, the humiliation he endured today would linger. Simultaneously, the gazes directed towards the over 900 machines grew increasingly complex. No one had anticipated that the combat prowess of these machines would be so formidable. Each machine's battle capability rivaled that of a mutant. A total of 989 mutants. Such a prospect seemed almost ludicrous. The number of mutants across the entire plateau pales in comparison to the war machines present here. As the crowd murmured in astonishment, Hyudi's voice suddenly resonated through the loudspeaker. I now represent the Ark of Noah and am publicly recruiting crew members. All mutants and ordinary individuals with specialized skills are welcome to join. One of Chen Che's purposes for coming to the plateau was to recruit crew members. With his fame now established, Hyudi naturally seized the opportunity to make the announcement. However, due to the earlier turmoil, no one dared to approach. Yet the news spread swiftly. After completing her announcement, Hyudi sighed in relief and returned to her tent to reflect on the events of the evening. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to report to Chen Che. Zhu would certainly not let the matter rest. Should they return, they might have devised a strategy to counter the war machines. It was prudent for Chen Che to handle it. However, when she attempted to contact him, she was astonished to find that Chen Che was unreachable. After several unsuccessful attempts, she turned to Wu Yafu, only to discover that she too could not get in touch with him. At this point, both women began to feel anxious. They then contacted Wang Chengyan, who finally responded. Where's the captain? They both inquired impatiently. Wang Chengyan, wiping the sweat from his brow, explained after the captain returned, he went to the pool, and we witnessed a storm of electricity there. The captain was electrocuted and fell into the sea. I was just about to send someone in to rescue him when I saw him being swallowed whole by the blue whale that appeared a few days ago. Hundreds of kilometers away from the Ark, a colossal blue whale glided through the waters, its massive jaws slightly ajar, releasing the silhouette of the unconscious Chen Che. The whale's call was no longer cheerful, but filled with concern. After observing Chen Che for a while and receiving no response, the blue whale turned and swam deeper into the ocean. Meanwhile, Chen Che lay on the shore, still unconscious, as rain washed over him. The rising tide submerging half of his body, yet he remained unresponsive. Just as a wave approached, threatening to sweep Chen Che away, an inebriated old man suddenly appeared nearby and noticed the impending danger. In a moment of surprising agility, despite appearing disoriented, the old man swiftly retrieved Chen Che from the water. As he carried Chen Che to higher ground, the old man trembled for an unknown reason, as if dancing. Cursing under his breath, he exclaimed, "Damn it, this kid is electrified." After finally getting Chen Che to a higher spot and finding a slope to shield from the rain, the old man unceremoniously tossed Chen Che onto the ground and took a swig of liquor. This is even more stimulating than electrotherapy. Let me see what condition you're in, you electrocuted brat. The old man proceeded to examine Chen Che, checking his pulse, inspecting his eyes, and listening to his heartbeat. After a thorough examination, he reached a conclusion. Is a second mutation underway? The old man initially wore a look of astonishment, followed by a frown. However, this virus seems to possess considerable potency. Given the young man's physical condition, he is unlikely to endure it. After pondering for a moment while stroking his chin, the old man suddenly broke into a lecherous grin. This will serve as my first experimental subject. While the young man still lives, I must act swiftly. The old man drained the last drops of liquor from his bottle, rolled up his sleeves, and placed a single hand on Chen Che's heart. Electricity surged forth and enveloped the old man's hand, yet that withered palm remained utterly still, steady as a rock. Thus, after 5 hours, the old man finally withdrew his hand. The already desiccated palm was now charred black and trembled violently after being removed. Indeed, the electrical potency of the second mutation surpasses that of the first. The old man gasped for breath, instinctively reaching for another drink with his unscathed hand, only to remember halfway that he had already consumed the last drop. Damn it, I'll have to find someone to borrow some food. Rising unsteadily, the old man began to search for a fortunate soul from whom he could procure sustenance to trade for liquor. Meanwhile, Chen Che lay peacefully on the ground. The electric serpents that had danced across his body had vanished, and his breathing grew steadily more tranquil. Although Chen Che was safe, the coast was anything but serene. The blue whale, recently returned from the depths of the ocean, had brought with it a collection of deep-sea flora. Yet, the familiar location was now devoid of Chen Che's presence. The anguished cries of the ocean reverberated through the air as the blue whale looked around frantically, unable to find Chen Che. With another desperate call, the whale grew frantic. With a flick of its tail, it unleashed a colossal wave that surged towards the shore. The vessels moored nearby were instantly engulfed by the towering tide. The coastline crumbled and collapsed, with the landmass shrinking by over 1,000 square kilometers, the shoreline retreating hundreds of meters inland. According to the accounts of those fortunate enough to survive the monstrous wave that day, it was the second apocalypse. Chapter 86. Mass production of mutants? The rain continued to pour. The torrential downpour, persisting for over 2 months, showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. The sea level rose at an alarming rate, leaving barely any land remaining in the world. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, devoid of any sunlight. Despite it being daytime, the prairie was dimly lit, visibility was low, and the atmosphere was suffused with a sense of oppression. In a humble tent situated several dozen kilometers from the coastline, an elderly man and a young boy found refuge. Chen Che remained in a deep slumber, his expression serene and tranquil. The old man occasionally checked Chen Che's pulse. If it were not for the robust rhythm, he would have assumed Chen Che had passed away. Sighing, he lamented the dreadful weather, wondering when it would finally cease. The old man brought the empty liquor bottle to his nose, inhaling deeply, wishing he could absorb the last remnants of its intoxicating scent. He had ventured out several times in recent days, managing to borrow some food, yet he could not find anyone willing to exchange food for liquor. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the value of luxuries such as tobacco and alcohol surpasses that of sustenance. They are predominantly monopolized by formidable enclaves. For the average individual to procure a drink is akin to reaching the heavens. Cursing under his breath, the old man, ensnared by his cravings, lay coiled at the threshold, feigning slumber. Yet, scarcely had he rested for 2 minutes when he abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards Chen Che, who had just awakened. His bright eyes fixed intently on the old man. Their gazes locked. Both were momentarily taken aback, Chen Che's mind still clouded with remnants of sleep, while the old man marveled at the unusual hue in Chen Che's eyes. Once a mere black and white, they now shimmered with a hint of blue, flickering with delicate arcs of electricity, exuding an aura of mystery and authority. How can your eyes emit electricity? The old man approached, astonished, and gently peeled back Chen Che's eyelids, urging them to widen to their fullest extent. As Chen Che's muddled mind began to clear, vivid images of being struck by an electric fish surged forth. That day, he had deemed it an inconsequential occurrence. For ease of movement, he had opted not to don his armor, believing that after numerous encounters with the electric fish, an ugly creature that had only ever charged him, he had little to fear. Yet, he had not anticipated that the electric fish would undergo a second mutation after consuming a devil fish presented by a blue whale, delivering a shocking surprise that rendered him unconscious, causing him to tumble from the pool into the sea. The last fleeting image before his consciousness faded was of being consumed by the suddenly appearing blue whale. He pondered the veracity of that memory. Meanwhile, the old man continued to express his astonishment. Those eyes are truly magnificent. Is there a chance I could acquire a pair? He inquired with a tone suggestive of negotiation. Chen Che, perplexed, retorted, "How would I even do that? I might have simply carved one out for you. Do you think I possess the Sharingan?" He attempted to push the old man away, only to find himself lacking in strength, utterly drained. "Do not waste your energy. You have just undergone a second mutation and are exceedingly weak. You will need time to recuperate," the old man remarked, rising to scrutinize Chen Che as if admiring a masterpiece. Chen Che was taken aback by this revelation. "I have undergone a second mutation?" Was this yet another instance of misfortune begetting fortune? After being attacked by the same hideous fish, he had experienced a second transformation. However, this seemed rather plausible. Previously, Wang Quan had mentioned that the condition for a second mutation was to be attacked by a creature that had also undergone such a transformation. Since the electric fish had mutated, it followed that he too would experience a similar fate. But at this moment, Chen Che felt too feeble, his abilities inaccessible, and he remained unaware of the extent of his newfound powers. This time, the ancient virus you have contracted is far more potent than the typical secondary mutated organisms. Given your physical condition, it is certain that you cannot withstand this viral infection. The old man exclaimed with pride. "However, you are fortunate to have encountered me, for I have successfully transformed peril into safety for you." "Did you save me?" Chen Che asked in astonishment. "Who else could it be?" The old man replied. You can help others survive a viral infection? Of course, I am a doctor, and a doctor with the extraordinary ability to control microorganisms. A doctor? Chen Che. This old man was the very individual he had purchased for 10 tons of food at the auction. Why was he not on his ship, but here instead? What is with that look in your eyes? The old man noticed the odd expression on Chen Che's face and furrowed his brow. Do you recognize me? Did we meet at the auction? The old man scrutinized Chen Che, then smacked his forehead. I can't remember. I was quite inebriated that day. When I awoke, I found myself a slave. Luckily, I was clever enough to escape while that group was embroiled in a fight. Huh. I heard those fools spent 10 tons of food on me. How foolish. While I fled, I also swiped a backpack of their supplies in exchange for 2 bottles of wine. They must be furious right now. Ha ha ha. Veins pulsed on Chen Che's forehead, and he felt an urge to strike the old man. However, remembering that this old man had saved his life, he restrained himself. You mentioned that you can control microorganisms, which implies you can mass-produce mutators. Chen Che shifted the topic to one that piqued his interest. It is well known that viruses are microorganisms, and ancient viruses are no exception. If this old man can control viruses, he should be able to facilitate risk-free mutations, just as he had aided Chen Che in his secondary mutation. The old man did not shy away from the topic and candidly replied, Indeed, I can. I have secretly experimented several times in the past and successfully created a few mutators. However, you are the first secondary mutator. Why is that? Chen Che inquired. The more mutations, the harder the virus becomes to control. I was merely a single mutated individual before, so I could only assist others in mutating once. Oh, Chen Che suddenly understood, but then felt a sense of unease. Wait, are you implying that you have undergone a secondary mutation yourself? Indeed. Otherwise, how could I help you stabilize your secondary mutation? The old man's expression conveyed an air of nonchalance. Chen Che was taken aback. Goodness. Friends, I spent 10 tons of food to purchase a secondary mutated doctor slave. What a steal. Chen Che felt inexplicably exhilarated for a moment, but then reconsidered. This old man had escaped. What good was a slave now? So now, can you mass-produce secondary mutators? One might say so, although it is quite taxing, if not absolutely necessary. I would prefer not to overexert myself. The old man stated casually, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yet, Chen Che's eyes sparkled with intensity. What a remarkable talent. Such is the true essence of talent. Chapter 87. Internal Strife and External Threats. Release Ujizi. The capacity to mass-produce secondary mutants is a terrifying prospect that hardly requires elaboration. If it were this old man, Chen Che harbored no doubts about his ability to dominate the world. Old man, Chen Che remarked, I have a name. You may call me by Zhiyong. Cough cough by the elder. Your prowess is remarkable. Does anyone else know of it? No, you're the first to learn of my capability to produce mutants in bulk. As he spoke, Bai Zhiyong squinted his eyes, musing ominously. Should I consider silencing you? Suddenly, Chen Che burst into laughter. Ah, what splendid weather we have today. Bai Zhiyong cast a glance at the torrential downpour outside and sneered. You possess not an ounce of humor. Chen Che could only manage a forced smile, entirely unconcerned about the threat. If he truly wished to eliminate him, countless opportunities had already presented themselves, and there was no need to wait until now for a reminder. Electric Boy, come, let us venture out to seek sustenance, Bai Zhiyong commanded, waving his hand as he strode into the rain. Despite feeling weak, Chen Che dutifully followed. At this moment, Bai Zhiyong had become Chen Che's cherished mentor. Such a rare and exceptional talent must not be allowed to escape. As Chen Che plunged into the rain, he simultaneously employed the perspective of the war machines to assess the situation concerning Hiyudi and the Arkansas beside the marketplace, within the hastily erected camp. 989 war machines were strategically positioned, forming a tightly knit protective perimeter. A multitude of people flowed within, yet the atmosphere remained inexplicably somber. In recent days, Hiyudi had successfully recruited over 1,000 crew members. The total population of the Ark had now surpassed 6,000. Among the newly recruited, not only did they possess various skills, but 3 of them were even mutants. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, internal and external turmoil cast a shadow over the camp's morale. Externally, Zhu was restless, while internally, Chen Che's disappearance for several days had instilled anxiety among the crew. These 2 factors combined had left Hiyudi, the camp's overseer, sleepless and burdened with stress greater than that experienced during her management of a company. Alas, those 3 mutants are exceedingly difficult to manage. Wu Yafu entered from outside, collapsing into a chair and sighing deeply. Hiyuti furrowed her brows. What troubles those three? It is merely a matter of food distribution, Wu Yafu replied after taking a sip of water. These three are dissatisfied with the current rations and have rallied a group of newly arrived crew members to protest, demanding an increase in their benefits. While the benefits offered were not overwhelming, they were certainly not insufficient. At the very least, everyone was assured of sufficient food and drink each day. For others, merely having enough to eat in this apocalyptic world was a considerable satisfaction. Yet, the three mutants, emboldened by their status, were far from content. They not only sought improved conditions, but even aspired to seize control. This is utterly unacceptable for a manager. How did you handle it? Hiyuti inquired. Wu Yafu replied. What else could be done? The war machine has been suppressed. Hiyuti nodded in agreement. For now, this is the best course of action. With Chen Che absent, the war machine remains their greatest reliance. I believe those three mutants could indeed be eliminated to deter any treachery. Wu Yafu suddenly ceased her usual nonchalance. Adopting a serious demeanor, in chaotic times, stringent measures must be employed. With external enemies looming, we cannot afford internal discord. These three mutants clearly resist our authority. Keeping them poses a significant risk. Hiyuti's brow furrowed, her expression grave. I have considered what you said, but the current situation is uncertain. We need more combat strength. While they're a liability, they could serve as excellent cannon fodder. As long as we possess the war machine, we maintain the initiative. Let's not dwell on this. Hiyuti said, rubbing her forehead before continuing. Has Chen Che been located? Wu Yafu shook her head, sorrowfully stating, he was swallowed whole by that monstrous creature. It is unlikely he can be retrieved. Then we must prepare for the worst and plan for our survival, Hiyuti said, crossing her arms with a somber tone. The two remained silent for a moment before Hiyuti asked, is there any news of Ranning? Not yet, Wu Yafu replied. What about the Yu couple? I heard they have gone to the Grassland Kingdom and seem to have established a connection with the Heavenly Khan. Wu Yafu frowned, somewhat perplexed. How could an ordinary person like Yu Han forge ties with the Heavenly Khan? Yet, for them, this was evidently not good news. We have considerable conflict with Yu Han. We must remain vigilant. Hiyuti glanced at the imprisoned Yujizi nearby, feeling a headache coming on. With Yu Han's daughter detained, there was no way he would let this go. If Yu Han were alone, it might be manageable. But he had aligned himself with the most formidable force on the grassland. At that moment, Yujizi, who had been silent since her capture, suddenly spoke up. There is no real conflict between us. Her voice was cold and expressionless. Our discord arose solely from Chen Che. Now that he is dead, if you release me, we will have no further dealings with one another. What do you say? Yujizi's timing was impeccable, and her proposal was quite reasonable. Hiyuti felt a flicker of interest. With both internal and external pressures, having one less enemy would significantly alleviate their burdens. However, Hiyuti scoffed, you the school beauty? Do you think we are fools? As long as you remain here, you serve as a hostage, keeping your father in check. If you were to escape, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild, allowing you to act as you please. Yujizi, maintaining her impassive demeanor, replied, I have stated that there is no enmity between us. If you let me go, I will not act against you. TCH, do you even believe that yourself? Wu Yafu curled her lips. Chen Ge has told me all about your past misdeeds. Given your petty nature, after enduring so much injustice here, do you think you won't seek revenge? Yujizi attempted to argue, striving for a rare chance to escape. However, Wu Yafu mockingly patted her cage. Seiyu, the campus bell, stop dreaming. We will not let you go. Even if you perish, it will be here. A heavy silence enveloped the tent. This outcome relieved Chen Che. If Yujizi were truly released, he would have to drag his frail body back to capture her again. For Chen Che, everything could be relinquished, except for Yujizi. Having assessed the situation with Hiyuti, Chen Che shifted his gaze to the condition of the Arkansas. Upon landing, Hiyuti had taken away 1,000 war machines and several hundred crew members. The remaining 4,000 crew members stayed aboard the Ark, managed uniformly by Wang Cheng'an. Upon inspection, Chen Che noted Wang Cheng'an's remarkable capability in single-handedly maintaining order aboard the Arkansas. Yet, he also perceived subtle changes. Chapter 88. Chen Che's multiple mutations on the Ark. Wang Cheng'an stood alone by the suspended swimming pool, gazing at the spot where Chen Che had fallen, lost in thought. Since Chen Che's plunge into the sea a few days prior, the electric fish had similarly leapt into the ocean. The pool now lay desolate, devoid of the charging device's presence. His son, Wang Wei, emerged from inside, holding an umbrella, and greeted him, asking, Dad, in this pouring rain, what are you looking at? Wang Cheng'an softly inquired. Do you think our captain is truly dead? Certainly dead, Wang Wei replied without hesitation. That massive whale swallowed Chen Che whole. How could he possibly survive? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that he isn't the type to perish so easily. Wang Cheng'an squinted, fixating on the spot where Chen Che had fallen, as if he could see that familiar figure. Dad, you are being overly cautious, Wang Wei exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Since boarding the ship, the arrogance you once held in the company has faded. Are you truly content to remain beneath others? If Chen Che were still alive, we would serve him without question, but now that he is gone, must we continue to let those two women ride over us? We have a ship, personnel, and 1,000 war machines, while those two women possess only 1,000 war machines. The advantage lies with us. If we do not act now, when will we? Wang Cheng'an did not respond, but narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Indeed, if Chen Che were still alive, the two of them would undoubtedly remain united. After all, everything aboard the ship was firmly under Chen Che's control. They lacked the courage and strength to resist. However, the situation had changed. Chen Che was dead, and the heavens had shifted. Dad, with another call from Wang Wei, Wang Cheng'an's expression gradually solidified with determination. Let us gather the crew and hold a meeting. On the other side, Chen Che, having observed the conversation between the father and son through the system surveillance, suddenly felt less urgency to return. He realized that not only had the loyalty of the father and son plunged into the negative, but many others on the ship had also seen their loyalty diminish. Even those who did not fall into the negatives experienced a reduction in their allegiance. Clearly, the news of Chen Che's death had altered everyone's mindset. Now, he was keen to see how many individuals would be drawn into this inevitable rebellion. It was a fortuitous opportunity to cleanse the crew. Hey, Lightning Kid, are you directionally challenged? How can you get lost even following me? Bei Ziongisse, shattered Chen Che's sitofts. Coming back to his senses, he realized he had strayed off course. He hurriedly caught up with Bai Jiong, apologizing, sorry, I was lost in thought. What were you so engrossed in? Bai Jiong inquired. I was pondering what my abilities would be after this second mutation. Chen Che replied, after a brief pause. The old man resumed his pace and casually answered. Your abilities were what they were when you first mutated. They remain the same now. What? Are you hoping for something more extravagant? Chen Che expressed his dissatisfaction. Won't there be additional special abilities? From my understanding, it seems unlikely, the old man analyzed. Typically, secondary mutations strengthen existing abilities rather than add new ones. For instance, you used to discharge electricity. Now, it's just more potent. Of course, your control will also improve, allowing you to manifest something like Thor's hammer. The old man exaggeratedly gestured, as if he were the god of thunder himself. Chen Che, Bazold, asked. Then wouldn't those who had multiple abilities at the onset of mutation benefit even more from a second mutation? Not all, the old man clarified. Those with a plethora of abilities tend to be weaker, while those with singular abilities often exhibit greater combat prowess. Accumulating a multitude of flashy powers is far less advantageous than mastering a single one. Someone like you, with electric abilities, may not seem exceptional during the first or second mutations, but I suspect that by the time you reach your third mutation, a qualitative change will occur. Qualitative change? Chen Che murmured, intrigued. Such as harnessing the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth for your own use, or perhaps akin to the Flash. Achieving speeds that surpass light itself, attaining a speed that transcends the concept of time and space, the old man described. As he spoke, a vivid image formed in Chen Che's mind. He envisioned himself standing on a prairie, surrounded by a tempest of thunder and lightning, all raging around him as he commanded them with a mere gesture. Just the thought of it felt incredibly exhilarating. Yet, what astonished Chen Che the most was the concept of godly speed. Was it truly possible for him to attain such a feat? Something that existed only in the realm of fiction? Could he even reverse time and space with his power? Chen Che remained skeptical. However, he couldn't help but think of his own rebirth. If it were indeed possible to reverse time and space, perhaps there could be a plausible explanation for his own reincarnation. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought, because Chen Che distinctly remembered that in his previous life, he had lived for merely a month before being unceremoniously kicked into the sea by Yu Jizi. Just as he was on the verge of drowning, he was devoured by a monstrous creature. Although he held a degree of skepticism regarding the old man's claims of divine speed, Chen Che found himself intrigued by the notion of summoning the wrath of the heavens. Eagerly, he proclaimed, Old White, you have successfully enticed me. Please undergo 3 mutations and then assist me in my own 3 transformations. While others faced mortal peril with each mutation. He believed that by clinging to the old man's coattails, his own transformations would be as effortless as dining and drinking. You think rather highly of yourself, unwilling to take risks, yet wishing for me to venture into danger. Although the old man could help others mutate without harm, he himself would still bear the risks during his own transformations. Nevertheless, Old White did not dismiss the proposal outright, but rather suggested, "If you could procure for me a bottle of truly fine wine, I might reconsider." Chen Che inquired, "What constitutes truly fine wine? Is a bottle worth several tens of thousands acceptable?" Old White's eyes widened in disbelief. "Several tens of thousands for a bottle? Are you jesting? That is akin to offering a beggar a pittance. Quite frankly, you are not far from that state yourself." After a brief pause, White Ji-Yong stroked his beard and added, "It should at least be a vintage that has aged for 2 to 3 decades. Chen Che rolled his eyes. "In this vast expanse of water, where am I to find a vintage that has aged for 2 to 3 decades? Should I simply procure a bottle now and let it age for 2 to 3 decades before presenting it to you? Then you can mutate in 2 to 3 decades." Old White huffed in annoyance and quickened his pace. Yet, Chen Che remained rooted in place, contemplating the feasibility of the old man's request. Inside the Ark's cabin, there was an abundance of alcoholic beverages. Storing them for 2 to 3 decades was not inconceivable. However, the condition was that these drinks needed to be preserved outside. After all, the preservation capabilities of the cabin were extraordinarily potent. Food stored within for a year would be akin to food left outside for merely a minute. Thus, keeping the alcohol inside the cabin would be counterproductive. "What are you still dawdling for? Let us move." Old White turned back to urge him. "Night is quickly approaching. I know of a small gathering ahead, where the leader possesses a few bottles of herb too. We should devise a plan to borrow them." Chapter 89. The Most Familiar Stranger. One who on the darkened grassland at night, an endless downpour raged. Occasionally, a few glimmers of starlight appeared, illuminating the lights of the gathering place's residents. Although the torrential rain had led to widespread water and power shortages, the more capable gathering spots on the grassland had generators to meet some basic living needs. The gathering place to which Old White was leading Chen Che was a relatively robust small settlement. The entire community comprised over 1,000 individuals, having erected numerous tents in a circular formation, with a rudimentary wooden barrier constructed around the perimeter for protection. Approaching the main entrance, Old White greeted the 2 guards with a broad smile, bowing slightly. "Good evening, gentlemen. Is your gathering still accepting new members? I possess some medical skills, and I'll be grateful for a meal in exchange." The 2 guards instinctively considered shooing him away, but upon hearing that the old man had medical expertise, they hesitated. In the apocalypse, every physician is an invaluable asset, and no gathering would refuse the addition of a doctor. "Wait here. I shall inquire with the leader." A guard entered to convey the message while another remained on duty. Chen Che quietly inquired, "Is this the manner of borrowing you speak of? Are you not a second mutant?" He had anticipated that the old man would display great authority and draw his weapon, yet instead, he responded with surprising politeness. "Can a second mutant not seize openly?" The old man retorted with righteous indignation, "I am not one to engage in wrongdoing." Chen Che replied, "Then why do you pilfer my supplies for wine?" During their exchange, the announcing guard returned. Clearing his throat, the old man quickly coughed as a reminder to Chen Che. "Though I am a second mutant, my combat limitations are considerable. Thus my practical abilities may be somewhat lacking. So, do tread carefully when we encounter others." "Impressive." Chen Che was amused. "So, it seems you lack the strength for outright theft and have resorted to such lofty pretenses. You two come inside." The guard gestured and led them directly to the heart of the encampment. Chen Che felt no apprehension about encountering danger here. Although he remained weak and unable to utilize his abilities, his stamina had significantly improved, and he was still capable of operating a mech. Taking on a small gathering would be more than manageable. As the trio advanced, they traversed through dozens of tents until they arrived at the largest one, where they encountered a robust middle-aged man. "Leader, I have brought them." The guard first informed the man, then introduced Chen Che and his companion. "This is the leader of our encampment, Wen Hu." "Wen Hu?" Chen Che was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the rival of Zhao Bing, the guy from earlier? He had once intended to cause trouble for this man to enhance his own reputation, but after crossing paths with Zhu Changyun, his focus had shifted. Furthermore, Wen Hu had not sought him out, and soon he was nearly forgotten. To encounter him here today felt like a reunion with a familiar stranger. Though they had never met, Chen Che was well acquainted with Wenhu's name, not only because of Zhao Bing, but also due to the rumors he had heard at the slave market regarding Wenhu's daughter being wronged by Zhu Changyan. Now, seeing him again stirred an inexplicable sentiment within Chen Che. Indeed, those destined to meet shall ultimately cross paths. His connection with Wenhu seemed predestined. As Chen Che reflected, Wenhu scrutinized the two of them. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. "Which of you is the doctor?" "I am." The old man stepped forward willingly. Wenhu narrowed his eyes and asked, with a shortage of doctors across the plains, "Why have you chosen to come to me instead of seeking a better opportunity elsewhere?" The elderly man chuckled awkwardly, saying, to be honest, my medical skills are rather modest. Before the apocalypse, I was merely a barefoot doctor capable of treating minor ailments, but when it comes to more serious illnesses, I am at a loss. The most powerful factions on the grassland are none other than the royal court and the three major gathering places. However, these four factions have recruited ample skilled physicians, showing little interest in barefoot doctors with limited abilities. Wenhu understood the elder's words, but remained skeptical about his identity as a doctor. "How can you prove your medical expertise?" Wenhu inquired. I once claimed to be a master in gynecology, adept at resolving all gynecological dilemmas with ease. "Just give it a try," the elderly man boasted. "Leaving Chen Che bewildered. Did you not claim to be a surgical expert at the auction, the top surgeon from a certain province? Now you're a gynecology master?" Wenhu pondered for a moment before summoning a beautiful woman. "My wife has been feeling exceptionally weak lately, often vomiting. Can you take a look at her condition?" "Sure. Let me take your pulse," the elderly man replied, proceeding to examine her. After a brief moment, he exclaimed with delight, "This is a sign of good news. Congratulations. Boss Wen, your wife is pregnant." The elder's face flushed with joy, having diagnosed such wonderful news upon his arrival. However, as soon as he spoke, Chen Che sensed something amiss, for both Wenhu and the beautiful woman's expressions had changed dramatically. "Honey, let me explain." The beautiful woman immediately knelt down, attempting to say something, but Wenhu kicked her aside, barking orders someone drag this wretched woman out. Chen Che exchanged a puzzled glance with the elderly man, bewildered by the unfolding drama. "Are you diagnosing a sign of joy or a sign of death? May I partake in this?" Chen Che watched as the beautiful woman was taken away, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Wenhu then redirected their attention. "Old man, you've passed the test. But who is this young man beside you? I must make it clear that my gathering place does not harbor idle individuals. If he is merely a freeloader, he should depart at once." The elderly man pondered for a moment before responding. "He is my apprentice and possesses some medical knowledge. He can assist me. Is that so?" Wenhu scrutinized Chen Che for a moment, then declared, "Let me put you to the test. What is the mechanism by which mannitol reduces intracranial pressure?" Chen Che was taken aback. "Ahu, are you serious? How would I know what that is?" He cast a pleading glance at the elderly man, only to find that the elder was equally perplexed. He had assumed that Wenhu, lacking medical knowledge, would only pose common questions, but instead, he raised such a specialized inquiry. This is a predicament, he thought. Wenhu narrowed his eyes, fixing an intense gaze on Chen Che, exuding an air of intimidation. "What? Unable to answer?" His tone carried a hint of menace, clearly suggesting that failure to respond would result in immediate expulsion. The elderly man opened his mouth, poised to offer an explanation on behalf of Chen Che, only to witness a sudden shift in Chen Che's demeanor as he confidently spoke up. "I believe the mechanism by which mannitol reduces intracranial pressure cannot involve using concrete, mix number 42. Rather, it necessitates employing 3-centimeter screws, forcefully driven down via the veins to instantaneously generate a copious amount of high-energy proteins, colloquially known as KFC. Chapter 90. I humbly introduce myself. My surname is Ji Yibuhunk. After hearing Chen Che's self-assured proclamation, the elderly man was taken aback. Despite his decades of medical experience, this was the first time he had encountered such an outrageous assertion. It was astonishing that a legitimate medical issue could be linked to concrete and screws. And even more absurdly, KFC. The elderly man cautiously glanced at Wenhu, only to find his expression contorted with rage, fists clenched tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Swallowing hard, the elderly man discreetly took 2 steps back. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist Chen Che. He simply did not wish to court disaster. "You little rascal." Wenhu seethed after a moment of contemplation. "Do you think I've never eaten KFC?" Chen Che furrowed his brow. "Was that not enough to intimidate you? I might have to deploy my mech." Just as Chen Che prepared to escalate the situation with his mech, A sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He had access to the ARC system's global knowledge database. Wait. Chen Che raised one hand high and began reciting from memory. The mechanism by which mannitol reduces intracranial pressure is, in fact, through the intravenous injection of hypertonic solutions. A stream of theoretical knowledge spilled forth, offering the elderly man another minor medical revelation. Remarkably, this time, Chen Che's statements were entirely accurate and verbatim to the textbook content. Though Wen-Hu could not fully recall the answer he had previously encountered, the general content seemed to align, leaving him perplexed. You clearly knew the answer. Why were you spouting nonsense earlier? Chen Che fabricated a response. As is widely acknowledged, I possess a humorous disposition. Noticing the tense atmosphere, I instinctively sought to lighten it with a joke. Wen-Hu fell silent, sensing something was amiss yet unable to articulate it. He contemplated posing additional questions to further test Chen Che, but found himself devoid of suitable inquiries. After a moment of internal struggle, Wen-Hu waved dismissively. Why don't you two find a tent to settle down in? Do not wander about. The grasslands are quite chaotic lately. Furthermore, refrain from telling jokes in my presence in the future. Very well, the elderly man cheerfully acquiesced as he led Chen Che away. As they exited, the two overheard a figure in a nearby tent, the woman who had been taken away, shrieking, Wen-Hu, you pathetic excuse for a man. Ha ha, you are not a man at all. Upon hearing the woman's laughter, Chen Che finally understood the implications of her earlier diagnosis, while Wen-Hu was left displeased. It seemed he was not her type. Poor Ahu. With a sigh, Chen Che felt a twinge of sympathy for Wen-Hu. In the prime of his youth, he had seemingly lost his masculinity. What man would not feel distressed by such a fate? However, in this situation, where did he acquire a daughter? Chen Che found himself perplexed, yet reluctant to inquire further. After a brief walk guided by a member of the base, the two were ushered to a tent. Given their identities as doctors, they were assigned a tent situated further inward, ensuring greater safety. However, besides Chen Che and his companion, there was another occupant within the tent, a slender young man with yellow hair, sporting a side fringe, who was smoking and exhaling clouds of smoke. You two are the newly arrived barefoot doctors, right? Yes, indeed. May I ask how to address you, young man? The elderly man displayed an enthusiastic demeanor, even bordering on sycophancy, which the yellow-haired youth seemed to relish. He exhaled a puff of smoke directly into the elderly man's face and mockingly replied, You could just call me Ji Buchong. Apart from the leader, I am the only mutant in this settlement. Cough, cough. Ji, you are a mutant as well. The elderly man coughed from the smoke, but showed no signs of anger. Instead, he appeared genuinely astonished, exhibiting the humility of an ordinary person in the presence of a mutant. Ji Buchong, now reveling in his status, reclined on the bed and boasted, Although you are mere ordinary folks, your medical knowledge is valued by Tiger Ge, who specifically asked me to keep an eye on you. The other tents in this camp are cramped with a dozen or 20 people. You should consider yourselves fortunate to share space with me. By the way, old man, sweep up my ashes. Ji Buchong casually commanded the elderly man, who, instead of reacting with anger, cheerfully complied while asking, Ji Ge, your complexion seems rather poor. Have you been smoking too much lately? I could check your pulse if you'd like. The elderly man smiled pleasantly, yet Chen Che sensed an underlying malice in his intentions. Ji Buchong, unsuspecting, lit another cigarette and nonchalantly extended his hand. All right, I'll grant you the opportunity to take a look. If you do well, there may be a reward. Splendid. The elderly man eagerly stepped forward. However, as soon as he placed his hand on Ji Buchong's pulse, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. The once relaxed demeanor twisted in agony, causing the cigarette to drop from his mouth. Let go of me, you old fool. Ji Buchong appeared to be enduring excruciating pain, unable to maintain his posture and collapsing to the ground, on the verge of frothing at the mouth. Old fool, is that what you call me? The elderly man relinquished his grip, crouched down, and delivered a resounding slap to Ji Buchong's face, his earlier warmth dissipating as he scolded. So it's you, Ji Buchong. Is it? An honor, is it? Sweeping up ashes, is it? With each statement, he followed with a slap that brought tears to Ji Buchong's eyes, not from the sting of the blows, but from a deeper, bone-deep pain, far surpassing the agony he experienced during his initial infection with the ancient virus. Curiosity piqued. Chen Che couldn't help but ask, What did you do to him? Huh, it's nothing much, the elderly man replied, rising and brushing off the dust from his hands. I merely transferred a small fraction of the ancient virus within me into his body. Can he withstand the strength of the ancient virus from your second mutation? Chen Che felt a twinge of sympathy for the young man with yellow hair. Upon their first encounter, one was subjected to punishment. Therefore, is your ability only effective through physical contact? Chen Che inquired. Indeed, the old man did not shy away from the truth. In a certain sense, his prowess in combat was formidable. However, this limitation posed a challenge. Physical contact was imperative. Even through clothing, it would not suffice. Intimacy was essential. How should we deal with this Jibuchan? The old man pondered with Chen Che. Shall we eliminate him? I believe that would be appropriate. Both turned their gazes ominously towards Jibuchan. In an instant, Jibuchan erupted into tears. Esteemed sirs, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. He sobbed, enduring the excruciating pain as he prostrated himself fervently. At this moment, he certainly understood the might of the individuals before him. While he remained oblivious to Chen Che's capabilities, he was acutely aware that this old man was undoubtedly a mutant, perhaps even more formidable than their leader. When who? You claim you were mistaken? In what regard? The old man teased. I was wrong in every aspect. I should not have smoked, nor failed to recognize your power, nor behaved arrogantly. Yebuchan lamented, tears and snot mingling as he recounted his plight. Our G family has but one heir. My parents perished early, leaving me as the sole descendant without even a wife to carry on the lineage. If I were to perish, our family would face extinction. Seemingly moved, the old man feigned a discussion with Chen Che. It appears he genuinely acknowledges his mistakes. Shall we grant him another chance? Observe his behavior? Agreed. Chen Che understood that they had merely intended to intimidate one another, and it was time to seize further threats. To frighten him more might lead to an unfortunate accident. Chapter 91. What to do about offending that group of 10 men. Handle it with great care. After the old man retracted the ancient virus concealed within Jibuchan, he was finally able to rise, though he still felt feeble. The old man warned, a small quantity of my virus remains within you, capable of suppressing your abilities, rendering you nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Panic surged within Jibuchan. Then hurry and extract it, having grown accustomed to the elevated status of mutants. Reverting to the identity of a mere human would be tantamount to a death sentence. The old man scoffed. Let us see how you perform. We'll discuss it later. But Jibuchan stammered for a suitable reason to persuade the old man, only to be met with a fierce glare. What? Do you have objections? I would never dare to oppose you, esteemed sir, Jibuchan conceded, acknowledging the futility of his powers. Life lost equated to losing everything. Very well, the old man declared, seating himself and pointing at Chen Che. This is your second master, my half-brother. Jibuchan promptly bowed respectfully. Second master. Now, Ji, would you be so kind as to fetch 2 bottles of fine wine from your gathering place for me to rinse my mouth? Esteemed sir, all the wine at our gathering place is with the leader, and I do not typically drink. So, excuse me? You, a grown man, do not drink? Is that sensible? What is there to enjoy about horse urine? Damn you, you scoundrel. If you can speak, then speak more. The old man slapped someone again, exclaiming in frustration, Hurry and fetch me a bottle of wine, or else I'll make you drink genuine horse urine. Jibuchan covered his face, tearfully replying, Grandfather, I truly can't get any. Our leader has been quite irritable lately, drinking wine as if it were water, and has nearly depleted the stockpile at our gathering place. If I were to ask him for wine now, it would only invite trouble. You, the second in command of the camp, can't even procure a bottle of wine? Jibuchan scratched his head in embarrassment, explaining, My abilities are rather mediocre, hence they are not highly regarded. I am merely slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Chen Che, curious, inquired, What are your abilities? Jibuchan glanced at Chen Che and then at the old man, whispering, I have a diminished perception of pain. And additionally his voice grew softer with each word, prompting the old man to grow impatient, snapping. Did you leave your vocal cords at home? Due to the suppression of his abilities, Jibuchan's perception of pain was no different from that of a normal person. Pain was still pain. Sighing in resignation, Jibuchan confessed, I was infected by a triggerfish, which not only dulled my pain perception, but also increased the intensity of certain sensations. The triggerfish? The one that doesn't resist even when other fish bite it, and spawns 300 million eggs at once. The epitome of surrender? Jibuchan, indeed, lives up to his name. Impressive. You, my friend, have mutated yet retained no semblance of normalcy. The old man, frustrated by the absence of his beloved wine, fumed. Chen Che, devoid of any demands, rummaged through Jibuchan's cabinet, retrieving a packet of spicy strips, lying down on the bed. munching while asking, "You mentioned earlier that one who has been quite distressed lately. What is troubling him?" Ji Buchong, kneeling obediently on the ground, muttered, "What else could it be? It's merely the disputes between various gathering places and that gang of 10 men. The group with over 1,000 war machines?" The old man became intrigued. "Elaborate, please." Ji Buchong, uncertain of how much the two knew, recounted in detail. A few days ago, a group suddenly appeared on the prairie, bringing with them 1,000 so-called war machines. Due to some conflicts, they killed the son of a prominent leader in our prairie. Yes, go on. The old man listened with rapt attention, as he too had a stake in this tale. The so-called conflict stemmed from him. Initially, everyone believed that group was finished. However, those war machines were surprisingly formidable, scaring Zhu away with just 10 of them. After that battle, everyone declared that besides the royal court and the 3 major gathering places, there now existed a third great power on the prairie, one that might even surpass the royal court. Once Ji Buchong finished, the old man pondered, "With a new major power on the prairie, what is your leader worried about?" Ji Buchong sighed. "You see, there was someone in our camp who had significant conflict with the leader, and now they're entangled with that gang of 10 men. It's only a matter of time before they seek revenge. How can the leader not be concerned? I find myself worrying for him." That night, the ferocity of the war machines had already spread throughout the entire prairie. In a small gathering of merely 2 mutants like them, should they attract the attention of their adversaries, they would likely not even comprehend how they met their demise. "So, what does your leader intend to do?" Chen Che was eager to glean some information. "What to do?" Ji Buchong chuckled lightly and replied, "Well, we shall make a grand spectacle of it. If we cannot fight, we either concede or seek refuge with the 3 major collectives. What about the royal court? Our territory is currently under the jurisdiction of the 3 major collectives. Aligning ourselves with the royal court would only serve to offend the collectives further." Ji Buchong paused and continued, "However, our leader is at odds with the 3 major collectives as well. His daughter was previously wronged by Zhu Changyan. With Zhu Changyan's demise, the leader has been quite pleased for a while." The old man chimed in with curiosity, "Isn't Wenhu a eunuch? Where would he have a daughter?" Ji Buchong lowered his voice. "I've heard that she is an adopted daughter from years past. You mustn't bring this up in front of the leader, or he might very well take offense. By the way, do you know Wenhu's abilities?" Just as Chen Che was about to inquire further, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the tent. In the next moment, the curtain was lifted, and even before Wenhu entered, his voice resonated. "How are you 2 faring? Yi, my dear brother, do take care of these 2. Do not bully the doctors." One who had intended for Chen Che and his companion to reside with Ji Buchong, hoping that this mutant would ensure their safety. He also wished for Ji Buchong to temper their personalities, preventing them from becoming overly arrogant due to favoritism. Yet, upon further reflection, Wenhu feared that Ji Buchong's temperament might be too erratic, leading to harsh treatment of the 2. Thus, he thought of checking on them, ensuring that his newly acquired treasures, the 2 doctors, were unharmed. However, upon witnessing the scene within the tent, he was momentarily taken aback. There lay Chen Che and the old man by, each occupying a bed, indulging in snacks. In stark contrast, Ji Buchong was kneeling on ground,